Chapter 1. Panshui Town. The rainy season in Jiangnan brings an air of mystery, shrouded in a veil of misty rain. That hazy curtain of rain obscures the clamor of the mundane world, rendering this quaint town of Panshui a tranquil and beautiful paradise, seemingly untouched by time. Goodness gracious! It has been a decade, and where on earth is that damned system? Am I merely experiencing a literary transmigration? Indeed, the boy grumbling in the rain is none other than our protagonist, Qin Yu. Not long after graduating from Lanxiang, he was a chef eager to challenge the likes of Michelin and Quanjude. Alas, fate conspired against him after suffering from food poisoning. He soul transmigrated into this world. He finds himself in the Great Chu Dynasty, a realm reminiscent of the Song Dynasty from his previous life. Panshui Town is a medium-sized town in Yangzhou, significantly larger than an ordinary small town, thus qualifying it as a large town. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Yu was but 2 years old. He had only his father at home. Having no mother, this forced Qin Yu into independence at a tender age, as his father's ability to raise a child was akin to a house collapsing around him. His father was a barefoot doctor, a skilled craftsman, ensuring that they never lacked for food, clothing, or basic necessities. Thus, they endured nearly a decade of life amidst the wind and rain. Over the years, Qin Yu longed for the standard accessory of a transmigrator, the system, which remained elusive. He had tried various means of communication, even enduring physical punishment every rainy day. He found himself seeking a lightning strike. Throughout the decade, he exhausted every conceivable method, eventually resigning himself to his fate nevertheless. He continued to voice his grievances, much like pursuing every romantic interest without fail. Qin Yu was far from idle. He had charmed the lovely girls of the town with his culinary skills, coaxing them into becoming his little companions. After all, this was his way of cultivating his own harem. How could he not begin grooming those beautiful girls from a young age? Oh wait, I meant nurturing them. On a mountain path, a youth clad in a raincoat and conical hat, carrying a bamboo basket half his height, appeared slender yet lightfoot in his steps. In the months of March and April, the tenderest bamboo shoots emerge as a chef and a seasoned gourmand. How could he overlook nature's bounty? The air within the bamboo grove was exceptionally fresh, the emerald leaves washed clean by the rain, rustling gently in the breeze. Listening to the enchanting melody, the half-height bamboo basket was filled with tender bamboo shoots. At this moment, Qin Yu leaned against the bamboo basket, breathing heavily. After all, this body was only 12 years old, still a developing child. After a brief respite, Qin Yu hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back and slowly rose, proceeding along the familiar path to seek mountain delicacies. Following the muddy trail, he arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Before him lay a dozen individuals, sprawled in disarray. Dressed uniformly in black, blood mingled with rainwater, pooling upon the ground. What the hell? What the hell? Qin Yu turned to flee. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when a large hand seized his shoulder. A pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, and in the next instant, a chilling dread surged through him. Qin Yu's frail body stiffened, paralyzed with fear. Not wetting his pants was his final act of defiance. Little brother, cough, cough, don't be afraid, I cough, cough. While still frozen in place, Qin Yu suddenly felt his shoulder loosen, followed by a thud from behind, after which silence ensued. In the next moment, the air fell into a deathly stillness, with only the sound of his own heartbeat resonating in his ears. After a considerable time, Qin Yu dared to slowly shift his body, casting a stiff glance behind him. There lay a figure in green, bleeding profusely, staining the ground beneath him. Good grief! That nearly scared me to death. So much blood. Is he still alive? Should I check? No. As Qin Yu wrestled with his thoughts, his hand involuntarily reached out to feel the man's breath. There was still a faint pulse, but not for long. How to proceed? Qin Yu scratched his head, realizing that if the bleeding didn't cease, it wouldn't be long before he met Buddha. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Qin Yu instinctively began to administer first aid. Recalling the emergency response knowledge from his previous life, he gently turned the man onto his back. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a single fatal wound in the chest, while the rest were minor injuries. Qin Yu began to clumsily staunch the bleeding. During this process, a blood-stained letter slipped from the green-clad man's chest. Finding it cumbersome, Qin Yu tucked it away. Soon, he managed to apply a makeshift bandage to the man's wound. He then gathered some twigs and used the man's raincoat to create a simple shelter from the rain. He stood up to search for herbs to stop the bleeding nearby. Fortunately, having learned some medical knowledge from his father, he recognized the hemostatic herbs. After a flurry of activity, Qin Yu muttered to himself, "Phew, I'm exhausted. I've done all I can now. It's up to your fate." Just as Qin Yu was about to turn away, an inexplicable curiosity drew his gaze back to the fallen black-clad figures. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear, and holding a sickle, Qin Yu cautiously approached. After a thorough examination, he gasped, realizing there were no survivors. All had been slain with a single stroke to the throat. Was this the work of that green-clad man? How formidable! Had he truly encountered a martial arts master? Surveying the fallen black-clad figures, poverty triumphed over societal morals, and he began to rummage through the bodies. As Qin Yu touched the corpses, a cool sensation coursed through his arm. However, this feeling did not occur with every body he touched, but rather appeared intermittently. Perhaps due to the chill brought by the light rain, Qin Yu did not dwell on this subtle change. After some time, Qin Yu surveyed the items strewn about. Besides a few small pouches containing a dozen taels of silver, he found a token and a bottle of medicine. Chapter 2. Descending the Mountain. Qin Yu toyed with the token engraved with the character knight. Made of pure copper and slightly heavy, it seemed rather imposing, though its significance eluded him. Without much thought, he tucked it away. The real treasure was the dozen or so taels of Silvera's small fortune. His father toiled for half a year without necessarily earning this much. Remembering his father, he recalled that someone needed saving. He hurried down the mountain to find his father, as he could not manage the green-clad man alone. Along the way, he pondered how to handle the dozen corpses. Reporting to the authorities was out of the question. He had taken their belongings, and it would be difficult to explain. He would have to dig a grave and bury them, considering it burial expenses for their misdeeds. Having resolved this, he hastened toward home, exchanging simple greetings with acquaintances along the way. An hour later, Qin Yu arrived home, breathless and eager to find his father without even stopping for water. At that moment, Qin Ming was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Seeing his son rush in, he assumed he was merely hungry. "The food will be ready soon, don't worry." "Father, hurry and come with me to save someone," Qin Yu exclaimed, pulling his father toward the door. In his moment of distraction, Qin Ming was led outside. Once he regained his senses, he broke free from Qin Yu's grasp, went back to the kitchen to serve the dishes, and then returned inside to grab a wooden box before following Qin Yu up the mountain. As they ascended, Qin Yu recounted the events that had transpired on the mountain. When Qin Ming heard about the group of black-clad men, a chill ran through him, and a fleeting killing intent surfaced. The leading Qin Yu suddenly felt a shiver down his spine, goosebumps covering his body. He curiously glanced back at his father. However, Qin Ming appeared unfazed, signaling him to continue leading the way. Just over an hour later, Qin Yu led his father to the makeshift shelter where they had tended to the green-clad man. Strangely, the shelter was now empty, with only bloodstains and footprints remaining on the ground. Qin Yu, disregarding his father's questioning gaze, hurriedly examined the surroundings. Following the footprints, he returned to the location of the black-clad men. The trail ended here. Could it be that he walked away by himself? Even with such severe injuries, he managed to escape? Truly extraordinary. Qin Ming paid no heed to Qin Yu's words, instead approaching the black-clad figures to inspect their conditions. As Qin Ming confirmed what Qin Yu had said, that they were indeed all deceased, he noted that they had all succumbed to strangulation. He then examined the black-clad men's hands and weapons, seemingly grasping something, and let out a sigh of relief. In the lull of Qin Ming's relief, Qin Yu spoke up. "Father, how should we handle these individuals? Perhaps we should bury them? I just found over a dozen taels of silver for burial expenses." Qin Ming looked at Qin Yu in astonishment, realizing his son was suggesting they pocket the stolen goods. After considering the amount, he glanced at the hoe in his son's hand, and he too succumbed to temptation. Thus, the two toiled away for the entire afternoon, finally burying the dozen or so individuals. As for their weapons, they were hidden away in a secure location. Fortunately, it was a secluded path, and with the rain, they encountered no villagers throughout the afternoon. By the time they returned home, night had fallen, providing cover for the disheveled father and son. Inside, Qin Ming, clutching the pouch of silver his son had surrendered, sent Qin Yu off to take a bath. Once Qin Yu was dispatched, Qin Ming fell into a long contemplation over the token on the table. It was only when Qin Yu called him after his bath that he snapped back to reality. He took the token and the medicine bottle and headed to his bedroom. Qin Yu had grown accustomed to his father's occasional bouts of distraction from the moment he entered this world and laid eyes on his father for the first time. His father appeared as if he were already a specter of death. It was only later that he came to realize that his father was pining for his mother. It was only after some time that Qin Fu disclosed to him that his mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, while bringing Qin Yu into this world for the sake of his father's happiness. Qin Yu, in his own pursuits of romance, did not forget to seek out a stepmother for himself, however. His father was a quintessentially masculine man, the kind forged from steel and titanium, which led Qin Yu to miss out on numerous enchanting potential stepmothers. Upon returning to his room, Qin Fu first offered a stick of incense at the memorial tablet of his deceased wife. He then opened the concealed compartment behind the tablet. Within it lay a rectangular wooden box. Quietly resting, Qin Fu carefully lifted the box, and as he opened it, an icy chill immediately enveloped the entire room inside. There lay a long sword, its sheath inscribed with the character for mourning, which shimmered with a blue light. Qin Fu gently caressed it, murmuring to himself, "Old friend, it has been 10 years since we last met." Chapter 3. The Secret Letter. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Yu promptly lit the candle lamp and cautiously extracted the letter from his bosom. Why hadn't he submitted it? Out of sheer curiosity. Of course, the envelope bore the inscription, "To my esteemed predecessor, for your eyes only." Reading it felt like encountering an old friend. It had been over a decade since their parting, and the memories flooded back. He reminisced fondly about the earnest teachings of yore, and his heart ached with longing. However, his time was fleeting, and he had a daughter of marriageable age that he hoped that the sentiment for his late father would ensure her well-being. He had now settled in a small village in Yuzhou, on the site of his father's former residence that a few years ago he had learned that the 4 heretical sects of the western regions had been overthrown, giving rise to a new sect called the Heavenly Dragon Sect, which he wished to bring to attention. "Take care, my esteemed predecessor." The letter was signed by Yin Tianxin, dated March 3 RD, in the 24th year. Western regions, Heavenly Dragon Sect. By the heavens, it appeared he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Who could this esteemed predecessor be? Why was there no address included in the letter? Never mind, he would hold on to it for now. Considering the mysterious figure had departed without a word. After all, it was his urgency, not his. Sleep beckoned that a night of nightmares ensued, with Qin Yu pursued relentlessly throughout. Bah, what a stroke of misfortune. With lethargy, he arose to freshen up. After a simple morning routine, he stepped outside and called for his father, but received no reply. He likely had gone out on a house call. Disheartened, Qin Yu stretched in the yard. This world was unbearably dull. With no mobile phones or televisions, the only pursuits that piqued his interest were courting and listening to stories. Why hadn't he attended the private academy? He had indeed been, but the classical texts of the master had left him bewildered. This world had its own equivalent of the 4 books and 5 classics. Ultimately, Qin Yu had managed to evade his father's insistence to enroll by reading an entire medical text aloud. His father, Qin Ming, had been left utterly astonished, and in the end, Qin Yu had invoked the memory of his mother to compel Qin Ming to burn incense at her tablet for a week. That week had seen Qin Ming lose considerable weight, which frightened Qin Yu into never mentioning his mother again in his father's presence. Ultimately, Qin Yu aspired to be a wealthy gentleman, surrounded by a harem. He was quite content with his leisurely existence, not feeling the need to conquer kingdoms or vie for power. He preferred to earn a bit more silver, marry a few more wives, and live a life of ease and comfort rather than one fraught with treachery and conflict. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu set out to find his first wife, Lin Wan. This was the lady he had chosen as his legitimate spouse, and he was well acquainted with the good young women from the town. Knowing oneself and knowing others ensures a harmonious household, as fate would have it. He encountered Lin Wan on his way. She was adorned in a graceful yellow gown, her fair and youthful face untouched by makeup, exuding a natural elegance. Lin Wan was merely 2 months younger than Qin Yu and one of his few childhood companions. "Brother Yu," Lin Wan called out, her laughter ringing sweetly as she sprinted towards him. The melodious sound sent a shiver through Qin Yu. He smiled and opened his arms to welcome her. However, Lin Wan deftly dodged, evading this LSP's advances. Mother said that men and women should not have close contact. Lin Wan teased, "Da-da, not at all. I'm merely embracing my future wife. It's nothing inappropriate. Come, let your husband hold you and see how much you've grown." Lin Wan's face flushed crimson as she stepped aside. "Oh dear, brother, you're being improper again. Who? Who wants to be your wife? If you continue like this, want a 1T play with you anymore? Why don't you believe me? I'll just return home and have my father propose to your family." "Oh dear, brother, you don't. I'm still so young," Lin Wan exclaimed in a fluster, unsure of what to do. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu gently took Lin Wan's small hand and led her towards the Yiming tea house. "What? Don't misunderstand. The Yiming tea house was where Qin Yu often went to listen to stories. At times, his straightforwardness surpassed even his father's, but he could hardly be blamed. There were no cinemas or supermarkets in this world, and this was one of the few forms of entertainment available. This time, Qin Yu did not merely indulge. He ordered a pot of tea along with some sunflower seeds and pastries. After all, this was a date, and one must be generous. Where did the money come from? Naturally, it was from the silver he had secretly pocketed yesterday. 2 taels in total, and his father was none the wiser. The Yiming tea house was a single story, surrounded by tables where patrons enjoyed their tea. In the center, enclosed by a railing, stood a writing desk and a grand chair that a middle-aged gentleman, holding a folding fan in one hand and a teapot in the other, slowly ascended the stage. He struck the wooden block on the table with a resounding clap and then elegantly unfurled his fan. Gazing around at the seated tea drinkers, he cleared his throat gently. "Today, I shall recount a tale that once sent shockwaves through the martial world." Chapter 4. The Battle of Kunlun Mountain. 12 years ago, atop Kunlun's peak, the skies were heavy with ominous clouds, and the flames of war raged. The righteous sects of the Great Chu, led by the Great Buddha Temple, the Jingqi sect, the Qingquan sect, and the Forging Sword Mountain, engaged in a final confrontation with the 4 heretical sects from the western regions. Though there were only 4 sects from the west, their sinister skills were profoundly mysterious, causing the righteous sects to suffer significant losses in battle. "Which 4 sects?" Someone in the audience interrupted, prompting a chorus of murmurs in agreement. The storyteller waved his fan dismissively and continued. "The Hunyuan sect, the Tsongling sect, the Tianmu sect, and the Putuo sect. The Hunyuan sect is the foremost among them, with its leader, Naihe Tian, possessing unfathomable martial prowess and mastery of the Hunyuan divine skill. With sheer strength, he held off the abbot of the Great Buddha Temple, Kong Ming, the leader of the Jingqi sect, Du Gaoyang, and the leader of the Qingquan sect, Wu Changfeng, after numerous rounds of fierce combat. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Fortunately, the Yi brothers from Forging Sword Mountain managed to restrain the leaders of the other 3 sects, thereby temporarily stabilizing the situation for the Great Chu's martial world. As the battle raged on, the heretical sects seized the opportunity to unleash a potent poison known as the soul-seizing powder. This poison was exceptionally vicious, specifically designed to obstruct the flow of true energy. The sudden attack caught even the most powerful masters off guard, resulting in widespread chaos. The 12 elders of the 4 sects took advantage of this moment, and the casualties among the Great Chu's martial artists mounted rapidly. Each sect felt the impending threat of death, fighting desperately to avert a complete rout. From a distance, the Yi brothers were locked in a fierce struggle against the 3 main sect leaders, their victory or defeat capable of swaying the entire battle's outcome. Thankfully, the Yi brothers were slightly more skilled, their formation of the 3 lotus sword array gradually suppressing their opponents, just as they prepared to deliver the final blow. One of the 12 elders, a master of hidden weapons, launched a surprise attack against the trio. Their offensive momentum halted, and they were forced into a defensive stance to block the venomous strike. However, this very action disrupted their sword formation. The eldest brother, Yi Tianren, had no choice but to face the combined assault of the leaders of the Tsongling and Tianmu sects alone that moment. The leader of the Putuo sect, Ko Baisui, seized the opportunity to unleash a deadly strike against Yi Tianren, whose protective energy had already faltered. With no time to catch his breath, he could only watch helplessly as the attack approached. Just as he braced himself for death, his younger brother, Yi Tianyi, appeared at his side, in a flash. Yi Tianyi's protective energy was shattered, and he had to absorb the blow with his own body, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing into the air. The second brother, Yi Tianda, swiftly flew out to catch Yi Tianyi. After regaining his breath, Yi Tianren, his eyes filled with rage, executed a swift strike that severed Ko Baisui's right hand. All this transpired in an instant, and the situation began to shift subtly that Wei Etienne was gravely wounded and fell unconscious, while Kobai Sui, the leader of the Putua sect, had lost his right hand. Each side retreated to their respective ranks to tend to their injured. The situation for the Great Chu's martial world was dire. Having lost Etienne, the three Lotus Sword array could no longer be utilized. Even if the two brothers could hold off the leaders of the Tianmu and Songling sects, the 12 elders were still poised to strike, and the casualties among the Great Chu sects had exceeded half. From a distance, while the heretical sects had also suffered losses, their top combatants remained largely intact. Initially, the two sides had been evenly matched, with the Great Chu seemingly having the upper hand. Now, however, the tides had turned completely. Even if the Great Chu martial artists fought with all their might, victory seemed unattainable. Both sides took a brief moment to regroup, and the final life-or-death battle loomed on the horizon. Master Kong Ming, Dugu Ouyang, and Wu Changfeng all sighed deeply. They were acutely aware that the defeat of the Great Chu's martial world was inevitable. After a brief exchange, they unanimously agreed to break through together in one direction, aiming to preserve as much fighting strength as possible for the Great Chu. Just as the martial artists of the Central Plains prepared for their final breakout, a group appeared at the foot of the mountain. Charging into the encirclement of the western heretical sections, this group was predominantly clad in white, with green accents. Their ranks were orderly. For every 4 white-clad masters, 1 green-clad companion was safeguarded, displaying a seamless balance of offense and defense. Leaving the onlookers astonished that in no time, they broke free from the encirclement of the 4 sects. At this point, the storyteller paused for a moment, taking a sip of tea. Qin Yu seized the opportunity to observe the surrounding audience. It was eerily quiet, and even the murmurs had ceased. Each individual had their ears perked, fixated on the elderly gentleman at the podium, fearful of missing a single word. With a dramatic pause, the storyteller closed his fan and clapped. At this moment, a figure clad in white shouted, "The Heavenly Machine Palace and the Medicine King Valley have come to provide assistance." This individual, over 7 feet tall, donned a flowing white robe, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and a streak of white hair framing his forehead. Holding a 1-foot-long object, he exuded an unmistakable air of a Confucian scholar. He was none other than the master of the Heavenly Machine Palace, Yin Tianchen. Legend has it that this individual is well-versed in the art of Qi Min Dun Jia and possesses exceptional skills and mechanisms. Moreover, his martial prowess is commendable, with the black, shaped weapon in his hand being his renowned weapon. See, it was forged by the famous master blacksmith Batu, utilizing all the knowledge that Yin Tianchen had accumulated throughout his life. In the final battle, he displayed its formidable might. This weapon can both attack and defend, frequently unleashing hidden projectiles that leave adversaries utterly defenseless. Following this confrontation, he ascended to the 6th position on the divine weapon rankings. It is worth noting that the woman in the green robe standing beside Yin Tianchen was Su Huang, the leader of the Medicine King Valley. Despite being a woman, she not only possesses extraordinary martial arts skills, but her medical expertise is also profound and unfathomable. Once the members of Tianji Palace and Medicine King Valley joined the fray, they not only disrupted the encirclement of the 4 teachings of the western regions, but also neutralized the toxins afflicting many. The dynamics of offense and defense atop Kunlun Mountain changed in the blink of an eye. The martial arts community of the Chu pressed on with unyielding momentum, leaving no opportunity for the 4 teachings of the western regions to catch their breath. The situation devolved into a one-sided slaughter. Yet, facing the formidable alliance of Kong Ming, Yin Tianchen, Dugu Ouyang, and Wu Changfeng alone proved insurmountable. Ultimately, the opposition suffered grave injuries and retreated, with the 4 teachings of the western regions in disarray. In this battle, more than half of the 12 elders of the 4 teachings fell, and the leader of the floating Buddhist sect, Kobai Sui, was beheaded by Yi Tianren. The other 2 sect leaders were grievously wounded, and 2/3 of the members of the 4 teachings of the western regions were forever lost on the summit of Kunlun Mountain. The martial arts community of the Chu did not fare much better, suffering significant losses as well. Following this conflict, the Chu's martial world was once again engulfed in a storm of bloodshed, with various sects finding themselves in turmoil. Amidst the relentless tide of the era, who would continue to stand tall above the rest, and who would silently retreat into obscurity? Stay tuned for the next installment, the turmoil in the Jianghu originating from Tianji Palace. To know what happens next, await the next unfolding. The storyteller, after a bow and a flourish of his fan, exited the stage. That moment, Qin Yu's mind was abuzz. Could it be mere coincidence? Yin Tianchen. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? No, I must inquire further. Qin Yu turned to Lin Wan and told her to wait for him briefly before rising to pursue the storyteller. Chapter 5. Cloud of Doubt. Sir, wait. Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd to the elder's side. The elder, upon hearing his voice, turned to Qin Yu. Young brother, what brings you to me? Apologies for the interruption, but I wish to inquire if Yin Tianchen has a senior relative with the surname Gu? I mean someone very close, someone to whom life and death could be entrusted. Well, I'm afraid I do not know. The martial world has not spoken of any such elder related to Palace Master Yin. However, 10 years ago, he was indeed rescued by a mysterious individual, but as for who that was, I cannot say. That if you are interested in Yin Tianchen, you may come to hear the continuation tomorrow. Qin Yu watched the storyteller retreat into the distance, feeling quite disgruntled. Indeed, regardless of the world, storytellers and authors alike are equally vexing, both insufferable. At this moment, Lin Wan stood with her hands propped against the street, her legs swaying back and forth. Observing Lin Wan's demeanor, Qin Yu could not help but marvel. She truly is a beauty in the making. Though still somewhat youthful, her exquisite features radiate the vitality of youth and exude an aura of innocence that compels one to draw near and protect her. Despite having lived 2 lives, Qin Yu, in both, remains a novice in such matters, merely indulging in flirtations. Moreover, the people in this world are relatively conservative. Both of them are still children, and even if they were to venture out together, no one would gossip. The time spent alone with Lin Wan swiftly passed, and her maid arrived to escort her home. Indeed, Lin Wan is the youngest daughter of Lin Yuanwei in town, the sole daughter of the Lin family. Naturally, Lin Yuanwei dotes on his little girl and generally does not prevent her from venturing out for leisure, albeit with discreet guards providing protection. The reason he did not hinder Qin Yu's interaction with Lin Wan is twofold. Firstly, he perceives them as mere children, and secondly, due to Qin Yu's father. That year, Lin Yuanwei fell gravely ill, and no renowned physician in town could offer a remedy. As fate would have it, that year, Qin Yu's father, while passing through Panshui town with 2-year-old Qin Yu, happened upon the opportunity to treat Lin Yuanwei, miraculously restoring his health. From that point on, Lin Yuanwei expressed immense gratitude to Qin Yu's father with a substantial reward, which was declined. Upon learning that the Qin father and son were refugees, he generously gifted them a vacant residence as a gesture of appreciation. This is the very house where Qin Yu now resides. Unable to resist Lin Yuanwei's warm hospitality, Qin Yu's father settled in this town, becoming a barefoot doctor, leveraging his reputation from healing Lin Yuanwei. Years ago, Lin Yuanwei had broached the subject of a union between Qin Yu and Lin Wan, driven by his own selfish motives to keep Qin Yu's father close. However, Qin Yu's father did not give a direct answer. He indicated that it would depend on the preferences of the 2 children when they grew older and did not wish to interfere excessively in their emotions. Qin Yu had sensed even then that his father was a man of stories, but having stories is one thing. Now, the more he observes, the more it seems like an accident, and the reason is simple. Lin Wan is becoming increasingly beautiful. It is said that suitors have been steadily increasing, which instills a sense of urgency in Qin Yu. After returning home and dining with his father, he broached the topic of his marital prospects, only to be left bewildered by his father's single remark. Marriage is easy to discuss, but have you considered how you will support a family? That night, as he lay in bed, he began to contemplate his future plans. To establish a family, one must first build a career. He intends to revive his old trade and leverage his astonishing culinary skills from the 21st century to carve out a niche in this world. Having come to this realization, Qin Yu lay in bed silently crafting a 3-year plan, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dreams, Qin Yu envisioned himself turning his tavern into a chain, raking in various franchise fees until his hands grew weary. He later ventured into real estate, growing larger and stronger, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. Chuckling to himself, time flew by, and a week passed swiftly. Qin Yu procured a considerable amount of spices from traveling merchants, preparing to enrich this culinary desert of a world with his street-side barbecue. To him, Establishing his commercial empire and marrying a wife are of utmost importance, while the affairs of Tianji Palace have long since faded from his mind. As everything progressed towards the direction he had envisioned, Qin Yu's motivation surged. One day, armed with a machete, Qin Yu ascended the mountain, intending to chop some bamboo for skewers. Unexpectedly, an encounter ensued with a familiar stranger atop the mountain. Chapter 6. Reunion with the man in green. My young friend, I have finally awaited your arrival. Upon seeing the joyful expression of the man in green, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, I nearly forgot about this fellow. Dada. It's you, the hero. I've been quite concerned about your injuries these past days. Where have you been? Judging by your attire, you haven't been living in the mountains all this time, have you? Qin Yu inquired, somewhat speechless. Observing the man in green still clad in the tattered, sword-scarred clothing from that day, with dried bloodstains adorning it, Qin Yu thought to himself how stubborn he was. Not even bothering to change into fresh garments. Yes, my young friend, I left in haste that day due to concerns regarding more assassins. Oh, by the way, is that letter I had on me with you? The man in green asked urgently. Yes, I kept it aside as it was somewhat inconvenient while I was bandaging your wounds that I intended to give it back to you when you awakened. But you had disappeared. However, I don't have it on me now. I left it at home. You can come with me to retrieve it. Upon hearing Qin Yu's response, the man in green sighed in relief. As long as it hasn't been lost, that's good. You see, I cannot conveniently appear in crowded places that if someone sees us together, it may bring you trouble. So, could I trouble you to make the trip? Oh, I understand, but are you in a hurry? If not, I would like to chop some bamboo first. The man in green appeared momentarily stunned, glancing at the machete in Qin Yu's hand. That I have acted rashly. I can take care of that. Consider it a fee for your troubles. Witnessing the man in green's willingness, Qin Yu selected a bamboo stalk and indicated the desired length. The man in green nodded, took the machete, and with a deft swing, the bamboo snapped cleanly. Then he proceeded to slice it into smaller sections with a few more swift motions. This was Qin Yu's first glimpse of a master in this world at work. Not to mention in this life, he had never witnessed anyone chop bamboo with such ease. This what martial prowess entails. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt something stir within him, soon replaced by an overwhelming desire. He longed to learn. He desperately wanted to learn. Sir, you are truly remarkable. Could you teach me? Qin Yu gazed at the man in green with anticipation and admiration, even changing his form of address to a more familiar tone. That could be arranged as a means of repaying your life-saving grace, but it must await my delivery of the letter. Noting Qin Yu's skeptical expression, the man in green added, I am Yi Tiangu, and if I have not returned in a month, you may take this jade pendant to the Swordsmith Mountain, where naturally someone will teach you martial arts. Wow, Swordsmith Mountain? That's incredible. I'm about to take off. Qin Yu felt an exhilarating surge within, but he immediately accepted the jade pendant and, sensing the moment, replied, Sir Yi, you need not worry. I firmly believe that experts like you are men of their word. Oh, by the way, my name is Qin Yu. I reside in a small courtyard by the river on Pingyuan Street in Panshui Town, with a sign that reads Yiding Baofu. That's my home. As he spoke, Qin Yu observed Yi Tiangu anew. The first impression he received was one of scholarly elegance. Surely, this must be what the ancients described as a gentleman. His complexion bore a somewhat sickly pallor, possibly due to prior injuries, and his features, while soft, exuded a sense of nobility. Overall, he appeared to be a relatively young and handsome gentleman. However, in comparison to his father, he still falls short. It's not mere boasting. To this day, he has yet to encounter a middle-aged man more handsome than Qin Yi Tiangu. With a smile, gazed at the young man before him, beginning to appreciate this lad with skin as smooth as white jade. From their first meeting until now, Qin Yu had displayed his courage, kindness, and most recently, his cleverness. That he was nothing like a typical child of his age. Yes, Qin Yu scrutinized him. He too was assessing Qin Yu. The boy's first impression was that of a delicate youth with a certain innocence and a lack of masculine vigor. Nevertheless, this did not deter Yi Tiangu from harboring the desire to take him as a disciple. Thus, he reached out to touch Qin Yu's arms. Just as Qin Yu was momentarily lost in thought, his entire body was thoroughly examined. Goodness, am I no longer pure? What is he trying to do? I am still just a child. Surely not. While Qin Yu's mind raced with confusion, Yi Tiangu spoke. You possess a talent for martial arts, and I can accept you as my named disciple. There's no rush to respond. You may wait for my return with a message." Qin Yu exhaled in relief and immediately bowed his head. "Master, please accept this humble disciple's greeting." Yi Tiangu was taken aback by the boy's decisiveness and chuckled as he helped Qin Yu to his feet. Before Yi Tiangu could utter a word, Qin Yu eagerly interjected, "Master, please wait a moment, that I shall return shortly with the message. I cannot delay your important matters." With that, he hurried down the mountain, carrying a bamboo basket. How could he hesitate at such a splendid opportunity? Establishing their master-disciple relationship now ensured he wouldn't have to worry about the boy not returning. I truly am clever." Qin Yu mused to himself as he dashed toward home. Chapter 7. The floating smoke and cloud a passionate heart can always endure the long journey. Qin Yu excitedly ran back and forth. Though somewhat exhausted, he reappeared before Yi Tiangu with remarkable speed. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu presented the letter he had clutched tightly. As Yi Tiangu received the letter, his gaze toward Qin Yu softened gradually. "Since you have performed the act of bowing, we shall henceforth address each other as master and disciple. Before I depart, allow me to impart to you a set of footwork techniques. You must observe my steps closely." With that, Yi Tiangu stepped forward, covering a distance of over 10 feet in a single stride. He then moved swiftly within the bamboo grove, weaving back and forth with ease, each lateral movement spanning no less than 20 feet. Finally, he leapt into the air, lightly tapping the bamboo stalks with his toes, reaching the treetops. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Incredible! Is this not a celestial feat? Can a mere mortal accomplish such a thing? Even the top athletes of my past life could not compare." Moreover, Yi Tiangu appeared utterly relaxed and at ease. Then, as effortlessly as a feather, Yi Tiangu landed before Qin Yu, reminiscent of the lightness portrayed in martial arts films of the past. Yet his movements were far smoother than any special effects. "This is the floating smoke and cloud step, a technique passed down to me by a predecessor. It is most suited for someone of your age to practice. The effects you just witnessed are achieved only when this technique is mastered in conjunction with inner strength. Now, I will teach you the foundational steps of this technique. Do pay close attention." Yi Tiangu deliberately slowed his pace, demonstrating the steps that he then had Qin Yu practice alongside him. After 2 rounds, Qin Yu grasped the technique and practiced it alone once more, executing the movements fluidly with remarkable grace. Had it not been for Yi Tiangu's prior examination of Qin Yu's body, knowing he had no martial arts foundation, he might have doubted that Qin Yu had never trained before. Thus, Yi Tiangu was both surprised and delighted, inwardly lamenting that he might have taken on a prodigy. However, he skillfully concealed his emotions. "Well done. Continue to practice this set of footwork diligently." That he reflected for a moment, that as Qin Yu marveled at the footwork. Yi Tiangu made a sudden move. With a swift motion of his sword, he sliced 4 bamboo strips, then continued to strike at them. In a flurry of flashing sword light, bamboo shavings flew everywhere. Soon, 4 strips covered in intricate designs appeared. Yi Tiangu raised his hand, drawing the 4 strips toward him, and casually tossed them into Qin Yu's hands. "This is a set of inner strength techniques. Begin by studying this. When you practice your footwork, remember to incorporate these principles. That I will return in a month to assess your progress." With that, he leaped and vanished from Qin Yu's sight. Just as Qin Yu prepared to speak, Yi Tiangu's voice echoed once more, "Disciple. Remember, the path of martial arts requires perseverance. Even the greatest talents are meaningless in the face of time. I will certainly remember my master's teachings." Qin Yu replied loudly. Qin Yu stood still for a long while, as he felt that familiar urge to break free from his shell. While practicing the floating smoke and cloud step, this sensation intensified, causing him to clutch his chest and breathe heavily. His heartbeat quickened, as if he had just completed a long race. "Is this footwork truly that formidable? I've only practiced it twice, and my reaction is so intense. My master is something else, yet he didn't mention this side effect. Wait, could it be that my body is too weak? Wasn't this technique said to be perfect for someone my age?" Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu had returned home. That he first set about handling the bamboo he had carried down from the mountain. When it came to martial arts versus making money, his priority was still the latter. The entire afternoon was spent preparing materials, as the money he had previously saved had already been spent. Reluctantly, he rummaged through his father's belongings and found 2 taels of silver to use as an advance. After all, it was his own money, so he felt no guilt. When night fell and Qin Fu returned, Qin Yu presented him with skewers, After a hearty meal and some persuasion, he managed to secure 3 taels of silver as sponsorship. Only after deftly navigating his father's admonitions did he find time to return to his bed, where he opened the 4 bamboo strips left by his master, examining them closely by candlelight. Chapter 8. The Heart Intent Sword Technique, where the heart directs his intention, where intention seeks his thought. Quiet the mind, forget desires, and seek no wants. Govern the intention with the heart, and govern the breath with the intention. The breath rises to the dantian, flowing through the 5 organs and 4 limbs, before returning to the dantian to complete the cycle. When the heart connects with intention, and intention connects with breath, condensing breath into intention allows one to merge their being into an instrument. And with the instrument, gather breath until the heart's sword emerges. The clearer the heart's thoughts and the firmer the will, the stronger the heart intention sword becomes. After reading the first passage of the heart technique, the feeling of breaking free within Qin Yu intensified. He struggled to contain his quickening heartbeat and continued reading the remaining 3 strips about meditation postures, with discomfort coursing through his body. Qin Yu began to meditate, employing the breathing technique detailed in the bamboo strips, that he tightly closed his eyes, repeatedly reciting the sword technique to distract himself from the growing discomfort. Before long, sweat drenched his body, and mist began to form around him. That as his body flushed red, the vapor created an illusion akin to a glowing iron. Just as he felt on the verge of fainting, a crisp sound echoed from within, followed by a wave of coolness sweeping through him, bringing an indescribable comfort. At the same time, a stream of energy began to swirl in his lower abdomen. This revelation jolted Qin Yu back to reality. Focusing his thoughts, he directed his attention inward, to his lower abdomen, and was astounded to see his internal structure clearly, including the swirling energy. This energy coalesced around a small golden orb, spinning gracefully. This energy, truly genuine qi. And what is this golden orb? How extraordinary! Why can I see my own qi? Am I really observing myself? Fascinating. After the initial curiosity wore off, Qin Yu gathered his focus and continued to circulate the heart intent sword technique. Following the remarkable changes in his body, the technique became increasingly smoother. The energy within his dantian gradually expanded, but upon reaching a certain point, it ceased to grow. Just as Qin Yu pondered this, a second stream of energy began to emerge. The second stream gradually increased. Time slipped by unnoticed. The crowing of a rooster broke the silence, prompting Qin Yu to blink in surprise. Daylight had arrived. How swiftly time has passed. Did I truly meditate all night? He mused, ceasing his meditation and stretching lazily after getting out of bed. To his astonishment, he felt no fatigue, as if he had merely taken a refreshing nap. Invigorated and clear-headed. How wonderful it is that meditation has such benefits, Qin Yu thought to himself, stepping outside to practice the floating smoke and cloud step. Unlike yesterday, he completed the movements 10 times. Breaking a light sweat but feeling no exhaustion. It was only when he heard Qin Fu stirring that he finally stopped practicing. What are you doing out here so early, you little rascal? Aren't you usually still fast asleep at this hour? What is going on today? Qin Fu inquired suspiciously. Father, I'm merely exercising. That if I plan to set up a stall, I need to be in good shape to earn money. Qin Yu replied earnestly. Seeing his son's serious demeanor, Qin Fu chose not to probe further. That if you are indeed determined to set up a stall, then do it properly. That if you encounter difficulties, come to me. That I know you have many ideas, but don't shoulder everything alone. That I'm not old yet. I don't need you to work so hard. Listening to his father's words, Qin Yu felt a swell of gratitude. Understood, father. Today, I plan to visit the blacksmith and carpenter to procure a furnace and a cart. Upon hearing this, Qin's father casually retrieved 2 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed them to Qin Yu. Take this for now. If it is insufficient, come to your father for more. Qin Yu was rather taken aback by her father's suave maneuver. Indeed, a man appears most handsome when he dispenses money. After this, Qin Yu flattered her father until they finished their breakfast. As Qin's father stepped out, Qin Yu tidied her belongings and set out as well. Chapter 9. Selling skewers in another world. Qin Yu arrived gracefully at the blacksmith's workshop. Master Chung, I require a furnace. Here are the blueprints I have drawn. Please take a look. Qin Yu got straight to the point, presenting the blueprints and elaborating on the details to the blacksmith. After an effective exchange, they agreed on a delivery time, tentatively set for 2 days hence. which Qin Yu then magically shortened to that afternoon. A similar negotiation took place with the carpenter, although the carpenter was somewhat difficult to deal with. The generous remuneration led to a resolution, with the earliest completion slated for the following morning. Next, Qin Yu ventured to the tailor's shop, where she needed to purchase fabric to embellish her cart, aspiring to create the first advertising food cart in this world. After securing her orders, she leisurely made her way home, laden with several bolts of fabric. "Brother Yu, why are you buying so much cloth?" A jovial chubby boy named Yu who scampered up to Qin Yu. "Hey, Huzi, you arrived just in time. Quickly lend me a hand. This is heavy." Yu, Qin Yu's childhood friend, was somewhat simple-minded and obedient to her requests, which endeared him to her. Despite often putting him to work, she never failed to share delicious treats with him, and as they walked, Yu carried the fabric while munching on the pastries Qin Yu had drawn. Eventually, they encountered Lin Wan, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Lin Wan, busy with her studies in women's crafts, could not play outside every day. After a brief discussion, Lin Wan happily agreed to join them, and they set the opening day for the day after tomorrow. Upon returning home, Qin Yu assigned Yu the task of spreading the word about their barbecue stall's grand opening. On that day, anyone who brought an adult would receive 1 skewer of meat and 1 of vegetables free of charge. After organizing Yu, Qin Yu began preparing the ingredients. Fortunately, it was still March, and with proper marination, beef and lamb could be preserved for several days. The day passed in a flurry of activity, and upon returning to her room that night, Qin Yu did not neglect her internal cultivation. That evening, she successfully condensed her third stream of qi, unaware of how astonishing her progress was. Typically, it took an ordinary person nearly half a year to condense their first stream of qi. Yet Qin Yu accomplished this in a single night. That time, Yi Tiangu had imparted the heart method on a whim, intending to keep Qin Yu grounded, but little did he realize she was a prodigy. Fortunately, Yi Tiangu remained oblivious to Qin Yu's cultivation progress, that he was still on his way to Jizhou, facing numerous perils, including several assassination attempts, which he brushed off with indifference, intent on diverting the enemy's attention from Panshui town to protect his precious disciple. Returning to Qin Yu, she had successfully acquired her food cart, adorning it with fabric. A banner hung above the cart, proclaiming, "Grand opening, 1 coin per skewer," while a plaque on the side read "UD skewers." Gazing at the splendid cart, both Yu and Lin Wan were instantly captivated, their eyes filled with admiration for Qin Yu. She relished their adoring glances. That moment, she began grilling skewers, with white smoke rising and tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, instantly whetting the appetites of her friends. This also attracted nearby children, and without hesitation, Qin Yu offered each of them a skewer. The children, having tasted the skewers, were utterly enchanted. They exclaimed how delicious it was, providing an unintentional advertisement for Qin Yu. Time flew by amidst laughter and joy, and before long, the next day arrived, the day of Qin Yu's official stall opening. Yu and Lin Wan joined her in her courtyard. The trio, along with their cart, gradually made their way toward the street corner, soon arriving at the location Qin Yu had previously scouted. She swiftly set up the stall, and as the sign and banner were hung, a crowd began to gather. "Barbecue, barbecue, delicious beyond compare. UD skewers, 1 coin per skewer, limited quantities, first come, first served." Qin Yu skillfully grilled while calling out enticingly. The aroma filled the air. The onlookers could no longer resist and rushed to purchase. Here, Qin Yu employed her strategy. 1 coin per skewer, with a limit of 2 skewers per person for each type. She introduced 5 varieties of skewers, explaining that on opening day, she hoped more people would have the chance to taste them, emphasizing limited availability. Initially, customers bought 1 skewer at a time, but once they sampled the delectable flavors, they eagerly returned for more. As business boomed, Qin Yu raised the minimum order to 10 coins. Although she anticipated popularity, she was taken aback by the overwhelming demand. The 200 skewers she had prepared vanished in no time. However, her purchasing limits sparked complaints from many who arrived too late, lingering around in disappointment. Just as Qin Yu was about to address the crowd, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Chapter 10. The tree wishes for calm, but the wind does not cease. Kid, who allowed you to sell here? Have you not paid the fees and dare to set up a stall on this street? Do you not know this is Chen Laoda's territory? Several rough-looking men pushed through the crowd, advancing toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned slightly, then donned a flattering smile. "Gentlemen, I am but a young lad, New here and unaware of the regulations that I kindly ask you to enlighten me, and I shall pay the fees shortly. How should I proceed with the payment? The leader of the group, seeing Qin Yu's compliant demeanor, softened his stance, for he was also in pursuit of profit. The stall fee is 10 coins per day, and my brothers require 5 coins for running errands. Qin Yu promptly produced 5 coins and handed them to the leader. May I inquire if this errand fee is collected daily, and is there a discount for paying a month in advance? This question momentarily stunned the leader. The boss has never mentioned anything about paying a month in advance since no one has ever done so. Most are small businesses just getting by. Who can afford 300 coins at once? Ah, so the errand fee is paid monthly, that I shall need to consult about the discount, the leader replied. Thank you for your assistance, Qin Yu said, handing over the stall fee for the day. With their purpose fulfilled, the men began to depart, though one lewd fellow cast a lingering glance at Lin Wan beside the stall. This detail went unnoticed by others, but Qin Yu, with her heightened senses from her internal cultivation, caught it. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu spoke first. Everyone, I apologize. It's my first day setting up a stall, and I lack experience. Tomorrow, at this time, I will do my utmost to prepare more skewers. Following this, Yu Hu and Lin Wan helped pack up the stall, and together, they headed to procure ingredients. They soon returned to Qin Yu's home. After enjoying dinner together, Qin Yu recalled the day's events and decided to escort Lin Wan home. Although their homes were merely 2 streets apart, neither far nor close, they parted ways at the first intersection with Yu Hu. Qin Yu naturally took Lin Wan's hand, and she blushed but allowed it. The two walked slowly together to Wanner. I wish to establish this stall first, then open a tavern. I support you to do you know the ultimate purpose of opening a tavern. What is it? To establish a career. And then to start a family. At that point, I can rightfully marry you. I want a grand wedding, with a sedan chair carried by 8 bearers, making you the most resplendent bride. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, silent. I am serious. You are the wife I, Qin Yu, have chosen. No one can take you away to Wanner. Can you wait for me? Under Qin Yu's earnest gaze, Lin Wan responded with the softest of affirmations. With that, Qin Yu smiled and tightened his grip on Lin Wan's hand, just as they approached a turn where Lin Wan's home came into view. Several figures appeared ahead, obstructing their path. Sensing Qin Yu's pause, Lin Wan looked up at him in confusion. At that moment, Qin Yu frowned and pulled Lin Wan behind him. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Qin Yu asked coldly. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside or we'll kill you. A masked man waved a knife menacingly, threatening them. Qin Lao's fees were paid today. Did I ask this situation also at his behest? Qin Yu questioned calmly, unperturbed. Evidently, Qin Yu's words caught the group off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. What Qin Lao da? We don't know what you're talking about. Kid, get out of the way. This is your final warning. The leader of the masked men shouted in frustration to Wanner. When I let go, you run back and shout out loud. Qin Yu quietly instructed Lin W. As the masked men grew impatient and advanced towards them. Qin Yu suddenly released Lin Wan's hand. Understanding that they were after her, she decisively fled backward. Let me go. You let me go. Upon hearing Lin Wan's voice calling from behind, Qin Yu's scalp prickled with apprehension. This is bad. At that moment, the 3 individuals in front of him lunged forward, brandishing their blades at Qin Yu. In a flash, Qin Yu sprang into action, employing the floating smoke and wandering clouds technique in conjunction with the hard, intense sword method. And in a mere step, he reached Lin Wan's side, that he grasped the arm of the assailant who had a firm hold on Lin Wan, and then 3 streams of energy surged from his dantian directly into his outstretched palm. The figure in black let out a pitiful cry and released Lin Wan. Though Qin Yu still held onto the arm firmly at this moment, Qin Yu was consumed by rage, fixated solely on crushing the assailant's arm. However, the man's continued wails and Lin Wan's concerned voice gradually brought Qin Yu back to his senses. Without further ado, he yanked the man's arm and hurled him towards the direction of the 3 others. With a loud thud, 3 more cries of agony echoed. Qin Yu did not relent. He swiftly executed the floating smoke and wandering clouds technique once more, arriving before the fallen figures, delivering kicks and punches until all 4 were rendered unconscious. How dare you touch my woman? You've overstepped your bounds. After uttering these words, he landed another kick squarely on one of their heads at this juncture. Qin Yu was indifferent to the fate of the fallen. for his fury had unleashed the dark demon lurking within him. In both of his lives, he had always been honest and law-abiding. Enduring humiliation during the day was acceptable, as it was part of business. But tonight, they had dared to target his woman. Faced with the four before him, Qin Yu had already entertained thoughts of killing them. Yet, mindful of Lin Wan's presence, he restrained his murderous impulse. Chapter 11. The Celestial Father-in-Law Brother Yu. Are you all right? Lin Wan approached, suppressing her fear as she inquired about Qin Yu's condition. Qin Yu composed his expression, which had been twisted by anger, and turned to Lin Wan with a gentle gaze, asking, I am fine. How about you? Are you injured? I'm fine too, but Brother Yu, you are truly formidable. You dispatched those villains in no time to do you know martial arts. Why have I never heard you mention it before? Lin Wan instantly transformed into an adoring fan, as if the earlier fright had never occurred. Before Qin Yu could respond, several flames appeared ahead. Instinctively, Qin Yu shielded Lin Wan, who clutched his arm tightly. Upon realizing the newcomers were the house servants and guards of the Lin residence, both Qin Yu and Lin Wan sighed in relief. The subsequent matters unfolded smoothly, with the assistance of the guards and servants. The four assailants were swiftly bound and taken back to the Lin residence. Qin Yu accompanied Lin Wan to the Lin residence, where he recounted the events to Lin Yuanwei. Contrary to expectations, Lin Yuanwei did not display fiery anger, but instead paced with a furrowed brow. You mean to say they are under the command of Big Boss Qin? Indeed, I recognized this man when he was collecting protection fees during the day. Qin Yu confidently pointed out one of them. Hearing Qin Yu's affirmation, Lin Yuanwei seemed to reach a decisive conclusion. Lin Wu, take these individuals to the storeroom. Use whatever means necessary to ascertain whether this was at Big Boss Qin's behest or their own initiative. Lin Yuanwei gestured sternly to the head guard, Lin Wu, who promptly escorted the captives out of the hall. After watching them leave, Lin Yuanwei's expression softened as he invited Qin Yu to take a seat beside him. He then turned to his daughter, confirming once more that she was indeed unharmed, and instructed a maid to take Lin Wan to rest. Lin Wan was reluctant to leave, as her brother Yu was still present. Lin Yuanwei seemed to sense his daughter's thoughts and whispered a few words into her ear. Qin Yu could not hear their conversation, but when he glanced at Lin Wan again, he saw her blushing and covering her ears as she dashed out. Observing his daughter's behavior, Lin Yuanwei couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yuanwei's full name was Lin Xuanquan. His grandfather had once been involved in dock work, and through a decade of diligent effort, he had amassed several merchant ships and cargo routes. Lin Xuanquan's father capitalized on these shipping lines and ships, becoming a grain merchant, but by the time it reached Lin Xuanquan, he had acquired a considerable amount of fertile land and become a wealthy landowner. In recent years, he had also ventured into the cloth trade. Currently, Lin Xuanquan's eldest son, Lin Yuan, managed the merchant ships and shipping routes, while Lin Xuanquan personally oversaw the land leases and cloth business. The Lin family was peculiar, with 3 generations of only one heir each, resulting in a notably sparse lineage. Lin Xuanquan's name was given by his grandfather, symbolizing a desire for him to have a complete family with many descendants, thereby expanding the Lin family. Lin Xuanquan had indeed fulfilled his name, having children, but no more followed. Consequently, he was particularly invested in his daughter's marriage. If a son-in-law could not be found, she could not marry far away. Lin Xuanquan did not occupy the main seat in the hall. Instead, he sat beside Qin Yu while instructing servants to serve tea. That he smiled at Qin Yu and said, Nephew, I must thank you for tonight's events. The guard assigned to protect Lin Wan has already reported to me that as we approached the Lin residence, the guard became lax and did not closely follow the young lady to by the time he sensed something was amiss and hurried over. The 4 had already been dealt with by you. Uncle, you are too kind, it is but my duty, Qin Yu replied courteously, aware that he could not jest in front of his future father-in-law. Come, let us have tea. I have heard that you possess martial skills. Why had your father never mentioned it? Well, I only recently took a master and have not yet informed my father. Moreover, my master's name is not convenient to disclose. So I have yet to figure out how to bring it up, Qin Yu replied, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Xuanquan. It seems your master is quite skilled that in just a few days. He managed to teach you such prowess. Those 4 troublemakers are no simple foes, yet you dispatch them with ease that I fear the guards in my residence may not measure up to you, Lin Xuanquan praised, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. Uncle, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate. Compared to the guards, I am still lacking. As the two engaged in mutual flattery, Lin Xuanquan's tone shifted as he regarded Qin Yu with a serious expression. Nephew, in a few years, you will reach the age for marriage, and you and Wanner have grown up before my eyes. I admire your intelligence and capability, and now that you possess martial skills, I would feel at ease in trusting Wanner to you in the future. Furthermore, with such a large estate, relying solely on your elder brother Lin is certainly insufficient at Wanner. Being a woman is not suited to make public appearances. If you agree, I am prepared to entrust you with managing the cloth business. However, there is one condition. Any sons you have in the future must bear the Lin surname. What do you think? Nephew, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Such an opportunity? Good heavens! I can finally enjoy the benefits of a soft life. Haha, it was worth the visit. Noticing Qin Yu's stunned silence, Lin Xuanquan added, if you are not interested in the cloth business, you may manage other ventures. I heard Wanna mention you have a stall called Barbecue. If you're interested in cooking, I can provide the funding for you to open a restaurant. What do you think? Goodness, what a wonderful father-in-law! Qin Yu exclaimed, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to you, esteemed father-in-law. Lin Xuanquan quickly helped Qin Yu up, clearly pleased with his reaction to, nephew, do not rush. You must discuss this matter with your father. Marriage is a significant affair that requires his input. And regarding your family situation, I understand. I will prepare a proper betrothal gift for you. As for the matchmaker, you will need to find one. I cannot take on that role. You must clarify this with your father. I understand, esteemed father-in-law. Qin Yu bowed deeply once more to Lin Xuanquan. Chapter 12. The Thunderbolt Gang, as the two enjoyed their conversation. Lin Wu entered the room, he leaned close to Lin Xuanquan and whispered in his ear, that moment. Lin Xuanquan's expression transformed into one of intrigue. Nephew Qin is not an outsider. Please repeat what you just said. Lin Xuanquan's gaze sharpened. Yes, sir, young Master Qin. The results of the interrogation have come through. Tonight's incident was not instigated by Qin Tianqi. Rather, it was the idea of one Mao Wu. He was captivated by the young lady's beauty and intended to abduct her to become a concubine for Qin Tianqi. The others with him were merely his friends, and they kept this matter secret out of fear of losing face. Lin Wu recounted the interrogation results in detail. Nephew, what are your thoughts? Lin Xuanquan inquired, his tone laced with a hint of assessment. Qin Yu simply made a gesture across his throat. Lin Xuanquan's eyes lit up at Qin Yu's response, as it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts, he found himself appreciating the youth even more. Lin Xuanquan turned to Lin Wu and nodded. Handle this matter swiftly. Lin Wu acknowledged and departed. Uncle, what is Qin Tianqi's background? Is he formidable? Qin Yu asked earnestly. Qin Tianqi, he was once a 100 household in our Yangzhou prefecture. It is said he offended someone in a high position and was subsequently dismissed. Later, I heard that his brother-in-law's family was persecuted by the Thunderbolt Gang in our town. He retaliated that very night, slaughtering several leaders and key figures of the Thunderbolt Gang. He subsequently claimed the gang for himself. Qin Tianqi possesses martial skills as well. Absolutely, but his temperament is not particularly broad. We should avoid unnecessary conflict with him. Remember, my nephew, it is best for businessmen to maintain cordial relationships. It is far better to have more friends than enemies. Lin Xuanquan had already begun to mentor Qin Yu as if he were his own son-in-law. Of course, issues that can be resolved with money are not truly issues. Isn't it said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome? I understand this principle well. Listening to Qin Yu repeatedly address him as little son-in-law, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. Well, I won't keep you any longer tonight. If I do, your father might start to worry. For the next few days, I'll have Lin Wan stay at home to avoid this commotion. Qin Yu, understanding the situation, clasped his hands in farewell and departed. On his way back, he began contemplating the affairs of the Thunder Gang. Preparing for the worst, he realized he needed to focus on his training. Only by enhancing his own strength could he ensure his safety. Following tonight's battle, Qin Yu felt a renewed confidence in his cultivation, as practical experience is the only true measure of one's progress. Upon arriving home, he encountered his father's gaze. Have you been fighting with someone? Before Qin Yu could concoct a retort, his father seized his hand, revealing several abrasions on the back. Yes, father. You wouldn't believe how a few little brats tried to bully Wanner, and I chased them off. Qin Yu fibbed without hesitation. Is that so? Qin Ming rummaged through a cabinet and tossed a vial of medicine to Qin Yu. Clean your wounds and apply this. All right, father, there's something I need to discuss with you. Qin Yu recounted his conversation with Lin Xuanquan, embellishing it slightly for his father's consideration. After listening, Qin Ming remained largely unresponsive. That old Lin is indeed making a significant investment in marrying off his daughter. Father, I'm a bit confused. Are you agreeing or disagreeing? As for the child's surname, we can always have more children in the future. Qin Yu assumed his father was dissatisfied with the surname issue. What do you think? Do you truly wish to marry Lin Wan? Qin Ming seemed unconcerned about the child's surname, only reflecting on Qin Yu's feelings. Yes, this time, Qin Yu answered earnestly, without any jest. Very well, I will find a matchmaker for you tomorrow, and I shall personally visit the Lin residence. Now, get some rest. With that, Qin Ming returned to his room. After hearing his father's words, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully bounded back to his room. Once inside, he instinctively sat on his bed and began cultivating his sword technique. Perhaps due to the weight lifted from his heart, he felt invigorated. After a night of practice, he successfully condensed a fourth stream of energy. Typically, the process of condensing energy becomes increasingly difficult in the later stages. Yet Qin Yu seemed to be on a roll, achieving one stream per day. If He Tiangu knew, he might be shocked to the core. Chapter 13. The Woman in Red with the Cold Moon Hanging High. The Thunder Gang was under the serene glow. Where are Qian Si and Mao Wu? Aren't they on night duty tonight? Zhao Er inquired, the very person who had led the collection of fees earlier that day. Brother Zhao Er, Mao Wu said they went to town to fetch something for the boss. They should be back soon. Came the response. Something for the boss? I don't recall him mentioning IT. The IT's probably a gift for the boss. They didn't elaborate, only asked me to cover for them for a while. Qian Si replied candidly. That reckless Mao Wu. The boss ordered that tomorrow, all the brothers in the gang should gather. He has something to discuss. Understood, Brother Zhao Er. Take care, Qian Si said, seeing Zhao Er off with courtesy. The sky's invisible hand slowly lifted the veil of night, and the faint light of dawn spread across the tranquil earth. Under the morning light, a youth diligently practiced his footwork. Today, he intended to increase his training regimen, so he slung a bamboo basket over his back and set off for the mountains, intending to cut some bamboo along the way. This way, he achieved the trifecta of endurance training, footwork practice, and gathering bamboo. What once took him an hour now only required half the time to reach the bamboo grove. After resting for a moment, Qin Yu began chopping bamboo with a machete as he swung the blade. He recalled the scenes of his master wielding a sword. Gradually, the machete in his hand seemed to transform into his master's sword, and the four streams of energy within him flowed seamlessly into his palm. With the influx of inner strength, his chopping motion suddenly accelerated, causing the machete to slip from his grasp with a loud clang, painfully vibrating against his palm. Qin Yu was taken aback by his own recklessness. Clearly, he lacked control over his strength. After retrieving the machete, he refrained from further chopping. Instead, he began to practice swinging it through the air, quietly recalling several of his Master-S techniques while integrating them with his footwork. His inner strength gradually permeated his limbs in that moment. Qin Yu lost himself in the rhythmic motions of the machete, unknowingly entering a profound state of enlightenment. An experience that martial artists yearn for yet seldom attain, that if He Tiangu were to witness this, he would surely be left astounded, as this was the elusive state of realization that practitioners seek. It was not until his internal energy was depleted and his body exhausted that he emerged from this state. Observing his trembling hands, Qin Yu internally lamented, I've overdone it. I still have bamboo to chop. With no other choice, he sought a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and meditate. After regaining some inner strength and stamina, Qin Yu diligently resumed chopping bamboo down the mountain. Shortly after he departed, a woman in red appeared behind him. Her headscarf obscured her face, but her graceful figure and alluring eyes, combined with her striking physique, created a powerful visual impact. How could she move so gracefully? Her techniques resemble those from Sword Forging Mountain, yet her strange inner strength feels both present and elusive. Is this an illusion? Fascinating. After murmuring to herself, she vanished without a trace. From a distance, Qin Yu spotted Yu, who waiting at his doorstep. Why are you just standing there, Huzi? Why not come inside? Brother Yu, there's no one at your place, so I waited here for you. Where have you been? Seeing Yu's innocent and bewildered expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I went up the mountain to chop bamboo. Next time, just come in. The door isn't locked, so you don't need to be so polite. All right, brother Yu replied with a grin as he followed Qin Yu into the courtyard. The two busied themselves before continuing their stall operation. Qin Yu felt the need to prove his own capabilities, ensuring that the soft life he led would not attract unwelcome gossip. Why didn't T want her come today? Oh, she has been learning needlework lately, so she won't be joining us for a while. The two chatted amiably as they worked. Meanwhile, within the Thunder Gang, all members, great and small, had gathered in the main hall of their headquarters. Leading them was Chun Tianqi, a man of average stature whose penetrating gaze beneath thick brows exuded an aura of menace, making it instinctively difficult for others to maintain eye contact for long. Is everyone here? Chun Tianqi's deep voice commanded immediate silence in the room. Boss Mao Wu, Huang Shu, Lai Zi, and Xiao Gui left last night and haven't returned, Zhao Er reported. What happened? Last night, they mentioned they were going to retrieve something for the boss. A gift they claimed would delight him. But they never came back. Something must have happened. Qian Si interjected, Fools, why stir trouble at such a critical time? Fine, we'll send someone to look for them. The reason we gathered today is that someone has hired us to commit murder. This person is an important official, he continued. Instantly, a heated discussion erupted among the members that were talking about assassinating a court official. Someone with power greater than the governor of Yangzhou. Although they were accustomed to brawling, the prospect of targeting a high-ranking official made everyone uneasy. All right, quiet down. I know this is a big deal. But we won't be acting alone. We have the Yulong Gang, the Chama Gang, Qingshui Village, and the Sanshan Pavilion joining us. The operation is set for 3 days from now. In the meantime, keep a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Upon hearing that several other well-known gangs were involved, the members' anxiety quickly transformed into excitement. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhao Er quietly inquired, Boss, are we sending everyone on this mission? What if our involvement is discovered? No need to worry. We'll leave some behind, and our target isn't the pacification official that I've heard that He Xiong is also part of this crew. We'll take him out first. He Xiong happens to be the brother-in-law of the Yangzhou deputy judge. Chun Tianqi had previously offended him, leading to his demotion. Wait here while I send someone to confirm Mao Wu's fate. Watching Zhao Er and the others depart, Chun Tianqi gradually narrowed his eyes. Chapter 14. The Ambush. Hey, don't rush. Line up and come one by one. The banner in front of the food cart had changed from 1 coin, 1 skewer to vegetarian skewers 2 coins. Meat skewers 5 coins. Even so, many people flocked to BUYAT this moment. The skewers in Qin Yu's hands were spinning so quickly they seemed to blur, while Yu stood beside him, managing the money and maintaining order. Time passed amidst the smoke and fire, and today they made a profit of 1,400 coins. After deducting the 10-coin fee and the cost of ingredients and spices, the net profit was around 900 coins. What a delightful outcome! On the way back, Qin Yu offered Yu 100 coins, but Yu adamantly refused. Unable to convince him otherwise, Qin Yu eventually relented, establishing that Yu would handle the daily procurement of ingredients and skewer preparation. Earning a daily wage of 50 coins, after a busy day, they returned home in the evening. However, upon entering, Qin Yu noticed his father was absent. After cleaning the food cart, he prepared to head to the kitchen to cook. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name at the door. Young Master Qin, my master invites you to the Lin residence for dinner. Sir Lin is waiting for you there. Seeing that the visitor was a servant from the Lin residence, Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, please return and inform him that I just need a moment to tidy up before I come. After changing into fresh clothes and washing his face, he stepped out, greeted by the last rays of the evening sun. The night enveloped him, yet could not conceal the fiery excitement in Qin Yu's heart that he was aware that the parents of both families had gathered to discuss the matter of marriage. As Qin Yu focused ahead, a fiery red figure emerged that in the darkness of the night. She radiated an extraordinary brilliance that goodness, a beauty, a goddess. Young man, I have something to ask you. You must answer honestly, or I shall make you uncomfortable. She teased at beauty. Oh no, sister. Please ask away. Qin Yu responded, his heart racing with anxiety. His internal energy surged to his feet. Quite the reaction. Whom did you learn your ethereal movement technique from? Would you be so kind as to share that with your sister? The woman in red inquired playfully. Divine sister. What are you talking about? I don't know any movement technique. Qin Yu stammered, retreating. Little brother. Yuri not being honest. I do not favor deceitful little brothers, the woman in red said, her gaze fixed on Qin Yu as he retreated. Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Qin Yu swiftly turned and dashed into the alley, channeling all his internal energy into his escape. Moments later, he was already several lengths away that he dared not look back, fleeing while contemplating his strategies. Who is this woman? How does she know I can perform the ethereal movement? Could she be an enemy of my master? What a misfortune! Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand seized the back of Qin Yu's neck, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. His internal energy seemed to falter, coming to a complete standstill, followed by a wave of numbness that rendered him immobile. Heroine, heroine, let us speak peacefully. Let us speak peacefully. A fragrant breeze, laced with lethal intent, enveloped Qin Yu, heightening his sense of impending doom. Ditto. Little brother still wishes to flee. The woman in red whispered enticingly into his ear. No, no fleeing. I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful, but also so skilled. Are you a celestial being? He replied. Such sweet words. Now, will my little brother behave, or shall I punish you? I will behave. I will behave. You mentioned that movement technique. I don't know what it's called, but my elder taught it to me that it's something everyone in our gang can learn. Qin Yu confessed earnestly. Ditto. Who is your elder? The woman in red, though somewhat surprised, pressed for an answer. My elder's surname is Chun. His name is Chun Tianqi, and I am from the Thunderbolt gang. Qin Yu stated with sincerity. Take me to meet your elder. The woman in red considered Chun Tianqi as good as dead. Regardless of how he acquired the movement technique, the fact that he casually taught it to outsiders meant he had sealed his fate. Those who learned it would perish. Qin Yu, steeling himself, led the woman in red, relieved that he had inquired about the Thunderbolt gang's location earlier. Let them tear each other apart. The woman in red glided effortlessly through the alleys and across rooftops. Although she carried Qin Yu, she moved as if unburdened by gravity. That as Qin Yu's anxiety heightened, he realized her skills were likely far superior to even his master's. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of worry for Chun Tianqi. If their leader were to falter, disaster would surely follow. This woman clearly sought the ethereal movement technique. What on earth had his master taught him? His internal grievances subsided as they finally arrived at the Thunderbolt gang's territory. Chapter 15. Trouble breeds Thunderbolt, celestial being. Just ahead is the Thunderbolt gang. Might you let me down first? Take me to meet your elder. Qin Yu pleaded, increasing the pressure of her grip. Celestial being. Celestial being, it hurts. Please, let go. The elder is in that large room at the back, he fabricated hastily. The woman in red lifted Qin Yu and, with a graceful leap, entered the inner sanctum of the Thunderbolt gang. Is that it? She pointed toward the most conspicuous building that matched Qin Yu's description. Yes, that's the one. Celestial being, I've said all I needed to. Could you please let me go? I swear I'll never practice that movement again. You may go, but call your elder out that do not try any tricks. You cannot escape from my grasp, she warned, still wary and not rushing into action. Rubbing his painfully squeezed neck, Qin Yu felt a pang of despair. Heavenly gods, please let Chun Tianqi be here. Taking a gamble, he ran forward without looking back, knowing the woman was watching him closely. Elder, help! Chun Elder, save me! Qin Yu shouted as he sprinted. His voice soon drew the attention of the patrolling guards. Who goes there? As the guards approached, Qin Yu wasted no time and activated the ethereal movement technique. Rushing toward the building, he was all in. Retreat meant death, and he preferred to fight for survival. The guards could not halt him, and as he barreled past, one felt a fierce gust from behind, only to be plunged into darkness without a breath left. Upon entering the room, Qin Yu swiftly sought a place to hide. Who dares intrude upon the Thunderbolt gang? A booming voice resonated from within. Just as the woman in red entered, she locked eyes with Chun Tianqi, who had just emerged. You are Chun Elder? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Who are you, daring to intrude into my Thunderbolt gang and commit murder at this hour? Chun Tianqi's eyes burned with fury as he noted the two corpses outside. However, years of experience prevented him from immediately resorting to violence. Where did you learn the ethereal movement technique? Upon hearing her question, Chun Tianqi was utterly bewildered. Although he sensed complications, the audacity of someone killing in his domain ignited his rage. What ethereal movement? I have never heard of such a thing. You must provide an explanation for the slaying that took place here. Ah, the little one speaks defiantly, so I shall make you speak until you yield. In an instant, the woman in red lunged forward, her palm poised like a claw against Chun Tianqi's throat. Without hesitation, Chun Tianchi retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at her face. Observing Chun Tianchi's desperate assault, the woman in red deftly twisted her wrist, sidestepping and seizing his attacking arm. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Tianchi raised his knee to strike her abdomen. Yet she merely redirected his momentum, sending him sprawling forward. Followed by a swift palm strike to his back that in mere moments, Chun Tianchi was sent flying out the door, blood spilling forth. Watching from the shadows, Qin Yu cursed inwardly. This Chun Tianchi was utterly useless. Falling in a single exchange, it was not entirely his fault. The woman in red's technique was exceptionally fast and peculiar. Elder, are you all right? His subordinates rushed in, supporting him. Each drew their weapons, surrounding Chun Tianchi protectively, as if facing a formidable foe. After all, their elder, who was so formidable, had just been injured. The woman in red slowly stepped out of the room. Will you not confess? If you refuse to speak, your men shall pay the price. Chun Tianchi stood, aided by his subordinates. Cough, cough, cough. Heroine, there must be some misunderstanding. I do not know that ethereal movement, but that little brother said it was something everyone learns upon joining. If that's the case, then I shall verify it myself. The woman in red leaped into the crowd, effortlessly striking down several of them. The Thunderbolt gang members, enraged, charged at her with their weapons drawn. They believed she was merely using a pretext to annihilate their gang. Qin Yu, hearing the sounds of battle outside, cautiously peered out. He saw Chun Tianchi, alongside his subordinates, encircling the woman in red. The situation momentarily balanced. At that moment, Qin Yu's eyes darted around, stealthily retreating toward the inner room that he needed to find a back door to escape. Otherwise, he would be trapped regardless of who emerged victorious. In truth, the woman in red had already realized she had been deceived. After engaging in combat for a while, she discerned the skill levels of these fighters, noting that they lacked even the shadow of the ethereal movement technique. However, she was not overly concerned, though they had entangled her with their numbers. It would not be long before she resolved the matter, and then she would settle accounts with that little scoundrel. Chapter 16. The Sun's Scripture. Quick, quick, we must flee. You all need to hold out a little longer. Qin Yu muttered as he dashed into the inner room. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a window, and an idea sparked as he rushed toward it. Passing by a bed, he noticed an open book and, without a second thought, snatched it up as a form of interest before leaping out the window. What followed was a frantic escape. He felt certain that the Thunderbolt gang could not contend with the woman in red. Fortunately, she worked swiftly and did not linger. By the time Qin Yu reached the Lin residence, the banquet was officially commencing, but he concealed his turmoil well. No one detected anything amiss. Throughout the evening, Qin Yu teased Lin Wan with his glances, eliciting muffled laughter from her. Brother Lin, I propose we settle the matter of these two children. Let us choose a date soon to formally arrange their engagement, and then they may wed when they turn 16. How does that sound? Qin Yu's father expressed his thoughts on their marriage. Very well, let us arrange the engagement. Haha, in-laws, let us toast and celebrate. Let us drink to our heart's content tonight. The banquet concluded with merriment all around. Qin Yu's father was escorted home by his son, both having indulged a little too much. After ensuring his father had freshened up and was in bed, Qin Yu retrieved the book he had pilfered earlier. The Fiery Sun Fist Manual. Ah, indeed a manual of martial arts. This fist technique embodies the utmost rigidity and positivity, requiring the harmonious integration with the pure yang internal cultivation method to unleash its full potency. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, the force of the fist radiates like the blazing sun, and the wind of the punch resembles a searing wave, rendering adversaries helpless against its scorching intensity. Capable of shattering boulders from a distance, those who practice the fierce sun fist must possess unparalleled valor and indomitable spirit. However, if mishandled, it may result in self-harm and the severing of meridians. Only with supreme yang and utmost rigidity can one ascend to the zenith. Ah, such a ferocious martial art! The potential for grave injury is truly alarming. Yet one must have means of self-protection. What if that demonic woman comes seeking him again? Practice he must, even if it means facing death while standing. Qin Yu perused the manual of punches, which contained primarily techniques accompanied by annotations. Ever since his transmigration, he had not been endowed with a system. Yet his memory had become remarkably sharp, nearly photographic. He wondered if this was a benefit of his reincarnation or an innate talent of the original owner. Thus, he swiftly turned the pages of the manual until he reached the final one, from which a piece of paper fell out. Upon picking it up and examining it closely, he beheld 3 large characters, Sun Scripture. Below were illustrations of 2 figures, one seated in a lotus position, with the left hand clenched in a fist against the chest and the right hand in a similar posture at the lower abdomen. The other maintained the same seated position but raised both hands overhead, palms facing inward as if cradling the sun. The first posture seemed relatively normal, but the second appeared rather peculiar. Besides 3 lines indicating the meridian pathways and annotations for 6 acupoints, there was naught else. This left Qin Yu in a quandary. Compared to the heart-intent sword technique, this was far too rudimentary. Could it be a fragment? Not wishing to squander further time, Qin Yu continued to study the fierce sun fist. He then proceeded to bed, sitting cross-legged to cultivate the heart-intent sword technique. However, that night's practice did not flow as smoothly as usual, as he was frequently reminded of the actions and meridian pathways from the Sun Scripture. Frustrated, Qin Yu ceased his practice of the heart-intent sword technique in the latter half of the night, reluctantly attempting the meditative posture from the Sun Scripture. Initially, he adapted to the strange sitting posture. Subsequently, sensing the changes in the acupoints and attempting to establish connections among them. This was something absent from the heart-intent sword technique. Perhaps the cultivation systems differed, which he could later inquire about with his mentor. As he attentively focused, he suddenly felt the golden orb within his lower abdomen react. The orb merely swayed slightly, emitting a stream of golden qi that followed its trajectory, allowing Qin Yu to gradually perceive the various acupoints within his body. The golden qi surged toward his heart, corresponding with a radiant transformation at the Shinmen acupoint on his wrist, while several hundred other acupoints shimmered faintly. Among these hundreds of acupoints, 9 golden threads appeared, precisely forming the paths of 9 meridians to My heart feels so hot. It hurts terribly, like being engulfed in flames. Qin Yu was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth to suppress any cries of anguish. Fortunately, this searing sensation dissipated swiftly. Unlike the euphoric experience from the heart-intent sword technique, he felt only a warm current coursing through his body, and his heartbeat became more vigorous. Qin Yu remained diligent. Observing the internal changes, he noticed a faint stream of qi emanating from the Shinmen acupoint. Observing that both his left and right Shinmen acupoints were active, he instantly understood that he guided the qi toward the dimly glowing Taiyuan acupoint. Feeling the effort required to manipulate both streams of qi simultaneously, Qin Yu opted to focus on one at a time. After tirelessly working through the night, he finally illuminated the Taiyuan acupoint on his right wrist. With that, he felt his breathing stabilize and the Taiyuan acupoint, representing the lungs, responded. Whoosh, whoosh. What exactly is this golden orb? It seems rather potent. It has connected the acupoints and meridian paths that this fragment lacked. Qin Yu labored for some time to count the number of glowing acupoints within him, totaling 360. Aside from the Shinmen and Taiyuan acupoints, which gleamed brilliantly, the rest were relatively dim. With the crowing of a rooster marking the dawn, Qin Yu exited his meditative state. Chapter 17. Fierce sun fist bathed in the first rays of morning light. Qin Yu diligently practiced the floating smoke and drifting clouds technique. Breathing in the fresh morning air, his steps grew increasingly agile. This moment, he began to grasp the essence of drifting clouds. Today, Qin's father rose late, likely due to last night's indulgence. The date for the arrangements was set for 3 days hence. He would need to prepare in the meantime. Having conveyed his instructions, Qin's father departed. Qin Yu awaited the arrival of Yu Hu, who soon came to visit. Huzi, I want to be opening the stall for the next few days. I am to become engaged to Sister Wanner, and I must prepare. Qin Yu stated with feigned nonchalance that it was clear he was merely avoiding the red-clad woman who might seek him out. Really? That is splendid. Congratulations to you and Sister Wanner, Yu Hu exclaimed with genuine delight. Indeed, however, you must make a trip today. First, go and explain the situation to our customers. Then, I need you to inquire about any significant events concerning the Thunderbolt Gang. Understood. What should I ask about specifically? Yu Hu replied, ready to oblige without hesitation. Find out if anything major has transpired with the Thunderbolt Gang. Observing the seriousness in Qin Yu's expression, Yu Hu left promptly to carry out his duties. As Yu Hu departed, Qin Yu practiced the fierce sun fist within the hall, did Dio not question. For one is but a coward. Until he understood the situation with the Thunderbolt gang, he would not venture outside during the day. His gaze turned to the Thunderbolt gang, which was now far from its former bustling nature, instead rife with feelings of defeat and sorrow. The fierce battle from last night, though not resulting in the gang's annihilation, had claimed a considerable number of lives. Had it not been for Chen Tianqi's desperate counterattack with a fierce sun fist, it was likely the Thunderbolt gang would have been no more by nightfall. Although the red-clad woman had received a blow from the fierce sun fist, she had managed to escape, utilizing her mysterious agility. That it was truly a situation of mutual devastation. Chen Tianqi, having spent the night tending to his wounds and recuperating, had temporarily suppressed his injuries. That he had already resolved that in 2 days, the entire gang would mobilize, taking advantage of the assassination operation to relocate from Panshui town. The pressure exerted by that demoness was overwhelming. He had no time to seek out the individual who had lured the red-clad woman and stolen his manual last night. While he had a hunch it was connected to Mao Wu and his band of wastrels, the immediate priority was to lay low and regain his strength. That if one were to curse a person to death, then Qin Yu would have to perish twice after last night, besides Chen Tianqi. The other was undoubtedly the injured red-clad woman recuperating in the abandoned benevolent hall. This cursed brat. Once I am healed, I will make him pay dearly for his scheming against me. And as for Chen Tianqi, just as she was lost in her thoughts, the red-clad woman spat out a mouthful of blood. It was evident her injuries were severe. What a damned fist technique. This hidden force counters my green lotus technique. Ugh, it's so hot. The instigator, Qin Yu, was currently drenched in sweat as he practiced the fierce sun fist within his abode. He felt hot, quite feverishly so, however, compared to the searing pain from last night. It was relatively bearable. That as he continued to throw punches, he also circulated the sun scripture, which indeed complemented the fierce sun fist splendidly. That he wondered where Chen Tianqi had acquired such a martial arts manual. In truth, this manual had been obtained while he was still 100 households in Yangzhou, that time. The former governor of Yangzhou had been imprisoned, and a decree had been issued to seize his assets. He Xiong was responsible for this matter, while Qin Yu, as 100 households along with his subordinates, had been tasked with the confiscation. They had sought this very manual, yet Chen Tianqi, then merely 100 households, was unaware that it was the manual he had secretly claimed. Due to their failure to find it, the authorities deemed their efforts inadequate, resulting in Chen Tianqi being scapegoated as for how the former governor had acquired this manual. Chen Tianqi was not privy to that information. He later discovered it was sought after by significant figures within the palace. Over the years, Chen Tianqi had diligently researched the fierce sun fist and had achieved modest success. Yet he remained unable to grasp the sun scripture, not even managing to open the Shinmen acupoint. Despite this, he dedicated time each day to ponder its meanings. Had he known of Qin Yu's existence, he would likely have been driven to the brink of apoplexy. Chapter 18. By you, sword brother Yu, I have gathered information. Yu Hu rushed into the room in a flurry. Why is it so hot in here? He exclaimed, waving his hand to cool himself. Calm down. Tell me what you found out, Qin Yu said, promptly concluding his practice and moving to the table for a refreshing gulp of water. I heard that many perished in the Thunderbolt gang last night. The second ruffian from Aunt Huang's household had joined the Thunderbolt gang, and he returned home this morning to share the news. Yu Hu also approached the table and took a sip of the tea Qin Yu had poured. Anything else? Did he mention who was responsible? Yes, there's more. Its said a red-clad demoness was involved, indiscriminately killing many people. Ultimately, it was Boss Chun who injured the demoness. And what of the demoness? Has she perished? Qin Yu asked with a hint of hope. She fled, using some sort of demonic magic to escape. Qin Yu sighed, already anticipating this outcome. However, knowing she was injured was good news. The immediate threat seemed to have passed. Brother Yu, were you just practicing martial arts? Do you wish to learn? Qin Yu chuckled at Yu Hu's bashful demeanor. If you want to learn, rise early and practice with me. Even if you don't master it, at least you'll be getting some exercise. All right, I'll do as you say, brother Yu. On that day, Qin Yu took Yu Hu up the mountain to practice martial arts, partly due to the sweltering heat at home, and also because he needed to procure a suitable sword for self-defense. Qin Yu discovered a relatively spacious and level area that he first taught Yu Hu several foundational stances, allowing him to follow along. Despite Yu Hu's seemingly clumsy demeanor, he surprisingly possessed a certain aptitude for martial arts. and his physique was well suited for the solar fist technique that as for the sun scripture. Qin Yu himself had only a rudimentary understanding and was uncertain where to begin to at this stage. The solar fist was sufficient for Yu Hu. After which Qin Yu ventured alone to the place where he had hidden the weapons of those cloaked figures. Upon unearthing those weapons once more, Qin Yu was struck by nostalgia, although it had only been a little over half a month. It felt as if it were just yesterday. This time, Qin Yu meticulously examined the swords and knives, as he had not taken the time to do so previously due to his haste. He quickly identified one sword that caught his eye. The scabbard and hilt of this sword were adorned with dark green and gold accents, and the crossguard was embellished with a golden sphere surrounded by green jewels. Exuding an air of opulence, the blade itself was slender and elongated, glimmering like a cold moon, with a faint greenish hue reflecting under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the inscription Bai Yu at the end of the blade. "So your name is Bai Yu. Greetings, Bai Yu. I look forward to your guidance henceforth," exclaimed Yu Hu, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the beautiful sword in Qin Yu's hand. "Focus on your training, young one, and refrain from prying," Qin Yu admonished. The sensation of wielding the sword was indeed different from that of a mere chopping knife. With a flicker of thought, Qin Yu began to wield the Bai Yu sword. Although he employed the same few sword techniques, the feeling of drawing the sword was entirely transformed. It was as if he and the sword were one, flowing seamlessly with the intention and principles of the swordplay within him. To his astonishment, the Bai Yu sword began to tremble slightly, as if it too could sense its wielder's joy in that moment. Qin Yu recalled the dazzling sword techniques he had witnessed in films and television dramas in his previous life, and he imagined himself embodying those scenes. Gradually, as he added his own variations to the existing techniques, they began to intertwine, culminating in the formation of an original sword style that a form transformed into essence. The shadows of the previous techniques faded away entirely. Qin Yu named this self-created technique Bai Luo style. The two eventually descended the mountain beneath the warm glow of the setting sun to avoid drawing attention. Qin Yu wrapped the Bai Luo sword in his clothing as they made their way down. That evening, Qin Yu planned to confide in his father, as he would eventually have to reveal his martial arts training. At the dinner table, he carefully recounted the events of the past few days that he had concealed from his father. He omitted his master's name and the affair concerning the woman in red, knowing that sharing such matters would only serve to increase his father's worry without offering any real assistance. Upon hearing of Qin Yu's martial pursuits, his father displayed no particular emotion. He neither expressed joy nor concern that if you truly wish to learn, then devote yourself to your master. Whatever you undertake must be pursued to the end. Do you understand? His words were simple, yet imparted a clear lesson. Noting his father's nonchalant reaction, Qin Yu assumed he was indifferent, believing that practicing martial arts was not inherently a negative endeavor. That night, he spent half the time honing his heart's intent in swordplay and the other half practicing the sun scripture. Establishing a training regimen for himself, at dawn, Qin Yu continued to practice the floating smoke and drifting cloud steps, frequently alternating with the solar fist to enhance his combat prowess. His master had once said that to travel 1,000 miles, one must first walk 900, a sentiment echoed by his father, and one that Qin Yu fully understood. That as Qin Yu practiced in the courtyard, his father observed him, having watched him on the very first day of his training. Each time he gazed at Qin Yu's form, he would become lost in thought for a long while. Jiao, this child has grown up, that I have fulfilled our promise to keep him safe and away from conflict over these years. Yet, there are matters I cannot ignore. I shall wait 4 years. Once the child is married, I too must attend to my own responsibilities. The longer I delay, the more I fear I may become incapable. Chapter 19. The Sword Manual of Morning Yu Hu arrived bright and early, but today was not a day for training. That was the day of Qin Yu's betrothal. The previous night, Lin Xuanquan had already dispatched servants with gifts of gold, silver, jade, and fine silk. Qin Yu, Yu Hu, and Lin Xuanquan busied themselves for a while until the matchmaker arrived at the Qin residence. As the time approached, they set off in grand procession towards the Lin family. The matchmaker held the betrothal notice and the list of gifts in hand, attracting the attention of numerous neighbors along the way, who offered their congratulations. The entrance to the Lin residence was already thronged with people, and the head steward emerged to greet them. The two families exchanged the betrothal notice, and Qin Yu and his father were ushered into the Lin household. The steward then loudly recited the list of gifts, followed by the matchmaker proclaiming the auspicious date. In the grand tradition of the Great Chu, where rights and propriety flourish, with 3 letters and 6 rights, we embrace the ancient customs. The union of the Qin and Lin families is hereby established. With a promise of marriage in 4 years' time, and adherence to tradition, we invite all to join in the celebration. The steward of the Lin family aptly echoed the matchmaker's words. Dear neighbors, the Lin residents will host a midday banquet to celebrate the joyous occasion of both families. At noon, anyone who came to offer congratulations was permitted to take a seat and partake in the meal, including beggars who were also granted food and monetary gifts. This marked yet another display of extravagance by Lin Xuanquan. During the luncheon, Lin Xuanquan stood as a representative for both families and raised a toast to the visiting townsfolk, simultaneously announcing the opening of a new restaurant, with his own son-in-law as the proprietor. Lin Xuanquan had previously consulted with Qin Yu about this matter, as Qin Yu had expressed little interest in the fabric business. After the luncheon, there would be a dinner, but this time only the members of the Qin and Lin families would gather together. The evening was to be the true engagement banquet, that Yu, who was also retained as a member of the Qin family for the occasion. That afternoon, the 3 of them were in the courtyard of the Lin residence, where Lin Yuan observed Qin Yu and Yu, who practicing martial arts, at Qin Yu's request. The servants of the Lin residence went to the bookstore to procure books on basic sword techniques. Lin Fu and Qin Fu proceeded to Xuana Street, where Lin Xuanquan had acquired the restaurant just the day before. This establishment spanned 3 stories, making it one of the larger venues in town. Lin Xuanquan pointed across the street from the 2nd floor and said, I have also secured that shop over there, intending to convert it into a medical clinic for you, my dear-in-law. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Now that you and Wana have become engaged, it has been so many years, and it is time for you to settle down. Qin Ming looked at Lin Xuanquan in surprise. Lin Xuanquan continued, I understand you are a person of great capability, but after all these years, it is time to consider stability. Recognizing Lin Xuanquan's good intentions, Qin Ming began to ponder. Indeed, it had been 10 years. What was meant to happen had long since arrived. Was he being overly sensitive? Noticing that Qin Ming did not decline, Lin Xuanquan eagerly stated, Since you do not oppose it, I shall take that as your agreement. To secure Qin Ming's presence, Lin Xuanquan truly exerted himself. The reason for the Lin family's sparse population was a hereditary illness that plagued them. Their male descendants rarely lived past 40, but his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father all passed away before reaching that age point 10 years prior. He himself should have met the same fate, but by chance, he encountered Qin Ming, who managed to cure the ailment that had haunted their family for generations. Since then, he had grown increasingly concerned about his 2 children, particularly his eldest son. Thus, he had sought to keep Qin Ming in town, offering him houses and arranging marriages, all in an effort to retain him. In truth, Qin Ming could see that Lin Xuanquan was attempting to win him over. At that time, he had merely been wandering with 2-year-old Qin Yu. Considering Qin Yu's tender age, he agreed to settle in Panshui town. During the banquet, Qin Yu encountered her older brother, Lin Yuan, who had returned. Lin Yuan was 8 years her senior, a young man in his 20s. This elder brother resembled Lin Yuan's mother, possessing a pleasant disposition and a genteel manner. Qin Yu found herself quite fond of spending time with him. The banquet gradually drew to a close amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of pleasantries that they were leaving. Lin Yuan gifted Qin Yu 2 books, one being the basic sword technique he had instructed the Lin family's servants to purchase, and the other, a sword technique manual he had previously kept at home. Qin Yu felt a surge of gratitude. She now had a remarkable father-in-law and an equally impressive brother-in-law. On the following day, Qin Fu reminded her, remember to go to Xuana Street. Your father-in-law has secured the restaurant for you. Oh, and by the way, my medical clinic is right across from it, so we can go together. After saying this, Qin Fu returned to his room to rest without looking back. Was this not akin to sharing in his father's soft living? Qin Yu chuckled to herself as she returned to her room to study the 2 manuals she had received that day, one on the 12 basic sword techniques and the other on the drunken sword style. She quickly flipped through the 12 basic sword techniques and noted that 8 of the styles differed markedly from the SH-GN sword manual. However, the visual impressions alone were insufficient. She would need to practice them tomorrow to gain a true understanding. Subsequently, Qin Yu opened the drunken sword manual. Wine enters the heroic liver, sword energy wild. The wind stirs the moon's shadow, steps carefree. Heart follows the sword's intent, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. In drunkenness, one wields the sword to cleave the moonlight. Da-da. There was no doubt of its boozy nature, as Qin Yu continued to peruse. She became pleasantly surprised. This manual contained substance that detailed a comprehensive set, incorporating sword techniques, movement methods, and mental cultivation. Just from the sword techniques alone, it was a superior quality, especially since she had encountered many forms of swordplay recently and even devised her own moves. The Biluo style. Setting the books aside, she decided to take a break, realizing that one should not overindulge. She then resumed her practice of the heart-intense sword technique and the Sun scripture. For these two disciplines would cultivate her true energy and strengthen her physique. This was the insight she had gained from her recent training, an understanding she had achieved without a teacher. The next day, Qin Yu began to practice the fundamental sword techniques, determined to establish a solid foundation. She understood throughout that one principle applied: mastery of one technique paved the way for mastery of all. The more profound the martial art, the more essential a solid foundation became. In Xuan'e Street, this time led by the steward of the Lin family. Qin Yu, her father, Yu Hu, and Lin Wan arrived at the restaurant acquired by Lin Xuanque. Qin Xiaogui, the steward announced, "The master has decreed that you have full authority over this restaurant. Should you need to procure any other items, do not hesitate to command." Throughout the morning, Qin Yu compiled a list of her requirements and necessary changes. Similarly, Qin Fu followed suit, outlining the needs for his medical clinic. Afterward, Lin Wan remained at the clinic to assist, as Qin Fu intended to impart his medical knowledge to her, fulfilling an obligation to Lin Xuanque. The morning passed busily. In the afternoon, several alarming pieces of news emerged. The first reported that the pacification envoy had been ambushed at Liu Slope, with all accompanying personnel meeting their demise. No survivors remained. The second announcement indicated that the Thunderbolt gang had vacated their premises overnight. Strangely, even the members who had previously fled home were nowhere to be found. Observant individuals began to connect the two pieces of news, gradually forming the narrative that the Thunderbolt gang had assassinated the envoy and fled in haste. The first incident had significant ramifications, even drawing the attention of the Emperor of Dechu. This was a provocation against imperial authority, given that the envoy held a fifth-rank official position. That a day later, officials from the Imperial City Department arrived at Liu Slope and surrounding towns, such as Yuqing and Panshui Town. Accompanying them were troops from Yangzhou, who took over the defense of Panshui Town, and a curfew was promptly instituted. Rumors concerning the Thunderbolt gang quickly reached the ears of the Imperial City Department. During this time, the citizens of Panshui Town faced numerous interrogations. Meanwhile, the woman in red became a focus of the Imperial City Department. They were now inclined to err on the side of caution, opting to apprehend rather than let anyone escape. The woman in red within the benevolent estate felt both angry and helpless. Having just healed from her injuries, she stepped outside only to discover that she was being pursued. Was Panshui Town truly cursed against her? Nothing had gone smoothly since her arrival. Filled with resentment, the woman in red chose to temporarily vacate this cursed place, for the Imperial City Department boasted formidable experts, and she did not wish to cross paths with them. A week later, Qin Yu's restaurant officially opened under the name Quan Jude. It can be considered a tribute to my past self. The hot pot and barbecue introduced by the restaurant have indeed tantalized the taste buds of many diners. Naturally, the wine also required improvement. The liquor from Dechu was rather insipid, and he, relying on his memory, gradually experimented until he finally succeeded in brewing a fine white wine. As for beer, he found it elusive. He knew it was made from malt and hops, yet he had never encountered hops. With the continuous innovation at the Quan Jude restaurant, its fame spread throughout the town in just a few days. Inside the establishment, one could even spot personnel from the Imperial City Division. After several days of calm, the Thunderbolt gang was eventually discovered at Huangfeng Ridge. All members of the Imperial City Division mobilized to apprehend the Thunderbolt gang, and soon, the remaining members were captured. Contrary to expectations, severe torture was absent. Chen Tianqi cooperatively divulged information about the other four gangs and confessed to his crime, stating that he had merely used this operation to eliminate He Xiong for the mysterious figure behind it all. He was unaware of their identity, as that person only communicated with him through a screen. Although the mysterious individual's voice was disguised, it was certain that they were mailed. He willingly confessed and expressed a desire to surrender, offering to assist the court in eradicating the 4 major gangs. The information provided by Chen Tianqi was promptly delivered to the Emperor of Dechu. Chapter 22. Turmoil arises. This incident caused a significant uproar in the court of Dechu, where attendees expressed diverse opinions during the assembly. Some believed that all individuals involved in the assassination should be eradicated to deter the gangs across the 9 provinces and reinforce the court's authority. Others argued for the execution of the principal offenders, suggesting that the involved sects should accept the court's directives to atone for their sins and assist in uncovering the hidden mastermind. It was evident to astute observers that this assassination attempt aimed to disrupt the relationship between the Central Plains martial arts community and the court. Although the Dechu court possessed vast territories, it faced threats from the northern Zhang's Tu Han tribe, the western region's Vantian dynasty, and the southern tribes along with the eastern CS Woku, all eyeing Dechu's lands with envy. Ultimately, Emperor Chu Hongqing made a decisive choice, ordering troops to surround the 4 sections. Those who complied with the court's directives would be granted amnesty. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Consequently, an edict was issued to proclaim to the world, recently, there have been forces disturbing Dechu. The court desires to prevent chaos. That we hope that the sects of the Central Plains will consider the welfare of the citizens and unite with the court to eliminate external evils. Alongside the promulgation of the edict, news soon followed that the Yulong Gang, the Chama Gang, and the Qingshui Stockade had been incited by foreign forces to assassinate court officials. Within days, apart from the destruction of Qingshui Stockade, the remaining 3 factions surrendered to the court. This was indeed the intention of Emperor Hongqing, to kill the proverbial chicken, to frighten the monkey, as those who stepped forth first would bear the brunt of the consequences for slaying court officials. Seizing upon the turmoil of this incident, Emperor Hongqing also announced a decree for a grand martial arts competition across the 9 provinces. The victor would become the leader of the martial arts world, receiving the court's acknowledgement and the title of prince, governing the 9 provinces alongside the Dechu court. Upon the announcement, the martial arts community erupted in excitement. Although the position of the martial arts leader was a ploy by the court, the temptation was immense, for it bore official recognition that in no time, the rivers and lakes were in an uproar. Meanwhile, the people of Panshui town in Yangzhou continued their daily lives, as the events between the martial arts world and the court served merely as fodder for casual conversation. More than half a month had passed since the restaurant's opening, and following the introduction of hot pot, barbecue, and white wine, Huayan cuisine was also launched. The Quanjude brand had swiftly gained notoriety across surrounding towns, including the nearby largest city, Yuqing. Due to an exceptionally booming business, the clientele dining at the restaurant increasingly comprised individuals of notable stature. The Quanjude Platinum card was launched in limited numbers, crafted from pure silver. Each card bore a unique anti-counterfeiting number corresponding to an individual's name, allowing only the cardholder to utilize it. The purpose of the Platinum card was to eliminate the need for reservations. The 3rd floor of Quanjude was closed to the public, accessible only to esteemed Platinum card members. Wealthy individuals with agile reflexes found this arrangement particularly appealing, even at the steep price of 888 taels of silver per card. Nonetheless, many sought to acquire the card through connections with Lin Xuanquan. As only 5 cards were issued by Qin Yu to maintain his father-in-law's dignity, he managed to procure 2 additional anonymous cards. As for Lin Xuanquan's choice of recipients, that remained his own affair. After this period of training, from chefs to waitstaff, all employees at Quanjude, including those sent by the Lin family and those recruited by Qin Yu through Yuqing's intermediaries, were uniformly attired. However, all Quanjude employees, particularly the chefs, had signed confidentiality agreements and 10-year contracts that in 01 questioned the duration. The compensation was generous. Additionally, Qin Yu employed security personnel, responsible not only for safeguarding the premises, but also for parking the carriages in designated areas. Adjacent to the restaurant, 2 courtyards were purchased, one for personal use and another to serve as staff accommodation, as the restaurant's own courtyard was insufficient for the numerous employees. The second courtyard was also retained for convenience during training sessions with Yuhu. Had it not been for waiting for his frugal master, he would have relocated with his father long ago. Lin Xuanquan, being a savvy businessman, recognized the opportunity presented by the popularity of Quanjude and promptly acquired most of the shops on Xuana Street. He also relocated his fabric shop next to Quanjude, knowing that patrons of the restaurant were often affluent. that he marveled at his son-in-law's undeniable capability and resourcefulness, having heard that Quan Zhud's daily revenue could reach 200 to 300 taels of silver. This was still under the condition of Qin Yu keeping the prices reasonable, as he wished for ordinary people to enjoy their cuisine, that he remembered his teacher's words. The masses are the foundation. One must never stray from the people in any endeavor. Chapter 23. Master, you have finally returned. Unexpected events and individuals suddenly presented themselves. Indeed, that night, Qin Yu finally awaited the return of his master after more than a month. Master, you have finally returned. Qin Yu, filled with excitement and grievance, rushed towards his frugal master. It had been incredibly difficult. Who would have thought that learning martial arts would involve so many challenges, especially that woman in red, who exerted immense pressure on him. During this time, he had focused intently on honing his martial skills, striving to possess the ability to resist the next encounter with the woman in red rather than being dragged around by his neck. Now, at last, the anxiety of those days could be cast aside. His master had arrived. Before Yi Tiangu could utter a word, Qin Yu continued, Master, do you know? After you left, a female demon in red nearly killed me. All because of that elusive step. Upon hearing this, Yi Tiangu was momentarily taken aback. Through Yi Tiangu's comforting words and patient inquiries, he gradually pieced together what had transpired. Thus, it appeared that the woman in red was likely from the Qinglian sect. Should they trouble you again, simply show them the jade pendant I entrusted to you, that if they persist, you may claim to be a disciple of a friend gifted by Xianji. Wait, are they actually allies? Qin Yu's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. All right, let me see how your training has progressed. Have you encountered any issues? Just as Yi Tiangu was prepared to demonstrate his value as a master, Qin Yu exclaimed, I've already cultivated 8 streams of energy from that sword technique. Initially, it progressed swiftly, 1 stream a day, but for some reason, there has been no progress lately. Am I facing a bottleneck? Gazing into Qin Yu's earnest eyes, Yi Tiangu temporarily suppressed his urge to chastise him for being too hasty. That is remarkably fast. 8 streams. Well, it is still acceptable. You only need 1 more to condense the energy into crystals. The further you progress, the more challenging it becomes to refine your true energy. You must remain diligent, understand? Yi Tiangu replied stiffly. What kind of prodigy is this? Has it truly only been a month? Not only has he mastered the heart's intense sword technique, but he has also condensed 8 streams of true energy. Yi Tiangu marveled internally that he had taken 3 months to produce the first trace of true energy. And that was after he had already become a first-rate expert. His disciple was genuinely extraordinary. To learn without guidance was one thing, but to condense true energy at such a rapid pace was prodigious. Disciple, now that you have embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation, I shall explain the classification of martial arts to you. The martial arts realm is divided into 6 stages. The third-rate expert, also known as the martial artist realm. The second-rate expert, referred to as the martial husband realm. The first-rate expert, known as the master realm. Above the master is the grand master realm, followed by the unparalleled realm and the immortal realm. These classifications are determined by the condensation of true energy in the Dantian. Since you have already condensed true energy, you are considered a third-rate martial artist. When you complete the 9 streams of true energy, you will reach the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, and upon successfully condensing your true energy into crystals, you will enter the martial husband realm. Qin Yu diligently absorbed the information about the martial arts of this world, now fully appreciating the significance of having a good master. All right, I will stay here for half a month, and tomorrow I will teach you the sword techniques of our sect. Yes, master. Where will you stay? If you have no place to go, I have a courtyard on Xuanhe Street. It is quiet and adjacent to the restaurant I opened, making it convenient for me to bring you meals. Qin Yu inquired with concern. That would be perfect. I did not expect you to open a restaurant. Yi Tiangu replied, genuinely surprised. This story is quite lengthy. Master, let me take you to your new residence. I will share the details along the way. With that, the two gradually disappeared into the night. As Qin Yu recounted the events, Yi Tiangu listened attentively, surprised to learn that so much had transpired during his absence. I did not realize I missed your engagement banquet. Yi Tiangu, too, was filled with emotion. It's nothing, master. Tomorrow I shall introduce you to my fiancé Yi, and also to my father, whom you have yet to meet. I'll bring along some fine wine and delectable dishes, and my close friend who has also taken up martial arts, although I haven't taught him our family's techniques. Along the way, Qin Yu mostly spoke, while Yi Tiangu listened earnestly, nodding occasionally that on their return after dropping off the master. Qin Yu suddenly remembered he had forgotten to ask about the son's scripture. Father, are you asleep? Master just left. I've arranged for him to stay at the residence on Xuana Street. I would like for you to meet tomorrow. Very well, Qin father replied succinctly. Qin Yu scratched his head and returned to his training. During this time, his progress with the sun scripture had been quite satisfactory. He had connected the Che eyes and Yunmen acupoints, bringing the total to 8 connected acupoints. Qin Yu contemplated this as he entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 24. Flowing Clouds and Flying Mist. The next day, Qin Yu, accompanied by Qin father, Lin Wan, and Yu Hu, made their way to the small courtyard on Xuana Street. Master, I'm here. Upon pushing the door open, he found Yi Tiangu sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea. After a round of introductions by Qin Yu, they became acquainted. Mr. Yi, my son is rather inexperienced and may have acted thoughtlessly. I hope you can forgive him. Not at all. Qin brother, you are too modest. I have taken quite a liking to your son. He is remarkably intelligent, and it is all thanks to your excellent guidance. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Greetings, sir. I am Lin Wan, the fiancé of Yuge. The word fiancé was uttered softly by Lin Wan. Her cheeks flushed. Truly a match made in heaven. My apologies for missing your betrothal banquet. Please accept this as a token of our first meeting. Yi Tiangu presented a jade pendant. This is a phoenix pendant, perfectly paired with the dragon pendant that you has, a fitting gift for a couple. Thank you, sir. Lin Wan bowed deeply in gratitude. Hello, sir. I am Yu Hu, the best friend of Yuge. I hear you are also training in martial arts with you. I happen to have a set of external training techniques. Would you be interested in learning? Yes, I would love to. Thank you, sir. Yu Hu exclaimed, sir still escaping his lips, while Qin Yu silently thought, at this point, shouldn't he be bowing and calling you master? After a brief exchange among the group, Qin Ming took Lin Wan to the medical clinic. The clinic had been quite busy lately, with even Lin Wan's 2 maids learning to prepare herbal remedies. Master, have you heard about the martial arts tournament? I have. Why do you ask? Are you not considering participating? If you become the disciple of the Alliance leader, I might bask in your glory, right? Hee. You underestimate the martial world. I am not at that level. So there are indeed individuals more formidable than you, master? Just how powerful must they be? What is your realm? Grandmaster, Yi Tiangu replied calmly. Amazing, master. Does that mean there will be unparalleled masters competing? Qin Yu was both astonished and eager. Indeed, there will be, and not just a FEW. You know why those at the unparalleled level still vie for fame and profit. So, the position of the Martial Alliance leader must possess some allure? Certainly not wealth nor power. It must be the title itself, commanding the martial world. Yi Tiangu regarded his astute disciple with admiration. Correct, but you are only half right. The other half is fate, although it seems intangible. It is essential for ascending to the land of immortals. That sounds remarkable. Master, have you ever encountered a being from the land of immortals? Yi Tiangu shook his head. Such beings are akin to immortals, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Master, are there truly individuals of such caliber? Yes, the founding emperor of the Great Chu achieved the land of immortals. Master, once the tournament date is confirmed, will you take me along to witness the world? Yes, but first I must assess your training results. As Qin Yu demonstrated his minor success with a Misty Cloud step, Yu began to grasp the gravity of the titles of Grandmaster and Unparalleled Master, almost overwhelming his senses. Yet, witnessing Qin Yu's graceful movement filled Yu with envy. He aspired to be as impressive as his friend. Observing his prodigious disciple achieve mastery in a premier technique within a month stirred countless emotions within Yi Tiangu. He then pointed out the deficiencies in Qin Yu's technique and how to skillfully apply points of force. Under Yi Tiangu's meticulous guidance, the Misty Cloud step became even more ethereal. Then, turning to the starry-eyed Yu Hu, Yi Tiangu taught him a set of mountain-shattering fist techniques. Your physique differs from Yu's. You are more suited for this external training. This mountain-shattering fist is a method for tempering the body. Prepare yourself for hardship. He proceeded with hands-on instruction, and fortunately, the pudgy Yu Hu was quite resilient. In between, he demonstrated the flowing clouds and flying mist sword technique once more. The fluidity of the movements and the elegance of the swordplay were genuinely breathtaking. Qin Yu silently praised, a remarkable tool for impressing others. Chapter 25. Body refinement and chi cultivation. Thanks to his training, the restaurant could now operate independently, without Qin Yu's constant oversight. He merely needed to check the accounts periodically. Throughout the morning, Qin Yu and Yu Hu engaged in uninterrupted training until Lin Wan and Qin father arrived with lunch, prompting them to pause their practice that as they dined. Yi Tiangu's worldview shifted entirely. Realizing that cuisine could be prepared in such a manner, the dishes brought by Lin Wan were exquisite Huayan cuisine prepared by the restaurant. Upon learning that these dishes were crafted by his disciple, Yi Tiangu contemplated bringing Qin Yu back to the sword-forging mountain to re-educate their cooks. After everyone had enjoyed their meal, especially Yi Tiangu, who devoured his food with gusto, he made no effort to preserve his image, deeming it a sacrilege to treat such culinary delights with restraint, which in turn drew the group closer together. What a clever lad you are! How did you manage to create such delicious dishes? Qin brother, could it be that your family once had imperial chefs? Have you inherited their recipes? Don't keep it a secret. I wish to have the cooks at Sword Forging Mountain learn from you as well. After this meal, I feel as though I've been eating pig slop for years. Qin Ming responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. That is not the case. This is all his own concoction. I too am perplexed. When I asked him, he said he learned it in a dream. Master, this is just the beginning. There are many more delicacies to come. Tonight, I'll take you out for hot pot. And I even have some home-brewed liquor. Excellent. I can hardly wait. The TO expressed gratitude for this meal. They increased the intensity of their training in the afternoon. Qin Yu then demonstrated the Fierce Sun Fist and the Sun Scripture to Yi Tiangu, inquiring about the differences between the Sun Scripture and the Heart Intense Sword Technique. After observing the Fierce Sun Fist, Yi Tiangu merely nodded in praise. This technique is quite good, but it requires body tempering, making it more suitable for Yu Hu. However, upon seeing the Sun Scripture, Yi Tiangu was visibly taken aback, but he trembled with excitement as he asked, "Did you acquire this from the Thunderbolt Gang?" "Yes, Master, along with the Fierce Sun Fist." "Is there a problem with the Sun Scripture? How many people know about this?" "Just the 3 of us." "Qin, you sense something amiss. You must remember, never speak of the Sun Scripture to anyone. Do you understand? Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble." Seeing Yi Tiangu's serious expression, Qin Yu and Yu Hu nodded solemnly in agreement. "Master, what exactly is the origin of the Sun Scripture?" Qin Yu could not contain his curiosity. "Do you remember when I mentioned the founding emperor of the Great Chu? He achieved the land of immortals after mastering the Sun Scripture. Wow, that's incredible. Am I truly so fortunate?" Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely a fragment, not suitable for cultivation, and holds little significance. But, Master, I feel as though I have already mastered it and connected 8 acupoints that if I continue practicing, will it lead to any issues? Qin Yu asked tentatively. "You have mastered it?" Yi Tiangu gazed at Qin Yu in disbelief. "That I won't fall into madness, will I, Master?" Qin Yu felt a pang of anxiety. "Impossible. Show me your cultivation." Qin Yu obediently demonstrated, a faint golden light shimmering on his arm. This phenomenon arose from his connection of 8 acupoints, the first time he revealed it before others. "How is this possible? How did you achieve this?" "I don't know. It just felt like my heart was ablaze, a burning sensation. After enduring it, I connected the acupoints." Qin Yu concealed the matter of the golden sphere, as he had learned from his master that aside from true energy, nothing else should exist within a normal person's dantian, that he dared not gamble, for he was still too weak. Even his master could not afford such risks. That Yi Tiangu looked up at the sky, pondering the unfairness of fate. Perhaps his disciple possessed unique opportunities, and he had no intention of prying into his secrets. Since we have touched upon the Sun Scripture, let me explain the distinctions between martial arts and internal power. Among the existing martial arts, one such practice is the Heart Intense Sword Technique, which cultivates true energy through internal methods, while the Sun Scripture serves as a means to strengthen the physical body. The internal arts focused on physical cultivation require the unblocking of all 720 acupoints throughout the body. Historical records indicate that there are a total of 720 acupoints in a human body. However, physical cultivation is significantly slower than the cultivation of true energy, and in terms of combat prowess, its early stage effectiveness pales in comparison to that of true energy cultivation. Consequently, the popularity of physical cultivation techniques is not widespread, resulting in limited dissemination. Nevertheless, many external martial arts can also unblock these acupoints, though their effects are inferior to those of the internal heart methods for physical cultivation. Did the founding emperor of the Great Chu unblock all 720 acupoints? Inquired Qin Yu with curiosity. Not at all, to my knowledge. He only managed to open 360 acupoints. The notion of 720 acupoints is merely a legend. Historical records suggest that the maximum number is less than 400. And those who reach 300 acupoints are truly unparalleled masters. Rare as a phoenix. Is there a corresponding realm associated with the number of acupoints? There is a rough correlation. For instance, the pinnacle of the martial artist realm corresponds to 20 acupoints. The peak of the martial practitioner realm to 50, the pinnacle of the master realm to 100, the grandmaster realm to 180, and the ultimate master realm to 300 acupoints. Beyond 300 acupoints, one enters the realm of celestial immortality. As Qin Yu absorbed this information, he gradually began to clarify his understanding of martial arts, feeling an inner impulse to reach for the peak. Chapter 26. Journey to the Star Capital in the Tianhao private room on the third floor of Quanjude. A group of friends gathered around a hot pot. Joining the midday dining crew was Lin Xuanquan, and the three of them clinked glasses while savoring slices of beef and lamb. It must be said that the combination of white liquor and hot pot is truly exquisite. Immensely enjoyable. Yi Tiangu guzzled down his drink with gusto. Ha, brother Yi, we owe this fortune to your virtuous disciple. Lin Xuanquan echoed as he downed his drink as well. Indeed, we are fortunate to have brother Qin as good son. Otherwise, how could we indulge like this? Yi Tiangu patted Qin Ming on the back. It's not entirely so. We must also thank my in-law here. Without his financial support, how could we be dining in such a grand establishment? Right, brother Lin has an excellent eye for talent. Not only does he choose prime locations, but he also selects outstanding sons-in-law. I must commend you. Lin Xuanquan then remarked, but brother Qin, have we met somewhere before? You seem somewhat familiar. Brother Yi, you've had too much to drink. I'm merely a small-town doctor. Were it not for my son, I would have never had the chance to associate with such martial arts experts like you. Don't mind me. After a few drinks, everyone starts to look familiar. Cheers. After a few bowls of liquor, the three men had already grown as close as brothers. This is how camaraderie is forged among men. So simple indeed. Observing that the three had begun to boast and banter, Qin Yu and Lin Wan swiftly made their exit, leaving Yu Hu and the Lin family steward to tend to the private room. During this period, both had been quite busy. Although they had opportunities to meet, their time alone for conversation had been limited. Seizing the chance this evening, they slipped away to a nearby vacant private room for a secret rendezvous. Warner, has it been arduous learning medicine from my father lately? It's manageable. I feel rather foolish as I struggle to remember the names of many medicinal herbs. Sometimes I fare worse than Xiao Mei and Xiao Lan. Lin Wan lamented while nestled in Qin Yu's embrace. Xiao Mei and Xiao Lan were Lin Wan's personal maids. What is the matter? Everyone has their own strengths. That if you feel medicine isn't your forte, we need not pursue it. How could that be? Uncle Qin's medical skills must be passed down through our family, and no matter how difficult, I shall master it. Let us not dwell on such unpleasant topics. Warner, would you like to go up to the rooftop and gaze at the stars? Oh yes, that sounds delightful. Qin Yu embraced Lin Wan and leaped out of the private room window, effortlessly soaring to the rooftop of the establishment. This sudden leap startled Lin Wan, nearly causing Qin Yu to lose his breath. The night sky sparkled with stars like diamonds, while the moonlight descended like a delicate veil, enveloping the two figures in a dreamlike silver shroud. They remained silent, simply savoring this tranquil moment. That night, Yi Tiangu and Qin Ming stayed in the courtyard, while Lin Xuanquan was assisted back to the Lin residence by his servants. Qin Yu stayed behind to look after the two. That half a month drifted by in this manner, and soon it was time for Yi Tiangu to return to the sword forging mountain. During this time, the dates for the martial arts competition, led by the Martial Arts Alliance, were finally confirmed, set for the third day of the 5th month, just over a fortnight away. The venue was Star Capital, the heart of the Great Chu, located in Xingzhou, central to the 9 provinces. Fortunately, it was merely a 3 to 5 day journey from Yangzhou. After agreeing to meet in Star Capital, Yi Tiangu set off alone on horseback. Under the guidance of his master, Qin Yu's swordsmanship had progressed remarkably. The Yi Tiangu had also greatly approved of the 12 styles of swordplay that Qin Yu practiced, imparting many foundational techniques over the past half-month. Once Yi Tiangu departed, Qin Yu and Yu, who continued their training without slackening their efforts, They kept each other accountable, resulting in visible growth in their martial arts. Yu Hu's crumbling mountain fist had also entered its initial stage, and his physique had noticeably strengthened compared to half a month prior, with a marked increase in strength. This progress delighted Yu Hu, motivating him to train even harder in his daily martial arts practice. Everything progressed systematically, with just 1 week remaining until the grand competition. Qin Yu resolved to set out, fearing that if he delayed, he might not find suitable lodgings. This journey to Star Capital would consist of just Qin Yu and Yu Hu. Lin Wan had wished to accompany them, but feeling overwhelmed by her studies in medicine, she opted to continue learning from Qin Ming to avoid falling too far behind. In the end, they realized neither of them could ride a horse, having envisioned themselves gallantly riding solo like Yi Tiangu. Reluctantly, they chose to ride in a carriage driven by Lin Wu, the chief guard of the Lin family. Qin Yu felt somewhat touched by Lin Xuanxuan's arrangements. After bidding farewell to everyone, they slowly departed from Panshui town in their carriage. This marked Qin Yu's first departure from Panshui town since arriving in this world, and he remained filled with curiosity about the sights and experiences along the way. Chapter 27. Qinshu Village. Since there was no rush, the carriage traveled at a leisurely pace, affording Qin Yu the opportunity to appreciate the scenery along the route. However, he soon grew weary of the view, as the journey was largely devoid of human presence, surrounded only by flowers, grass, and trees. That day, aside from a midday meal and a brief rest, they spent the rest of the time on the road. Inside the carriage, Qin Yu meditated, practicing his internal cultivation methods. While Yu Hu, who had yet to learn internal techniques, ran to the front to learn how to drive the carriage from Lin Wu. Lin Wu insisted they must find a place to rest before nightfall. Being novices who had never traveled far, both Qin Yu and Yu Hu readily agreed that by evening, they finally arrived at a village with signs of life. After inquiring, they learned the village was named Qinshu Village, and they found a farmhouse with an available room for the night. In the dead of night, while still engrossed in his training, Qin Yu was suddenly alerted by noises from outside. Initially, he paid little heed, but when a woman's cry pierced the stillness, he caught her faint voice. What on earth is happening at this late hour? He thought to himself, lamenting his acute senses that often led him to overhear things better left unheard. Just as he imagined a couple engaging in clandestine activities, he heard a cry for help, prompting him to spring to his feet and leap out of the window in an instant. At that moment, his agility mirrored that of the red-clad woman from earlier. His recent practice of the fluffy smoke and floating clouds technique had reached a commendable level, not far from mastery. In just a few bounds, he arrived at the rooftop of the house from which the cries had emanated. Peering through the tiles, he was nearly overwhelmed by what he witnessed. Inside, a woman lay naked, pinned to the table, beside her a lifeless male body. Without hesitation, Qin Yu leapt down from the roof, swiftly approaching the dark-clad man from behind, channeling the energy of the sun scripture into a blazing punch. He struck the man squarely in the back. The assailant had no time to react before being hurled against the wall, subsequently losing consciousness, his fate uncertain. So weak, I should have held back a bit. He mused. Are you all right, miss? Help. Help. Hey, don't scream. I'm not a bad person. Why won't you listen, for heaven's sake? In a moment of desperation, Qin Yu struck the unconscious woman at the table, swiftly covering her with a sheet. As the scene was far too intense for his youthful vigor to handle, he then retrieved the woman's belt, binding the hands and feet of the dark-clad scoundrel. After hastily completing his task, he darted away, having heard footsteps approaching nearby. Lingering would only lead to complications. Phew, that was close. Almost fell into a pit of trouble. Stay calm. Phew. Upon returning, Qin Yu resumed his training, feigning ignorance of the earlier events. The following day, news spread through the village that the Huang family had met with tragedy the previous night. Huang Quan had been murdered, and his wife, Xiuyan, had been assaulted, while the flower thief had been mysteriously dispatched by a heroic figure. This incident caught the attention of the local authorities after Qin Yu and the others had departed, and the long-sought flower thief was finally captured in a dramatic turn of events. Half a day later, the group arrived at Tianming town, and it was said that they were merely half a day's journey from leaving the borders of Yangzhou. After leisurely strolling through the town and procuring some supplies, they also uncovered a piece of alarming news. Ahead lay Songfeng Ridge, which was notorious for a band of marauding bandits known as Zhangwang's High. It was rumored that anyone who failed to pay the toll would be executed and displayed by the roadside. Word had it that payment could resolve the issue, so the three of them set off without delay. After all, matters that could be settled with money were hardly significant, especially since Qin Yu was well off. The group only paused briefly before continuing their journey. Along the way, they encountered a merchant caravan. Yet neither party exchanged greetings. They merely accompanied each other for mutual courage, avoiding unnecessary interaction. As they passed Songfeng Ridge, they indeed encountered bandits who had set up a toll gate. Qin Yu and his companions were the first to confront them, and, after paying the toll, they were allowed to proceed. However, it wasn't long before they heard a commotion behind them. It turned out that the merchant caravan they had traveled with had clashed with the bandits. Given the tedium of the journey, Qin Yu and his companions took on the role of onlookers. They witnessed a group of bandits dragging a young and beautiful woman from the caravan, while the middle-aged man leading the caravan was desperately trying to intervene and reason with them. "Gentlemen, please show mercy. This is my daughter. How much do you want? I can pay. I beg you to spare her." "Get lost. What do you mean by mercy? We are taking your daughter to enjoy a life of luxury with our chief. It would be her honor to become his wife. That don't be so ungrateful. If our chief takes a liking to her, you won't even need to pay tolls on this road in the future. Why are you getting in the way? Gentlemen, she is my only daughter. Please, I can pay to let her go. I beg you." One of the bandits kicked the middle-aged man, sending him flying. "You dog, can't you understand human language? This is meant to be a gift for our chief. If you keep interfering, I'll kill you." The middle-aged man fell to the ground, groveling and sobbing. "What the hell? Robbing a woman in broad daylight. Is there no law? Is there no justice?" Qin Yu exclaimed angrily. Chapter 28. Xiang Wang's High. Just as Qin Yu was about to charge in, Lin Wu inopportunely grabbed him. "Young master, please don't act impulsively. There are too many of them, and we are on their turf. This is not our place to intervene. Let go of me. If you are afraid, you can leave first. That I cannot turn a blind eye after witnessing this." Qin Yu forcefully freed himself from Lin Wu's grasp. "Indeed, Wu Ge, I concur with Yu Ji's sentiment." Yu leapt down from the cart and swiftly followed Qin Yu. "Stop. You can't rob a woman in broad daylight." Qin Yu bellowed. The cacophony of shouts and curses immediately ceased, and everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Yu. Who is this insolent brat? Has he grown hair in the right places to meddle in our affairs? "Get lost," the leader of the bandits shouted, eliciting laughter from his cohorts. Then, a barrage of foul language and ridicule was hurled at Qin Yu. "Fine, fine, fine." Qin Yu responded with a sardonic laugh, just as Lin Wu attempted to position himself in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu deftly sidestepped him. In a few swift strides, he stood before the bandits. With fierce punches, he dispatched the closest ones with remarkable speed. The remaining bandits, quick to react, drew their blades and charged at Qin Yu. Yet, Qin Yu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with his fists glowing faintly with golden light, radiating waves of heat. In mere moments, he sent 5 more bandits flying, leaving only a handful standing. The sight of the remaining bandits, now trembling in fear, was palpable, particularly as those who had been struck lay lifeless. Witnessing Qin Yu approach like a vengeful deity, some bandits lost control and urinated in terror. One began to kneel and plead for mercy. The rest followed suit, begging for their lives. Observing the scene, Qin Yu regained his composure, but he glanced at the motionless bandits he had just dispatched, a pang of unease gripping his heart. Could they truly be dead? Were they that fragile? Qin Yu felt a wave of panic. If they were indeed dead, what would happen next? He deliberately refrained from drawing his sword, fearing the sight of blood, with no other choice. Qin Yu feigned calmness and approached the kneeling bandits. "You see? I was willing to talk, but you forced my hand. The ones on the ground have nothing to do with me. That was self-defense." "Yes, self-defense. If this reaches the authorities, I will have the law on my side. You all must testify for me." Qin Yu then turned to the onlookers from the caravan. His gaze frightened them, as they averted their eyes from him. Only the middle-aged man rushed over to pull his stunned daughter aside. "Quick, thank our benefactor," he urged. The young woman, clearly traumatized, could barely utter a word. Seeing her father's urgency, he knelt and bowed repeatedly in gratitude toward Qin Yu. This unexpected display left Qin Yu flustered, prompting him to help them back to their feet. "You must testify for me. They were the ones who attacked first. You all saw that, didn't you?" Yes, they initiated the violence. "And we were forced to retaliate," the middle-aged man affirmed. With relief washing over him, Qin Yu felt reassured to have a witness. Even if this matter escalated to the authorities, he would have a solid case. What do I have to fear then? Qin Yu turned fiercely toward the remaining bandits. Get lost. Take your people and vanish, watching as the bandits fled in a panic with their fallen comrades. The members of the caravan finally came back to their senses, approaching Qin Yu to express their gratitude. Benefactor, we should not linger here. They will surely return with more bandits. We must leave quickly. Following the suggestion of the caravan leader, Shen Sihai, they decided to travel together, as they were all headed to Xingsu and could watch out for one another on the road. That evening, they arrived at a dilapidated temple to rest, where they quickly cleared a space suitable for cooking and sleeping. Shen Sihai produced their provisions to share with Qin Yu and his companions, introducing himself that my name is Shen Sihai. My family runs a textile business. We are traveling to Xingsu to trade fabrics and hope to return with jewelry and cosmetics. That my daughter insisted on accompanying me to witness the martial arts tournament in Xingsu. Who would have thought we would encounter such trouble? It's frightening to think about that I must express my gratitude for your assistance. He attempted to kneel in gratitude, but Qin Yu swiftly caught him. Shen Sihai, grateful, pressed a bag of silver into Qin Yu's hands. After some modest refusals, Qin Yu reluctantly accepted it. With the silver received, Shen Sihai grew more familiar and began introducing the others. Come, Wanner, come and greet our benefactor. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Qin. With the given name Qin Gongzi. I cannot thank you enough for your timely intervention today. Shen Rujuan will be forever indebted to as she attempted to kneel. Qin Yu quickly stopped her, and no need for such formalities. I merely acted in response to injustice. You must learn to conceal your identity when traveling. With that, the group began to converse freely. Qin Yu listened intently to their tales and experiences, finding them thoroughly engaging. Chapter 29. Breaking through as night fell. Only Qin Yu remained seated in meditation, while the others had retired early to their slumber. Although the caravan had designated guards for the night, Qin Yu insisted they rest. Joking that his heightened senses could detect activity within a radius of 300 meters in the latter part of the night, heavy rain began to pour, causing significant leaks in the dilapidated temple, forcing many to relocate for rest. The following day, the rain showed no signs of abating, compelling the group to continue their journey in the downpour. The muddy mountain paths were treacherous, causing them to slow their pace. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind, soon followed by an increasing clamor of more horses. Curious, they halted and turned to see what was amiss, only to be met with a sight that sent the caravan members into a panic. Oh no, it's the bandits. The Xianglang's bandits are upon us. Run, run. Before long, the bandits had reached the rear of the caravan, brandishing their blades without a word in no time. Casualties began to mount, since Qin Yu's cart led the way. They initially remained unaware of the unfolding chaos until they heard the cries from behind. Instantly, Qin Yu and his companions leapt from their cart and rushed toward the commotion, witnessing the familiar faces from the previous night. Now falling to the bandits' blades, Qin Yu's vision turned crimson. This time, he drew his sword. As the wisps of smoke danced with the clouds, the heart's intent and the sword's technique harmoniously reached their zenith. Qin Yu, resembling a flowing cloud, leapt gracefully from the shoulders of several individuals ahead, his toes barely grazing them, in his hand. The azure fall sword emanated a faint azure glow, aimed directly at the bandit brandishing a blade in front of him, delivering a swift strike. After the execution of that stroke, he continued his charge, his sword never ceasing its movement. The bandits he passed either lost limbs or were blinded, while some fell to a swift cut to the throat. Though Qin Yu had yet to master the exquisite swordplay of Yi Tiangu, he resorted to the simplest and most expedient methods to swiftly eliminate his foes, determined to prevent further casualties among the merchant convoy. Behind him, Lin Wu, armed with a spear, joined the fray. Having previously witnessed Qin Yu's agility and formidable punches, he now comprehended that it was the swordsmanship that constituted his greatest prowess. He couldn't help but marvel at the potential of the younger generation, especially considering Qin Yu's tender age in contrast. Yu whose performance paled in comparison to Qin Yu's brilliance. Still in the phase of physical refinement, he lacked the advantages of agility and mental discipline, relying solely on brute strength and fist techniques. Nonetheless, even in such a state, he faced little difficulty in dealing with the bandits one-on-one, tasked with providing rear support for Qin Yu and Lin Wu. As more bandits arrived from behind, Qin Yu's momentum gradually waned. The latter group of bandits halted several dozen paces away, clearly unnerved by the ferocity of Qin Yu's swordsmanship. Quickly, lead them away. Any escapee is a victory. Qin Yu shouted with urgency. Young master, I will cover your retreat, Lin Wu declared, having dealt with the few bandits behind him, now positioning himself beside Qin Yu. Cover my retreat. Hurry, and take them away. Your agility is inferior to mine. Staying behind will only hinder me. Qin Yu retorted angrily, nearly exasperated by this bumbling ally. But if something happens to you, how will I explain it to the master and young lady? Lin Wu stubbornly refused to leave. Brother Lin, trust me just this once. I would never gamble with my life. Quickly lead Yu Hu and the others away and rendezvous at Xingdu without waiting for me. Without awaiting a response from Lin Wu, Qin Yu charged towards the gathered bandits ahead. The sword light flickered, sending droplets of rain-like brilliance cascading, and with the three styles of flowing clouds, he swiftly blinded 3 of the bandits. With a fierce left-hand strike, he unleashed the radiant sun fist, sending one man flying and toppling several others. Soon, a massive gap appeared in the ranks of the bandits from Bear King's stronghold. And without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu plunged into the breach, his azure fall sword dancing with deadly grace. The swordplay of flying mist leaped amongst the crowd, inflicting injuries upon the bandits' wrists and legs. Don't just stand there, go. Qin Yu's roar jolted the dazed Lin Wu into action. Gritting his teeth, Lin Wu led Yu Hu in retreat, locating their wagon up ahead, racing away without looking back, inadvertently picking up Shin Sihai and Shin Rujuan along the way. Meanwhile, Qin Yu found himself wounded by blades. Despite his swift movements, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming that he exerted every effort to evade critical strikes while searching for the leader of this band of brigands. Intent on capturing the ringleader first, observing the mounting casualties among his men, Hu Xiong, the chief of Bear King's stronghold, could no longer remain idle and drew his sword, charging towards Qin Yu Deti that moment. Surrounded by foes, Qin Yu instinctively sensed a strong gust of wind approaching from his side, narrowly sidestepping the flash of a blade. However, Hu Xiong, utilizing his momentum, collided directly with Qin Yu. With a muffled grunt, Qin Yu staggered back 3 steps, rolling to dissipate the force of the impact. Rising to his feet, he tasted blood in his mouth, realizing the man before him was a second-rate expert. Damn it. I must retreat quickly. If this drags on, I may not survive. The sense of impending doom compelled Qin Yu to make a hasty decision to flee. The 9th style of flowing clouds and flying mist surged forth, dispersing the encroaching bandits, and he leapt into the air, heading in the direction from whence the bandits had come. In midair, he kicked a bandit away and seized a horse. Galloping furiously onward, he needed to buy his companions time to escape, even if it meant running in the opposite direction. Chapter 30. The moon as a ghostly light, the rain's gentle patter on his face stung, and Qin Yu was consumed by anxiety. He was being pursued by the bandits behind him, and to complicate matters, he was on horseback, a skill he had yet to master. In his previous haste, he had not given it a second thought. But now that realization dawned, panic gripped him. Clinging tightly to the saddle, he allowed the frightened steed to gallop forward uncontrollably. Damn it, this hurts. Bear King's stronghold. Just wait until I find my master. I will return to settle the score. Qin Yu inwardly vented his frustrations towards Bear King's stronghold. Suddenly, a feathered arrow whistled through the air, and Qin Yu instinctively swung his sword, severing the incoming projectile. Yet, more arrows followed, and he focused intently on fending them off. But a few still struck the horse beneath him. With a pained whinny, the horse collapsed, throwing Qin Yu to the ground. Fortunately, he remained alert, executing a roll in midair to land safely before sprinting toward the nearby thicket. Another barrage of arrows rained down, and this time, one struck his left shoulder. With no time to address the injury, Qin Yu hastily snapped off the protruding arrowhead and took advantage of the forest cover to showcase his agility. Quickly evading the pursuing bandits in the woods, direction was lost to Qin Yu, but he pressed on fervently in one direction. After an indeterminate period of frantic running, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When he finally opened his eyes, the night had descended. Summoning all his strength, he managed to rise, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged to circulate his energy. This time, He completed a small cycle of the sun meridian and focused on the cloud gate acupoint near the arrow wound. In the darkness, a faint golden light emanated from his shoulder and arm as Qin Yu struck his left shoulder with a forceful palm. Using his true energy to expel the arrowhead, he then applied his true energy to temporarily seal the wound. Carefully inspecting his injuries, he counted 4 cuts and 1 arrow wound, a grave state indeed. Fortunately, he had opened 20 points along the sun meridian, and his true energy had reached 9 pathways to AT this moment. Qin Yu stood at the pinnacle of a third-rate martial artist. After hastily tending to his wounds, Qin Yu rose to continue his journey. He needed to find a populated area to eat and rest properly. Otherwise, his body could not endure, having sustained such severe injuries and lost so much blood. Thankfully, the rain that had fallen all day had ceased, allowing Qin Yu to navigate the woods by moonlight. Before long, he discovered a small stream and hurriedly approached it to drink. After quenching his thirst and washing his face, he followed the stream downstream. Eventually, he stumbled upon a small pond formed by the tributary. An impulse to bathe surged within him, but he suppressed it, mindful of his wounds from the blades and arrows. Just as Qin Yu diverted his gaze to proceed downstream, he caught sight of a figure by the pond. In the moonlight, the figure appeared pale and seemed to emit a soft glow. Qin Yu's breath caught in his throat. Could it be a ghost at this hour? He thought that I should act as if I see nothing. Perhaps the ghost won't notice me. Feigning calm, Qin Yu attempted to ignore the commotion nearby. But as he drew closer, he couldn't resist stealing a glance. What he beheld left him breathless. It was a woman, strikingly beautiful, her skin radiant. Qin Yu was momentarily entranced, nearly losing himself in the moment. When the woman met his gaze, they both froze, and upon realizing the situation, she swiftly submerged herself in the water, resurfacing to yell, "Who is that little thief? Turn around this instant." "Oh, I had no idea you were bathing here." Misunderstanding. Qin Yu hastily waved his hands in explanation, his heart racing with embarrassment. "Stop staring. If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Yu quickly turned to leave. Once he was gone, the woman sighed in relief and hurriedly emerged from the water to dress. That moment, Qin Yu, feeling guilty as a thief, quickened his pace, exhilarated by the unexpected sight. Just as he lamented his misfortune at not having seen the woman's face clearly, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Startled, Qin Yu bolted, recalling the owner of that scent. Moon Ruyu, without a word, pursued him as he fled. As the woman closed in, Qin Yu had no choice but to employ his agility to escape deeper into the thicket. Moon Ruyu had felt a sense of familiarity with the individual before her, but upon witnessing his swift retreat, she confirmed her suspicion. It was the insufferable brat from Pan Shui Town. With old grievances and new resentments combined, she unleashed her full strength in pursuit. The two weaved through the forest, and for a moment, Moon Ryu found herself unable to catch up to the elusive figure before her. Fuming, she shouted, "You little rascal! I haven't forgotten how you tricked me last time, and now you dare to spy on me bathing. Stop right there, or I'll skin you alive. It was a misunderstanding, truly. Heroine, this is genuinely a misunderstanding. We are on the same side." Qin Yu protested desperately. Qin Yu responded, yet his feet did not falter in their movement. "Bah! Who do you think you're fooling? You little rascal, you're as good as dead. This time, let's see what tricks you can pull." At this moment, Yurio was truly gritting her teeth in anger, determined to show him what true mastery of the art of evasion looked like. Chapter 31. If all else fails, I shall offer myself. Qin Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as Yurio closed in behind him within mere breaths, sensing the looming threat of death. He swiftly drew the jade pendant bestowed upon him by his master. "This is a gift from Xianji, a disciple of an old acquaintance," he shouted. Yurio was already unleashing her full power. To retract her strike now would surely injure her. Reluctantly, she altered her trajectory. With a thunderous crack, a tree as thick as a bowl beside Qin Yu was cleaved in two. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he realized that had he taken that blow, he would have surely met his end. This madwoman truly intends to kill me. Thank heavens, master. The pendant must work, or today shall be my last. Qin Yu fervently prayed within. Yurio seized the jade pendant from his grasp. "Where did this pendant come from?" she inquired coolly. "Fairy, it was given to me by my master, who said it could help clarify misunderstandings if I encountered anyone from the Qinglian sect. Who is your master? Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall render you mute. Yu Ryo hissed through gritted teeth that I wouldn't dare. My master hails from the sword-forging mountain, and his name is Yi Tiangu. Fearing that his master's name might not carry enough weight, Qin Yu hastily mentioned the sword-forging mountain. Indeed, a person from the sword-forging mountain. In no matter, you must accompany me to meet my master. Everything must be decided by her. Fairy, please don't pull my ears. It hurts. In the tranquil night of the forest, the only sounds were the occasional warble of a nightingale and the soft rustle of their footsteps. Fairy, surely this is unnecessary. Look, I'm already injured. There is no need to bind me. The two walked under the moonlight, though Qin Yu was bound and being dragged along. Humph. It is very necessary. My master speaks the truth. Men cannot be trusted. And you are a perfect example, full of lies at such a young age. Ah, no. I lied to you purely for self-preservation. Had I been able to defeat you, I would. What would you do? Yu Ryo turned sharply, glaring at Qin Yu, that I would converse properly with the fairy truly. Fairy, it seems we have formed an acquaintance through this conflict, and I am Qin Yu, the proprietor of Quanjude in Panshui Town. May I know your name? Yu Ryo, what a beautiful name. A name befitting your grace. Sister Ryo, not only are you Quanjude, the proprietor. Yu Ryo interrupted, astonished, cutting off Qin Yu's flattery. Indeed, Quanjude is my establishment. You are aware of it. In truth, after a recent bout of hiding from trouble, she had returned to Panshui Town intent on settling scores with Qin Yu. Quanjude's reputation had already spread throughout Panshui Town, prompting Ryo to visit and sample its offerings that as expected. The renowned establishment lived up to its name, serving the finest dishes she had ever tasted. After some inquiries, she discovered that the exquisite cuisine was indeed crafted by the proprietor, who was the son-in-law of the Lin family in town. She had initially intended to bring him back to her sect to cook for them, but Qin Yu had been elusive, and her limited finances forced her to abandon that idea. Does this mean you are quite the chef? Yu Ryo still seems skeptical. Naturally. I am quite skilled in the culinary arts, Qin Yu proclaimed, straightening his posture. Are you still the Lin family's son-in-law? Yes. And how do we address what happened when I saw you bathing? Qin Yu was taken aback by her abruptness today. Well, if all else fails, I shall offer myself. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility. You wish. Yu Ryo lunged forward and tugged on Qin Yu's ear. It hurts. Let go. If it comes to that, I promise to cook delicious meals for you. Will that suffice? Qin Yu pleaded for mercy. You said it yourself. I am not forcing you. Yu Ryo wore a mischievous smile. Indeed, it would be my honor to prepare meals for Miss Ryo. You are quite perceptive. Yu Ryo, feeling somewhat guilty, untied the ropes binding Qin Yu's hands. Now tell me, how did you sustain those injuries? Qin Yu recounted the incident with the Bear King bandits. Impressive. I did not expect you to possess such a sense of justice. Sister Liang will help you reclaim what is yours. That can wait. Could we first head to Xingdu? My two lost companions are still awaiting my arrival there. And if you want me to cook, I will need some spices, which I am certain to find in Xingdu. Qin Yu continued to flatter her, clearly recognizing her fondness for food, that he knew that only the promise of delicious meals could persuade her to comply. Once they reached Xingdu and met his master, the tables would turn. Fortunately, their journey to the Qinglian sect would pass through Xingdu. Thus it was settled that do not forget your promise. If the food is not to my liking, I shall not let you off easily. In the dead of night, the two found a clearing to start a fire and rest. During this time, Qin Yu also enjoyed some rations shared by Yu Ryo, which alleviated his ravenous hunger. The night passed in silence, and exhaustingly, Qin Yu fell into a deep slumber without meditating. Chapter 32. Xingdu. The next day, the two arrived at Dongping Town, where Qin Yu went to the local clinic to tend to his wounds and change his attire. After inquiring, he learned that they were now within the territory of Xingzhou, and he hired a carriage bound for Xingdu. Fortunately, he still had some silver coins given by Shin Sihai. Otherwise, they would have been forced into a life of robbery. The journey to Xingdu would take more than a day. The road was relatively peaceful, with no encounters with bandits, as the security improved closer to the city. They arrived in Xingdu by evening. Just before the city gates closed, after paying the entrance fee, they stepped into the grand capital of the Great Chu. Even at dusk, the streets were bustling with activity. The capital had no curfew, making it all the more vibrant and prosperous. This capital is truly remarkable. The roads are wide, the buildings exquisite, and the attire of the people is notably refined. Qin Yu mused. Xiao Yu, sister wishes to enjoy your cooking. Yu Ryo whispered in Qin Yu's ear. Throughout the past few days, Yu Ryo's attitude toward Qin Yu had changed significantly. She no longer regarded him as a prisoner. This transformation primarily stemmed from Qin Yu's humor and eloquence. And most importantly, his charming way of speaking. After all, Yu Ryo was only 4 years older than Qin Yu, still a girl just shy of 18 to Sister Ryo. We should first find an inn to stay. Meals can wait. Qin Yu felt rather exasperated dealing with this food enthusiast. They searched several inns, but all were fully booked. It seemed that the influx of visitors for the upcoming martial arts tournament had overwhelmed the town. Just as the two were about to succumb to hunger, they finally found an inn with a single room left. This situation was rather awkward. Fortunately, Yu Ryo was not overly concerned. Her words were, "In the world of martial artists, we should not fuss over trifles. You sleep on the floor, and I shall take the bed." Once settled, Qin Yu added a bit more money and had the inn's kitchen whip up a large plate of salty vegetable fried rice. This dish nearly brought tears to Yu Ryo's eyes. She now believed that Quan Jude was indeed his establishment, for how could such a simple meal be so delectably divine? Qin Yu consumed only a small bowl, while the remainder vanished into Yu Ryo's stomach, and he found himself baffled by this insatiable eater. "Sister Ryo, my silver is running low. We must seek out my 2 friends tomorrow. All my money is with them. Fine ISNT the martial arts tournament tomorrow. We will surely find them there. And I want to have fried rice again." Soon, the day of the martial arts tournament arrived. Crowds surged toward the northern gate of the royal city, where a platform and seating had been erected in advance. However, commoners were not permitted to sit there. Only officials and major sect representatives had that privilege. As the throng swelled, Qin Yu and Yu Ryo were swept into Chaos River Street, the thoroughfare leading to the main venue. Several times, Yu Ryo nearly lashed out at those who shoved her, but ultimately Qin Yu restrained her. After all, they were at the foot of the royal city. How could they afford to act recklessly, reluctantly? Qin Yu shielded her from the hands that pushed from behind. However, as they drew closer to the venue, the crowd thickened, causing Qin Yu to press against Yu Ryo, whose hands were left to protect her chest. Fearing they would get separated, Qin Yu wrapped his arms around Yu Ryo's waist as they made their way into the venue. Once inside, the crowd finally thinned and the spacious arena revealed itself. The elevated platform allowed everyone below to see clearly. "You little rogue, are you going to keep taking advantage of me?" Yu Ryo scolded, seizing Qin Yu's ear upon entering the main venue. "It hurts. Ouch, be gentler." "How could I dare? I only resorted to such measures after nearly being shoved out multiple times. I demand 1 plate of fried rice." "Impossible, 2 plates, no, 3 plates, deal." "Yugong Lin Wuga, Yugong is over there." Yu Hu ran over excitedly while shouting. Fortunately, the commotion caused by the two of them earlier allowed Yu Hu to spot Qin Yu. He enveloped Qin Yu in a hearty embrace, which made Qin Yu wince in pain, as his injuries had yet to heal. "Easy now, easy. It hurts, it hurts. I'm so sorry. I got too carried away. I hope I didn't hurt you, brother," Yu stammered, flustered and unable to articulate his thoughts. "Little son-in-law, I'm so relieved to see you're all right. These past few days, Yu Hu and I have been terribly worried about you. You wouldn't believe what happened after we left that day." Lin Hu recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days. It turned out that after Qin Yu bought them time to escape, they had fled to Dongping Town with the Shun father and daughter, where they reported the bandits they encountered. Recently, due to the impending martial arts conference, security measures in Xingzhou had been particularly stringent. With so many different factions present, security had to be heightened to prevent chaos. Consequently, the local forces in charge of security dispatched troops to eliminate the bandits. Lin Wu and Yu Hu, while on their way, encountered the bandits transporting goods back to Xiong Wangjai. Unsurprisingly, the bandits were completely annihilated, and their stronghold was also eradicated, since they had not seen Qin Yu. They searched along the way, but ultimately had no choice but to proceed to Xingdu as originally agreed. Chapter 33. Who dares to touch my disciple brother Yu? Who is this beautiful lady beside you? Yu Hu innocently pointed at Yu Ryo, who stood next to Qin Yu. "Oh, this is Sister Ryo, a friend I met while traveling to Xingdu." Qin Yu replied, all the while searching for any sign of his master. He always felt uneasy without his master by his side. "Then aren't you going to introduce us?" Yu Ryo playfully nudged Qin Yu, who was scanning the surroundings. "Oh, right. This chubby fellow is my childhood friend. Yu Hu, and this is Lin Wu, my dear brother. Qin Yu introduced briefly. Before Yu Rio could respond, a voice interrupted them. You are. What are you doing here? The speaker was a woman with a cold demeanor, dressed in a Taoist robe. Yu Rio turned to see her. Master, what brings you to Xingdu? You never mentioned you were coming, she exclaimed, running up to the Taoist nun. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. So, I came along. Who are they? Ah, they are companions I met on my journey. Yu Rio found herself instinctively shielding Qin Yu. That you're lying. You were clearly with that boy. Do you think I didn't notice? Tell me, is that boy the one you mentioned in your letter, who could walk on air? The Taoist nun saw through Yu Rio's feeble act. Reluctantly, Yu Rio revealed the truth. Master, I intended to bring him back to Qinglian sect. That would resolve our issues. You care about him? The nun's tone sharpened to no, it's not like that. This concerns my uncle. Shouldn't we consider the broader implications? Boy, come here, the Taoist nun beckoned Qin Yu. Realizing they were beneath the imperial city, he mustered his courage and stepped forward cautiously. Senior, how may I assist you? Qin Yu respectfully bowed. What is your relationship with the one surnamed Yi? He is my benefactor, Qin Yu replied, maintaining his respect. Indeed, a family of deceivers. It seems you've learned to charm women at a young age. Thanks to your master, the Taoist nun sneered. Qin Yu merely furrowed his brow at her icy mockery. Yu Rio, wanting to interject, was silenced by an intense glare from the NUN. Is there a misunderstanding here? Qin Yu's voice was calm, though it lacked the previous deference. Misunderstanding. In her letter, Yu expressed how you deceived her and caused her injury. Filled with resentment. And now, after such a short time, you expect her to defend you. Are you claiming you Haven T deceived her? Hearing this made Yu Rio's face flush slightly. Master, it was all a misunderstanding. We only became acquainted through a misunderstanding, and it was initially my rashness that led to this situation. However, he did apologize and explain himself later. I can assure you he is not a bad person. Master, the nun was furious that her foolish disciple was speaking up for someone else. Be quiet. You are far too naive. Having lived in the sect your entire life, how can you understand the treachery of the world? Senior, the friction that occurred was due to my lack of skills and a life-threatening situation, which led me to deceive Sister Ruyo out of self-preservation. After the misunderstanding was cleared, I have never harmed Sister Ruyo. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not a shameless scoundrel. Moreover, is it appropriate for you to drag the grievances of your generation into this matter with a junior? I believe that if my master were here, he would not trouble Sister Ruyo. Qin Yu's response was reasoned and firm. The Taoist nun was clearly seeking trouble, yet he felt no fear beneath the imperial city. And thus he retorted without holding back. Such a sharp-tongued lad. Do you think I cannot touch you under the imperial city? The nun glared at Qin Yu coldly. Yu Rio wished to assist but was scolded back by the nun. Are you planning to intimidate me with your martial prowess? Though Qin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, he remained defiant. Good boy. I admire your courage. Here's your chance. If you insult the one surnamed Yi 3 times and join our Qinglian sect, I will no longer pursue this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. The sudden aura emanating from the Taoist nun pressed down on Qin Yu, causing him to bend slightly. Nevertheless, he persevered, standing tall and declaring, I would never engage in such treachery against my own master. If your Qinglian sect desires such a person, then I must say our paths do not align. You're courting death. The nun shouted, swinging her whisk towards Qin Yu's dantian. That it was clearly aimed at incapacitating him. Though she would not dare kill anyone beneath the imperial city, eliminating an insubordinate junior would likely go unnoticed. At that moment, Qin Yu felt every pore on his body tighten with anxiety, unable to move under the nun's oppressive aura. Just as Yu Ruyo attempted to intervene, she was restrained by her fellow disciples. Let us see who dares to harm my disciple. A flash of sword light appeared before Qin Yu, repelling the nun's attack and forcing her back several steps. Chapter 34. Stars. Qin Yu felt a sudden lightness in his body as a figure materialized beside him. Master, he exclaimed, filled with excitement. His gamble had paid off. Given the commotion, his master would undoubtedly notice. However, he still felt a pang of fear, as he had not anticipated that the Taoist nun could suppress him so thoroughly with merely her presence. Xianjing, you've gone too far. Yi Tiangu coldly addressed her. Umph. What good can come from a faithless person? Do you wish for my disciple to suffer the same fate as her uncle? Xian Jing retorted icily. I am only sparing you for your sister's sake. Do not presume to provoke me. Do you truly believe I have a good temper? Yi Tiangu's voice grew stern. You dare to mention her? You think you're worthy? If you wish to fight, then let us settle this. I despise your kind of petty demeanor the most. That it was your actions that led to your sister's downfall. With that, he lunged at Yi Tiangu, that eye in the air. Xian Jing unleashed a swipe of her whisk, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy towards Yi Tiangu. Yi Tiangu raised his left hand to the sky and formed a sword with his right, concentrating a formidable sword intent into his fingertip. Then he clenched his left fist behind him, directing his right finger towards the approaching energy. That in an instant, a gust of wind erupted, sending shockwaves outward and toppling anyone within 10 paces. Thanks to his master's protection, Qin Yu was the only one still standing, aside from Yi Tiangu and Xian Jing. Before he could marvel at the strength of their energies, a shrill voice echoed from afar. This is the foot of the imperial city. It is not a place for dueling, that if you have grievances, take them to the arena. A far more terrifying pressure accompanied the arrival of the old eunuch. Overshadowing the two fighters, standing behind Yi Tiangu, Qin Yu felt the weight of this presence, which was several times more oppressive than that of the Nun. Yi Tiangu merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. And with a casual gesture, he dissipated the invisible pressure. Xian Jing also waved her whisk to dispel the force, snorting in annoyance as she turned to leave. Yu Rio cast an apologetic glance at Qin Yu before following her master. Let us proceed to the arena, Yi Tiangu said gently to At that moment. Lin Wu and Yu who finally grasped the situation. They had yet to sort out the events that had just unfolded. But thankfully, Qin Yu's master had arrived. Otherwise, the joy of their hard-earned reunion would be immediately doused with a bucket of cold water. The three closely followed Yi Tiangu into the inner arena's viewing platform. Qin Yu gazed from afar and spotted Yu Rio on the opposite stand. Upon noticing her, Yu Rio cheekily made a face at Qin Yu, just as Qin Yu was about to retort. He heard Yi Tiangu's voice resonate. You come greet Master Zhangmin. Qin Yu beheld a middle-aged man with features somewhat reminiscent of his master, his beard speckled with gray, who was currently smiling warmly at him. Disciple Qin Yu greets Master Zhangmin. Qin Yu respectfully performed a gesture of deference. And no need for such formalities. No need. You are indeed the disciple of the fourth master. Good. I've heard much about you. Truly a promising talent. The future is bright indeed. Yi Tiangu stepped forward to assist Qin Yu to his feet, leaving Qin Yu both flattered and astonished. Disciple is undeserving of such praise. It is truly the merit of my venerable master. I wish Master Zhangmin victory in all endeavors, claiming the crown in one fell swoop. Qin Yu took a wild guess, offering a compliment to leave a favorable impression. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. By the way, as a token for our first meeting, I present this to you. Yi Tianren produced a finely crafted dagger. This is forged from meteorite iron, and is the companion sword of our sect's treasure Tianyin sword. Its sharpness rivals that of the Tianyin sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud and severing hair with a mere breath. It is named Xingqian. And I hope you can shine as brilliantly as this Xingqian in the future. Yi Tianren casually handed over the Xingqian. Quickly express your gratitude for Master Zhangmin's generous gift. There is but one of these throughout the entire sect, Yi Tiangu reminded Qin Yu at an opportune moment. Disciple gratefully thanks Master Zhangmin. I shall certainly remember your teachings, and will not bring shame to this Xingqian. Yi Tianren nodded in satisfaction, having formed a favorable first impression of Qin Yu. He was astonished when he heard his fourth brother speak of his disciple's cultivation talent. He was not merely a once-in-a-century genius, but a veritable prodigy. Qin Yu subsequently introduced his companions, Yu Hu and Lin Wu, to Master Zhangmin. The group exchanged simple greetings and became acquainted. Under Yi Tianren's guidance, everyone took their respective seats, observing the officials below busily and orderly directing the proceedings. One by one, participants continued to enter the venue, and seats in the stands gradually filled. Qin Yu's section was designated for the sword forging mountain, flanked on either side by the Great Buddha Temple and the Jingqi sect. The arrangement of seats subtly hinted at the hierarchy within the martial world. However, following this martial arts convention, due to the emergence of dark horses, the rankings within the martial world were likely to undergo significant changes. Chapter 35. The martial arts competition commences on the third day of the fifth month in Hongqing. The skies were clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through, as heroes gathered in Xingdu. This was a momentous occasion in the martial world. An auspicious time for combat, that in ancient times, heroes would gather to forge friendships through martial skills and validate their learnings. Today, all present should uphold the spirit of chivalry, competing fairly in skill. May each participant display their prowess and showcase their grandeur. Not measuring heroes by victory or defeat, but rather seeking to enhance their martial arts, that I hereby declare the martial arts convention officially commenced. As an elderly eunuch entered and read the opening address, it signaled the formal beginning of the martial arts competition. This eunuch was the same one who had previously obstructed Yi Tiangu from battling Xianjing, though his voice lacked the thunderous resonance. It reached every ear in attendance, demonstrating his remarkable prowess. The competition would see representatives from various sects draw lots, with the format being one-on-one. Victors would advance, while the defeated would be eliminated. And those guilty of accidental homicide would also face disqualification. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. Having spoken, the representatives from each sect ascended the stage, displaying a dazzling array of movements, with several free agents also stepping forward. Most of those on the platform were invited participants, while others had proven their abilities to gain entry. The threshold was quite simple. One merely needed to reach the Grand Master realm to compete. In no time, dozens had gathered on the stage, distinctly divided into two groups. The 8 individuals on the left were the heads of sects specially invited by the imperial court. They included Master Kongming of the Great Buddha Temple, Yi Tianren of the Sword Forging Mountain, Dugu Aoyang of the Jingqi sect, Wu Changfeng of the Qingquan sect, Tianqing Shangren of the Qinglian sect, Zhu Zheng of the Haoyang sect, Feiyu, the head of the Miaoying workshop, and Yu Wanli, the owner of the Wanjin Tower. In total, 10 sects were invited by the court. However, Yaowang Valley and Duandao Valley, which seldom engage with the world, did not participate. Among the dozens on the right, there were also invited representatives and those who registered independently. After the participants received their number plates, the elderly eunuch stepped forward to announce the competition details. The 8 major sects did not need to partake in the preliminary rounds. The preliminary rounds would determine the top 24 competitors. Those who advanced in the morning would not need to participate in the afternoon melee, while the afternoon's losing group melee would serve to fill the ranks to 24. The next day, the 8 invited sects would be divided into 8 groups, with the 24 who advanced being evenly distributed among them. Each group would yield only one victor, thus progressing from 32 to 8. The third day would feature the main event, where the remaining 8 champions would compete, narrowing from 8 to 4. The fourth day would see the final 4 contend to determine the last 2. With the ultimate champion crowned on the 5th day, the winner would become the martial arts leader of this convention. Once the rules were clarified, representatives of the 8 major sects returned to their viewing platforms. Qin Yu excitedly leaned forward to glance at Yi Tianda's number plate, which bore the number SIX. As the elderly eunuch called out the numbers, corresponding contestants appeared on the stage. The Tiandao Pavilion's MOU requests your guidance. A middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a dark green long blade, bowed respectfully. The Luiying Sec Song, he requests your guidance. Another middle-aged man in a blue robe also bowed. The Tiandao Pavilion was renowned for its chaotic infinite blade technique, said to be unpredictable and wield immense power, while the Luiying sect was famous for its shadow star hidden weapon technique, with projectiles dancing like stars, often blurring the line between reality and illusion. As Yi Tianda explained to Qin Yu, he observed the arena begin. With the eunuch's command, the match officially commenced. The black-clad MOU unleashed a slash, the dark green blade light surging towards Song He. In response, Song He sidestepped and shot forth several beams of light with his right hand, surpassing the speed of the blade light, swiftly reaching MOU's front. That MOU, however, made no unnecessary movements, merely spinning his blade, while the projectiles aimed at him halted 3 steps away. Protective true chi. There were gasps from the audience. Upon witnessing this, Song He was unfazed. Instead, he shot forth more hidden weapons into the air, his hands moving in a blur. In an instant, the stage was filled with a multitude of beams of light. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such rapid techniques. It was simply extraordinary. MOU, no longer hesitating, danced his blade in a seamless flow, forming an almost impenetrable dark green aura. That a series of explosive sounds erupted, centering around MOU, creating a barrage of fiery explosions. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Could hidden weapons truly explode? The stage was left scorched, but fortunately, it was crafted from the Imperial Court's specially forged steel rock. Otherwise, it would surely be rendered unusable after this first match as the smoke from the explosions began to clear. Several dark green blade lights shot forth, swiftly encircling Song He's movement space. Song He retaliated by launching several hidden weapons to counter the blade lights, the sound of metal clashing resonating throughout. He successfully mitigated the encroaching blade lights. However, just as he sighed in relief, a faint blade aura sliced through, sending him flying. Fortunately, Song He had protective true chi. Otherwise, he would have lost his arm, without allowing Song He to touch the ground. Mo soared into the air, his two strikes breaking through Song He's protective chi, with the final blade poised at Song He's neck. The first match goes to Tiandao Pavilion's Mo. Chapter 36. The exceptional realm Qin Yu remained spellbound throughout the morning's matches, which enriched his practical knowledge. He realized that in battles between equals, one must not only compete in foundational skills, but also employ strategy, or what might be termed combat intuition. That be why the end of the morning's fierce contests, 17 contenders had emerged victorious, among whom 2 left a profound impression on Qin Yu. Point 1 was Shangguan Junmo, the favored disciple of the Yufeng sect's master. This is the youngest participant of the event, a mere 28 years of age, distinguished as a leading figure of the younger generation. After all, few attain the Grandmaster level before the age of 30. And he has come here primarily to learn and engage in martial arts exchanges done on the arena. He is clad in flowing white garments, wielding a folding fan, his demeanor elegant and striking, capturing the attention of many young women in the audience. Indeed, he incites a sense of envy in Qin Yu. His unique style of combat is characterized predominantly by his leg techniques, with the fan serving as a supplementary tool. His opponent is a grandmaster of internal martial arts, named Ke Tong. During their duel, Shangguan Junmo utilizes his agile footwork and unpredictable leg maneuvers, leaving Ke Tong utterly defenseless. Not long into the battle, Ke Tong finds himself forced into a defensive stance due to his inability to keep pace with Shangguan Junmo's speed. However, after a protracted struggle, Shangguan Junmo discerns a flaw in Ke Tong's seemingly impenetrable defense. With a flick of his fan, he unleashes a technique known as Ling Shuiji, instantly breaking through Ke Tong's guard. Immediately followed by a move called Yunzong Talon, where countless leg shadows imprint upon Ke Tong's torso, causing him to groan and be sent flying. With a series of flowing and seamless attacks, Shangguan Junmo decisively claims victory in this contest, eliciting a chorus of cheers and excited shrieks from the crowd, particularly among the young women. In stark contrast to the visually captivating display of Shangguan Junmo is another contestant. This man stands tall like a pine, his visage resolute as iron, in the prime of his life, named Duan Hen, reputedly hailing from the Ba Dao sect. His signature move, the Wind and Cloud Overlord Blade, is a sight to behold, as a single strike conjures a tempest. With just one stroke, Duan Hen swiftly defeats his opponent, the force of his blade nearly endangering the spectators below the arena. Fortunately, the old eunuch intervenes just in time to dissipate the wave of blade energy. Otherwise, the audience would have faced unnecessary casualties. Even Qin Yu in the stands can feel the chilling edge of the blade. This man has already entered the realm of unparalleled mastery. It is a surprise that such a figure still exists in the martial world, truly a hidden dragon among tigers. Yi Tianren also expresses his admiration from the sidelines, noting that this is the first participant to reveal such extraordinary prowess. As time passes, the chaotic battles of the afternoon conclude. During the losers group melee, Qin Yu observes a myriad of scheming and intrigue. Some form alliances, while others feign weakness, prompting Qin Yu to exclaim in astonishment. Within the tumult, those with exceptional martial prowess find themselves besieged and eliminated, while the seemingly average individuals emerge victorious through cunning strategy. The events of the afternoon leave Qin Yu with profound insights. The martial world resembles a vast workplace, where every step must be taken with caution. Even possessing extraordinary strength does not exempt one from the risk of being overwhelmed and forced to retreat in disgrace. The martial world is indeed a grand workplace. If one cannot inspire awe, they must seek out a powerful ally or influence that commands both fear and respect. Qin Yu reflects on this internally. Simultaneously grateful for having joined a commendable sect, as the old eunuch announces the list of advancing contestants. It signifies the official end of the day's matches. You shall accompany your master to the Listening Wind Pavilion. The court has provided us with accommodations, complete with numerous vacant rooms. Yi Tiangu turns to Qin Yu and says. Subsequently, the three of them return to the Listening Wind Pavilion alongside the team from the Sword Forging Mountain. During this time, they encounter the group from the Qinglian sect that Yi Tianren exchanges a brief greeting. Yet the sect leader, Tian Qing, responds coldly and swiftly departs. The old Taoist nun, Xianjing, passing by Yi Tiangu and Qin Yu, emits a heavy snort. The animosity between the Sword Forging Mountain and the Qinglian sect is palpable. Could it be due to the master's past indiscretions? Such thoughts are tantalizing, and Qin Yu resolves to inquire further another day. In the midst of his musings, Qin Yu is playfully nudged, and upon looking up, he sees Yu Rio passing by, casting him a flirtatious glance and silently mouthing words. Understanding her implication, Qin Yu finds himself both amused and exasperated. This girl is reminding him that he still owes her 3 meals. That evening, Qin Yu, utilizing limited resources, manages to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, treating Yi Tianren and the others to a small feast. Although it is the first time they sampled Qin Yu's cooking, Yi Tianren maintains a composure that surpasses Yi Tiangu's earlier outburst that he offers praise judiciously, striking a balance of sincerity without overstepping. Meanwhile, Yi Tiangu rolls his eyes at his brother's pretentious demeanor. After a hearty meal, everyone retires early to their respective rooms, as the following day marks Yi Tianren's competition, and the group is considerate enough to allow him ample time to rest. Chapter 37. The Battle of Unparalleled Mastery. The sky today is as blue as a sapphire, with fluffy white clouds drifting like cotton candy that a gentle breeze sweeps through, bringing a refreshing coolness, creating an ideal setting for the matches. This morning's group competition will determine the 32 contenders progressing to the 16, followed by the 16 advancing to the 8 in the afternoon. The schedule is tight, compelling the participants to exercise greater caution, for severe injuries equate to elimination. A new host has taken the stage. Surprisingly, the Minister of War from the Great Shu, the old eunuch from yesterday, stands beneath the arena. Upon the minister's declaration of the draw's conclusion, the first combatant to step forward is none other than the esteemed leader of the Jingqi sect, De Guiyang, dressed in resplendent purple robes with silver streaks at his temples. His features are sharply defined, exuding a formidable presence even in silence. It seems that Aoyang Jingqi Changyang Gong has reached new heights of mastery. Yi Tianren remarks to the venerable monk, Master Kong Ming, who stands beside him. Indeed, the current might of Dugu is no less than that of the former heavenly master, replies Master Kong Ming. However, Ye's current restraint of divine energy surpasses what it was in those days. I must confess, I can no longer see through your depths. As the two engage in mutual flattery, Dugu Aoyang's opponent ascends the stage. Qin Yu recognizes him as one of the 17 qualifiers from yesterday. An elderly man clad in simple attire, known as the Bamboo Mountain Elder. Just like yesterday, he ambles onto the stage, leaning on a bamboo staff. Had they not witnessed his performance from the previous day, one might be deceived by his frail appearance. That time, his speed had astonished many, exemplifying the power of contrast. As the match begins, the Bamboo Mountain Elder launches the first offensive, his bamboo staff raining down upon Dugu Aoyang like a torrential downpour. This is the same technique he showcased in his initial bout, dubbed Shan Huanyu, which attacks with a density akin to rain and mist. This technique leaves opponents defenseless, targeting their vital points to disrupt their protective energy. Yet, in the face of the Bamboo Mountain Elder's signature skill, Dugu Aoyang merely unleashes his own energy, halting the Elder's advances 5 steps away. Seeing this, the Bamboo Mountain Elder begins to maneuver around Aoyang, launching a flurry of strikes with his staff. However, despite the apparent flair of his attacks, they fail to penetrate the invisible barrier of Aoyang's protective energy. Realizing this, the Bamboo Mountain Elder reveals his true prowess by drawing forth a slender bamboo sword. Instantly, an aura of unparalleled mastery radiates from him as he thrusts the sword forward, infused with tremendous power directed at Dugu Aoyang. This moment, Dugu Aoyang furrows his brows slightly, shifting his body with finesse, and delivers a palm strike towards the Bamboo Mountain Elder. The impact sends the Elder staggering back several paces, and before he can wipe the blood from his lips, a more fearsome palm strike follows. The Bamboo Mountain Elder, disregarding the need to catch his breath, unleashes a series of emerald sword energies to barely fend off the ferocious attack. Without hesitation, he retreats to create distance between himself and Du Guoyang. Du Guoyang, however, chooses not to pursue, recognizing that further aggression is unnecessary. Observing that his opponent still possesses strength, he sees no reason to hold back than a resonant declaration of Liang Zhuotian echoes and a blinding golden light, accompanied by intense heat, surges towards the Bamboo Mountain Elder. This time, no amount of effort from the Elder can shield himself from the radiant onslaught. Under the golden light, the Bamboo Mountain Elder is propelled like an arrow, hurtling towards the stands. Fortunately, the master of Wanjin Tower, Yu Wanli, intervenes to catch him, preventing both the Elder and the stands from being obliterated by the ferocious momentum, although the golden light dissipates. The terrifying shockwave still sweeps towards the audience below. Thankfully, the old eunuch stands at the forefront, swiftly neutralizing the wave of energy. Nevertheless, residual force still impacts the spectators behind him, causing several to stumble and fall. Is this the might of a strike from the realm of unparalleled mastery? Qin Yu's eyes widen, dazzled by the display. Such ferocity is indeed the hallmark of a master capable of summoning clouds and commanding rain. The match concluded with the elderly man from Zhoushan gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. Following the end of the contest, the audience was instructed to retreat 100 meters, while the front stage was graced by a multitude of experts from the imperial city. This competition stirred the thoughts of many. Some were enlightened, others contemplated strategies against foes, while a few awaited the opportune moment. The winds of change in the imperial city began to stir quietly after the astonishing palm strike delivered by Du Guoyang. Chapter 38. Feathers of the Miaoyin Workshop. The second match featured Master Kongming, the abbot of the Great Buddha Monastery, facing off against the king of pressure from the Yufeng sect, a moniker coined by our esteemed young Master Qin. Jealousy often distorts one's perception. Witnessing the torment of Yufeng's sect, Shangguan Junmo, at the hands of Qin Yu, was indeed a sight to behold. However, the scene Qin Yu had imagined did not materialize, for Master Kongming remained motionless throughout, while Shangguan Junmo unleashed a flurry of techniques that failed to penetrate Master Kongming's defenses. Left with no choice, Shangguan Junmo had to concede defeat. Though he lost, it was a dignified defeat, as the disparity in realms was evident. Moreover, he had displayed all he needed to show. Yet, what left Qin Yu feeling disdainful was Shangguan Junmo's ostentatious exit after his surrender. Next, the third match showcased Feathers of the Miaoyin Workshop, who faced off against Qi Long, the leader of the Iron Fist Alliance. That Qi Long was one of the 17 who had advanced the previous morning. He strode confidently into the arena, while Feathers' entrance incited considerable commotion. The audience beheld a striking woman adorned in a deep crimson satin gown, intricately embroidered with swirling cloud patterns and embellished with vivid phoenix motifs, cradling an ancient zither as she floated gracefully onto the stage. Accompanied by an ethereal aura, her appearance elicited a chorus of applause and whistles from the crowd. Qin Yu stood momentarily entranced. For if it were not for the martial arena, he might have mistaken her for a model gracing a fashion runway. Remarkably well-preserved, her skin glimmered with a youthful sheen akin to that of a blossoming maiden. Qin Yu scrutinized her, pondering in his heart. Beside him, Yi Tiangu seemed to perceive Qin Yu's thoughts and doused him with a cold splash of reality. Dou thinks she appears youthful. She is older than your father-in-law. Her beauty is merely a result of her skill in maintaining her appearance. Master, does that imply she has mastered techniques that preserve youth? Qin Yu inquired, both astonished and curious. Indeed, techniques such as the Chunmu-ju from the Medicine King Valley. But such methods require the aid of herbs to truly rejuvenate one's appearance. Yet, I wonder how this old woman achieved it. Qin Yu was astounded, secretly resolving to seek out such techniques for the benefit of his wives. As the referee declared the match to commence, Qi Long launched an aggressive attack with a powerful wind-infused punch, clearly devoid of any intention to show mercy. His fist sliced through the air with a sonic boom, causing many unaware spectators to express concern for Feathers and harbor disdain for Qi Long's brutality. As the punch hurtled towards her, Feathers merely caressed the strings of her zither with a resonant sound. A wave of formidable true energy erupted from the zither, directed at Qi Long. Upon impact, Qi Long stumbled backward, groaning as he steadied himself, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Not bad, she's got something. Let's see how you fare against my Dragon Fist Invincible." With that, Qilong clasped his fists against his chest, his left foot bending forward while his right foot retreated, forming a bow-like posture as a terrifying force coalesced around his fists. From a distance, the air surrounding Qilong's fists began to warp. Gasps of astonishment arose from the spectators in the stands. This martial arts gathering was growing increasingly captivating, even witnessing the long-lost ancient Dragon Fist in action. The speaker was none other than Du Guoyang, the victor of the first match. "Umitba, should the Red Flower practitioner be careless, she may suffer a significant loss. Why call her Red Flower? Because she was once known as the Red Flower Fairy in the martial world. The head of the Miao Yin workshop was the dream goddess of many young heroes back in the day, pursued by countless admirers. Her title, Red Flower Fairy, stemmed from a famous poem titled Red Flower. Delicate beauty blooms in the breeze, like a fiery bloom gracing the terrace. Though the fragrance may scatter, a heart full of affection awaits your arrival." Qin Yu listened intently, his ears perked up while his gaze was fixed on the stage. Watching as Qilong's fist movements intensified, Feathers did not remain idle. Her zither hovered before her. She began to pluck the strings with such rapidity that they seemed to blur, each note resonating with a fierce energy directed toward Qilong. Qilong bellowed as his fists radiated a golden light, manifesting illusory dragon figures that he then executed a peculiar maneuver, bending at the waist and thrusting his arms forward towards Feathers. The roar of dragons echoed throughout the arena. As two ethereal dragon forms entwined, accompanied by a surge of golden light rushing forth. The sound waves from Feathers' earlier assault were completely dispelled, prompting her to leap into the air, her zither spinning rapidly before her. The ancient instrument emitted spirals of red true energy that enveloped her. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed, and the brilliance surrounding Feathers intensified, giving rise to a phantom phoenix behind her. In the next moment, Qilong's attack collided with the airborne Feathers. The red and golden lights clashed in midair, neither side yielding immediately. Suddenly, the skies darkened, winds howled, and a torrential downpour began, as if summoned by the powerful notes of the zither. The resonant music surged like tumultuous waves, sending forth a series of shockwaves towards the dragon forms that in mere moments. The dragon figures disintegrated, as waves of mist-laden sound waves surged toward Qilong. I concede. Qilong ultimately succumbed, his body marked by numerous wounds, forcing him to shout his surrender, lest he face a dire fate today. Feathers dissipated her offensive, gently landing with her zither cradled in her arms. And without a backward glance, returned to the stands to meditate and heal. Clearly, this battle had inflicted considerable internal injury upon her as well. The rain continued to pour from the heavens, and after a brief silence, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. What an exhilarating spectacle! This battle had a profound impact on Qin Yu, who found himself yearning to explore the scenery of this realm. Chapter 39. The Saintess of the Blue Lotus Master Uncle. That Feathers of the Miao Yin workshop's zither is truly formidable. A disciple of the righteous sect inquired of the elder beside him. Indeed, you have keen eyes. That is the Fengwu zither, ranked 5th on the divine weapons list. Would you not consider that impressive? What is the divine weapons list? It is a ranking of weapons originating from the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, recognized by the martial world of that time. Qin Yu was taken aback, pondering the rank of the Tianyan sword. Just as he was about to inquire further, two figures ascended the stage. Point one was familiar to Qin Yu, the master of the Qinglian sect, Tianqing Shangren. Her opponent was Hu Yuan, the leader of the Ji Hall. This time, Qin Yu scrutinized the master of the Qinglian sect more closely. It was evident that her foundation was exceptional, and she must have been a great beauty in her youth. On the arena, Tianqing Shangren wielded a silver longsword, adorned in a long robe featuring lotus patterns, paired with a deep green skirt, neatly pleated to showcase her grace and composure. Qin Yu leaned closer to Yi Tenrin and whispered, "Master Uncle, would Tianqing be any less renowned than the Red Flower Fairy in her youth?" Naturally, they were famed as the peerless duo of their time. The Tianqing you speak of was the illustrious saintess of the Blue Lotus. The position of the sect leader in the Qinglian sect can only be inherited by the holy maidens of each generation, which is the origin of her title. Now, Let's refrain from prying into the past of the elders and focus on the match. It will benefit your future martial journey. Noting that his master uncle was not inclined to delve deeper into the topic, Qin Yu quelled his curiosity and turned his attention back to the competition. On the stage, Hu Yuan of the Juyi Hall clasped his fist. Hu Yuan of the Juyi Hall seeks your guidance. Tianqing of the Qinglian sect requests your instruction. After exchanging formalities, they each assumed their stances for battle. In an instant, both moved. Tianqing Shangren unsheathed her sword, advancing swiftly toward Hu Yuan, who brandished a spear, charging directly at her. The arena was immediately filled with the sound of clashing metal as Tianqing's sword danced through the air with grace, while Hu Yuan's spear executed sweeping strikes, a blend of rigidity and fluidity. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding to the other. Compared to previous matches, they did not unleash their true energy right from the start. Instead, they engaged in a pure display of martial skill. That it must be noted that while the lack of dazzling true energy illusions and flashing blades made this battle less visually spectacular, it was far more invigorating, as it represented the most genuine and unadorned clash of cold weapons. Qin Yu murmured to himself, captivated by their pure exchange of techniques, recognizing that only those who excelled in both offense and defense could emerge victorious. As the two masters engaged in conversation, the duel on stage had already escalated to several dozen exchanges. With the increasing speed of Tianqing Shangren's sword strikes and the growing variety of techniques employed, Hu Yuan gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, after sustaining his first wound, Hu Yuan reluctantly activated his protective true energy, managing to fend off the remaining lethal sword strikes. He then thrust his spear toward the sun and moon, his immense true energy amplifying the might of his weapon. In response, Tianqing Shangren pointed her sword towards the heavens, her own true energy erupting at that moment, causing the surrounding sword aura to become increasingly fierce. The two weapons collided once more, producing a significant commotion. Each subsequent clash transformed the rain in the air into mist. The atmosphere in the arena began to grow chaotic, with many droplets blown onto the spectator stands by the violent winds generated by their confrontation, also sweeping away several umbrellas from the audience below, prompting a continuous chorus of gasps from the crowd. Hu Yuan was forced back 3 steps, and after steadying himself, he once again wielded his spear with all his might, sending several large water rings hurtling towards Tianqing Shangren. However, she remained unhurried, skillfully slicing through the successive water rings with her sword. Just when everyone presumed Hu Yuan was exhausted, a powerful surge of true energy suddenly erupted from the tip of his spear, its momentum akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Tianqing Shangren clearly anticipated this, as the sharp sword aura around her coalesced onto her long sword. With a swift movement, a massive and fierce sword aura shattered the illusion of Hu Yuan's dragon. In an instant, the sword aura pierced through Hu Yuan's body, accompanied by the dispersal of his protective true energy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hu Yuan was defeated, though grievously injured. He did not lose consciousness. Tianqing Shangren had also shown restraint, for had she not, Hu Yuan would surely have perished from that strike. What is the name of that sword technique? Hu Yuan inquired, dragging his wounded body. The 9th form of the Qinglian sword manual, connecting to the lotus leaves of heaven. Tianqing Shangren's cold voice resonated throughout the arena. Chapter 40. Half-Step Lu Xian Realm. The match garnered applause and cheers from the audience. The rain in the air gradually transformed into a gentle drizzle, heralding the arrival of the 5th match, pitting Wu Changfeng, the leader of the Qinkuan sect, against Duanmu Feng, the leader of the Lingyun sect. This contest was relatively less thrilling than the previous ones due to the evident disparity in strength. Duanmu Feng quickly conceded defeat, acknowledging that a match between an unparalleled expert and a grandmaster was somewhat unfair, as few could transcend such boundaries in combat, especially against a top-tier, unparalleled expert. The 6th match featured Yi Tianren, who faced off against Mou from the Tiandao Pavilion. Qin Yu felt quite reassured about this match, given that his opponent had only displayed the realm of a grandmaster in the first contest. Of course, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't hide his true level, as some of the previous cunning competitors had done. However, it was unlikely that someone of Duanmu Feng's renown would be lacking in skill. Qin Yu approached Yi Tiangu, asking, "Is the sword in the hands of our sect leader, the Tianyun sword?" "No," That is your master's personal sword. The Tianyin sword cannot be wielded unless the sect is in peril. This is a rule of our sword forging mountain. Came the response. But doesn't this rule make the Tianyin sword seem like a consumable that depletes with each use? Qin Yu pressed. Want to know? Then you shall discover once you return to the sect with me, replied Yi Tiangu, who was clearly enjoying the suspense. Once this martial arts tournament concludes, I shall accompany you back to Sword Forging Mountain. Ah, perfect timing, as we can also conduct your initiation ceremony upon returning. After that, you will officially join Sword Forging Mountain. However, I promised your father that you must not descend the mountain before your marriage. Are you willing to comply? Yi Tiangu symbolically inquired of Qin, why you did is that really a thing? What is my old man up to? Qin Yu exclaimed. Your father believes that since you have chosen the path of martial arts, you should focus earnestly on your studies and not let mundane matters distract you, which would hinder your martial path. That I wholeheartedly agree with his perspective. Yi Tiangu stated, do I even have a choice? Qin Yu retorted that no, you don't. Yi Tiangu responded that it would have been better not to inform me of this disheartening news. My wan and my Quanjude. My money. Qin Yu silently lamented, just as he shifted his gaze back to the arena. The outcome of the match had already been decided. Naturally, Yi Tianren emerged victorious. The moment Qin Yu was distracted, Yi Tianren's sword was already poised at Mo's throat. What just happened? That sword was incredibly fast. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Congratulations, Brother Yi. It seems you have touched upon the realm of unity between man and sword. Du Guoyang congratulated the returning Yi Tianren. Brother Du Gu is too modest. I merely grasped a superficial understanding, Yi Tianren replied. Ba, I observe that sword strike of yours, and it seems you are but a step away from the unity of man and sword, should another expert of the Lu Xian realm emerge. It would be a great fortune for the martial world. You are being overly humble, Yi Zhishu. Listening to Master Kongming's commendation, Yi Tianren did not elaborate further, simply offering a wry smile and cupping his hands in respect. Master, is the unity of man and sword truly that formidable? Qin Yu queried in a hushed tone. For a swordsman to reach the unity of man and sword signifies they are already at the half-step Lu Xian realm. Would you not consider that impressive? Incredible. Is our sect leader truly so powerful? Does this not mean that the position of martial alliance leader is already secured? Qin Yu whispered, trying to contain his excitement. There are always greater talents beyond our own. Until the results are revealed, no one can make assumptions. There may very well be other half-step Lu Xian experts, Yi Tiangu replied calmly. Indeed, there are far too many cunning competitors in this tournament. Each one more adept at concealing their strengths than the last, that if our sect leader has revealed his realm early, has he not suffered a significant loss? Qin Yu pondered. Your sect leader must have his reasons for revealing his realm. Remember, at their level, no one is a fool, Yi Tiangu remarked thoughtfully. The seventh match was between Zhu Zheng, the leader of the Haoyang sect, and Duan Hen from the Bedando sect, dressed in a brown robe adorned with white cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs. Zhu Zheng's exposed hands were wrapped in crimson bandages that in stark contrast. Duan Hen donned black attire, his dark hair obscuring his face, wielding the battle knife from the previous day, yet he also bore a knife-shaped weapon shrouded in black cloth on his back. Today, Duan Hen appeared markedly different from the previous day. If yesterday he exuded an aura of dominance, today he emanated an unsettling and sinister charm, perhaps due to the removal of his hat. Revealing his visage to the audience, that a gentle breeze tousled Duan Hen's long hair, occasionally unveiling a terrifying scar running across his cheek. Chapter 41. The Ming knife. Duan Hen's aura felt somewhat off to why Yi Tianren spoke first. It is not his issue. The weapon on his back is problematic, Wu Changfeng interjected. Ba, this aura reminds this monk of an incident from many years ago, Master Kongming remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the weapon behind Duan Hen. Master, are you referring to that knife from back then? Du Guoyang inquired, astonished that I cannot ascertain for certain, but it bears a resemblance. All of you should remain vigilant and observe the developments, Master Kongming advised. Upon hearing the abbot's words, the others exchanged solemn glances, their attention drawn to the arena. Zhu Zheng. Duan Hen, please. The two exchanged brief greetings before launching their attacks. Duan Hen initiated with his signature Fengyin Bedando. Zhu Zheng swiftly closed the distance, seizing the half-formed blade momentum with one hand while delivering a powerful punch to Duan Hen's chest. The blow sent the astonished Duan Hen flying, caught off guard by Zhu Zheng's remarkable speed. Fortunately, Duan Hen possessed the purple gold dominance body, which spared him from sustaining severe injuries and losing his combat effectiveness. The leaders of the 8 major sects were indeed not to be underestimated. Regaining his footing, Duan Hen wiped away the non-existent sweat on his brow. That you're quite resilient. If you don't show your true capabilities soon, you won't have another opportunity. With that, Zhu Zheng unleashed a fierce punch. Duan Hen retaliated with swift blade energy while closing in on Zhu Zheng, his long knife slashing repeatedly. Zhu Zheng countered with his fists, and it was unclear what material his bandages were made from. As they managed to withstand the sharp blade, after several dozen exchanges, Duan Hen was once again sent flying. However, as he was propelled through the air, a surge of purple light enveloped him. He had pushed his purple-gold dominance body to its limits. Had it not been for this technique, he would have long since been bloodied and defeated by Zhu Zheng. Duan Hen infused his long knife with purple-gold energy and charged towards Zhu Zheng once more. After another fierce exchange, Duan Hen was sent flying again. At this point, his purple-gold energy was beginning to waver. Nonetheless, Zhu Zheng was not entirely unscathed. His brown robe bore several gashes, but they were merely superficial. Very well, you've forced my hand. Consider yourself the first sacrifice to my blade. As Duan Hen forced out a few words through his teeth, he subsequently removed the long knife strapped to his back. The moment he grasped the blade, shrouded in black cloth, the purplish-golden aura enveloping him instantly transformed into an ominous dark green. That a sinister energy pervaded the arena in an instant. The heads of various sects in the stands immediately rose. Fixated on Duan Hen atop the stage in the arena, Zhu Zheng distinctly felt the oppressive aura. Furrowing his brows, he slowly shed his long robe and inner garments, revealing a torso entirely wrapped in crimson bandages. In the next moment, flames erupted from his arms, creating a swirling circle of searing fire within a 5-step radius around him. At that moment, Zhu Zheng resembled a blazing sun, standing in stark contrast to Duan Hen's chilling and malevolent state. Witnessing this scene, many spectators below erupted in exclamations of excitement. However, the gaze of the various sect leaders remained fixated on the knife in Duan Hen's hand. Zhu Zheng chose not to hold back any longer. With a powerful Great Sun Divine Fist, imbued with intense heat, he launched an attack towards Duan Hen. The dark green protective energy surrounding Duan Hen was instantly engulfed and melted by the fiery fist. Although Duan Hen remained standing after the blow, his garments were tattered, and he held the knife against his chest. The black cloth that had covered it shattered under Zhu Zheng's force at last. The true visage of the blade was unveiled. The knife measured a formidable 5 feet in length, its sheath as dark as ink, adorned with engravings of a triangular-headed serpent. The handle exhibited a slight curve. Covered in serpent-like, dark green scales, with a grimace, Duan Hen coughed up blood as he slowly drew the knife before him, an even more sinister aura emanating from it. Indeed, it was Ming. Esteemed guests, do not allow this blade to emerge and wreak havoc upon the martial world any longer. This match must be halted. Master, do not be hasty. I believe Zhu Zheng still possesses means that if he cannot prevail, we shall intervene then. The voice belonged to Wu Changfeng, reflecting the sentiments of the crowd. For the duel had yet to conclude, and witnessing the opponent's ultimate techniques was indeed beneficial. As long as Zhu Zheng was not in mortal danger, everyone was quite content to observe from the sidelines. Zhu Zheng, seeing Duan Hen withstand his Great Sun Divine Fist and still manage to draw the blade, was taken aback. However, he had no intention of letting his opponent off the hook. The knife instilled a sense of foreboding in him. Necessitating a swift resolution, in the next instant, he charged towards the still-drawing Duan Hen like a colossal sun. Duan Hen, sensing the threat, swiftly drew and unleashed the wind and cloud-dominating blade, this time with a force far exceeding before. A tempestuous dark green blade light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhu Zheng, who blazed like the sun. A thunderous sound echoed as Zhu Zheng and Duan Hen both retreated 7 or 8 paces, each sustaining internal injuries to varying degrees. After stabilizing their stances, they charged at each other once more. After several exchanges, Zhu Zheng bore a horrific knife wound across his back, causing the bandages to shred and fall away. Both combatants appeared particularly disheveled, and the arena floor bore cracks of varying severity. Chapter 42. The sudden change, even at this juncture, neither side conceded defeat, both continuously gathering strength. Due to the overwhelming blade light of the Ming and Duan Hen's grasp. Not only could it penetrate his protective energy, but it also rendered Zhu Jing's radiant sun's sacred body unable to withstand its might at that moment. Zhu Jing's upper body ignited with a fiery phantom, and the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. In contrast, the previously terrifying dark green energy emanating from Duan Hen contracted entirely into the Ming in his hand. His eyes turned as dark as ink, and black lines appeared across his face, rendering him akin to a demon. This is bad. It signals the onset of demonic transformation. As Master Kongming's voice faded, the Ming blade erupted with terrifying malevolence, causing many ordinary spectators below to collapse in convulsions. Duan Hen roared, raising the knife skyward, unleashing a dense dark green blade light that shot into the heavens, coalescing in the air into a colossal blade shadow. And no more waiting. Everyone, strike together. Master Kongming leaped onto the arena first, and the others followed suit, leaping toward the stage in unison. Zhu Zheng, witnessing the dark green blade light in the air, felt a surge of alarm at this moment. He unleashed his full power, sensing that the blade light had completely locked onto him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In the next instant, flames surged around him. For a brief moment, Qingyu thought she had witnessed a Super Saiyan. Once Zhu Zheng gathered his strength, he unleashed his most potent strike towards the blade shadow above. However, the moment his fist impacted the blade shadow, it disintegrated, failing to budge the shadow even slightly. Just as despair began to settle over Zhu Zheng, a Buddhist chant resonated in his ears. Amitabha, Moko, Wu Yang. A massive golden palm print surged towards the blade light above, holding its ground momentarily before crumbling inch by inch. Blazing sun scorching heaven. Duguyang also joined the fray. 3,000 swords. Yi Qianren's sword technique followed closely. Bright moon sword radiance. Wu Changfeng, sensing the momentum, also thrust forth a sword. The combined efforts of the three instantly overturned the overwhelming situation, causing the blade shadow in the air to first stall before gradually dissipating. The residual force sent Duan Hen flying, and just as everyone prepared to seize him, a hearty laugh echoed from above. Haha, the martial world of the Central Plains indeed relishes the many bullying the few. A figure clad in black robes landed before Duan Hen, followed closely by several other shadowy figures. Upon closer inspection, there were unmistakably 9 identical figures in black robes. Who dares to show their face? Hiding in the shadows, Duguayang bellowed. Haha, does your so-called martial arts gathering merit the name without our Heavenly Dragon sect? Today, let our Heavenly Dragon sect meet your so-called experts, the leading figure in black robes declared, launching an attack at Duguayang. Seeing this, Duguayang also surged forward to engage. Meanwhile, the other sect leaders in the stands began to descend into the fray. The remaining fighters charged toward the 9 black-robed figures and Duan Hen. Everyone, be sure to secure that blade, Master Kongming cautioned. After exchanging a palm strike with the black-robe leader, Duguayang realized that the opponent's strength was on par with his OWN. The next moment, he fully activated the Righteous Qi Eternal Yang technique, a powerful aura rising around him. Simultaneously, a thick energy emanated from the leading black-robed figure, one that felt oddly familiar to Duguayang. Could it be that heaven? Duguayang queried uncertainly that you're referring to that dead man. If you wish to see him, I can fulfill that wish right now. Enough with the noise, prepare to die. The two collided once more. On the arena, the leaders of the 8 major sects had already engaged in a chaotic melee with the group of black-robed figures at this moment. Those who had regained their senses realized that all the combatants on the stage were of extraordinary caliber. All those below the realm of the extraordinary should retreat. Yi Qiande called out loudly that many elders and disciples from the various sects had participated in the battle. Casualties quickly ensued, though they were not specifically targeted. Many were injured by the residual shockwaves at this point. Only over 20 extraordinary fighters remained in a tumultuous clash. The numbers naturally favored the Central Plains martial artists slightly. This was still considering the extraordinary experts who had been injured prior and were unable to join. However, the strength of the Heavenly Dragon sect was truly formidable, effectively pitting the power of an entire sect against a significant portion of the Central Plains elite forces. Meanwhile, the royal guards had taken control of the area below, swiftly evacuating the masses. Should the battle atop the stage spill into the crowd, the casualties would be unimaginable. Just as the fight reached a fever pitch, an elderly eunuch below made his move. His eerie agility allowing him to silently approach Duan Hen, who was engaged in combat. In an instant, the eunuch struck with a soft, shadowy palm, hitting Duan Hen, who, like a kite severed from its string, lost his grip on the Ming blade, sending it flying. Qin Yu watched the entire scene in stunned silence, particularly at the moment the elderly eunuch struck. She had not anticipated this old trickster to be so formidable. His movements astoundingly uncanny. Chapter 43. The explosion as the Ming blade soared through the air. Everyone abruptly halted, then swiftly attempted to seize it. Shumi Great Hand Seal. Master Kongming unleashed a terrifying force, sending a nearby black-robed figure flying away from the knife. Wind Flower Snow Knight. The leading black-robed figure suddenly retaliated, pushing back Duguayang, then roared, and no sooner had he finished speaking than the black-robed figures collectively retreated and hurled round objects into the arena. Boom! Boom boom! A series of explosions erupted. The gathered crowd was thrown into chaos, though each possessed protective energy. Otherwise, even extraordinary fighters would have faced severe injury from the blast as the thick smoke from the explosions began to clear. The black-robed figures had vanished without a trace, leaving only a charred Duan Hen on the arena, while the Ming blade had mysteriously disappeared. Damn it. They had explosives. Where's the blade? As everyone regained their composure, a cacophony of voices erupted. Everyone, hurry and pursue. We cannot allow this blade to fall into the hands of outsiders. Master Kongming spoke up to remind everyone. Without hesitation, the crowd surged toward the direction where the figure in the black robe had vanished. Mere moments later, the arena was devoid of any living souls. With the disruption caused by the Tianlong sect, the martial arts convention was rendered unfeasible. Today's unforeseen circumstances were a testament to the court's failure in its duty of defense. They would provide an explanation to the various sects, and everyone was permitted to return and rest for the time being. The Minister of War stepped forward to take charge of the situation. On the way back, Qin Yu remained lost in thought. The Tianlong sect. Wasn't that the Western sect mentioned in Yin Tianqian's letter? How did the men from the Western sect infiltrate the capital of the Great Shu? Master, are you familiar with the Tianlong sect? Indeed, the black-clad assailants pursuing me were from the Tianlong sect. How did they manage to lurk within the Great Shu? They even dared to come beneath the imperial capital. It seems the Great Shu is quite porous. There must be traitors within the Great Shu. Otherwise, how could the Tianlong sect have infiltrated the heavily guarded imperial capital so smoothly? As they conversed, the two returned to their residence. An announcement from the court was released that afternoon. Several individuals negligent in their duties were dealt with first, followed by a notification that this year's martial arts convention was temporarily canceled. With the court promising appropriate compensation to the participating sections, however, another piece of news soon followed. The borders of the Great Shu were under attack from a coalition of the Western Vantian dynasty and the southwestern tribes. In just one day, 4 cities in Qingzhou fell. Shortly thereafter, the court issued a call to arms, inviting martial heroes to form a united front alongside the imperial army to resist the enemy. Due to the martial arts convention, various sects quickly learned of this news, and many smaller sects and individuals responded to the court's summons. However, the major sects, like the 8 great sects, did not respond immediately, as their leaders were engaged in pursuing the Tianlong sect. Yet, after a night of deliberation, the temporary representatives of the 8 great sects decided to join the coalition formed by the court. In no time, those sects that had initially remained silent began to sign up for the United Front. Thus, the Martial Alliance, composed of martial artists, was officially established, with representatives from the 8 great sects jointly assuming the leadership roles. On the evening of the second day, the 8 leaders of the Martial Alliance attended a joint military conference called by the court. The following day, the Martial Alliance held a mobilization meeting at the original competition venue. It was ultimately decided that they would gather in Jiangqing 10 days later. After the mobilization meeting concluded, each sect returned to their respective headquarters to muster their forces before heading to Jiangqing. On this day, Qin Yu followed Yi Tiangu and others out of the city to return to the mountain gate, parting ways with Lin Wu. Along the way, Wai Yuhu, persuaded by Qin Yu, also joined Yi Tiangu's ranks, thus accompanying Qin Yu back to the Forged Sword Mountain. Of course, he was not merely seeking to enjoy with his childhood friend after learning of the grim news that he could not descend the mountain for the next 4 years. Yi Tiangu could naturally see through Qin Yu's intentions. However, while Yu was not as exceptional as Qin Yu, he was still regarded as talented among his peers. Therefore, Yi Tiangu gladly accepted him as his second disciple. Chapter 44. Forged Sword Mountain. This time, they did not take a carriage. Instead, Yi Tiangu taught the two how to ride horses. Accompanying Qin Yu, there were a total of 8 people. The other 5 did not travel with them after leaving the city, as they had gone to pursue their leader or inform those disciples who were out traveling that on their return journey, they unexpectedly encountered numerous refugees fleeing from Qingzhou. After a brief inquiry, they learned that the situation in Qingzhou was dire. Although the court had promptly dispatched troops from Yongzhou, Yangzhou, and Jianzhou to provide aid, they were still being steadily defeated. It was evident that the two enemy coalitions were formidable and well-prepared. 2 days later, they hastily returned to the mountain gate. Qin Yu finally understood why Forged Sword Mountain was referred to as a mountain rather than a pavilion or sect. Before him stood a majestic and imposing mountain, its peak resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. Standing resolutely between heaven and earth, that appeared as if a person were brandishing a sword towards the sky, evoking admiration for nature's craftsmanship. The mountain gate was situated at the head of this human-shaped mountain. Upon reaching the gate, Qin Yu suddenly felt that 4 years of confinement on the mountain was not such a grave matter. The rugged mountain path was arduous, and the altitude was simply overwhelming. Due to the need to accommodate Yu who lacked agility, they ascended the mountain on foot, which left Qin Yu utterly exhausted. With such a high mountain gate, surely the resources must be quite scarce, Qin Yu mused. Yet, as he reached the front of the gate, this amusing thought was cast aside. Gazing at the towering archway that stood over 10 meters high, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Beside it stood a stone tablet inscribed with a poem. Forged Sword Mountain. Yi Qingfeng majestic peaks conceal the scars of swords. Mist shrouds the summit. Time stretches long. The stone cliff rises like a blade towards the sky. A hero once forged his peak here. As Qin Yu admired the powerful and vigorous calligraphy on the tablet, he found himself momentarily entranced. From this script, he sensed a sharp yet profound sword intent. Observing his disciple's rapt expression, Yi Tiangu patted Qin Yu's shoulder with appreciation. This poem was carved by our ancestor with a sword. Do you sense the sword intent within? Yes, while the sword intent is indeed sharp, it carries a sense of antiquity. This stone tablet must have existed for quite some time, right? Yi Tiangu was momentarily stunned. What did you say? A sense of antiquity. He regarded Qin Yu with an expression akin to that of a curious creature. Yes. Surely this stone tablet has been around for a long while. Well, it has been nearly 200 years. This stone tablet was inscribed after Yi Qingfeng attained the unnamed sword technique. However, for the past 2 centuries, no one has mastered this unnamed sword technique. Many talented individuals have come before this tablet to comprehend its sword intent, yet I have never heard of anyone feeling a sense of antiquity from it. Naturally, Yi Tiangu had also pondered over it. So he was acutely aware that he himself did not sense the feeling of antiquity. It seemed that this unnamed sword technique was worth allowing this boy to attempt. Perhaps he might indeed succeed. Yi Tiangu kept his astonishment to himself, silently contemplating, before leading the two toward the grand hall of the mountain gate. Along the way, many disciples came forth to greet Yi Tiangu. Qin Yu soon understood that his master held the position of the 4th elder within the mountain gate. As they proceeded, they encountered disciples dressed in blue and white garments adorned with cloud patterns, all of whom were uniform in appearance. Although the mountain gate was constructed atop the mountain, much of its area was level ground, with only the various grand halls requiring ascending steps. The higher one ascended, the fewer the buildings, creating a pyramid-like arrangement from a distance. The trio quickly arrived at the hall marked as the Qianquan Hall, where they found couplets displayed on either side of the entrance. In the mountains, time crystallizes sword intent. Within the hall, the universe gathers sword souls. The horizontal inscription read sword intent of the universe. Qin Yu sighed as he stepped into the hall. It was not the resplendent and opulent spectacle one might expect, but rather a solemn and ancient ambience, imparting a sense of stability that comes with the passage of time. The hall was spacious, with 2 rows of long benches arranged, and at the front sat a grandmaster's chair, with several cushions placed before it. That moment, many individuals were already seated on the benches. Upon seeing Yi Tiangu and the two enter, they all rose to greet them. From their conversations, Qin Yu learned that they were already aware of the events that had transpired in the imperial capital. However, they would first conduct the Mountain Gate initiation ceremony before gathering the disciples to march to Jiangsheng. In fact, a day before the three returned, the Mountain Gate had received correspondence. The candidates for the United Army were already being finalized. The upper echelons of Forged Sword Mountain had mostly gathered in the Qian Kuan Hall, with the exception of the leader, who was still pursuing the Tianlong sect in the presence of numerous elders and officials. Qin Yu and Yu, who successfully completed the initiation ceremony. Following this, they were taken by their senior brothers to familiarize themselves with the environment of Forged Sword Mountain and to collect their tokens and attire. After several rounds of conversation, they learned that their guide was named Lu Yun, that he had been practicing on the mountain for nearly 10 years and had entered the Mountain Gate at a similar age to Qin Yu and the others. However, his master was merely an official, unlike Qin Yu and the others who were fortunate enough to be taken in by an elder. Before long, under Qin Yu's praises of senior brother is exceptionally talented. Surely possessing the demeanor of an immortal, Lu Yun gradually became enamored, and thus the two quickly grew close as if they were siblings. Chapter 45. The expedition in the following 2 days. Qin Yu did not see Yi Tiangu. It was said that he was still discussing matters concerning the expedition. During this time, he also received word from the leader, revealing that they had pursued the Tianlong sect to Tianshang City in Jizhou, where the sect had reinforcements. Nevertheless, the various leaders had decisively eliminated 4 black-robed figures, along with several reinforcements in these 2 days. Qin Yu and Yu, who trained alongside their senior brothers and sisters, attending specialized classes that taught them both theory and practical skills as newcomers. Their foundational knowledge and martial skills were still quite lacking, so they spent these days practicing the horse stance. Despite Qin Yu's remarkable lightness of foot, his foundation was unsteady, and he obediently squatted in the horse stance. Yet, to Qin Yu's dismay, Yu had begun to increase the intensity with added weights, and he found himself unable to endure as long as Yu. Truly, he was all limbs and vigor. Qin Yu could only softly console his tender heart. There was no way to escape the innate circumstances. He had no choice but to accept his fate. For the past 2 days, he had been exhausting himself with horse stances and fetching water from the mountain, leaving him too weary to contemplate any improvements to the meals provided on the mountain. Despite the fatigue, each day Qin Yu would dedicate his rest time to meditation and practice. However, for some unknown reason, the true energy within his dantian had stagnated at 9 strands, and no matter how he circulated the Great Zhou cycle, he could not condense the energy into crystalline form. Instead, a black line appeared on the golden orb. This change troubled Qin Yu greatly, as he had no one to consult in the past 2 days. He had inquired with several senior brothers, but their replies were all the same. There was only true energy in the dantian, devoid of anything else. With no other option, Qin Yu resolved to take things one step at a time. He also planned to visit the library within the Mountain Gate for further research. On a brighter note, the Sun Scripture had opened 23 meridians, indicating that Qin Yu had entered the realm of a second-rate martial artist in terms of body refinement. However, he was still 17 meridians away from connecting to the first channel. Even with the physical prowess honed through the Sun Scripture, he still found himself inferior to Yu, whose innate constitution was truly formidable. On the 3rd day, Qin Yu was awakened by the resounding sound of a bell, and upon inquiry, he learned that the Mountain Gate was assembling disciples. He joined his senior brothers and proceeded to the martial arts arena at the Mountain Gate. Upon arrival, Qin Yu finally saw his master, Yi Tiangu, who stood on the martial platform alongside 8 others, elders of the Mountain Gate. Silence. Everyone, it is likely that you have all been informed of the matter I am about to discuss. Yi Tiangu began. Our nation is in peril, and it is time for us, as martial practitioners, to dedicate ourselves to the defense of our country. Over 20 years ago, your masters faced national disaster together. Now it is your turn. War is brutal, but it presents the best opportunity for your growth. Only those who have endured the baptism of the battlefield can ascend to greater heights. That we have drafted 3 batches of names, which will be announced shortly. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Yi Xing, Yi Qingrong, Yi Ming, Wang Xiangfei, Shi Buiyun. The first batch comprised 100 individuals. As he watched the others ascend the platform, Qin Yu was astonished to see his familiar senior brother Lu Yun among them. That moment, he felt a stirring in his heart, coming to understand the saying that true heroes act for their country and people. This time, 5 elders, including Yi Tiangu, would lead the expedition to it. Remained uncertain how many would return from this descent. War had always been merciless. Yet for the peace of the people of Dechu, countless ordinary individuals were required to sacrifice their blood for a semblance of tranquility. Naturally, Qin Yu and Yu, who were not included in the lists, as they were among the youngest seeds of the sword-forging mountain, and the legacy of the Mountain Gate needed them to continue. In the afternoon, they prepared to depart for Jiangcheng. Before leaving, Yi Tiangu sought out Qin Yu and Yu, he offered no lengthy explanations but expressed his regrets, admitting to being an inadequate master. He left Yu with a body refinement technique that your time in martial arts has been short, yet your accomplishments surpass those of your peers, that I shall not impart further techniques to you, but I have secured an opportunity for you to study the Wuming Sword Classic, which you may begin once your true energy crystallizes. You possess considerable talent, but I hope you will cultivate humility and focus in your training. The path of martial arts requires not only the mastery of skills, but also the cultivation of the heart. During my absence, I hope you will look after your junior brother Yu. He lacks your intellect, so I hope you can guide his training in my stead. Master, spare me from such ominous words. It sounds like a farewell. I refuse to let you shirk your responsibilities. Qin Yu retorted, laughter echoing in the air. Ha, good lad that I understand. Await my return with peace of mind. Thus as the sun dipped below the mountains, they bid farewell to the 105 individuals from Sword Forging Mountain. Chapter 46. Bad news time flew by, and a month passed as Qin Yu spent 10 days and nights at Sword Forging Mountain. During this time, he wrote several letters to his family and entrusted them to senior brothers heading down the mountain for delivery. Naturally, he received replies from his family, including his father's encouragement to focus on his training and Lin Wan's heartfelt confessions. One day, the Mountain Gate received news from the front lines of Qingzhou Point 3 days prior. The joint forces of the Martial Alliance, numbering over 10,000, had joined the Eastern Army of the Court to assist the besieged Lingfeng City. A total of 40,000 troops managed to defeat 80,000 allied forces from the western regions and southwest. The Martial Alliance showcased their might, swiftly decapitating the enemy's leaders and commanders, leading to the rout of the two allied armies that end this battle. 40,000 enemy troops were slain, and 20,000 were captured, leaving only 20,000 to flee in defeat. This marked the greatest victory for the Kingdom of Chu since the invasion of foreign enemies. Upon hearing this news, the Mountain Gate erupted in celebration. Messages continued to arrive from the sect leader, indicating that the Tianlong sect had successfully evaded pursuit. The Ming Blade had been carried away by them, even at the cost of 10 exceptional lives. The reason for their successful escape was the sudden emergence of allied forces from the western regions and northern frontier within Jizhou. Consequently, both Qingzhou and Jizhou were now under threat from foreign invaders, leading Dechu to commence a two-front war. Troops from Yinzhou, Yuzhou, and Dongzhou were dispatched to provide assistance. The various sect leaders, feeling remorse for their previous losses, convened to compose a second batch of reinforcements for the Martial Alliance. Preparing to aid Jizhou Point 3 days later, the sect leader Yi Tianren returned to the Mountain Gate. Without grand speeches, he swiftly assembled a team of over 100 individuals and set off to support Jizhou. A week later, urgent news arrived from Qingzhou. The Allied forces were embroiled in a fierce stalemate, as numerous cities were under siege. The Allied forces had divided into 8 routes, with each major sect leading a contingent of troops. 4 days prior, the coalition led by Sword Forging Mountain had suffered an ambush, incurring heavy losses and becoming trapped at the Three Peaks. This news was relayed by experts who fought desperately to break through. Due to the intense fighting at the front, it was difficult to send reinforcements. Reluctantly, they could only dispatch personnel from the rear. This information was also conveyed through the Dechu court. This news sent shockwaves through the Mountain Gate, and the originally planned third batch of 150 individuals suddenly surged to over 300, as many volunteered to join the rescue. Among them were Qin Yu and Yu Hu, joking that their master was in peril, and they could not remain idle while others sought to rescue him. Unfortunately, they were brushed aside due to their brief time in the sect. The Mountain Gate would not allow them to risk their lives. Within a day, a total of 353 individuals had gathered, including the last 3 elders and 10 deacons who also set out to assist. Now, only a few deacons and retired elders remained to oversee the situation at the Mountain Gate. If this rescue attempt failed, Sword Forging Mountain would suffer significant losses. While Qin Yu was deeply concerned about the situation outside, The mountain was isolated from information, and he could not descend, so he decided to immerse himself in training. He believed his master had the ability to protect himself, as he was indeed a peak grandmaster, that a grandmaster on the battlefield could truly achieve the impossible, turning the tide of battle. After enduring this period of hardship, Qin Yu's foundational skills gradually solidified. His understanding of martial arts, particularly in swordsmanship, continued to improve as he began to decipher the techniques within the Shang Jian sword manual. However, he still found himself distanced from mastering it. Each time he reached this point, he marveled at the complexity of the manual given to him by his father. He even questioned whether his father possessed martial skills, for a family capable of passing down such profound sword techniques could not be ordinary. Yet upon his arrival in this world, he retained memories of his father being merely an unassuming physician, devoid of any martial prowess. Thus, when his father presented him with the sword manual, Qin Yu was predominantly curious about his mother's story and the nature of his grandfather's lineage. However, as he delved deeper into the sword manual, he became increasingly aware of the intricacies and profundities of the sword techniques it contained. Qin Yu gradually prioritized the cultivation of the manual, eager to master it quickly so he could return and inquire about his father. Chapter 47. A month slipped by, and during this time, no news from the front lines reached them. The Mountain Gate had repeatedly dispatched individuals down the mountain to inquire about the situation, but all they received were reports of victories from other sects' allied forces that asked for the coalition from Qingzhou's sword-forging mountain. It was as if they had vanished without a trace. Conversely, the coalition from Jizhou had delivered numerous encouraging updates, with the force led by the sect leader achieving consistent victories. Brother Yu, what do you think is happening with Master? He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? He is surely fine. Our master possesses extraordinary martial skills and can navigate the battlefield with ease. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on your training so you can assist master in defeating our enemies in the future. Qin Yu and Yu, who were diligently practicing their sword techniques. Although unlike Qin Yu, Yu wielded a large sword. Indeed, Yu chose the path of heavy swordsmanship. Before Yi Tiangu departed, he had specifically instructed the instructors regarding Yu's circumstances. Over the course of the past 2 months, the instructors had devised a tailored training regimen for Yu to master the heavy sword. In comparison to teaching Qin Yu, the instructors found greater satisfaction in instructing Yu. This was largely due to Qin Yu's extraordinary comprehension skills. His only shortcoming lay in his physical conditioning, which merely required enhancement through rigorous training. Thus, teaching him became somewhat monotonous, that Yu, on the other hand, was more typical. Despite possessing physical prowess far exceeding that of an average person, his comprehension remained at a common level, allowing the instructors to experience a sense of accomplishment in their teachings. At that moment, the bell of the Mountain Gate tolled, prompting Qin Yu, Yu, and their fellow disciples practicing swordsmanship to cease their activities. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they were astonished to find a contingent of returning senior brothers and sisters, 28 in total, all bearing injuries. Qin Yu scanned the crowd in search of familiar figures, only to feel disappointment wash over him. His senior brother Lu Yun was not among them, nor was his master present. After inquiries from several stewards and elders, they learned of the events that transpired after their entrapment on the Sanshan Peak. After being trapped for 10 days, they had exhausted their supplies and, in desperation, decided to break free following discussions among the elders, including Yi Tiangu. The breakout was scheduled for midnight, but due to the enemy's dense encirclement and superior mobility, they found themselves unable to escape and were gradually surrounded. The battle raged from midnight until dawn, and had it not been for the elders protecting them, they might not have endured until reinforcements arrived. Ultimately, the reinforcements managed to carve a path through the enemy ranks during the ensuing chaos, successfully driving the enemy back. Although they repelled the attackers, they suffered significant losses, with many perishing during the breakout. After that battle, they returned to Qingsang City with the main force. Among the more than 200 individuals, half sustained serious injuries and took time to recuperate in the city, due to the pressing situation at the front. The wounded who were still mobile returned to their respective sects to recover. Out of the first batch of over 100, aside from a dozen lightly wounded disciples remaining at the front, only they were left. The 5th elder and 6th elder perished in that breakout. The 4th elder and 3rd elder stayed at the front to assist in defending Qingsang City, as their presence was needed to counter the enemy's elite forces. Since the Allied forces of the martial world had dealt a heavy blow during their initial encounter, the enemy had since recruited numerous skilled fighters into their ranks. Thus, subsequent battles were not as smooth as at the outset. Currently, the situation at the Qingzhou front had stabilized, avoiding the large-scale defeats seen earlier, where 4 cities fell in a single day. Upon learning of these circumstances, everyone felt a profound sorrow, as many familiar brothers and sisters had perished on the battlefield. That night, Qin Yu lay on the rooftop, gazing at the moon. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from meditating and cultivating, having recently received the devastating news of senior brother Lu Yun's demise that I end this lifetime. It was the first time he faced the parting of life and death among those he knew. That night, Qin Yu began to ponder the cycles of life, aging, illness, and death, questions he had never contemplated, despite having lived 2 lives that I in his dreams. He envisioned Lu Yun, bloodied and falling beneath a flurry of enemy blades, and saw his master, who had lost an arm, left in a state of uncertainty. The scene then shifted to Yangzhou, where the allied forces of the western regions and the southwestern tribes breached Yu City and Pan Shui Town, leading to widespread slaughter and brutality among the inhabitants. Upon witnessing the moment Lin Wan and her father were attacked, Qin Yu was jolted awake, drenched in sweat from the vivid horror of the dream. Rising, he seated himself in a meditative posture to practice the heart-intense sword technique, gradually calming the panic and unease within him. While he sought to clear his mind, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his dantian, where a second black stripe appeared on the golden sphere. This time, Qin Yu began to acutely sense the changes in his dantian. With the emergence of the second black stripe, he finally perceived something distinct. The 9 streams of true energy circling the golden sphere had solidified, and the originally colorless true energy now shimmered with flecks of gold. Subsequently, Qin Yu ceased his meditation and took up his sword, heading towards the Li Jianping where he practiced during the day. Arriving at a wooden post, he took a deep breath and slowly drew the Bai Yu Jian. Initiating with the Lu Yunyi Shi, he channeled the true energy of the heart-intense sword technique and swung the sword towards the post. To his astonishment, the Bai Yu Jian glimmered with golden light, and, in an instant, penetrated the post by as much as 3 inches. That it was worth noting that under normal circumstances, even when exerting full force, Qin Yu could only manage to drive his blade into the wood by about an inch. Clearly, the black stripe on the golden sphere was enhancing the strength of his true energy, or more accurately, increasing the purity of his condensed true energy. Qin Yu pondered deeply while holding his sword. Chapter 48. Lu Yun Jr. Brother Qin. A melodious female voice interrupted Qin Yu's reverie. Following the sound, he recognized the newcomer, senior sister Lu Yun, with whom he had recently practiced swordsmanship. That I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air. Senior sister, please accept my condolences. Qin Yu offered words of comfort to Lu Yun, whose eyes were slightly puffy. She was indeed the younger sister of senior brother Lu Yun. She had come out to practice swordsmanship to distract herself, much like Qin. Why you is it because of my brother? Yes, senior brother Lu Yun was my best friend at the sect. Although our time together was brief, perhaps it was mutual understanding that made it so hard to forget. Lu Yun did not speak further, her reddened eyes glistening with tears. That I remember senior brother Lu said he joined the sect at my age. Could you share some stories about him? Qin Yu, noticing her impending tears, quickly changed the subject. Lu Yun tilted her head slightly, striving to regain her composure, and slowly began to speak. That we are orphans. Our parents passed away when we were very young, and my brother has taken care of me ever since. He was such a gentle person, always protecting me, even when our lives were difficult. When I was 6, we were fortunate to meet Steward Huang Yun, who recognized my brother's talent and took us both under his wing. My entry into the sect was entirely due to my brother's influence, that he is kind-hearted and treats everyone with the same gentleness, that he also has a tendency to meddle. If he could help, he would always lend a hand. However, whenever faced with dangerous missions, he would always lead the charge, returning to the sect covered in injuries. This led to many arguments between us, but he would always apologize for worrying me and continued to act the same way. I truly couldn't understand his behavior for a long time, and I stopped talking to him. Eventually, he earnestly explained that he didn't fear for himself, but was afraid of his companions losing their lives. He was just too good-hearted. I heard that he died this time while covering for his comrades during their retreat. Do you think he was foolish? How could someone be so foolish? I really want to have another heated argument with him. But now, Now there will be no more opportunities that as she spoke, her voice trailed off into quiet sobs. Uncertain how to comfort her, Chinyu stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. I believe that is the path senior brother Lu Yun chose. He knew that there were people alive because of him. He must be happy in the heavens. Chinyu stayed with Lu Yun for quite some time, until her tears ceased. Thank you, junior brother. I feel much better now. Come, senior sister. Let me take you somewhere that I have something special for you. In the dead of night, Chinyu led Lu Yun to the sect's kitchen. Junior brother, why have you brought me to the kitchen? Lu Yun asked quietly. Chinyu smiled at her. Senior sister, please keep watch at the door for me, then I'll make something for you that will surely lift your spirits. Watching Chinyu sneak into the kitchen, Lu Yun stood at the door, feeling a bit bewildered. Half an hour later, Chinyu emerged, holding a bowl of double-skin milk. Lu Yun gazed curiously at the delicacy in Chinyu's hands. The bowl contained double-skin milk, resembling smooth white jade, pure and flawless, emanating a subtle milky fragrance that made Lu Yun's mouth water. Junior brother Chin, what is this? Double-skin milk. Please, senior sister, give it a try. Chinyu thoughtfully offered her a spoon. After a single taste, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, junior brother, this is incredibly delicious. I can't believe you can make this. You're amazing, she exclaimed, her words slightly garbled as she savored the treat. However, as she continued eating, tears suddenly welled in her eyes once more. Such a delicious thing, and my brother will never get to taste it again. Whoa. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, watching Lu Yun alternate between crying and enjoying the double-skin milk. Senior sister, when we pay tribute to senior brother Lu Yun, we can prepare some double-skin milk for him, and then he can enjoy it too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun suddenly stopped crying. Thank you, junior brother. This double-skin milk is truly amazing. Upon finishing her meal, she continued to indulge in the double-skin milk with great enthusiasm, having not eaten all day. This bowl of delicacy was hardly sufficient to satiate her hunger. In no time, Lu Yun had polished off an entire bowl, prompting Chinyu to feign politeness and inquire, would you like another? Absolutely. Lu Yun responded, flashing a rare and radiant smile at Chinyu as she extended her empty bowl towards him. With a head full of dark thoughts, Chinyu returned to the kitchen to prepare more. That evening, Lu Yun consumed 3 large bowls, while her companion, Chinyu, managed one to be by the end. The entire pot of milk had been exhausted. That I feel much better now. Thank you, Chin Shitty. Lu Yun suddenly enveloped Chinyu in a warm embrace. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and departed. See you tomorrow. Chinyu instinctively replied, pondering how unexpectedly substantial his senior sister was, leaving him somewhat breathless that Lu Yun stood nearly half a head taller than Chinyu. Given her 4-year seniority, her appearance was quite striking, an alluring combination of a mature demeanor, a youthful voice, and long legs, though her thought processes were somewhat unconventional. Chapter 49. Huikong City, the following day. The sect announced that 3 days hence, the wounded from Qingzhou and Jizhou would return with the remains of their comrades, that a grand ceremony for the fallen heroes would be held at that time. Consequently, everyone at the sect busied themselves with preparations for the funerary rites that in the morning. Chinyu and Yu who received their assignment to descend the mountain and procure yellow paper, candles, wreaths, and other necessary items. Surprisingly, leading their group was none other than senior sister Lu Yun. With most of the higher-ups away on the battlefield, simpler tasks often fell to advanced disciples like her. When Chinyu saw Lu Yun again, she appeared significantly more energetic than the previous day. Chin Dashi, good to see you. Lu Yun greeted him with familiarity. Ahem, senior sister Lu, please refrain from teasing me. Who is this? Chinyu gestured toward the senior brother Lu Yun had brought along. Hello, my name is Hu Tian, and I am here to assist senior sister Lu with this task. Hu Tian introduced himself amicably. Greetings, brother Hu. I am Chinyu, and this is Yu Hu. We are newcomers and hope to receive your guidance. Chinyu said, and the group quickly became acquainted, thanks to Hu Tian's amiable nature. During their conversation, they learned that Hu Tian had joined the sect 2 years prior, sharing the same age as Lu Yun. Seizing the opportunity to descend the mountain, Chinyu intended to indulge in some shopping as he had worked hard at his martial training lately and wished to reward his palate. The 4 of them soon set off together, heading to Huikong City, the nearest large city to Zhujian Mountain. After a brisk hour, they arrived at the base, where the sect maintained its own relay station for the disciples' horses. After registering, they mounted their steeds and galloped toward Huikong City. Without pause, they reached Huikong City by noon. After a meal within the city, they proceeded to purchase the items required for their mission. Several hours later, they had gathered most of the necessary supplies, save for the wreaths, which were still in the process of being made. At the entrance of the wreath shop, Qin Yu spoke, senior sister Lu. Brother Hu, I would like to purchase a few additional items. Shall we meet back at the relay station afterward? Certainly, Qin should I be quick and do not delay the main task, Hu Tian kindly reminded him. No trouble at all. Go ahead to Yu Hu. You should join him. Lu Yin waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, senior sister. Yu Hu replied gratefully. The two quickly searched the city for the ingredients they needed, compared to the bustling Xingdu. Huikong City lacked a certain vibrancy, but was still relatively prosperous. Qin Yu led Yu Hu through several streets until they finally acquired a good amount of the spices they sought. And he also sent off their family letters. Once they had secured all necessary items, the pair wasted no time and headed directly toward the relay station. However, as they approached the relay station near the city gate, they sensed an unusual atmosphere that a crowd had gathered ahead, murmuring among themselves, seemingly discussing something of significance. Without hesitation, they moved closer to the throng. Upon squeezing through, they found Lu Yun and Hu Tian surrounded by individuals dressed as guards, with a particularly effeminate young master at the forefront, fanning himself with a folding fan. Behind Lu Yun stood a girl of about 15 or 16, weeping over an elderly man who lay on the ground, incapacitated. You must be disciples of Zhu Jian Mountain, correct? The effeminate young man inquired. Indeed, you in broad daylight are attempting to abduct a maiden and, upon failing, resort to violence. Are you not afraid of the consequences under the law of the Chu? Lu Yin coldly challenged that I already stated that this old man owes me money, that it is only natural to reclaim what is owed. Lacking the funds, he insisted on using his daughter as collateral. But alas, he chose to interfere, and my men merely administered a small punishment. If he is weak, that is hardly my fault. The young man nonchalantly replied that this moment. The weeping girl retorted, You lie. My father owes you nothing. You falsely claim we broke your ring, that we never touched you. It was you who fell and shattered it, blaming us for it. My father was merely trying to reason with you when you assaulted him. You deny it. I can testify that your father was the one who broke my young master's ring. One of the sycophants beside the effeminate young man chimed in, with others among the guards echoing his claims. I see you are only after this young lady's beauty. Such despicable tactics will not stand. I will not let this matter rest. Lu Yun's fury was palpable. Will not. How amusing. Do you know who I am? No one in Huikong City dares to interfere in my affairs. You are merely disciples of a martial sect. Do not think that a modicum of martial skill grants you the right to act heroically. I shall say this once more. Hand over the girl behind you, and I shall overlook your earlier transgressions. Otherwise, you shall not leave Huikong City. I, Yu Wenqi, assure you of this. What? He is Yu Wenqi, the foremost young master of Huikong City, son of the governor. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. With his current hearing, Qin Yu could easily catch snippets of their hushed conversations. Chapter 50. The confrontation, what should we do? You go. Should we charge in? Otherwise, senior sister and the others will be at a disadvantage. Yu Hu asked, concern evident in his voice. Patience. We must capture the leader first. When the chaos ensues, we will seize that insufferable Yu Wenqi. Qin Yu replied. Clever as always, you go. Let's catch that pompous fool. The two exchanged mischievous grins. Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Yu Wenqi's irritation grew. My father is the governor of Huikong City. I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your kin. You do not want to cross paths with someone like me. Hand over the girl before I become enraged. A sycophant flanking Yu Wenqi, eager to salvage his master's pride, chimed in with threats. I shall say this for the last time. Leave now, or do not blame me for taking action. Lu Yun replied icily. Seize them. Yu Wenqi waved his hand dismissively. The guard surrounding Lu Yun immediately charged at the pair. Lu Yun and Hu Tian, in unison, refrained from drawing their swords, instead wielding their scabbards against their assailants. Initially, they managed quite well, but as more attackers advanced, their defenses began to falter. Now, the two swiftly maneuvered behind Yu Wenqi. Yu Hu swiftly knocked out the guards nearest to him, while Qin Yu unhesitatingly placed his sword at Yu Wenqi's throat. Then on the count of 3, have your men stand down, or he dies. Qin Yu's chilling voice sent shivers down Yu Wenqi's spine. Quickly, stop, you fools! Yu Wenqi shouted at his men in a panic. In an instant, both sides halted their skirmishing and turned their attention to Yu Wenqi. You put down your sword and do not harm our young master. Let us discuss this, one of the sycophants pleaded. Silence. Qin Yu shot a glance at Yu Hu. The next moment, the noisy sycophant was sent sprawling by a kick from Yu Hu. Ouch, ouch! The sycophant groaned before losing consciousness. Drop your weapons and retreat 50 paces. Qin Yu's frigid command rang out, D.O. as he says. Do you all wish for my death? Retreat now. Yu Wenqi yelled frantically at his guards, feeling the pressure of the sword against his throat. Seeing Qin Yu arrive, Lu Yun and Hu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Had Qin Yu arrived even a moment later, they would have been forced to draw their swords, and the situation could have escalated dangerously. Well done, Qin Shidi and Yu Shidi. Lu Yun beamed at the sight of Qin Yu and Yu, who was escorting the terrified Yu Wenqi. Young hero, if you let them go, I promise to cooperate. Yu Wenqi cautiously proposed. Shut your mouth. Behave well, and I assure you will come to no harm. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the completeness of your parts after today. Although Yu Wenqi did not fully comprehend the meaning of parts, he could infer enough to become as docile as a quail. Suddenly, the elderly man on the ground began to cough violently, spitting blood before tilting his head, unconscious. Father, are you all right? The abrupt commotion startled everyone present. Hu Tian swiftly approached the old man, checking for breath with a grim expression, shaking his head in silence. Upon witnessing this, the girl wept even more sorrowfully. Sister, please take them away first, Qin Yu instructed, gesturing towards the girl and the deceased elder. The group prepared 2 donkey carts, one for cargo and another for the old man's remains. Qin Yu directed Hu Tian and Yu Hu to drive the carts ahead, while Lu Yun rode a horse, leading the girl. Sister, you all go on ahead. We will meet at the mountain gate later. As for the old man's remains, you can discuss where to bury him. Qin Yu advised. Lu Yun understood that Qin Yu was trying to buy them time. She had intended to stay behind, but upon seeing the determination in Qin Yu's eyes, she refrained from speaking. All right, junior brother, do take care of yourself. See you at the mountain gate. With that, she turned her horse around and pursued the donkey carts. You are the esteemed young master Yu, are you? I must apologize for keeping you here with me for an hour. Very well. It is my honor to accompany such a gallant young hero, replied Yu Wenqi. As Qin Yu held Yu Wenqi at the city gate, a troop of city guards rushed towards them in haste, evidently alerted by someone returning to report that a quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu found himself heavily surrounded. A middle-aged man clad in armor stepped forward, commanding Qin Yu to release Yu Wenqi. Qin Yu nonchalantly cleaned his ears. Step aside and be silent. He brandished his sword once more. Soon after, the city guards retreated at Yu Wenqi's command. You truly have some prowess, kid. Even these soldiers heed your words, remarked the armored man. Not bad, not bad. Young hero, how about I host a banquet at Qinyan Pavilion for us to enjoy a drink? Qin Yu responded with a sharp slap to Yu Wenqi's head. We are not familiar. Silence. Chapter 51. Yu Wenming seeing their young master struck, the lackeys across the way began to threaten. Qin Yu frowned. Have them shut their mouths. From now on, I do not wish to hear any foul language. Otherwise, I shall cut off one of your ears. Soon, one by one, they stood before Qin Yu with swollen faces, a scene both amusing and shocking to him. This damned power. There is indeed something alluring about it. Time passed as Yu Wenqi endured, drawing the attention of constables, the county magistrate, and patrolling soldiers, culminating in the arrival of Yu Wenqi's father, the governor of Huikong City. The East City Gate was now crowded with prominent figures from Huikong. Regardless of their attempts to persuade him, Qin Yu remained steadfast, utterly unfazed by the threats or overtures from these dignitaries that a promised hour would be an hour, and no one could change that. When the time was up, the notable figures of Huikong watched as Qin Yu galloped away. Free at last, Yu Wenqi rushed to his father, Yu Wenming, recounting the injustices of Sword Forging Mountain. With a stern expression, Yu Wenming ordered someone to take Yu Wenqi to tend to his neck wound before summoning his advisors for a discussion that he understood his son's character. Right or wrong, this incident was a blow to his reputation as governor of Huikong City. If he did not retaliate accordingly, his years of accumulated prestige would vanish. Thus, this affront would not be easily swallowed by Yu Wenming. Speak, how should we resolve this matter concerning Sword Forging Mountain? Yu Wenming inquired, surveying his advisors, that my lord, I believe you should send a letter demanding Sword Forging Mountain surrender the instigator, after which we shall judge the young man in front of the entire city. Suggested a scholarly-looking man. That is not advisable. If they refuse to hand him over, it will only reflect poorly on our governor, cautioned a white-haired scholar. Now is a time for all factions to cooperate with the imperial court against enemies. And we are still within the borders of Xingzhou. Thus, this matter should not be escalated, as it would reflect poorly on you, my lord, another elder added. Does Marquis have a plan? Yu Wenming asked the elderly man surnamed Ge. My lord, what you should do now is first discipline young Master Yu and announce it to the entire city. Furthermore, you should commend Sword Forging Mountain's actions in a report to the court, and then seek the Emperor's forgiveness, blaming your negligence in educating your legitimate son. Prioritize the current situation and voluntarily resign. Gohong advised that Yu Wenming frowned slightly, but did not interrupt, patiently awaiting further elaboration. My lord, the reason for punishing your son is to re-establish the image of a responsible governor among the citizens of Huikong. Only by earning the people's recognition will your prestige remain unshaken. Reporting to the court serves to inform the emperor of the growing power of the martial arts sects, and your resignation would demonstrate your commitment to the greater good. This way, the court will inevitably hold these sects accountable. Given that your legitimate son has encountered trouble, other officials in the court will surely empathize. Even if the emperor does not intend to take action, there will be others who will step forward to continue the accusations. Upon hearing Gohong's words, Yu Wenming's eyes brightened. Ha, Galao, this strategy of retreating to advance is truly brilliant. Then, how should I punish my wayward son according to your suggestion? The heavier the punishment, the more solid your position will become. Then how about 30 strokes in public, followed by 6 months of closed-door reflection? What do you think, Galao? My lord, you seem to have forgotten the principal offender. Gohong's gaze prompted Yu Wenming to awaken to realization. Indeed, the blame must fall upon that wretched lackey beside the instigator. Only then can this matter be minimized. Let us proceed as Galao suggests then. And as for Sword Forging Mountain, we shall refrain from immediate action. Yu Wenming still harbored some reluctance. My lord, have you forgotten about Han Jichao from Huang Shirdu Mountain? They are merely mountain bandits. How could they contend with Sword Forging Mountain? Naturally, they cannot. However, it is said that Sword Forging Mountain is currently internally weakened, with most of their experts having left to form a coalition. It would be prudent to let Han Jichao and his men test Sword Forging Mountain's strength. As long as we do not personally intervene, we will remain invulnerable. Very well, very well. This plan is indeed clever. Subsequently, Yu Wenming summoned the old steward, instructing him to prepare 1,000 taels of silver to seek out Han Jichao at Huang Shirtu Mountain. The scene shifts back to Qin Yu, who did not rush to catch up with Lui Yun and the others. He was vigilant, observing for any pursuers. However, given the reputation of Sword Forging Mountain and the fact that he had not harmed Yuan Shi, Qin Yu concluded that Huikong City would not send any pursuers after him. Hours later, he successfully arrived at the relay station at the foot of the mountain, which served not only as a relay point, but also as an outpost for the mountain gate. Upon reaching this place, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. In the distance, he spotted Yu Hu and the others, anxiously waiting at the station's entrance. Chapter 52. Lin Shui, it's Yu Ge. Yu Ge has returned. Yu Hu's keen eyesight remained as sharp as ever. From afar, they could see the gallant young man on horseback. The moment they laid eyes on Qin Yu, their anxious hearts finally settled. Thank you for waiting, everyone, Qin Yu said with a smile as he dismounted. It is good to be back. Let us head inside the relay station for a moment. We've already reported today's events to the mountain gate. Should Huikong City seek trouble, the mountain gate will intervene. Hut on, with an arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, began narrating the events. What of Sister Lu? Qin Yu inquired, concerned about Lu Yun's absence. Sister Lu has already escorted Lin Shui back to the mountain gate. She is the girl we rescued, Hu Tian explained, providing Qin Yu with a clearer understanding of the situation. Lin Shui's father had been buried at the foot of the mountain. She had originally fled from Qingzhou to seek refuge with relatives in Huikong City. Now, with this incident and having offended Huikong's foremost scion, returning to Huikong was no longer an option. Thus, Lu Yun had taken Lin Shui back to the mountain gate to seek the elder's assistance in keeping this unfortunate girl. Hu Tian and Yu, who inquired about the events Qin Yu encountered after they parted ways. When the topic of being surrounded by the city guards arose, both expressed their concern for Qin Yu. The revelation that the guards had met a similar fate as Yu Wenqi left them utterly astonished. The Yu family's influence is simply overwhelming. How can the city guards act like their servants? Yu Ge, I think we should avoid Huikong City in the future. We cannot afford to provoke such people. Yu Hu said, a hint of fear in his voice. What nonsense. The fact that I returned unscathed proves they still fear Sword Forging Mountain. Otherwise, they would have struck long ago. Qin Yu retorted dismissively. Junior brother is right, but we must remain vigilant should we venture to Huikong City again, that we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, Sister Lu and I might have encountered serious trouble, Hu Tian remarked, rising to bow, but Qin Yu hurriedly stopped him, that we are all fellow disciples. Hu Shixiang, no need for such formality. After this encounter, Hu Tian no longer regarded Qin Yu as a mere novice disciple. The composure in his demeanor and the mature confidence reflected in his speech commanded Hu Tian's admiration. The trio did not linger at the inn, returning to the mountain gate before nightfall. Upon their return to the Huijian Hall, they handed over the items procured at the mountain gate. That it was there they learned that Lin Shui had already been accepted into the sect, meaning that Qin Yu and Yu, who had gained a little junior sister. On the way back, Qin Yu asked Hu Tian to summon senior sister Lu and the others, as he wished to showcase his skills. In the misty pavilion on the back mountain, 3 men and 2 women sat together, joyfully enjoying a hot pot meal. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled the air, yet Lin Shui's expression remained subdued. The pain of losing her father today weighed heavily on her heart, a sentiment that everyone, especially Lu Yun, understood. Hence, when Qin Yu extended his invitation, Lu Yun took it upon herself to bring Lin Shui along. Junior brother Qin, did you invent this hot pot? You are truly remarkable. I wonder how your mind works to come up with so many things. You wouldn't believe how delicious the double-skin milk junior brother Qin made before was. Next time, let him prepare it for you, Xiao Xue. I assure you it will lift your spirits. Lu Yun praised Qin Yu while trying to uplift Lin Shui's mood. Really? Is it even better than this hot pot? Lin Shui asked, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely. Having already been encouraged by Lu Yun, Lin Shui's mood had improved significantly. The delightful food she was tasting for the first time brought her joy, and with the vibrant atmosphere of the hot pot, she gradually became more talkative. Throughout the evening, everyone shared amusing anecdotes and experiences, deepening their bonds of friendship. This night at the Misty Pavilion would become an indelible memory in their future recollections of the Mountain Gate. A moment of unparalleled relaxation. 2 days later, all disciples of the Sword Forging Mountain descended to welcome the remains of the fallen heroes and the injured returning brothers and sisters. The atmosphere was solemn as they stood at the mountain gate. Gazing at the approaching procession, the heroes' remains were carefully carried up the mountain, each face displaying profound sorrow and respect. White silk hung along the mountain path, swaying gently in the breeze, as if welcoming the returning heroes. Meanwhile, the injured brothers and sisters were assisted back to the mountain gate by their comrades. They were all heroes, the epitome of righteousness for their country and people. On that day, a grand funeral ceremony was held at the mountain gate, wherein all the fallen disciples of the Sword Forging Mountain were laid to rest in the heroes' mound atop the mountain. For 3 days following, the entire sect observed a period of mourning in honor of their departed comrades. However, just as dawn broke on the second day after the funeral, a signal of enemy invasion echoed from below the mountain gate. The sect's great bell tolled 9 times, signifying the highest state of alert. All disciples on the mountain urgently assembled, divided into 2 groups, one to guard the mountain gate and the other to engage the enemy. Naturally, Qin Yu and his companions were assigned to the group stationed at the gate. Most of the higher-ranking disciples had already set out to confront the invaders. Lu Yun was initially among them, but given the recent loss of her brother in battle, the sect decided to keep her at the gate. From his post on the mountain, Qin Yu could clearly hear the sounds of combat below. The fighting continued until sunset. The senior members of the sect participated in the battle, and as it drew to a close, news of the situation reached the mountain. The invading force numbered 500, while the defenders barely exceeded 300. Only just over 100 had descended to fight, although the defense managed to eliminate over 300 foes. The casualties among their ranks reached 58, including 2 senior members. This battle could be described as mutually destructive. According to the captured enemy, the attackers hailed from the bandits of Huangshida Mountain. Their leader, Han Jichao, was slain on the spot. Had it not been for this, the losses for Sword Forging Mountain would have been far greater. As night fell, the disciples of Sword Forging Mountain completed the solemn task of collecting the remains of their fallen comrades. Subsequently, 2 carrier pigeons were dispatched overnight to Jizhou and Qingzhou. The following day, the entire Sword Forging Mountain was engulfed in emotions of anger, frustration, and sorrow. The number of fallen was alarmingly close to the losses in Qingzhou. With the new graves of the heroes' mound already numbering 119, this was not due to the bandit strength, but rather because most of Sword Forging Mountain's elite had been sent to assist in Qingzhou and Jizhou. Moreover, half of the deceased were external disciples stationed at the inn below, who had been caught off guard and perished almost instantly. Qin Yu found the situation exceedingly suspicious. Why would unfamiliar bandits from Huangshan Mountain attack Sword Forging Mountain without provocation? If not instigated by someone, he found it hard to believe. Considering who might orchestrate an attack on Sword Forging Mountain, it could only be the recently offended governor of Huikong City. With this thought, Qin Yu sought out Instructor Dong, who had taught him swordsmanship and was one of the higher-ups he was familiar with. Instructor Dong, I believe this attack was orchestrated by the Yuan family of Huikong City. As Qin Yu elaborated on the details of his analysis, Dong Feng quickly reported the matter to the Elder Council. Following Qin Yu's lead, 2 groups were dispatched, one to investigate in Huikong City, and the other to Huangshida Mountain. After a day, both groups returned with information. Indeed, a significant incident had occurred in Huikong City. The governor's legitimate son, Yu Wenshi, had been publicly lashed 30 times, reportedly bleeding profusely, and was then displayed in the sun as punishment. It was only after the citizens of Huikong City could no longer bear to witness this that they collectively petitioned for his release. As for his sycophants, they either faced execution or were conscripted into the military. Furthermore, it was said that Yu Wenming, feeling he had failed as a father, had resigned his position to the court. Additionally, the bandit stronghold at Huangshan Mountain had been reduced to ashes, with no survivors in sight. The series of events left many baffled. Upon learning this news, Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation. What a clever strategy. Retreating to advance, using another's hand to strike. It seemed this governor was no simple character, that a chill ran down Qin Yu's spine as he realized how ruthless the governor was towards both himself and his son. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Yu quickly shared his thoughts with Dong Feng. After listening, Dong Feng pondered for a long time, realizing that if Qin Yu's suspicion held any truth, it would spell trouble. Then let us visit the Elder Council together at that moment. Only 3 retired elders remained in the council. Before Qin Yu stood 3 kind-looking old men, and he respectfully approached to greet them. Disciple Qin Yu pays his respects to the esteemed elders that he was the newly accepted disciple of the 4th elder, and Dong Feng introduced him accordingly. Dong Feng, what brings you here? One elder inquired. Dong Feng recounted Qin Yu's analysis and shared his own thoughts. After listening, one elder stroked his beard, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes that if the governor of Huikong City is indeed behind this, we must prepare ourselves. Another elder nodded in agreement. Qin Yu, what do you believe we should do? The elder in the center asked. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu clasped his hands and replied, I believe the most pressing matter is to strengthen the mountain gate's defenses. We must also seek reinforcements promptly, as I suspect the governor of Huikong City will not let this matter rest. Additionally, we should dispatch people to monitor and gather evidence, so that once we uncover the truth, we can execute decisive action to prevent further complications. The 3 elders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Very well. Dong Feng, you shall notify the higher-ups at the mountain gate. We need to formulate a detailed plan. Yes, Elder Kong, Dong Feng, and Qin Yu replied in unison. Once the 2 departed, the 3 elders fell into deep thought that in these turbulent times, they must tread carefully if it truly was the governor scheming against Sword Forging Mountain. Then he could not be allowed to live. A cold glint shone in the eyes of the 3 elders that in the Huikong City governor's mansion. Yu Wenming coldly inquired, has Huangshida Mountain been dealt with? The steward respectfully replied, Yes, sir. It has all been taken care of by the Eagle Mountain gang. Will anyone trace it back to us? Not at all. We merely provided the information to the Eagle Mountain gang, and they have no idea who sent it. Excellent, well done. What of my son? He is already able to walk, and his recovery is quite impressive. Good. Summon Elder Gu for me. Yes, sir, you summon me? Elder Gu entered. Come, Elder Gu, sit. The court's response has just arrived, and as you predicted, the Emperor did not approve my resignation. Instead, there is an edict stating that I will be reassigned to Xingdu after the war. That Yu Wenming handed the decree to Elder Gu with a hint of pride. Congratulations, sir. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Elder Gu was also quite pleased. This is all thanks to your astute planning. Elder Gu, I never expected the situation could be turned around so easily. Yu Wenming deeply bowed to Elder Gu. Sir, please, no need for such formalities. He Hong swiftly assisted Yu Wenming, yet it was ultimately the merit of young Master Yu Wen, as he bore the brunt of this physical torment. I trust, my lord, that you hold no resentment. What are you saying, sir? Am I unaware of Qi Er's character? Galao, I beseech you to take Qi Er under your tutelage during this period, guiding him diligently. Once we reach the imperial capital, vigilance will be paramount, for there are many nobles there. Understood. My lord, by the way, my lord, it appears that Zhujian Mountain is indeed formidable. It seems vacant, yet possesses impressive combat strength. I advise that we refrain from provoking them. This turmoil has, in a way, turned into a blessing for us. Very well. We shall heed your counsel. After watching Gu Hong depart, Yu Wenming narrowed his eyes. To offend me, Yu Wenming, and think one can remain unscathed. What of Zhujian Mountain? In the past, I would not have dared to act against you. But now, with your elite forces fully deployed, why should I concern myself with your opinions as I prepare for my transfer? Yu Wenming mused internally, then summoned the old steward. Spread the news of Zhujian Mountain's apparent vulnerability. It is time for the Wild Wolf Gang to take action. ASI prepare to depart for Kongqing. It is futile to keep them alive any longer. Let us exploit the last vestiges of our strength. Following deliberation by the Elders' Council, Zhujian Mountain has entered a state of heightened alert. All personnel have been mobilized, and the forward outpost has been temporarily closed, leaving only 10 to stand guard to prevent the catastrophic casualties of the past. Only elite disciples remain. This strategy not only facilitates communication, but also preserves the mountain's combat readiness. Following this, the arrangement of traps and mechanisms commenced, designed to exhaust any invading foes. What astonished Qin Yu was that the mountain's defenses included not only responsive mechanisms, but also sound-activated traps. 2 days later, a reply was received from the head of Jizhou, indicating they were embroiled in a fierce battle and unable to dispatch reinforcements. However, they permitted the use of the mountain's treasured weapon, the Tianyan sword, in times of crisis. Meanwhile, there was no response from Qingzhou, only sporadic reports indicating the conflict there was indeed intense, with both sides' combatants numbering in the millions. This was the largest foreign invasion since the founding of the Great Chu. During these days, the atmosphere at the mountain was tense, with everyone awaiting the impending crisis. Qin Yu and his companions participated in the mountain's defensive efforts by day and practiced swordsmanship by night, all in preparation to contribute to the mountain's defense and enhance their own survival capabilities that a week passed in this manner, during which injured disciples and the bodies of fallen comrades returned to the mountain. The collective sorrow soon turned to numbness within a mere half-month. This crisis, however, left little room for mourning. Instead, many were accumulating their emotions, biding their time for the day they could unleash their grief. The righteous spirit endures in the heavens and earth, the loyal souls immortalized in history's annals. Flowers and cypress entwined before the monument, honoring the heroic spirits eternally. Atop the mountain, before the newly erected stone tablet, Qin Yu stood in silence, contemplating life and death for the first time. That it is said that there is great terror between life and death. I wonder if my brothers face fear before their demise. And would I too? As the mountain wind swept past Qin Yu, a small golden orb revealed tiny white specks. Chapter 55. The battle begins. A fine drizzle fell amidst the mountain fog, resembling a delicate ink wash painting, revealing the floating white silks of Zhujian Mountain. The hero's tomb atop the mountain. Figures moved about. Some sat drinking, some wept silently, others reminisced, while some engaged in self-deprecating humor. In these days, the disciples of the mountain sought solace at the hero's tomb, lest the oppressive atmosphere of the mountains suffocate them. Qin Yu, holding a bowl of double-skin milk and an umbrella, approached Lu Yun, who stood before her brother's gravestone. Today, Qin Yu came to fulfill his promise, knowing that Lu Yun frequently visited her brother's grave during this time. Senior Liu, I have come to see you. Here is double-skin milk. Do have a taste. It is quite delicious. Thank you. Liu Yan glanced gratefully at Qin Yu, reassured by her stable demeanor. He remained concerned for her, aware that the enemy could launch another attack at any moment. If she were to falter, it could spell disaster. Qin Yu stood with Liu Yun for a while before handing her the umbrella, adjusting his sword at his waist, and turning to leave Dadayan these times. Disciples of the mountain kept their swords close at hand, ready for battle at any moment. Alone in the rain, Qin Yu walked down the mountain, feeling the cool drizzle on his face and the gentle breeze enveloping him. Allowing himself to unwind completely. The tension of recent days had been overwhelming, and in this moment he found himself reminiscing about the days in Panshui town, where deceit and violence were absent. He recalled his father's words from that evening. Feeling a surge of emotion, having chosen this path, he must continue onward, even if the end leads to death. To live facing death. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar and resonant sound of the mountain gate finally rang out. What was inevitable had arrived. This time, it was a signal from the forward outpost below. The mountain's alarm bells were struck, granting 2 hours of preparation before the enemy would ascend the mountain. Soon, all personnel gathered before the mountain gate. At the forefront were disciples skilled in archery and hidden weapons, followed by high-ranking disciples forming the Lotus Sword formation, with the 3 elders and elite disciples trailing behind. Finally, it was Qin Yu and his fellow mid- and low-ranking disciples. This time, even the previously injured brothers and sisters were joining the fray, that if the mountain gate were to fall, their injuries would not grant them immunity. This was a battle for survival. As time passed, the atmosphere of impending conflict thickened, and soon, a weary yet determined elite disciple rushed to the mountain gate to report the situation below. There were over 1,000 enemies, comprising 6 or 7 different factions, and the 9 brothers led by Yi Chun were engaging the enemy as planned along the mountain path. Good, mid-level disciples, follow me down the mountain to intercept. With that, the steward led 40 mid-level disciples down the mountain. The path was narrow, allowing only a limited number to pass. The first group, adept in archery and hidden weapons, was well suited for the task of interception. Time ticked away, and the sounds of battle began to echo from below. Within the mountain gate, the defenders felt their heart rates quicken, sensing the imminent clash, while Qin Yu experienced an inexplicable thrill. Beside him, Yu felt increasingly anxious. Unlike Qin Yu, he had never faced battle and, being younger, lacked the psychological fortitude cultivated through 2 lifetimes. That don't be nervous. Just stick close to me and don't get separated. Qin Yu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. All right, brother Yu. Fortunately, Lin Shui, having joined later, was assigned to the medical team, where she could assist without issue. Senior sister Liu Yun was among the high-ranking disciples, while Hu Tian stood with Qin Yu and the others at the rear of the mid- and low-ranking disciple formation, albeit slightly ahead of them. The sounds of battle grew clearer. Prepare for combat. With the commanding shout of Yang Yuanqing, the total commander of the mountain gate, everyone swiftly drew their weapons. The crisp, synchronized sound of unsheathing blades resonated across the square. Before them, the previously retreating long-range group, led by the stewards, rejoined the main force in an orderly fashion. The numbers appeared largely unchanged, indicating a successful engagement. Once all had returned, the second wave of high-ranking disciples stepped forward, forming the Lotus Sword formation at the forefront. Should one look down from above, they would see the mountain path brimming with a dense throng of armed individuals. Chapter 56. The battle rages on, brothers. Charge forth. The mountain gate lies ahead. Let us slay them all. Men shall perish, while the women shall be kept for our enjoyment. It is time for you to experience the taste of a chivalrous maiden. Ha! Charge! Kill! I shall taste the spoils first. I want to. Old camel, can your frail body withstand it? You want to. Ha! Get lost if you can. Laughter erupted as shadows surged toward the mountain gate, accompanied by various battle cries. Kill! With a commanding shout from the elder in the rear. The disciples in the front row charged fearlessly towards the enemy. In an instant, the Lotus Sword formation unleashed a wave of lethal intent, catching the newly arrived foes completely off guard as the sword lights intertwined. The first batch of intruders was effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Witnessing the fluidity and grace with which the Lotus Sword formation executed its deadly maneuvers, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement, but he silently praised the formidable nature of this sword formation. which served as a powerful morale booster for the disciples who had just been gripped by fear. Even Yu Hu, witnessing the valor displayed by his senior brothers, felt a rush of blood to his head, tightening his grip on the great sword in his hand, readying himself for action. During this period of relentless training, Yu had made significant progress, having opened 5 acupoints in the body-refining technique bestowed upon him by Yi Tiangu. He could now lift objects weighing 50 to 60 pounds with one hand. Remarkable for a mere 12-year-old. The heavy sword he wielded weighed 30 pounds, and during their practice sessions, Qin Yu had found it impossible to take a hit from Yu Hu's strikes that in Qin Yu's mind. Yu Hu was increasingly resembling a heavily armored tank. Be careful. Scatter quickly. It's a thunder bomb. A deacon shouted from the front. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions rang out. It turned out that the people below, frustrated by their inability to breach the mountain gate, resorted to using such despicable weaponry. Despite the deacon's timely warning, several disciples were still caught in the blast of flying shrapnel. Sword formation team. Retreat and regroup. Medical team. Assist the injured and cover the retreat of the sword formation team. The overall commander, Yang Yuanqing, remained composed, issuing commands rapidly. The injured were quickly escorted down by the medical team to tend to their wounds. At that moment, Qin Yu glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lu Yun was unharmed. As the sword formation team withdrew, a large group quickly assembled at the mountain path in front of the gate. Having learned from their previous lesson, they quickly spread out upon reaching the summit. Prepare the sword formation, attack, support team, compress the enemy's battle circle. Mid and low-level disciples, stand by. One command after another was issued, and everyone fell into a state of coordinated obedience. After a prolonged battle, the front lines remained deliberately controlled by the disciples of Zhu Jian Mountain, and no matter how numerous the enemies were on the mountain path, their efforts were in vain. Of course, some formidable opponents managed to break through the sword formation and reach the plaza, but were promptly dealt with by the deacon instructors. Consequently, Qin Yu and his fellow mid- and low-level disciples had yet to engage directly with the enemy. However, they all understood that it was only a matter of time before they would be called to the front lines. The stamina of the high-level disciples was limited, and when they began to tire, it would be the turn of the mid- and low-level disciples to step up. As time passed, casualties among the high-level disciples began to emerge, but soon elite members of the support team replaced them. Yet the enemies below seemed inexhaustible, continuously surging towards the mountain gate in relentless waves. After the support teams suffered casualties, the battle circle gradually expanded, and the number of enemies increased. It was important to note that these were not ordinary soldiers. They were seasoned martial artists, and it was only natural for high-level and elite disciples to be worn out in combat. Instructors and mid-level disciples forward. The overall commander issued another command, with the departure of the mid-level disciples. Qin Yu and his companions faced the grim reality of the mountain gate battle, which was now a river of blood. The fine rain continued to fall intermittently, and the mountain winds grew stronger. Carrying an air of grimness that high-level disciples, fall back and rest. Low-level disciples, advance. At the commander's sharp order, all low-level disciples charged forward recklessly. Stay close to me, Qin Yu shouted as he raced to the front. Having spotted Hu Tian in danger, in just 10 breaths, aided by his agile footwork, he swiftly reached Hu Tian's side to Lu. Qin Yu unleashed the sword technique he had created after achieving enlightenment. In an instant, his sword pierced the throat of the burly man before Hu Tian. The Lu technique was among the strongest point attack styles in Qin Yu's repertoire, to Hu Tian's astonishment. He saw a green flash penetrate the throat of the man before him, only to turn around and find his junior brother Qin Yu behind him. No need for thanks, just help me cover Yu Hu from behind. Qin Yu interrupted Hu Tian's gratitude, pairing him with Yu Hu for mutual support. I'll go assist senior sister Lu. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he charged towards Lu Yun's direction, cutting down every enemy in his path with his flowing cloud and mist sword technique. During this time, Qin Yu had not only trained in swordplay, but also honed his killing skills. Everything he had experienced thus far had imparted one crucial lesson. This world is a brutal realm of survival of the fittest. The best way to deal with the enemy is to send them to reincarnation. Otherwise, it is oneself who faces that fate. This Qin shitty too fierce. As Hu Tian watched Qin Yu charge forth like a god of death, he couldn't help but marvel. Without a moment's pause, he rushed to support Yu Hu. Chapter 57. The trio team with the clashing of weapons and the cries of battle, the grand melee officially commenced. When Qin Yu arrived near Lu Yun, he found himself exerting considerable effort. These foes were far stronger than the mountain bandits he had faced previously. Most were second-rate and third-rate experts, with a few first-rate masters among them, all of whom were entangled with the deacon instructors. Lu Yun's team was surrounded and beginning to tire, struggling to fend off the attackers. Sister Lu, hurry over here. I'll cover your retreat. Unable to break through the throng, Qin Yu could only shout to Lu Yun, "Quick, head that way." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yun instinctively called out to her teammates to move towards Qin Yu. With cooperation from both sides, they finally opened a gap. Qin Yu executed a flying mist technique, mingled with the rain, sweeping away the pursuing enemies ahead. "Quickly follow my direction to retreat." At that moment, it felt as if the group had grasped a lifeline as they hurriedly retreated in the direction indicated by Qin Yu. Just as Qin Yu stood firm against the onslaught, a fierce gust of wind suddenly blasted away the enemy who had attempted to ambush him. "Yugong, we're here." Yu Hu and Wu Tian finally arrived at Qin Yu's side. "Ha! Great! Brother Hu, you cover us from the back. Tiger, attack the enemies as we practiced." "Right." Yu Hu was the first to swing his sword, knocking several enemies away, while Qin Yu swiftly followed up with strikes of his own. And then Yu Hu, using his momentum, spun around to continue fending off the attackers, with Qin Yu again stepping in to deliver finishing blows. This was the dual combat technique that Qin Yu and Yu Hu had trained in together. The principle was simple. Yu Hu utilized the advantage of his heavy sword to repel and push back enemies, while Qin Yu dealt the finishing blows and effectively covered Yu Hu's defensive gaps. Yu Hu then capitalized on the openings provided by Qin Yu to unleash a second wave of more powerful attacks. This sequence continued, with each of Yu Hu's strikes growing stronger, especially effective in the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, Wu Tian provided security for their rear. As time passed, the trio's coordination became increasingly seamless, with the number of enemies falling to their blades growing exponentially. At this moment, Huang Guan, the leader of the Wolf Gang, had just arrived at the mountain gate and witnessed the trio wreaking havoc. His anger flared, for many of his gang members had perished at their hands in just a few brief moments. Huang Guan charged towards the trio, initiating his assault with the deadly move, Frenzied Blade Slash. Just as Qin Yu and the others were caught up in their killing spree, they suddenly sensed a terrifying blade sweeping towards them. "Tiger, to the side!" Qin Yu shouted loudly, while Yu Hu promptly adjusted the direction of his sword swing, countering the incoming blade. With a tremendous crash, Yu Hu was sent flying sideways by the impact of his great sword. Fortunately, Wu Tian reacted swiftly, catching Yu Hu and spinning around several times to dissipate the force of the blow. Huang Guan's long knife shattered in the process, and he staggered backward, seizing the opportunity while Huang Guan was momentarily unsteady. Qin Yu unleashed a swift thrust of the Bi Lu technique, sending a green-hued sword shadow stabbing into Huang Guan's chest. Despite Huang Guan being a first-rate master, Qin Yu's strike was so swift that it left him no time to react. It could be said that beneath the Grand Masters, those without protective energy were merely flesh and blood. Following the Bi Lu attack, Qin Yu swiftly executed a throat-cutting strike. Huang Guan was as good as dead. It wasn't until the enemies behind shouted for their leader that Qin Yu realized he had slain a gang leader. Phew. As long as the timing is right, even the mightiest leader can fall. If it weren't for the sheer numbers on the opposing side, this ragtag group would have been wiped out by my senior brothers and sisters at the mountain gate long ago. Qin Yu contemplated silently. After successfully wielding his two swords, he swiftly retreated into the ranks of his team, eschewing any desire for glory or flamboyance, focusing solely on the effective annihilation of the enemy. Indeed, Shao Ci's disciples were remarkable. Their ability to react in the heat of battle was impressive, and the sword technique just deployed was executed with astonishing speed. As Shao Ci had stated, they were truly prodigious talents. The lad wielding the heavy sword was also commendable, possessing the strength to confront top-tier masters head-on at such a tender age. Shao Ci had indeed taken on two exceptional disciples. The discerning eye for talent displayed by him far surpassed our own. The three elder statesmen mused as they observed the unfolding conflict on the square. Chapter 58. A fight to the death with Qin Yu's slaying of the Wild Wolf Gang's leader. A swift disintegration ensued within the ranks of the gang. As the Wild Wolf Gang fragmented, the previously advancing allied forces were thrown into disarray. The enemy was in full retreat. "Charge forward," Commander Yang Yuanqing seized the moment, decisively issuing the command for a full assault. Under the onslaught of the Mountain Gate's disciples, the enemy forces stationed at the Mountain Gate immediately began to flee in panic, unbeknownst to the reinforcements approaching from below. The Allied forces at the Mountain Gate had already collapsed. Zhu Jin Mountain seized the opportunity for a unilateral massacre of the Allied enemies. At the moment the command was given, all disciples of the Mountain Gate surged forward with the fervor of warriors invigorated by battle. Qin Yu, too, was ablaze with fervor. He cast aside his previous caution, no longer fearing encirclement, and unleashed a devastating fury upon his foes. The Baiyu sword danced in his hands, leaving traces of its movement in the air. Within his mind, various martial arts techniques flickered into existence, as Qin Yu began to integrate his martial prowess with newfound understanding. Unbeknownst to him, the golden orb within his dantian was gradually absorbing the life force of the souls vanquished by his sword. The speed of the small circulatory system within his dantian began to accelerate, and a dark pattern slowly manifested upon the surface of the golden sphere. The Allied forces, confident in their agility, leaped directly down the mountainside, their reason lost to fear. Escape had become their only hope for survival. The Mountain Gate had transformed into a slaughterhouse. All disciples were consumed by a frenzied bloodlust. They, like Qin Yu, freely vented their pent-up emotions, having suppressed them for far too long, with the invading Allied forces serving as the perfect outlet for their wrath. In less than an hour, no enemy was left standing at the Mountain Gate. Even those who knelt in surrender were mercilessly executed by the frenzied disciples. Aside from the groans of the fallen, silence reigned. Were it not for the instructor's fervent interventions, the disciples would have charged down the mountain to continue their slaughter. At the governor's residence in Huikong City, the old steward was promptly reporting the details of this offensive against Zhu Jian Mountain. So, only 6 factions formed a united army to attack Zhu Jian Mountain. Is that not rather few? My lord, you are not aware that these 6 factions are all mid-sized gangs, each a ruthless force, totaling over 1,800 men. Even if Zhu Jian Mountain were to exhaust all its elite, it may not withstand such a formidable onslaught. Indeed, the Wild Wolf Gang proved somewhat useful, unexpectedly gathering such a following. What is the current situation? When the scouts returned, they reported that the attackers had already ascended the mountain. Unlike the previous Han Jichao, that waste who couldn't even reach the Mountain Gate before being slaughtered. Splendid. Convey this good news to Qi Er. It will provide him with some satisfaction. Anyone who dares to provoke the Yuan family must pay the price. Meanwhile, Zhu Jian Mountain was engaged in clearing the battlefield, meticulously interrogating the surviving Allied soldiers. Below, the beleaguered survivors who had narrowly escaped death congregated once more. Damn that Huang Guan. Did he not claim that Zhu Jian Mountain had exhausted its elite and was vulnerable? How could they possess such terrifying combat capabilities? The leader of the giant rhinoceros gang, Shi Tai, exclaimed in outrage. Calm down, old Shi. Had it not been for Huang Guan's swift demise, we might have had an opportunity to breach their defenses. Retorted Tan Guang, the chief of the Wild Wind Stronghold. Indeed, what Tan said holds merit. Their sword formations may be formidable, but their numbers are few. We can wear them down. A dark-skinned woman clad in a revealing outfit spoke up. She was Su Feng, the leader of the Jingfeng Hall. Absolutely, Su Hall Master is correct. Let us organize another wave and launch a renewed assault. Otherwise, this endeavor will be a significant loss. Pan Hui, the leader of the Three Rivers Gang, hastily added. Indeed, I concur with Pan Gang Master. We must mount another charge. Their sentries at the mountain base are gone. We can take them by surprise under the cover of darkness. That if we can conquer the renowned Zhu Jian Mountain, we will reap immense rewards. Wang Xian, the chieftain of the Wu Jiang Water Stronghold, declared fervently. Then it is settled. However, we cannot all converge on the mountain path. That would leave us too vulnerable, though we must disperse our forces and regroup before launching a coordinated assault. Let each leader reorganize their subordinates and account for casualties. Following Su Feng's suggestion, the leaders of the various factions began to arrange their forces. Upon tallying their losses, the expressions of the various gang leaders soured. Over 300 men had perished. This was equivalent to the eradication of one of their factions. Notably, the data from the Wild Wolf Gang was not included, as they had entirely scattered following Huang Guan's demise. Now, the combined total of the factions amounted to nearly 1,200 men. Among them, Over 100 had perished in the traps while ascending the mountain, indicating that the various factions had paved their way with lives. As the factions below conspired for a counteroffensive, Zhujian Mountain was simultaneously busy organizing the aftermath of the battle. The higher-ups remained vigilant against enemy retaliation, as scouts had already reported that the enemy was regrouping at the base of the mountain. Thus, they prepared for a second wave of attack, promptly informing all within the mountain gate. The joy of victory among the disciples was significantly dampened by this news. Chapter 59. A sword that destroys 10,000 troops. Nightfall arrived as expected. After a day of rain, the downpour ceased with the onset of night. The moonlight cast a gentle glow over Zhujian Mountain, where the white silk previously draped across the landscape had become sparse. At this moment, over 1,000 individuals gathered below began their movement, dispersing to ascend the mountain rather than crowding a single path. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng and his companions promptly turned back towards the mountain gate. Within the mountain gate, the disciples sat upon the ground, some engaged in meditation while others rested with closed eyes. The enemy's delayed assault left them unable to lower their guard. The disciples of the armament department had spent the afternoon constructing numerous traps and rudimentary defenses. During a meeting of the Elder Council, someone suggested that the enemy might very well attack the mountain gate from a direction bypassing the mountain path. Thus, temporary defenses were erected around potential ambush points. With patrols scheduled, furthermore, from the captives' accounts, it was revealed that the instigator of this assault on Zhujian Mountain was none other than Huang Guan, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, who had been slain by Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, unaware of these developments, that he only sensed that this battle had significantly enhanced his abilities, that he felt that amidst the chaos of combat, the speed at which his solar meridian operated had accelerated remarkably. The acupoints he had previously failed to break through were, astonishingly, unlocked during his confrontation with Huang Guan at that moment. He had successfully penetrated 25 acupoints, with only 5 remaining to connect to the first meridian of the solar pathway. He began to anticipate the effects of this first meridian's connection, but as he introspected upon his dantian, he discovered that the dark patterns on the golden orb had transformed into 3 lines, indicating further progress. To his surprise, the brutal nature of battle had propelled his cultivation forward. No wonder it was said that the hardships of daily practice paled in comparison to the trials of the battlefield. Just as Qin Yu was lost in contemplation, several figures suddenly appeared on the mountain path, startling those still seated in the square. Some even drew their swords, but upon recognizing Yi Feng and his companions, they sighed in relief. Not good, they've begun to disperse and assault the mountain gate. Yi Feng reported to Commander Yang Yuanqing that Yi Feng's voice did not carry a hushed tone. Many in the square heard him, sparking considerable commotion. After all, the enemy outnumbered them 3-1. If they charged up the mountain en masse, they would face tremendous difficulty in repelling them. Silence. Yang Yuanqing commanded loudly. Gather your formations. Under Yang Yuanqing's leadership, the group retreated to the entrance of the Qinquan Hall. This time, the elite and advanced disciples formed the front lines, employing the Lotus Sword formation as a vanguard. The remaining combatants were equipped with bows and 10 arrows each, positioned in batches upon the steps, extinguishing all torches except for those illuminating the square. This was a ploy to lure the enemy in, followed by a volley of arrows raining down upon them. The ensuing period was marked by an interminable wait. The mountain gate was eerily silent, with only the crackling of torches breaking the stillness. However, this oppressive quiet was swiftly shattered by a blood-curdling scream. It turned out that the enemy had triggered the trap beneath the mountain gate, and following that scream, a cacophony of battle cries erupted that in an instant, a throng of figures surged onto the mountain gate, all rushing toward its direction. Through the haze, they could vaguely discern the silhouettes of Taoists on the distant steps. This time, the Allied forces had learned their lesson, witnessing their ambush fail and the opposing side on high alert. They refrained from recklessly charging forward. The leaders of various factions began to organize their troops in an orderly manner, preparing for a coordinated assault. Once the majority had gathered, a single command of kill resonated, and the Allied forces surged forth like a swarm of locusts toward the disciples of the sword-casting mountain at the Grand Hall's entrance. Ready, everyone drew back their bowstrings. Release. Whizzing arrows flew toward the enemies that had arrived at the square. Due to visibility issues, many only heard the sound, but by the time they truly saw the arrows, it was too late. They had already come upon them. This first volley struck a large number of foes. And before they could recover from their shock and confusion, a second wave of arrows followed. 3 consecutive barges of arrows brought the previously fervent Allied forces to an abrupt halt. Many turned to flee. But the leaders intervened, halting the tide of panic and preventing a rout. Nonetheless, they all remained rooted in place, too fearful to press onward. In desperation, the 5 leaders and their most trusted aides stepped forward. As they possessed the highest martial prowess and were thus tasked with shielding their comrades from the rain of arrows. Once more, they organized a charge, and indeed, the lethality of the arrows diminished. As the enemy drew ever closer, everyone quickly discharged their remaining arrows before unsheathing their swords to confront the adversary. Although the enemy had suffered considerable losses, they still numbered around 1,000. While the disciples of sword-casting Mountain barely totaled 260, leaving them feeling quite overwhelmed against such odds. Draw swords. A heavy clang reverberated from the grand hall at the top of the steps. And in the next moment, a beam of purple light descended swiftly from the roof of that very hall. Qin Yu's eyes widened in realization. He recognized the hall atop the steps as the sword offering pavilion, where he had previously seen the stone sword. Just as Qin Yu was taken aback, Elder Kong leaped into the air, fingers forming a sword gesture, his white hair billowing, and with a swift motion. He grasped the purple light. Honor Elder Kong. With Yang Yuanqing's commanding shout, the elite and high-ranking disciples in the front row turned and knelt toward Elder Kong, bowing deeply in unison. Although Qin Yu and the other low and mid-ranking disciples were somewhat bewildered, they followed suit and knelt as well. Raise the sword. No sooner had Elder Kong spoken than an overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, and the air was filled with a brilliant purple glow. In an instant, those still charging in the square were engulfed by a blinding flash of purple light. When the brilliance faded, all present had been reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 60. The secret of the Tianyuan sword. What is this sword energy? Why does it carry such a profound sense of death, as if even the soul were being dissolved? Qin Yu could not help but look up when Elder Kong unleashed the sword. He watched in astonishment as a dazzling purple radiance erupted from Elder Kong's sword, its intensity rendering him momentarily blind. When he bravely endured the pain in his eyes and gazed toward the dissipating purple glow, he witnessed the figures in the square disintegrate as if digitalized, dissolving into the purple light. Silence. The mountain gate was enveloped in a deathly stillness. A cool night breeze stirred, lifting clouds of ash from the square. Clang, the sharp sound of a weapon falling echoed, creating ripples in the profound silence of the mountain gate. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Please spare me. Scattered figures at the periphery of the square could be seen. Some stood frozen, while others knelt in supplication. The might of that single sword strike had been utterly terrifying. People had vanished without a sound into the purple glow. Those who wept or stood in shock had merely survived by distance, having escaped the reach of the purple light. Yet, at that moment, they were all paralyzed by fear, utterly devoid of any thoughts of escape or resistance. Capture them. Yang Yuanqing's cold voice rang out once more. Thus, the attacking enemies were disarmed and apprehended. When Qin Yu looked toward Elder Kong again, he found that both the Elder and the Tianyuan sword he held had turned to stone. In that moment, Qin Yu finally comprehended Yang Yuanqing's earlier words of honoring Elder Kong. It was clear that activating the Tianyuan sword required the sacrifice of a grandmaster's life. This was precisely why Yi Tiangu had deliberately avoided discussing the Tianyuan sword. Much later, Qin Yu learned that the Tianyuan sword from Sword-Casting Mountain was ranked 3rd on the divine weapon list. This was the greatest heritage of Sword-Casting Mountain, and this battle concluded with Elder Kong sacrificing his life. Although Elder Kong had given his life, he had saved the lives of over 200 individuals at the mountain gate. One sword extinguished millions of foes, and his soul ascended to guard the mountain gate. The sword unleashed its purple light to illuminate the mountains, transforming enemies into ashes. The following day in Huikong City. What? They all died? How could this happen? Yuan Ming shouted in exasperation. My lord, this is the message from Elder Su. He witnessed the situation on the mountain with his own eyes. He claimed that with just one sword, those over 1,000 people were directly obliterated. Impossible. How can this be true? Where is Elder Su? I demand to see him. My lord, Elder Su, after delivering the message, he left Huikong City. What? With a crash, Yuan Ming shattered the teacup in his hand. That my lord, Elder Su also instructed me to convey that you must never provoke Sword-Casting Mountain again. This is not a force we can afford to antagonize. While Yuan Ming was in a frenzy, Sword-Casting Mountain was holding a grand funeral. The entire mountain gate was in mourning for the fallen comrades from this battle. The once sparse white silks drifting down had been rehung throughout the mountain path. When the Tianyin sword was returned to the sword offering pavilion, Elder Kong crumbled into dust from the stone figurine, disintegrating into powder. Throughout the process, Yang Yuanqing appeared unfazed. He not only restored the Tianyin sword to the roof of the sword offering pavilion, but also collected the remnants of Elder Kong. Qin Yu also participated in the memorial ceremony at the mountain gate, and at that moment, the flames of vengeance burned steadily within him. Master Dong, I want to slay the governor of Huikong City. You need not concern yourself with this. Someone is already gone. Qin Yu looked at Master Dong in shock. Have some heart. Come with me to the library pavilion tomorrow. This was Elder Kong's final request. Master Dong patted Qin Yu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. That night, blood flowed like rivers through the governor's mansion in Huikong City. The next day, Huikong City was in an uproar within a single night. The governor and his entire household had been exterminated. That it was a passing merchant who discovered the scene, as blood had spilled out onto the street in front of the governor's door, prompting him to report it to the authorities. The city defense forces were the first to receive the news and organized a group of soldiers to storm the governor's residence. The sight that greeted them left them utterly dumbfounded. Everyone in the mansion who still drew breath had been silenced by a single sword. Yuan Ming and Yuan Qi were even found decapitated, their heads missing. This incident immediately alarmed the imperial court. The officials from the royal city office arrived in Huikong City the following day. However, 2 days later, they withdrew entirely from Huikong City. 5 days later, the court issued an announcement, declaring the governor's extermination case to be a result of banditry and dispatched troops to eliminate the Wolf Gang to quell public outrage. Many insiders were aware that the massacre at the governor's mansion had been carried out by Sword-Casting Mountain, as their method of killing was not concealed. It had employed the distinctive purple-gold sword technique of Sword-Casting Mountain. Once the royal city office ascertained the truth, they reported it to Emperor Hongqin, who, fearing the wrath of Sword-Casting Mountain, promptly used the scapegoat of the Wolf Gang to appease their anger. Currently, the Great Chu still required the martial experts of various sects to aid the court in repelling foreign threats, making internal strife the gravest taboo. Emperor Hongqin, in a clandestine manner, had even taken the 9 clans of Yuan Ming in order to quell the wrath of Zhujian Mountain. Chapter 61. For years later after this battle, all forces that harbored intentions against Zhujian Mountain retreated into the shadows, no longer daring to entertain any ulterior motives. Time, like an arrow, swiftly passed over 4 years. During this period, the conflicts between the Great Chu and the bordering nations also reached their conclusion, with the outcome being a disastrous defeat for the Great Chu, resulting in the cession of nearly half of Qingzhou. In truth, it was not so much a cession as a recognition of their inability to reclaim it. The silver lining was that Jizhou had successfully held its ground. However, the war that spanned 4 years exacted a tremendous toll from both sides, leaving them significantly weakened. In contrast, the eastern seas, while people had grown increasingly formidable, perhaps out of caution for the Hua, leading the various factions to cease their hostilities. Meanwhile, the western region as Brahmin Empire and the southern tribes came away unscathed. Having divided a substantial portion of Qingzhou's territory, on the other hand, the Tuhan tribe of the northern frontier suffered catastrophic losses, gaining nothing while sacrificing hundreds of thousands of troops. Furthermore, by the war's end, they had lost considerable land to the Brahmin Empire. It could be said that the greatest victor of this conflict was undoubtedly the western region's Brahmin Empire. Turning to Zhujian Mountain, Qin Yu had begun his study of the Nameless Sword Classic for years prior. It is worth noting that this Nameless Sword Classic is not a conventional martial arts manual. Rather, it consists of cultural texts and biographies of various swordsmen. There are no sword techniques or internal cultivation methods to be found within. For instance, one of the entries records a figure named Li Jiani, who comprehended the sword path amidst the Beishan Mountains. His sword light was like smoke, and his sword radiance like rain, known as the Smoke and Rain Sword. With a single stroke, he could obliterate thousands of enemies, rendering him invincible in his time. Ultimately, he opened the central gate of the sword and transcended the mundane, ascending to immortality, henceforth referred to as the Immortal of the Smoke and Rain Sword. However, the names and places mentioned are nowhere to be found in the present world, devoid of any trace of existence. He had inquired with the elders at the mountain gate, but they had attempted to identify the figures, locations, or events corresponding to the Nameless Sword classic many years ago, only to yield no results whatsoever. This left Qin Yu with a sensation akin to reading a mythical novel. Interestingly, one entry narrates the story of Zhujian Mountain, detailing how the founding master established the current Zhujian Mountain based on the tales from the Sword Classic. Nevertheless, after 4 years of study, Qin Yu had not emerged empty-handed. He had synthesized the sword section of the Nameless Sword Classic with the profound sword intent of the founding master, gaining insight into a sense of oppression and weightiness within the sword that in a moment of epiphany, he created the pressing sword style and the heavy sword style. When Qin Yu first grasped this oppressive sword intent, he inadvertently drew the attention of Yi Tiangu and other high-ranking members that he became the first person in 200 years since the founding master Yi Qingfeng to derive a new sword intent from the Nameless Sword Classic. Naturally, Qin Yu became a focal point for cultivation and protection at the Mountain Gate. Speaking of Yi Tiangu, he had returned to the Mountain Gate for seclusion only in the second year of the war. After 2 years of battlefield trials, he finally broke through to the unparalleled realm after 3 months of seclusion. However, to Qin Yu's dismay, the newly enlightened Yi Tiangu returned to the battlefield in Qingzhou. Throughout these 4 years, Qin Yu had only crossed paths with Yi Tiangu once. It was either seclusion for breakthroughs or a return to the battlefield. Nonetheless, Qin Yu bore no grievances, for the instructors and elders at Zhujian Mountain dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to teaching him. Now, Qin Yu had already transformed his true qi into crystals, subsequently merging those crystals into a liquid form known as Cloud Dream. He had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of first-rate master status. Even the Sun Scripture had successfully opened 2 meridians, totaling 83 ACU points. In contrast, Yu lagged slightly behind Qin Yu, having only reached the first-rate master level in body refining, while his qi cultivation barely reached the third-rate warrior realm. Master, I received a letter from home, instructing me to return in early March for my wedding. Very well, I shall accompany you. Master, I also want to return to attend Brother Yu's wedding. Agreed. We shall go together. What? Qin Shidi, you are getting married? My heavens, when did you sneak off to find a bride? Hu Tian exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. That was an engagement settled before coming to the Mountain Gate. Qin Yu replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. What, Qin Shixiang? You're actually engaged. I know, my elder brother is about to belong to someone else. I cannot accept this. I must go and seize the bride. Lin Shui jumped in agitation. Congratulations to you, Qin Shidi, said the usually vivacious Lu Yun, calmly offering her blessings to Qin Yu. Soon after, the surrounding brothers and sisters gathered to extend their congratulations to Lu Shiji. Why are you so calm? Qin Shixiang is getting married. We must go and seize the bride. Lin Shui pulled Lu Yun aside to whisper urgently that don't be ridiculous. Your Qin Shixiang's marriage is a good thing. What do you mean by seizing the bride? Lu Yun shot Lin Shui a glare. Come on, Shiji, didn't you used to say you liked him the most? Oof. Lin Shui was abruptly silenced as Lu Yun covered her mouth. Don't say another word. It is not like I knew he was already engaged, sigh. Let it be. If you dare to blurt out anything else, I swear I will spank you, Lu Yun said, pulling Lin Shui away from the crowd while covering her mouth. Indeed, like a trax-like. After 4 years of companionship, Lin Shui had gradually become quite boisterous like Lu Yun. Watching Lu Yun and Lin Shui walk away, Hu Tian nudged Qin Yu with his shoulder. If you get married, what will your shijis and shimmies do? Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Hu Tian. What do you mean? Even if I get married, they will still be my shijis and shimmies. What difference does it make? That is not what I meant. All right, I understand. The hardest burden to bear is the grace of a beauty. I feel inadequate to repay her kindness. Qin Yu gazed wistfully at Lu Yun's departing figure. Chapter 62. Returning home after enduring 4 years of turmoil. Though the chaos did not reach the territory of Xingzhou, a significant portion of Qingzhou's refugees had fled to Xingzhou. The closer one was to Qingzhou. The more refugees there were, leading to a gradual rise in disorder. Compared to 4 years ago, the road back to Yangzhou now appeared far from peaceful, with banditry and usurpation of territory becoming increasingly common. Qin Yu and his group of 6 encountered numerous incidents of bandits robbing and killing along their journey, but for these marauders, it was merely a matter of unfortunate timing. The composition of this group was indeed somewhat intimidating. Qin Yu was no longer the insignificant figure he had been 4 years prior. He had become a first-rate master proficient in both body and qi cultivation, the Yu who had also reached the level of a first-rate master in body refinement. While Lu Yun had attained the realm of qi master, with her true qi transformed into streams, the Hu Tian was also at the first-rate master level, although his true qi remained in the form of springs. As for Lin Shui, she lagged slightly, still in the third-rate warrior realm of qi cultivation. When one reaches the qi master realm, the true qi in the Dantian transitions from a crystalline state to a liquid form known as Cloud Dream. This liquid true qi continuously nourishes and expands the Dantian. The greater the amount of true qi retained, the larger the Dantian becomes. Only when the Cloud Dream reaches the state of a torrential river can one break through the Dantian barrier to attain the Grand Master Realm. The Grand Master Realm signifies the transcendence of ordinary warriors beyond the mortal coil, that be why breaking through the Dantian barrier, true qi can be properly channeled into the body's limbs and bones, thereby enhancing the strength of the physical body. Therefore, the physical strength of a Grand Master will not be significantly inferior to that of a body refinement master. Moreover, true qi possesses a far greater lethality than the force of body refinement. And Grand Masters in qi cultivation also benefit from protective true qi, which provides a more comprehensive defense than that of body refinement Grand Masters. However, the sheer strength of body refinement warriors far exceeds that of qi warriors. There are also practitioners like Qin Yu who cultivate both body and qi, but typically once one reaches the master level, they abandon one path in favor of the other, as it not only consumes time but can also lead to conflicts between the two disciplines. After reaching the master level, most practitioners will choose one route to focus on. Returning to the topic of the Dantian barrier at the Qi Master Realm, it essentially refers to the barrier between the Dantian and the meridians. Therefore, once one breaks through to the Grand Master Realm, the true qi within the Dantian will flow into the meridians. In contrast, body refinement involves breaking through the acupoints using the heart's vital blood. When both exist and circulate within the meridians simultaneously, there are no issues. However, if a body refinement practitioner continues to break through acupoints, conflicts may arise. Either the vital blood will flow backward, or the true qi will become chaotic, leading to minor issues like bleeding from the 7 orifices or severe consequences such as exploding the body. During this time, Yi Tiangu had explained this matter to Qin Yu and the others. Naturally, the others did not require further reminders, as they were all single-discipline cultivators. Yet Qin Yu, this prodigy, not only cultivated both, but did so at an astonishing speed. When Yi Tiangu realized this issue, Qin Yu had already surpassed 50 opened acupoints in body refinement. During this period, Yi Tiangu was also taken aback by Qin Yu's audacity. Master, what if I become stuck at the master level in qi cultivation? Then break through to 300 acupoints in body refinement, and only afterward return to cultivate true qi. There have been those who have attempted this, primarily martial cultivators who, upon reaching an advanced age, found their vitality waning. Faced with the bleak prospect of refining their physical forms, they sought to rekindle their true energy in hopes of rejuvenating their corporeal bodies. However, they soon discovered that with age, not only did their vitality diminish, but the barriers within their dantians had also thickened considerably, rendering any breakthrough utterly impossible, let alone the nurturing of the flesh. Eventually, a conclusion was drawn. The barriers of the human dantian thicken with age, and the optimal time to break through is before the age of 35. Beyond this age, the challenge becomes increasingly arduous. Initially, Qin Yu believed the process to be relatively simple, yet upon his own successful breakthrough to the Master Realm, he came to realize the magnitude of the difficulty. When he first entered the Master Realm, the true energy within his dantian was merely the size of a bowl, and each cycle of great circulation required him to endure the stages of condensing energy, crystallization, and finally transforming it into water. This meant that he had to traverse the same path he had previously walked, and the droplets of energy he gathered each time were pitifully scant. To ascend to the Grand Master level, one must reach the threshold where true energy transforms into a river. Only then can one be eligible to breach the barriers. Thus, the duration from Master to Grand Master is a period marked by prolonged accumulation, and it is entirely normal for this stage to span over a decade. Chapter 63. Hang City. As a group of 6 traveled together, they upheld justice, vanquishing countless malevolent individuals and addressing numerous grievances. Yi Tiangu merely observed, refraining from intervening. This was the best training for his disciples, as his only responsibility was to ensure their safety. Upon reaching the territory of Yangzhou, the group was already weary beyond measure. Chaos, utter chaos. The imperial court had expended most of its energy over the past 4 years of war, leading to a complete breakdown of local law and order. The 4 years of conflict had accelerated the decline of the Great Chu, giving rise to rebellions across various regions. In summary, external threats remained unresolved while internal strife erupted. The dynasty of Great Chu had reached a precarious state. Master, just ahead lies Hang's city of Yangzhou. Let us rest within its walls today, Qin Yu announced, pointing toward the grand city ahead. Hang City, renowned as the largest city in Yangzhou, boasted a vibrancy that rivaled that of Xingdu. Here, the imposing grandeur of the imperial capital was absent, replaced instead by a rich tapestry of human life. Over the past 4 years, Qin Yu had undertaken numerous tasks for the sect and visited many cities, yet he found Hang City to be the most suitable place to reside thus far. In March, Hang City shed some of its chill and embraced a touch of warmth, as the fragrance of flowers mingled with the gentle air, blossoming in the nostrils of passers-by, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. With white walls, dark tiles, and meandering streams, it felt as though one had stepped into a paradise. The group arrived at an inn, adhering to the customary arrangement of 3 rooms. Qin Yu, Yu Hu, and Hu Tian shared one, while Lu Yun and Lin Shui occupied another, leaving Yi Tiangu with a room of his own and no questions asked. It was a privilege of the master. Elder Yi, Lin Shui, and I planned to venture out for a stroll and procure some items. Lu Yun informed Yi Tiangu. Very well, but do not linger too long. We must set out early tomorrow. Yi Tiangu replied with a wave of his hand, retreating to his room to rest. I shall join as well. Hu Tian chimed in eagerly. Why are you following us? We women need not your company while shopping. Lu Yun shot him a glance. Huh, what is so impressive about that? Come, junior brothers, I shall lead you to where men ought to explore. Hu Tian beckoned to Qin Yu and Yu Hu. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu swiftly sidled up to Hu Tian. Brother, are you treating us? Cough, cough. Well, since I have some savings, why not? Hey, brother, we are not off to indulge in flower wine. Are we? I heard from Brother Yao that flower wine is the finest. Nothing compares to it. Have you ever tasted it, brother? Yu Hu inquired, leaving Hu Tian momentarily speechless. Cough, cough. You should avoid mingling with that Yao Yukuan in the future. He is not a good influence. Hey Hu, if you dare take them to such places, I shall break your legs, and inform Elder Yi, and he shall hang you up for punishment. Lu Yun glared at Hu Tian in fury. How could that be? I, Hu Tian, am not that sort of person. You must trust me, Sister Lu best not to be, Lin Shui remarked, casting a look of mockery at the 3 before departing with Lu Yun. Brother Hu, let us go. The night is long, and sleep eludes me. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow at Hu Tian. The night in Hang City was equally bustling. The brightly lit Sanshan Street thrummed with life as the trio flowed with the crowd toward a lively tavern. This is it. Come, let us go inside for a drink. Hu Tian enthusiastically urged Qin Yu and Yu Hu to follow him into the tavern. This truly where one indulges in flower wine. Yu Hu curiously surveyed the tavern before him. You fool. Why do you always think of flower wine? This is simply a place for dining and drinking, Qin Yu chided, giving Yu Hu a light slap. Did we not just eat? Is it acceptable to drink? But I do not know how to drink. Learn. Will master scold us if he finds out? Scold us for what? Drinking is not the same as soliciting. What does soliciting mean? Sleeping with women. Ah, wouldn't that violate the sex rules? Thus, we shall not go. Indeed, so why are we here? To drink, but I do not know how. Get in there. Qin Yu kicked Yu Hu into the tavern. This was the first time Qin Yu had openly entered a tavern for a drink since arriving in this world. Now at 16 years of age, he was considered an adult, and he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly this time. However, the alcohol was rather weak. It seemed his brewing methods had yet to be disseminated, and he wondered how the all-gathered had fared. He felt a pang of nostalgia. That night, the 3 of them drank heartily, engaging in lively conversation about life. During the revelry, Qin Yu recalled the techniques of the drunken sword in his mind and began to perform it on the spot. It must be said. The drunken sword was indeed quite a spectacle. As Qin Yu danced, he was met with applause from the surrounding crowd, and the innkeeper, a person of good nature, even gifted him a jar of wine as encouragement. After exchanging cups and toasting, both Qin Yu and Hu Tian found themselves unceremoniously vomited upon by Yu Hu, who had never drunk before. Surprisingly, Yu's drinking capacity was astonishing. He downed several jars of wine and appeared utterly unfazed. "Beast," were the last words Qin Yu uttered before losing consciousness. Chapter 64. The woke the next day, Qin Yu was awakened with a throbbing headache. Damn it, is there fake wine in this world too? Those unscrupulous merchants truly bring misfortune. Qin Yu would never admit his inability to hold his liquor, for his pride was as unyielding as his tongue. "Old Hu, when you come to my home, I shall let you sample the wine I brew, that swill from last night. Brother Yu, I think that wine was just a bit spicy, but it was still quite good," Yu Hu replied, causing Qin Yu's hand, reaching for Hu Tian, to freeze midair. In the court of the Great Shu, the civil and military factions were embroiled in a heated debate. The eastern continent had been persistently harassed by the Wokou, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Officials from the east reported that many citizens had been abducted and sold into slavery, yet the court did not dispatch troops. Did they intend to wait until all the people of Great Shu were taken by the Wokou? The Grand General, Huang Chao, derisively remarked, "The court has fought wars for years. Our treasury is depleted, and we cannot afford to stir up additional disputes," interjected the Right Chancellor, Ouyang Jing. "The Wokou's envoy is currently in the imperial capital. We can summon him to inquire about their intentions. After all, they are merely raiders and have not invaded or occupied the lands of Great Shu, so there is room for negotiation. There is no need for blades and spears. Negotiate, negotiate. All you ever do is negotiate. Half of Qingzhou has been lost due to your pathetic diplomacy. If this continues, neighboring countries will think Great Shu is easy prey, and we will become mere fish on their chopping block." Huang Chao countered sharply. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I request permission to lead troops to eliminate the Wokou," the Marquis of Yongchang proclaimed. Hong Qing initially observed the back and forth between the ministers in silence, but upon the Marquis's declaration, he realized he could no longer remain a passive spectator. "How many troops do you require, Marquis?" 5,000 elite soldiers and 2,000 warhorses will suffice." "Very well. I hereby appoint the Marquis of Yongchang as the Grand General for the Eastern Continent's campaign against the Wokou. You are to assemble your troops and set out immediately. That I accept the decree. Right Chancellor, this matter regarding the Wokou envoy is entrusted to you." "Yes. In Qingshi village, so we have returned here again." "Tiger, do you recall what transpired that night we took shelter here? Did anything happen? I remember sleeping quite soundly." "Get lost. While you all slept, I, your brother Yu, apprehended a flower thief. You have no idea." Qin Yu animatedly recounted the events of that night to Yu Hu and the others. "Brother Yu, how enviable. Not only did you uphold justice, but you also had quite the eye feast. Next time, remember to bring your senior brothers along." "Hey," Lu Yin smacked Hu Tian on the back of the head. "Learn to speak less. Miss, allow me to handle this. Do not overexert yourself. Your wedding is approaching, so you should rest more. It is nothing serious. I am merely fetching some medicine. I am not that delicate." The one who spoke was Lin Wan. Over the span of 4 years, Lin Wan blossomed like a resplendent flower, radiating beauty all on her own. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her eyes resembled autumn waters. Her skin surpassed snow, and her delicate countenance held the allure of spring without revealing it. Her ruby lips, though sealed, seemed to smile before she even spoke. Merely standing there, she was the most breathtaking scenery. Throughout these years, numerous sons of the powerful sought to court the Lin family, but upon learning that Lin Wan was already betrothed, most returned disheartened. However, a small number attempted to coerce Qin Ming into breaking the engagement. Yet all met with untimely deaths under mysterious circumstances. This instilled a sense of reverence for the benevolent Dr. Qin among many. "Xiao Wan, have you had your meal?" Qin Ming entered to find Lin Wan still preparing medicine and inquired with concern. "Not yet. Teacher, we've all been waiting for your return. Was your outing successful?" "Quite successful. You silly child, in the future, if I return late, don't wait for me." Xiao Mei and Xiao Lan, with a keen sense of awareness, went to get food from Quan Jude and to tidy the dining table in the backyard, respectively, that you should arrive in a couple of days. I heard she is bringing her senior brothers and sisters back with her. Indeed, I have arranged for the room to be tidied up. The following day, the weather was pleasant and warm. Grandfather from Panshui town has returned. You little rascal. Didn't we agree that I would have all 3 meals at Quanjude? I want hot pot. I want to drink your brewed wine. Hey, I want to drink too. Great. Don't worry about my money. Feel free to eat and drink as you please. Haha upon entering Schwana Street. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, but he did not expect that in just 4 short years, the area had transformed into such a bustling hub. On both sides of the street stood exquisite 2- to 3-story buildings, with vendor stalls lined up in succession, displaying a dazzling array of goods, and the lively atmosphere permeated every corner of Schwana Street. While Qin Yu marveled at the prosperity of Panshui Town, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was all thanks to Quanjude, which had brought fame and clientele to the town. Chapter 65. Long time no see, miss. The son-in-law is back. The son-in-law is back. Xiao Lan rushed into Lin Wan's room, exclaiming, "Where is he? At Quanjude. Wait, should I change my hairpin? And is this outfit too plain? Oh, miss, you look beautiful in anything. Let me fetch you a mirror. Allow me to introduce. This is my father. Father, this is my senior brother Hu Yun, this is senior sister Lu Yun, and this is junior sister Lin Shui." With Qin Yu's introduction, everyone became acquainted. Come, this is Quanjude, please enter. As Qin Yu led the group into Quanjude, they were greeted with a chorus of welcome to Quanjude from rows of uniformly dressed waitstaff, which left Hu Tian and the others momentarily stunned. Haha, don't be so surprised. This is our corporate culture. Upon entering the interior of the restaurant, Hu Tian and the others were again slightly taken aback, not by the opulence of the decor, but rather by the rich cultural ambience. Various decorations exuded an antique charm, with embroidered lanterns and landscape paintings strategically placed throughout. That in the 4 years since Qin Yu had departed, Quanjude had undergone a remarkable transformation. During this time, Qin Yu consistently inquired about the restaurant's condition and provided numerous suggestions for improvement, which Lin Wan executed effectively. Witnessing the dramatic change at Quanjude filled Qin Yu with immense joy. Indeed, Wan was exceptionally capable. Originally, Qin Yu intended to seek out Lin Wan first, but he had gone to his father's medical clinic, only to find that Lin Wan had gone home for a meal. With it being mealtime, he decided to bring a few people to Quanjude for a meal. The private room had already been arranged in room 1. Shall we have hot pot or stir-fried dishes? Let us have stir-fried dishes. You take them upstairs. I'll pop into the kitchen to cook personally. By the way, have you informed the young lady? I have. She is probably on her way here now. All right, when your young lady arrives, tell her I'm in the kitchen and to entertain my master and the others first. Also, have someone take the items from the carriage to the Lin residence. I will visit my father-in-law later tonight. For now, I need to host my master and the others, as they are guests from afar. That I must also convey my apologies for not being able to greet my father-in-law immediately. Understood. I will personally relay the message. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Bo Qin Yu busied himself in the kitchen for some time, gathering a few chefs around to observe as he shared the methods of preparing Sichuan cuisine, thus allowing Quanjude to introduce new dishes. That was a way to compensate for his absence over the past 4 years. Once Qin Yu emerged from the kitchen, he skillfully made his way to the 3rd floor's private room. The moment he opened the door, his eyes brightened as he became entranced by the graceful figure before him. The once lively private room fell silent upon Qin Yu's entrance. Seeing that it was Qin Yu, Lin Wan's lips curled into a smile, and her sweet voice resonated within Qin Yu's heart. Brother Yu, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. Qin Yu casually uttered in English, leaving everyone present bewildered. You silly boy, why are you still standing there? Hurry and take a seat. Don't block the serving of dishes. Qin Ming chided Qin Yu with mild exasperation. Coming to his senses, Qin Yu took a seat beside Lin Wan, amidst Hu Tian's envious and jealous glances. Brother Yu, after all these years, you still seem so foolish, Lin Wan chuckled, observing Qin Yu's dazed expression. Unbeknownst to her, this was the only scenario in which Qin Yu exhibited such a demeanor. Look at those 2 sisters across from us. Despite spending so long together at the mountain gate, I've never seen Qin Yu display such an expression around them. Of course, this did not imply that Lu Yun and Lin Shui were unattractive. On the contrary, both were exceptionally beautiful, especially Lin Shui, or else young Master Yuan would not have schemed to entrap her and her father. However, if one were to ask Qin Yu, he wouldn't know how to explain it himself. Some people are unforgettable at first sight, while others, despite being in front of you every day, go unnoticed. Or perhaps one simply chooses not to notice the dining table. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Yu Hu was eager to taste the wine brewed by Qin Yu. Yi Tiangu was craving roast duck. Hu Tian was contemplating whether to ask Lin Wan if she had any sisters, hoping to forge a connection with Qin Yu through marriage. Meanwhile, Lin Shui felt a twinge of regret for not securing Qin Yu's attention sooner at the mountain gate, now feeling self-conscious in the presence of Lin Wan's beauty. Lu Yun appeared somewhat distracted, wondering if she had ever tasted double-skim milk. Probably not, as he had only mentioned making it for her, and of course, Lin Shui's free meals didn't count. Everyone must have just met this person beside me, right? Allow me to reintroduce, this is my fiancée, Lin Wan. Stop showing off, you rascal. By the way, sister-in-law, do you have any sisters or older siblings? Hu Tian rolled his eyes at Qin Yu and eagerly inquired of Lin Wan. No, I only have one brother. I'll introduce you to him tonight. Qin Yu shot Hu Tian a glare that don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Apologies, senior brother Hu, but I am the youngest in my family. I only have one older brother that Hu Tian sighed. Thinking how unfair life was, why had he never encountered such a stunning girl? The thought of Lu Yun and Lin Shui sent a shiver down his spine. He had already dismissed that dreadful notion at the mountain gate. What he desired was a gentle and demure girl like Lin Wan, not two fierce women like those across the table. Chapter 66. More practice with dishes since we're here. Let us sample the new Sichuan dishes. Everyone glanced at the large bowl of a dish called Mao Shui Wang on the table and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. When did you create this new dish, junior brother? It's not authentic. We've been on the mountain for so long without seeing you cook. Just now, phew, it's really hot. It's so spicy, but so satisfying. Senior brother, you're amazing. Indeed, quite impressive. Why have you been hiding your culinary skills? Lamented Yi Tiangu, playfully teasing Qin Yu. Master, our mountain gate is a place for martial training and hardship. How could you wish to turn it into a restaurant? If you want to eat, just let me know, and I'll gladly prepare it for you. Now that it's more like it. Master, don't just talk. Come have some wine. Yu Hu raised his cup again. Yi Tiangu's brow twitched. You had already poured 2 large bowls of white wine for him. Little Hu, take it easy. Savor the dishes one bite at a time, and sip the wine slowly. Understood? Of course, master. I drink it all at once with that. Yu Hu tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. What, I meant to say take your time. Yi Tiangu thought to himself. His expression darkening, that he discreetly finished his cup of wine in one go, his lips twitching slightly. Tiger, slow down with the drinking. Eat first. When Qin Yu spoke, Yi Tiangu felt genuinely touched. At least he had a disciple who cared. However, Qin Yu's next words nearly made Yi Tiangu spit blood. That don't drink so hastily. Master's body can't handle it. That we wouldn't want you to get him drunk. The banquet unfolded amidst laughter and merriment. However, at Dongzhou coastal town, the scene was one of utter chaos, illuminated by raging flames and pierced by incessant wails. From a distance, the once thriving town was unrecognizable, with bodies strewn across the streets, resembling a hellish nightmare. Not far away, a group of disheveled women was being escorted out of the town by a band of marauding Japanese. This grim tableau was being replicated across much of the coastal region of Dongzhou, where the Japanese invaders rampaged, pillaging and destroying. Dongzhou had also attempted to form an anti-Japanese army, but the cunning invaders would strike and flee, inflicting damage while reaping greater rewards. They targeted villages and towns with little defensive capability rather than large cities. Meanwhile, the Imperial Army tasked with eradicating the Japanese had finally arrived in Dongzhou. The Duke of Yongchang promptly gathered reports from various regions, crafting strategies to counter the treachery of the Japanese. Given that the Japanese operated in small units of 10 or so, the Duke decided to restructure his forces, dividing 5,000 troops into 10 operational units, each responsible for a designated area. The soldiers within these areas could recruit locals to aid in the anti-Japanese campaign. The leaders of these 10 units would report directly to the Duke, who would take decisive action against any local officials or minor bureaucrats who failed to cooperate. At noon, the group enjoyed a satisfying meal, with the exception of Yi Tiangu, whose face was flushed from drink. Had he not utilized his extraordinary energy to dispel much of the intoxication, he would have surely succumbed to Yu Hu's relentless drinking. Surprisingly, his robust disciple merely bore a slight blush, appearing entirely unfazed. Had it not been for Qin Yu's timely intervention, Yu would have undoubtedly overindulged. Master, we ought to practice our dining skills more diligently. Yi Tiangu mused. Upon returning to their lodgings, he began to circulate his energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, as Qin Yu's brew was far too potent, even for a master of his caliber. After bidding farewell to the others, Yu Hu returned home. That evening, the Lin residence was ablaze with lights, as Qin Yu and his companions were set to visit, with rumors circulating that disciples from the Sword Forging Mountain would accompany them. Over the past 4 years, the reputation of Sword Forging Mountain had grown exponentially, not only due to the exploits of its hundreds of disciples on the battlefield, but also due to the formidable prowess of the Tianyan sword. Whispers even suggested that Sword Forging Mountain had annihilated the entire family of the governor of Huikong City overnight. Its notoriety was especially pronounced in Huikong, as they had eradicated the city's most malignant presence. Furthermore, Sword Forging Mountain had successfully quelled 6 factions that had attacked its gates. This series of actions led astute observers to deduce that Yu Wenming had covertly incited these 6 factions to assault Sword Forging Mountain, resulting in his family's obliteration. The court had also sided with Sword Forging Mountain, secretly executing Yu Wenming's entire clan. In a flash, Sword Forging Mountain became a name of great renown, on the verge of becoming the foremost among the 8 great sects. Although Panshui Town was remote, it was not lacking in itinerant merchants and eager diners drawn by its burgeoning fame, thus becoming a primary conduit for the dissemination of news. Lin Xuanquan learned of these developments from an old friend, who had previously acquainted himself with Qin Yu and informed Lin Xuanquan of his whereabouts, promptly relaying the news regarding Sword Forging Mountain. When they discovered that Qin Yu would be visiting Lin Xuanquan's residence that night, many sought to befriend this rising star. Chapter 67. The family feast that evening, Qin Yu and his party arrived at Lin's residence as scheduled. Under Lin Xuanquan's arrangement, Yu brought his parents along. The Lin family was soon filled with esteemed guests. After Qin Yu and his companions took their seats, the housekeeper announced the commencement of the banquet. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone eager to extend their congratulations. Fully aware that Qin Yu had returned to celebrate his impending marriage, in the midst of the festivities, Lin Xuanquan and Qin Ming jointly announced that the wedding ceremony would take place in 3 days on the 16th of March. The announcement elevated the banquet's atmosphere to a peak of excitement. That night, Qin Yu partook in a fair amount of wine, but fortunately, having cultivated the sun scripture and opened 2 meridians, his blood flow was significantly swifter than that of ordinary individuals, allowing for a more rapid metabolism and quicker alcohol breakdown. Hu Tian and the others did not maintain their composure, quickly mingling with the children of Lin Yuan and Lin Xuanquan's old friends. "Brother Hu, could you regale us with the tale of the battle at Sword Forging Mountain 4 years ago?" inquired the son of a wealthy merchant, prompting others to gather around in eager anticipation. There was an undeniable allure in hearing first-hand accounts from those who had lived through such events. That you've come to the right person, for I was indeed a participant in that battle. "Oh, but I must clarify that my companions here were also directly involved," Hu Tian remarked, gesturing towards Yu Hu and others. That a girl seated beside Lin Shui perked up upon hearing this. "Sister Lin Shui, you were part of it too?" Lin Shui, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Yes, I participated, though I was newly initiated and assigned to the rescue team. For the specifics, you might want to ask senior sister Lu. As the girls were seated separately from the boys, they could not easily approach their male counterparts to glean details about the battle, so they turned to Lin Shui instead. Consequently, both groups began to recount the details of the fierce combat that had transpired at the mountain gates. When Lin Wan heard about Qin Yu single-handedly rescuing Lu Yun and the others, she scrutinized Lu Yun with newfound interest. Upon learning about the valiant efforts of Qin Yu and Yu Hu, her eyes sparkled with admiration. However, her heart raced when she heard of Huang Guan's ambush. The revelation that Qin Yu had ultimately slain Huang Guan, leading to the enemy's rout, filled her with a sense of awe. Imagining Qin Yu's heroic demeanor during the battle, her admiration reached its zenith. How could such a remarkable man not be worthy of her affections? Not only was he brave and skilled, but he was also undeniably handsome. Lin Wan was not alone in her infatuation. Every young girl yearned for a heroic figure in their lives. With Lu Yun's account, the table of young girls began to idolize Qin Yu, extending their admiration to Yu Hu as well. It was not that Lu Yun deliberately emphasized Qin Yu's deeds. He was simply one of the few individuals she had noticed amidst the chaos. Moreover, it was indeed Qin Yu who had saved their team. Had they not broken through, many would have perished in that encirclement, including herself. Thus, Qin Yu had effectively saved her life, upon hearing Lu Yun's narration. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with wonder, as this was information she had been unaware of. That night, she had not been on the front lines but rather in the rear, and thus had no time to observe the events unfolding in the square. Imagining the heroic rescue in her mind, she thought to herself, "Senior brother Qin is simply too dashing. Perhaps I could settle for being a concubine, as long as I could remain by his side." Lin Shui instinctively glanced in Qin Yu's direction, lost in her daydreams. The majority of the girls at the table also cast adoring glances towards him, their eyes filled with both adoration and regret. Regret over his imminent marriage. Meanwhile, at the boys' table, Hu Tian was animatedly recounting his own valorous exploits. Qin Yu simply watched him in silence, choosing not to disrupt his bravado. That that moment, he felt several gazes directed toward him, seemingly from the girls' table. However, Qin Yu paid them no mind, sensing no malice in their stares. Since reaching the Grandmaster realm, his awareness of the world around him had sharpened, allowing him to perceive movements within a 500-meter radius with clarity. As Hu Tian spoke of Huang Guan, he embellished the tale, claiming he had wounded him before Qin Yu delivered the finishing blow. Qin Yu remained unperturbed, but Yu interjected to correct him. "Brother Hu, it was actually Brother Yu who alerted me to Huang Guan. I was knocked away, and if it weren't for Brother Yu slaying him, I might not have survived." In response to Yu's correction, Hu Tian maintained a calm demeanor as he explained, "Is that so? Oh, perhaps I misspoke, given the chaos of the battle," that he casually brushed it off and continued with his account of the night's conflict. When the audience heard that Elder Kong had summoned the Tianyun sword and annihilated over 1,000 foes with a single strike, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Listening to Hu Tian's account, Qin Yu realized that he had not been paying attention to the finer details of the scene at the time. However, he had no intention of delving deeper into this matter, as it was a critical secret of Sword Forging Mountain that should not be indiscriminately revealed. As Hu Tian concluded, loud applause erupted throughout the gathering, with even the elder generation at their table drawn in by his animated storytelling. Chapter 68, a conversation between father and son by the time the family banquet came to a close. It was well past midnight, and the guests departed amidst laughter and joy. After graciously declining numerous invitations from affluent young men, Qin Yu left Lin's residence alongside Yi Tiangu and the others. They strolled under the moonlight, savoring the tranquility of the night. "Once you have made the necessary arrangements, your master and the others will return to the old residence." After exchanging a few words with Qin Ming, Qin Yu departed on his own. The group returned to the grand residence newly acquired by Lin Wan on Shuana Street. This was a spacious compound with 4 courtyards, freshly constructed this year, serving as the marital home for Qin Yu and Lin Wan. The land upon which this abode stood had been purchased by the Lin family long ago, and the expenses for its construction were covered by the profits of Quanjude, which had seen a remarkable surge in business over the past 4 years, yielding astronomical revenues. The vibrancy of Panshui town owed much to Quanjude, drawing in a considerable number of visitors eager to experience its allure. Qin Ming had not claimed any of this wealth. Instead, it remained securely entrusted to Lin Wan. She had previously inquired about the management of these finances, to which Qin Yu had indicated that they should spend and invest as needed. Money that is spent is indeed money, while money that is hoarded is merely a pile of stones. Consequently, Lin Wan began to acquire land, properties, and expand the restaurant. After bidding farewell to the guests, Qin Yu accompanied Lin Wan on a leisurely stroll back to the Lin residence. Along the way, the couple indulged in affectionate banter for quite some time, until Lin Wan's gentle insistence prompted Qin Yu to part ways. Knowing they would not see each other for the next 3 days until their wedding day, with a light-hearted stride, Qin Yu made his way toward the old residence. Even if his father did not seek him out, he would certainly seek him out himself. After 4 years of diligent pondering, he still could not grasp the essence of the Shuang Jian sword manual, feeling as though something crucial was amiss. Perhaps it was merely a matter of opportunity. This was precisely what he intended to discuss with his father this evening. Pushing open the courtyard door and stepping into the familiar surroundings, Qin Yu inhaled the scents of the yard, momentarily lost in thought. "Come in." Qin Ming's voice interrupted his reverie. Qin Yu sheepishly stepped inside. "Father," he exclaimed as he enveloped his father in a warm embrace. "You scoundrel, you've grown taller." Qin Ming marveled at how Qin Yu had nearly matched his height. "Hey, old man, you still look as handsome and spirited as ever." Qin Yu responded with a grin, "Don't jest with your father. I'm getting old, that's so. How is your swordplay coming along? Qin Ming inquired first. Not much progress. Actually, that I was about to ask you. Is this sword technique truly something that an ordinary person can cultivate? Qin Ming sighed. It seems you two are struggling, that you've been studying this sword technique for quite some time. Have you discovered anything? Although the sword technique was indeed peculiar, it could be practiced through imitation. Yet Qin Yu felt that something was missing, though he could not identify what. What is it that you feel is lacking? How many sword moves can you replicate? All of them? Why? All. Impossible. Surely you do not forget one move while remembering another. At this moment, Qin Ming's tone grew urgent. About that, I did experience that initially, strangely enough. I have a good memory, yet I often forget the previous move when practicing this sword technique. Indeed, how did you resolve this issue? I practiced it in reverse. Reverse? How so? I first practiced one side correctly, then the other side in reverse. Practicing both sides together creates a complete form. It can be done this way. Father, you have practiced this sword technique, haven't you? I have seen it. Father, I want to inquire whether this sword manual is missing something. Although I have memorized all the techniques, I cannot use them cohesively. Could this be what my master referred to when he said I only grasp the form, but not the essence? You truly are a genius, discovering such a solution to break through the impasse. However, merely memorizing is insufficient. Disjointed sword moves cannot lead to mastery. Did I say something wrong? Qin Yu pondered as he observed his father's boisterous laughter. Subsequently, Qin Ming offered 3 incense sticks to Qin Yu's mother. Jiaro, as you can see, our child is indeed a prodigy in martial arts, that he has replicated the entire Shuang Jian sword manual in just 4 years. This is far more impressive than your ancient family's genius. Of course, he surpasses me. A mere waste that you are. Come, pay respects to your mother. It was the first time Qin Yu learned of his biological mother's surname from his father. And upon realizing this, he approached her memorial tablet and reverently offered an incense stick. Now, you must listen carefully to what your father is about to say, and remember it well, that do not speak of this to anyone until you reach the unparalleled realm. Finally, the long-awaited secret, which had been on his mind for so many years, was about to be unveiled. Qin Yu felt his heart racing. Chapter 69. The Shuang Sword. This tale begins with the Great Qin dynasty. A century ago. Great Qin? Yes, the dynasty preceding the Great Chu. Qin Ming seemed lost in contemplation. Father, don't tell me we are the last remnants of the Great Qin imperial lineage. One could say that. But our branch is merely a collateral line of the royal family, not the direct bloodline. Our ancestor was merely a lord with a fief located in what is now Zhongshan City in Jizhou. Our story intertwines with your mother's ancient clan, the Gu family, known for their distinguished legacy in weapon forging. However, during the latter years of the Great Qin, warlords vied for power and chaos reigned. Our ancestor, Qin Mu Yang, sheltered the Gu clan from persecution during this tumultuous time. The Gu family thrived under Qin Mu Yang's protection for over a decade, until the formidable rise of the king of Chu, who besieged the imperial capital of Great Qin, proclaiming its demise and gradually unifying the 9 provinces. Recognizing the futility of resistance, Qin Mu Yang retreated into seclusion. Grateful for his sanctuary, the Gu clan chose to dwell in hiding alongside our Qin family within the Wang Dao Mountains. The Qin family assumed the role of guardians while the Gu family focused on weapon forging, establishing a bond of mutual support through generations of intermarriage. Their tranquil existence continued until the emergence of a certain sword shattered the peace. This sword, forged by the extraordinarily talented craftsman Gu Yang, was named Shuang. Upon its unveiling, it attracted the wrath of heaven, splitting the newly forged sword in 2 amidst a thunderstorm. Witnessing such a divine weapon's destruction was a source of deep regret for the Gu family. Yet the following day, after the disappearance of Gu Yang and his family, a perfect Shuang sword mysteriously appeared in Gu Yang's chamber. With the emergence of this sword, the Gu clan's famed sword. Subsequently, they established a burial ground for swords within the Wang Dao Mountains. The only immortal cultivator from our Qin lineage crafted the Shuang Jian sword manual from this very sword. The very feeling of something missing that you described is indeed the absence of this Shuang sword. With that, Qin Ming pressed a concealed latch behind the memorial tablet, revealing a long box. Without hesitation, he retrieved it as the box opened. A chilling aura enveloped the room, and before Qin Yu lay a long sword radiating a blue glow. Upon closer inspection, the character Shuang gleamed brightly on the sword's sheath. The dimensions of this sword closely resembled that of his own Bai Yu's sword, though it bore slight differences in appearance. The sheath and hilt were crafted from a material akin to ivory, bordered with silver. The hilt and guard resembled those of a typical long sword, lacking any extraordinary features. Take it, but remember your father's words. If you sense any discomfort, sheath the sword immediately. Noting the seriousness in Qin Ming's demeanor, Qin Yu cautiously grasped the Shuang sword. The sword felt slightly heavy in his hand as he gently gripped the hilt and slowly drew it from its sheath at the moment the sword was unsheathed. An icy chill surged deep into Qin Yu's soul, causing him to involuntarily emit a muffled groan. You need to acclimate to this sensation. Simply return the sword to its sheath when you reach your limit, Qin Ming remarked, clearly anticipating this scenario. Without further hesitation, Qin Yu fully withdrew the sword and a sound reminiscent of a sword's cry resonated throughout the room, illuminating the dim space with an eerie blue glow. The Shuang sword danced in Qin Yu's hands, and he gradually acclimated to the cold emanating from it. He could distinctly feel the icy aura intensifying, compelling him to instinctively circulate the sun's energy at that moment. Golden light radiated from Qin Yu, yet he felt no relief from the chill. It felt as though the cold was not infiltrating his body, but rather gnawing at his very soul. This sword's coldness could not be dispelled by ordinary methods. It targeted the soul, which was why no one had ever fully mastered it. Yet, even a fleeting grasp of its power could unleash unparalleled might. You must have heard of the divine weapon rankings, correct? As Qin Ming teased, Qin Yu, while enduring the discomfort, eagerly inquired, where does this sword rank? First, what? Indeed. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing its ranking, the bone-chilling cold in his soul seemed to lessen as his blood ignited with fervor. Indeed, those who traverse time are destined to be the protagonists. This sword rightfully belongs to the main character. Before Qin Yu could indulge further in his fantasies, the chilling aura emanating from the sword rendered him unconscious. Qin Ming, witnessing this, was taken aback and immediately attempted to seize the sword from Qin Yu's grasp. However, Qin Yu's hands clutched the weapon with a grip as firm as a vice, refusing to relent. With no other option, Qin Ming could only sheath the sword. He gently laid Qin Yu on the bed, applying silver needles to several acupoints and covering him with a thick quilt. The soul frostbite could only be mended by Qin Yu himself. It was an affliction beyond anyone else's intervention. For now, Qin Ming could only provide physical warmth to stimulate the automatic healing of his soul. Chapter 70. Alone with the Golden Mountain, heart far away. Splendor like a dream fades like smoke. Qin Yu found himself submerged in a lengthy dream, ensconced within a dark, confined space, where he beheld a young girl weeping. Her tears flowed abundantly, gradually inundating the space around them. No matter how he implored her, his words fell on deaf ears, as if she were oblivious to his presence to end the dream. Qin Yu felt himself being engulfed bit by bit, the sensations of suffocation, despair, and the icy chill of tears piercing through him with vivid clarity. Just as he sensed the brink of death approaching, a golden orb appeared before him, instantly illuminating the entire space the next moment. He was enveloped in warm, golden light that moment. He distinctly saw the girl, who had been crying with her head bowed, slowly raise her gaze as he endeavored to see her more clearly. The dream shattered into countless fragments Startled awake, Qin Yu gasped for fresh air. He was drenched from head to toe, and as he contemplated rising to bathe, he realized he still clutched the Shuang sword in his hand. Recalling the events that transpired, a wave of dread washed over him. Instinctively, he wished to discard the sword, but at that very thought, a sharp pain surged through his hand, accompanied by a powerful suction. Hiss! Qin Yu winced and flung the sword away, discovering a small puncture in his palm. The drop of his blood that had lingered on the sword's hilt was drawn in, absorbed by the weapon. What is this? Does this sword truly thirst for blood? How sinister! No, I cannot wield this terrifying thing. I must return it to my father at once. As Qin Yu pondered, he leaped from the bed. After a brief search around the room, he found no sign of his father. It was then he noticed that dawn had broken outside. It seemed to be the second day already, while Qin Yu soaked in the bath. Gentle footsteps approached from outside. Who is it? Recalling that the Shuang sword lay on the bed, he called out, "It's me, senior brother Da Lin Shimmy, I'm bathing. Do you need something? Seeing you still asleep so late, I came to check on you on behalf of Shiji and the others. Ah, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Probably too much to drink. As long as you're all right, I'll wait for you to join us in finding Shiji. There ain't no need. I'll be a while longer. You go ahead and inform them to ease their worries. After sending Lin Shui away, Qin Yu hastily finished his bath, quickly returning the Shang sword to its rightful place that he then respectfully bowed before his mother's tablet. His father truly had a relaxed disposition, leaving such a renowned sword, ranked first, unattended. He wondered what his father was up to so early in the morning. In the residence on Xuana Street, Yi Tiangu was instructing several individuals in their martial arts. Even though Hu Tian, Lu Yun, and the others were not his disciples, he taught them without reservation. As Qin Yu arrived, he found them engrossed in a spirited sword practice. Just as he was about to step into the courtyard, an urgent shout rang out behind him. "Young master, something terrible has happened. There has been a disturbance at our Quanjude, and several of our people have been injured while trying to fend them off. They are currently vandalizing our restaurant. What the hell? They dare to wreak havoc in my establishment. I shall see how bold they truly are." With that, Qin Yu dashed towards Quanjude. The others, who had been practicing their swordplay, wasted no time and followed suit upon hearing the innkeeper's words. "Smash! Tear it all down. Let them know they cannot disrespect our prince. Dismantle everything. I've heard their master has returned, and we'll capture that worthless master along with him." A bald, burly man shouted commands, directing his subordinates as they wreaked havoc at Quanjude. "That I've heard you're looking for me." A chilling voice emerged from behind the bald man. The bald man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. But upon realizing the identity of the person behind him, none other than the prince, he steeled himself to turn around. Upon seeing a young man with a refined appearance before him, his courage ignited like a flame. "You little brat, who do you think you are? Tired of living, meddling in my affairs? Do you believe I won't chop you down?" In the face of the bald man's fierce demeanor, Qin Yu merely inquired nonchalantly, "Who is your master?" The bald man was momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you deaf? Do you wish to die?" Without further ado, Qin Yu decided to take matters into his own hands. If the bald man refused to answer, he would resort to force. In an instant, the bald man was sent sprawling to the ground with a single punch. Qin Yu had not employed any true energy, deliberately restraining his strength to avoid accidentally killing the man with one blow, which would leave him with no answers. After receiving one punch, the bald man curled up on the ground, unable to rise. His cries turning hoarse, his underlings, witnessing their leader's defeat, rushed towards Qin Yu. Within a few breaths, all 7 or 8 of them lay on the ground, howling in agony. "Now, you will answer my questions. If you continue to be obstinate, I shall start with your fingers." Qin Yu drew the Baiyu sword from his waist. Chapter 71. The Prince of Dongping. First question. "Who is your master?" The bald man, realizing Qin Yu was serious, quickly replied, "I'll tell you. My master is Prince Dongping, Chu Su." Second question. "Why did you come to vandalize my restaurant?" Upon hearing this, the bald man broke into a cold sweat. Henti, they said this establishment's master was merely a son-in-law of the Lin family? How could he be so formidable? Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just following orders. In the next moment, the flash of the sword severed the bald man's pinky. A wretched scream echoed through the air. "If you don't answer properly, I'll slice off your entire hand." I will. Previously, the bald man began to spill everything like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing even the schemes of Prince Dongping. It turned out that Prince Dongping was originally a noble from Fengping City in the eastern continent. Recently, fearing the rampant incursions of the Japanese, he relocated his family to Yuqing in Yangzhou. There, he learned of a Quanjude restaurant in Panshui Town and, drawn by its reputation, decided to dine there. After that meal, he was utterly enchanted that he aspired to open a similar restaurant in Yuqing. Initially, he sought to poach chefs from Quanjude but was met with stern rejections, as too many had attempted to lure their chefs away over the years. Qin Yu had arranged for their families to be employed in the Lin family's enterprises, effectively thwarting any plans the prince might have had to leverage the chefs' families. Naturally, Prince Dongping would not simply give up. He sought to negotiate a partnership with Quanjude, leveraging his royal status to exert pressure. The matter was quickly reported to Lin Wan, who rejected the proposal without a second thought. Until Qin Yu returned, Quanjude would not open any branches, as doing so would risk leaking Qin Yu's secret recipes. Seeing that his royal status was of no use, Prince Dongping was humiliated and furious. However, instead of acting rashly, He conducted an investigation into Quanjude, discovering that the restaurant was owned by a son-in-law of the Lin family. He also learned that Qin Yu was training at the sword forging mountain and had heard he was returning to marry soon. Thus, he plotted to intimidate Qin Yu before his wedding, threatening to cause trouble again on the day of the wedding if Qin Yu did not comply. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but chuckle coldly. It turned out to be a cowardly prince. After learning the location of Prince Dongping's residence, Qin Yu decided to leave these ruffians to work off their debts at Quanjude. They wished to vandalize his belongings and simply walk away. Such a thing would not come to pass, that Liu Yun and the others did not intervene throughout, but upon learning that Qin Yu intended to confront Prince Dongping, they rallied behind him for support. In this chaotic age, one need not show deference to a prince. Even the current emperor of Dechu would not command respect at Sword Forging Mountain. The group swiftly made their way to Yuqing. Although Yuqing was not far from Panshui town, this was Qin Yu's first visit to the city he had long heard of. Compared to Hangzhou, Yuqing had its shortcomings, although it boasted charming waterways. The architecture was far less exquisite. Nonetheless, it possessed a unique charm of Jiangnan. However, Qin Yu had no time to admire the small city of Yangzhou. Under the guidance of the bald man, he soon arrived at Prince Dongping's residence. The estate was quite grand, even larger than his newly constructed home. Qin Yu's disdain for Prince Dongping grew. How could a man seeking refuge live in such a large residence? Was it merely because he was a so-called prince? A cancer upon Dechu. Qin Yu disregarded the guard's obstruction and swiftly incapacitated them all. With a single kick, he shattered the grand door and strode purposefully inside. The bald man, witnessing this scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He never anticipated that Qin Yu would exhibit such audacity. After all, the opponent was a prince. Within the East Ping Wang's residence, Qin Yu made his way directly to the main hall, dispatching the startled guards along the way. All handled effortlessly by Yu Hu Tian, and Lu Yin, bold. Who dares to trespass into the royal residence? Qin Yu coldly regarded the elder who appeared before him. Where is the East Ping Wang? Knowing this is the East Ping Wang's estate, do you not fear the annihilation of your family? I shall count to 3 that if that wretched dog of an East Ping Wang does not show himself, I will set this place ablaze. Such audacity. Seize them. As the elder's words fell, dozens of private soldiers of the East Ping Wang emerged from both sides of the courtyard. However, they were swiftly dealt with by Hu Tian, and Lu Yin. Lin Shui was still too weak, relegated to the role of an observer. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind surged from the back of the courtyard. Liu Yin reacted immediately, engaging in a palm strike only to be violently thrown back. Qin Yu, with remarkable agility, caught Lu Yun mid-dash fall. The ITSA Grand Master. Lu Yun furrowed her brow and spoke. Are you injured? Qin Yu paid no mind to the assailant and instead inquired with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, just need to adjust my energy. My vital energy is slightly unstable. Thank you for your efforts. Leave the rest to me. Qin Yu slowly drew the Bo sword and swung it toward the Grand Master. To the Grand Master's astonishment, Qin Yu not only withstood his immense pressure, but also dared to counterattack. Yet, he dismissed the initial assault of a mere early-stage master as inconsequential. That it was not that he looked down upon Qin Yu, but rather, the gulf between a master and a Grand Master was insurmountable, but he casually reached out, intending to crush Qin Yu's sword. However, the moment he made contact, he regretted his arrogance that a profound sense of pressure emanated from the sword, momentarily stalling his qi and blood, and then an overwhelming force blasted him away. Chapter 72, Battle with the Grand Master. This was the culmination of Qin Yu's 4 years of arduous training. Although he had sent a body refinement Grand Master flying, achieving such a feat against an opponent of a higher realm was exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Qin Yu could triumph over the Grand Master before him. He merely paid the price for his own hubris. As a body refinement Grand Master, the durability of his flesh was formidable. Qin Yu's strike merely tore his clothing without inflicting any substantial harm. At this moment, Grand Master Wu Tianyu was seething with rage. He had never anticipated that a mere early-stage master would reduce him to such a state of disarray. You insolent brat, you will soon learn the wrath of a Grand Master. As his words echoed, he gathered his strength and leaped, appearing before Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu felt the fierce wind rushing toward him and merely shifted his stance slightly. Just as Wu Tianyu's terrifying fist was about to collide with Qin Yu's handsome visage, Lin Shui behind him gasped in alarm. Yet when Wu Tianyu believed he had secured his strike, he felt as though his fist had struck empty air. In disbelief, he gazed at the afterimage before him, in the next instant, a sharp sword light appeared behind him. What? When did this brat get behind me? How could he move so swiftly? Impossible, seeing that he had no time to defend. He hardened the muscles of his back using the Qing Shan technique, that if it had been an ordinary master's attack, he would have deemed it unworthy of defense, but Qin Yu's swordplay was peculiarly unorthodox. Having already suffered once, he was not keen on repeating that mistake. This time, the strike did not breach Wu Tianyu's defenses, but merely carved a sizable gash in the fabric of his clothing. After the exchange, Qin Yu distanced himself from Wu Tianyu. He was too fragile to withstand a punch from the latter. "You coward, don't run." At this point, Wu Tianyu was utterly exasperated to as a grandmaster. He was being toyed with repeatedly by this early-stage master. "What kind of training do you practice? Your shell is remarkably tough." Noticing his opponent was on the verge of losing his composure, Qin Yu unleashed another wave of merciless taunts. Indeed, Wu Tianyu's eyes were now bloodshot, recklessly charging towards Qin Yu with an almost frenzied determination. The energy radiating from him was chaotic, giving the impression of a madman. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not let his guard down. His footwork was as ethereal as clouds, his form as elusive as mist. This was the manifestation of having honed his skills to perfection. A peculiar sight unfolded in the arena, one desperately pursuing while the other gracefully evaded, starkly contrasting their prowess. Qin Yu was equally troubled, were it not for the impenetrability of his opponent's defenses. He would have severed him with a single stroke long ago. However, he had no intention of seeking assistance from Yi Tiangu, for he still had a plan to deal with this ironclad turtle, exhausting his energy. Once that occurred, Wu Tianyu would present himself as an easy target. Wu Tianyu, frustrated at being unable to catch the slippery Qin Yu, even resorted to feigning madness, yet he could not lure Qin Yu into a reckless attack. Inwardly cursing the boy for being cowardly, he resolved to abandon this futile chase. The young lady who had been worried for him was undoubtedly his beloved. Thus, he decided to capture her first to leverage Qin Yu's fear. As he feigned an attack toward Qin Yu, he pivoted abruptly toward Lin Shui. Qin Yu, observing this, let out a faint sigh. This was akin to rushing headlong into death. Lin Shui instinctively shrank back behind Yi Tiangu when Wu Tianyu charged in her direction. Wu Tianyu, seeing an elegant figure in green blocking his path, casually threw a punch, intending to eliminate this obstacle first. However, in the next instant, his outstretched arm inexplicably flew backward. His mind stuttered in confusion. What just happened? Why is my arm moving back on its own? No, my arm! A chilling scream echoed through the air. Lying on the ground, he looked toward his right arm, now a vacant space, save for a clean cut. He hastily tore a strip from his clothing to staunch the bleeding and mobilized his chi to prevent excessive blood loss. Enduring the pain, he completed his makeshift treatment and turned his gaze toward the figure in green. His eyes filled with disbelief that he could not comprehend how that person stood there without a hint of movement, yet his arm had been severed so cleanly. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, for he could not discern the cultivation level of the person before him. Could it be an extraordinary realm? The terrifying thought, once entertained, became uncontrollable. You, who are you? Do you not realize this is the East Ping Wang's residence? At this point, he was utterly terrified, desperately invoking the name of the East Ping Wang to intimidate his opponent. Zhu Jianshan, Yi Tiangu, in those 6 brief words, Wu Tianyu felt as though the sky had collapsed. If it had been someone else, from another sect, perhaps the matter could have been resolved amicably, but the fact that the 4th elder of Zhu Jianshan had personally arrived sent shivers down his spine. He was acutely aware of the recent actions of the East Ping Wang and knew that Quan Zhuda was the property of a disciple from Zhu Jianshan, that he had previously warned the East Ping Wang against this. Yet his counsel had fallen on deaf ears. Now it was too late. Not only had they been attacked, but the legendary Reaper of Zhu Jianshan had also come in person. Chapter 73. The face of royalty. The fierce battle in the front courtyard had long since alerted the East Ping Wang and his entourage in the rear. The moment East Ping Wang arrived in the front courtyard, he was met with the shocking sight of his own vassal, Wu Tianyu, having his arm severed. This scene left him utterly dumbfounded, and upon hearing that the intruders were from Zhu Jianshan, he was gripped by sheer terror that he knew full well the prowess of Wu Tianyu. Ordinarily, blades and swords could not harm him in the slightest, yet he had been so effortlessly disarmed. What sort of terrifying martial prowess must this figure in green possess? How could this son-in-law of the Lin family summon such an individual? Stop! East Ping Wang urgently commanded his private soldiers to halt their assault. Everyone, I am the East Ping Wang. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. Upon hearing their master speak, the steward quickly chimed in. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Heroes, please hold your actions. A misunderstanding? I did not come here to listen to your explanations. I am here to demand compensation. East Ping Wang turned his gaze toward the handsome youth who had spoken, suddenly realizing something. I presume this is Qin Xiao, the proprietor Qin? Oh, how I adore the cuisine of Quanjuda. It truly is a rare delicacy. 10,000 taels of silver. Hand over the money, and we shall leave peacefully. Otherwise, prepare to face death. Upon hearing this, East Ping Wang's expression gradually darkened. No room for negotiation? There is. I shall spare you a tael out of consideration for your royal lineage. You. East Ping Wang glared at Qin Yu, his face ashen. Qin Yu slowly approached East Ping Wang, causing the latter to retreat in fright. Quickly protect the prince and ensure his escape. The aged butler suddenly bellowed, then seized the East Ping prince and dashed towards the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, the remaining 20-odd soldiers of the prince's residence charged directly at Qin Yu. Who's he? Upon hearing Qin Yu's call, Yu instantly comprehended his intentions, that he promptly directed a strike towards Qin Yu's direction with his sword. Qin Yu soared towards the trajectory of Yu's blade. Stepping atop the massive sword and, propelled by its force, ascended into the sky. Moments later, he glided towards the rear courtyard, where the East Ping prince beheld Qin Yu, resembling a celestial being, treading upon the air. In that instant, he realized his escape was futile. Qin Yu's lightness of body was beyond that of an ordinary person, that he felt an immense regret for not heeding Wu Tianyu's counsel, pondering why he had provoked the denizens of the sword-casting mountain. As he wallowed in his remorse, Qin Yu's sword was already poised at his throat. No, I agree. Old Zhang, quickly fetch 100,000 taels of silver from the storeroom for young hero Qin. The East Ping prince promptly capitulated. The loss of 100,000 taels pained him greatly. Had it not been for his past extravagant accumulation of wealth, he would have struggled to produce such an amount. Soon, the East Ping prince's household graciously bid farewell to these calamities. Qin Yu even made off with one of their horse-drawn carriages. Otherwise, transporting the 300 to 400 pounds of goods would have been quite inconvenient. The honorable task of driving the carriage naturally fell upon the shoulders of the bald man. At this moment, the bald giant was thoroughly convinced by Qin Yu. Not only had he breached the stronghold, but also snatched 100,000 taels of silver from the East Ping prince. This bald giant, named Zhang Hua, was the ruffian leader of Yuqing, who had accepted the East Ping prince's benefits to assist him. Little did he expect to suffer losses both in his wife and his men. He had not only lost a finger, but also had his subordinates working at Quanju to repay debts. Now, even the East Ping prince dared not provoke Qin Yu and his companions. And his demeanor had become notably submissive. He eagerly seized every menial task within the group, striving to demonstrate his worth. The group did not linger in Yuqing, for there was nothing to procure. Food? None was as delectable as that crafted by Quanju. Drink? No liquor could surpass that brewed by Quanju. Fabric? The Lin family operated a cloth business. Thus, they had no inclination for leisurely wandering and returned directly to Panshui town. Upon their return to Quanju, they found it teeming with patrons. Among them were his father, Xiaolan, Xiao Mei, his father-in-law, and a host of Lin family's guards, with Lin Wu prominently present. Qin Yu greeted each one, recounting the events and outcomes. The more he spoke, the more it left everyone drenched in cold sweat. The son-in-law, how could you possibly take 100,000 taels from the East Ping prince? If you are in need of money, your father-in-law has some. I can provide it. Hurry and return this money to the East Ping prince, and speak some good words. We cannot harbor enmity. Lin Xuanquan anxiously interjected, Father-in-law, do not fret. The East Ping prince will not remain in Yuqing for long. I shall not afford him an opportunity for retaliation, so rest assured. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the others exchanged glances. To rob someone's wealth and then drive them away, they found it hard to believe that Qin Yu possessed such capability. After all, he was a prince, a royal relative. Although they harbored doubts, they were well aware of Qin Yu's prowess. He was no fool, and since he asserted he could deal with the East Ping Prince, they could only suppress their unease and concern for the time being, especially with the grand wedding day approaching. Chapter 74. Public opinion. Qin Yu dismissed those around him and summoned all employees of Quanjude, including the bald Zhang Hua and his subordinates, who obediently stood amidst the crowd awaiting Qin Yu's instructions. Now that everyone is present, I have a few matters to assign. The hygiene and service departments. Proceed to clean. Yes. The personnel from both departments replied in unison. Go now. Yes. A throng of individuals swiftly mobilized. Manager Yu, take your team to repair the broken tables, chairs, and decorations within the shop. Yes, master. Manager Yu immediately departed with several assistants. Leaving the meeting, the rest of you, disperse, spread the word about the East Ping Prince's dereliction of duty, cowardice, and his rampant accumulation of wealth. Let these transgressions circulate in the shadows. Focus on taverns, tea houses, and the frivolous establishments of Lu Fengyue. All expenditures shall be reimbursed here. I expect by tomorrow morning this matter will be the talk of the town. Furthermore, each of you will receive a reward of 2 taels of silver. Inform everyone that Quanjude will be closed for renovations and will reopen in 3 days. Yes. The following day, news of the East Ping Prince's cowardice and greed spread throughout the towns surrounding Yuqing. This development also stirred the local authorities. Initially, everyone turned a blind eye to the East Ping Prince's presence in Yangzhou, but now that the matter had escalated, those who wished to protect him could no longer remain idle and hurriedly submitted petitions to impeach the East Ping Prince. Within the East Ping Prince's residence in Yuqing, my lord, trouble is brewing. Something has gone awry. What is it? Why the panic? Have the Japanese invaders attacked? No, my lord, there are rumors circulating outside about you. Halfway through, the East Ping Prince angrily shattered the exquisite teacup in his hand. Preposterous. Who dares spread such slander? Investigate. Find out who is responsible. They must not be spared. Not a single one. Within Qin Yu's new residence, red silk fluttered, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and lanterns adorned the space, creating a scene of harmony and celebration. Amongst the bustle, one could spot Qin's father, Yi Tiangu, and others engaged in preparations. These 2 fathers had indeed fretted greatly over the past few days. At that moment, Qin Yu was also busy, diligently reviewing the wedding procedures for the next day, anxious not to falter on such a significant occasion. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first marriage, which left him quite nervous. Young Master Qin, the Lin family has brought you several poems. You must memorize them today to utilize tomorrow upon arrival. The wedding officiant spoke, serving a role akin to that of a modern-day wedding MC. Qin Yu glanced at the papers handed to him by the officiant. These verses are rather unimpressive. I shall compose my own instead. There are 3 poems, correct? Indeed, representing the newlyweds' eternal happiness. Under the strategic arrangements of Marquis Yongchang, Dongzhou had indeed achieved remarkable results. The small bands of roaming Japanese troops were nearly annihilated. Meanwhile, the organized Japanese forces had been encircled and segmented into 7 factions. Marquis Yongchang personally led his troops to engage the besieged Japanese forces. Within just 2 days, the Japanese troops within Dongzhou's borders were routed. This success was attributable not only to Marquis Yongchang's brilliant command, but also to the valiant spirit of the soldiers of the Chu. Despite suffering significant losses in Qingzhou, their bravery surged whenever they fought on favorable terms. Thus, the Dongzhou turmoil was fundamentally quelled, and Marquis Yongchang reorganized the military across various cities, reinstating the defensive system. He also dispatched several cavalry units to pursue the fleeing Japanese forces. The Yangzhou military received a request from Marquis Yongchang for reinforcements to eliminate the Japanese. There were indications that the fleeing Japanese were heading towards the prosperous Yangzhou. Upon receiving Marquis Yongchang's letter, the Yangzhou regional commander immediately took action that if the Japanese were allowed to wreak havoc in Yangzhou, the consequences would be dire. The next day marked the grand wedding day for Qin Yu. He rose early in his new residence to wash and groom himself. However, Hu Tian and others had long awaited him in the room. Liu Yian styled Qin Yu's hair, while Lin Shui dressed him in his outer garments. Lacking a mother, these tasks fell to his senior and junior sisters. Liu Yian gazed at Qin Yu in the mirror, somewhat entranced. At that moment, Qin Yu truly embodied the term handsome and refined. Wow, senior brother, you are truly too handsome. I don't want you to marry. Woo. Qin Yu felt a wave of annoyance. What nonsense are you saying? I am marrying a wife. Listening to the playful banter between Lin Shui and Qin Yu, Lu Yun gradually regained her composure, gently securing his hairpin. She then picked up the groom's hat beside her and placed it upon his head. Congratulations, junior brother, she said with a smile directed at Qin Yu. Thank you. Qin Yu replied with a complex expression. Subsequently, the crowd surrounded Qin Yu as they departed to the courtyard of the grand residence. Many had long awaited their arrival. Qin Ming gazed at Qin Yu. Clad in a bright red wedding robe, standing tall, golden threads and embroidery depicted dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. The wide sleeves showcased his refined elegance, truly a distinguished young gentleman. In that moment, his eyes glistened with moisture, both for his son's joy and as he reminisced about his own youth. Observing this, Qin Yu stepped forward to embrace his father, and he then gave his junior master a hearty bear hug. All right, you are now an adult. You're about to marry, so stop acting like a child. Yi Tinggu affectionately chided that he, being unmarried and childless, had long regarded Qin Yu as his own. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please, groom, mount the horse. Chapter 75. The wedding day, lift the sedan. Qin Yu was adorned with a magnificent red flower, riding a grand steed towards the Lin residence that he set forth. The entrance of the Qin family erupted into a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. Yu Hu and Hu Tian, both clad in resplendent attire, led the procession, guiding Qin Yu's horse. That Liu Yun and Lin Shui flanked Qin Yu, scattering flowers along the way. That a grand entourage of dozens made their way out of Xuana Street. Mostly comprised of individuals from Quan Jud, including Zhang Hua and his companions, who had now become Qin Yu's sycophants. The wedding procession advanced in an orderly fashion towards the Lin residence on Pingan Street, drawing the attention of many neighbors who offered their heartfelt blessings. Although Qin Yu was not widely known, upon learning he was the proprietor of Quan Jud, everyone treated him with utmost respect, as Quan Jud had become the hallmark of Panshui Town. The town had reaped greater benefits due to the fame of Quan Jud, and after offering their blessings, the neighbors would receive joyous money from Qin Yu's subordinates. That in no time, the entire street was abuzz with jubilant voices. The entrance of the Lin residence was already crowded with people, and upon the arrival of the wedding party, firecrackers erupted in a spirited welcome. Qin Yu, still mounted, adhered to the customs of the day, refraining from dismounting as he would have done on any other occasion. Upon entering, Qin Yu composed 3 verses of poetry. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, spring breezes caress the rail. Dewy blossoms rich and hardy. Had I not seen you atop the Jade Mountain, I would meet you beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. Thou art to be a steadfast rock, I shall be, as the tender reed. The reed entwines like silk, the rock remains unmoved. In heaven, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, I desire to be entwined branches. These verses encapsulated his admiration for the bride, his unwavering commitment to her, and his fervent wish for their eternal companionship. The officiant promptly recited Qin Yu's poetry, emphasizing that it was composed by Qin Yu himself. The audience erupted in applause, showering him with accolades. This Qin gentleman possesses remarkable literary talent. His verses could indeed be considered timeless masterpieces, especially the lines, "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, spring breezes caress the rail, dewy blossoms rich and hardy," were truly exquisite. That I can scarcely imagine how ethereal the Lin family's youngest daughter must be. And the sentiment, "In heaven, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, I desire to be entwined branches," is simply so romantic. I am utterly enchanted. Qin Yu basked in the adulation of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Who cannot pen poetry? After entering, he engaged in a few light-hearted games. However, given Qin Yu's current prowess, these activities posed little challenge. Fortunately, the Lin residents did not impose many difficulties, merely setting up symbolic obstacles. Ultimately, Lin Yuan entrusted Lin Wan to Qin Yu amidst the warm send-off from the Lin family. With the assistance of Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei, Lin Wan gracefully ascended the wedding sedan. Upon returning to the new abode, Qin Yu experienced the customary rites of mounting the saddle, sitting in the empty tent, and settling on the bed of prosperity, followed by a tranquil wait for the wedding ceremony. Waner, are you feeling nervous? Well, not really. I can't see anything, so I don't feel that tense. Indeed, you were quite composed. What do you mean by that? If I said I was very nervous, would you believe me? Huh. The two engaged in a brief, awkward conversation before being summoned to proceed with the ceremony. The officiant called out, "First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the high hall." Under Qin Yu's guidance, Lin Wan first paid her respects before her mother's tablet, and then knelt in reverence to Qin Ming and Yi Tiangu. The two were seated on high chairs, beaming as they observed the newlyweds exchange vows as husband and wife. Qin Yu gazed at the person before him, his heart brimming with emotions that a momentary distraction led to an inadvertent collision with Lin Wan, causing her to gasp in surprise while he grimaced in pain. The hall erupted in laughter. Soon after, Lin Wan, supported by Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei, returned to the bridal chamber, and the wedding banquet at the Qin residence officially commenced. Many guests from the Qin family were his former patients, friends he had healed alongside Qin Ming. The Lin family had a larger turnout, with relatives and friends from the Lin residence in attendance. However, the recent conflict with the Dongping king had deterred quite a few, but it did not dampen the festive atmosphere of the wedding, amidst the clinking of cups and the melodious strains of music. The celebratory ambience enveloped the night, promising that many would return home inebriated. Just as the revelry reached its peak, commotion erupted outside on Xuana Street. Although the noise was not overwhelming, it was sufficient for Yi Tiangu and Qin Yu to sense trouble brewing. Qin Yu signaled Zhang Hua to step outside and ascertain the situation. Moments later, Zhang Hua and others rushed back, hastily securing the door behind them. He did not raise his voice, but hurried to Qin Yu's side. Speaking urgently, "It's the Japanese. They've invaded the town." Qin Yu furrowed his brow. "How many are there? I can't see clearly. It's a sea of black. They're rampaging and killing. Boss, we should flee. I understand, do not let anyone exit. Secure the entrance that we will handle those invaders." "Understood, boss." At this moment, the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation, inquiring about the unfolding events. Qin Yu did not conceal the truth, stating plainly what was at stake. The atmosphere grew tense, with panic rippling through the assembly, leaving everyone at a loss. "Everyone, please quiet down. That if you trust our forging mountain, remain in the hall and wait patiently. We will resolve this matter." After speaking, Qin Yu glanced at Yi Tiangu and the others, who rose to retrieve their weapons. Chapter 76. Slaughter and counterslaughter. The six of them quickly assembled at the Qin residence's entrance. At Qin Yu's behest, Zhang Hua nervously opened the door. Outside, flames soared into the sky, as Xuana Street led directly to the northern gate of the town, through which the Japanese forces surged in. Qin Yu, leading the charge, dashed out, having discarded his cumbersome hat. The others followed closely behind, with Lin Xue joining the fray. Upon witnessing the devastation outside, Qin Yu was engulfed in fury. These were his fellow townsfolk, who had just offered him blessings during the day, now mercilessly slaughtered. Without hesitation, he advanced and dispatched a Japanese soldier who was about to set fire to a neighboring house. The others swiftly sprang into action, each seeking their targets. Among them, Yu, who shared Qin Yu's outrage, as many residents on this street were acquaintances, and numerous friends resided nearby, as he could not bear to think of their fates. Yu, who unleashed his full mastery of the Xuanwu sword technique, cleaving the Japanese foes in half with each strike. Luyan led Lin Xue in executing the Lotus Blossom sword formation, limbs and weapons flying in all directions. The Hution's every swing of the sword emanated a purple glow, each cut claiming a Japanese life. That he employed the advanced purple-gold sword technique, a powerful martial art of the forging mountain, in stark contrast to the petty skirmishes of Qin Yu and his companions. Yi Tiangu was far more ruthless. He charged directly into the heart of the Japanese forces, estimating their numbers to be nearly 100 to yet. Yi Tiangu exhibited no fear, plunging into the thick of battle. In the next moment, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted among the crowd. Ocean wave sword technique. With a commanding shout, Yi Tiangu summoned a swirling water vortex that instantly decimated over half of the Japanese soldiers, sending even those on the periphery flying. Qin Yu and his companions were momentarily stunned by Yi Tiangu's display of power. This sword technique rivaled that of the 8 great sect leaders. It dawned on Qin Yu that his master was indeed a genius. "Focus. The enemy is not yet vanquished," Yi Tiangu urged, sensing his companion's momentary distraction. Qin Yu and the others shook off their astonishment, chastising themselves for losing concentration at such a critical moment. Meanwhile, within the new residence, Zhang Hua and others stealthily climbed the walls to observe the unfolding scene outside. They were nearly frightened to the point of falling. What is happening outside? How does it look? Lin Xuanquan inquired anxiously from below. The Japanese are beginning to flee. Your master is truly formidable. He single-handedly decimated nearly half of them. Excellent. Excellent, old Lin. You have a fine son-in-law. Indeed. Congratulations, congratulations. The crowd congratulated Lin Xuanquan, yet they overlooked Qin Yu's biological father, who was not intentionally excluded but was absent from the new residence at that moment. Around a corner of Xuana Street, Qin Ming quietly observed the battle's progress, bearing the sword case of the Shang sword on his back. Seeing the Japanese forces begin to rout, Qin Yu and his companions hastily pursued them. If they were not completely eradicated, they would pose a significant threat to the surrounding villages and towns that the retreating Japanese soldiers scattered in all directions. Qin Yu and his group felt their tempers flare at their cunning. Stop the pursuit. We must report this matter to the local authorities and request military assistance to eliminate them. Yi Tiangu called for everyone to stop. Upon their return to the new residence, a wave of cheers erupted. After such a commotion, the evening banquet was naturally brought to an early conclusion, with those residing nearby hurrying home to ensure the safety of their families. There were also those who joined the excitement. Venturing out to investigate, Qin Yu instructed Zhang Hua and others to examine the fallen invaders. Binding those who were still alive, he then hurriedly bid farewell to the group, intending to comfort his bride, who must surely be anxious. What was meant to be a lively wedding banquet had been disrupted by a band of invaders. Qin Yu's disdain for the invaders reached new heights. It seemed that no matter the world, they were consistently loathed. Xiaolon, what transpired outside? It's me. Teacher, no, father. Why have you come? I left something on the table. Yuer will know what it is upon seeing it, and please convey a message to Yuer, instructing him not to seek me out, that I shall return once I have concluded my own affairs. What? Father, where are you going? Lin Wan, in her urgency, inadvertently slipped in a familiar address. Just a short journey that I have cared for Yuer for 16 years. Now that he is married and has his own family, it is time for me to live for myself. Please look after Yuer. On the table lay a bracelet, a family heirloom from Yuer's mother. Intended for the future daughter-in-law, I now pass this bracelet to you on her behalf. Well then, I must take my leave, father, just as Lin Wan took a few steps forward to stop him. The door swung open to Waner. It's me. Qin Yu entered. Chapter 77. Has father departed? You, brother, you? Yes, it is that I hope I did not startle you just now. Qin Yu gently took Lin Wan's hand. Father, is he still here? Lin Wan, feeling anxious, attempted to remove her red veil, but remembering her mother's admonition, she restrained the impulse. Father, are you referring to my father-in-law? He should still be in the front hall. No, I mean teacher, he was just here. Left you something, and said he had to leave to attend to his own matters. After Lin Wan spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Qin Yu to glimpse the sword box on the table. I assent it is the scabbard for the Shang sword? Did my father leave it for me? Qin Yu pondered briefly before continuing to inquire. When did my father depart? Just moments ago. Didn't you see him upon entering? Observing Lin Wan's anxious demeanor, he lifted her veil. The veil fell away. Lin Wan anxiously scanned the room, realizing that apart from herself and Qin Yu, there was no one else present. How strange. Teacher was just here, alongside Brother Yu. Why has he vanished? Seeing her distress, Qin Yu led Lin Wan to sit by the table and softly asked, Do not fret. Take your time and tell me, what did my father say to you? Under Qin Yu's soothing presence, Lin Wan gradually calmed down and recounted her conversation with Qin Ming. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Brother Yu, you must seek out teacher that I fear for his safety. Lin Wan remained anxious, eager to find Qin Ming. Waner, do not worry, I understand my father's temperament well. Since he chose to send you a message, it is clear he does not wish for me to pursue him. He may have already left the town, Qin Yu said with a bittersweet smile as he regarded Lin Wan. What could teacher possibly be doing, now that Brother Yu is so capable? Why would he not consult you? Lin Wan expressed her concern and confusion that it likely pertains to my mother, my father refrains from sharing. Perhaps out of concern that this matter is beyond my involvement or that he wishes to shield me from it outside the small town. On a cobblestone path, Yi Laudi come out. Qin Ming spoke calmly. Qin Laoj, what brings you here at such a late hour? Yi Tiangu appeared somewhat surprised that his movements had been detected. Tio seek vengeance. Is there any way I might assist you in this? Involving you could bring trouble to the sword forging mountain. It is best that you refrain. Have you considered how Yuer would feel if something were to happen to you? Isn't there's still you as his master Qin Ming sighed. Who exactly are you? The guardian of the sword-burying mound. You were the owner of the Shang sword over a decade ago? Owner. I was merely its custodian. That sword has never recognized me as its master. Qin Ming said, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Are you planning to settle accounts with those responsible for that incident from years ago? Weren't they all annihilated in that chaotic battle? Perhaps, but the one who killed my wife still lives, that I must enact final retribution. May I inquire as to who this person is? The Emperor of Dechu, Chu Hongqing. What? How could it be him? He was the mastermind behind it all. With that, Qin Ming vanished from sight. Farewell, Brother Yi. I entrust Yuer to your care. Qin Ming's voice echoed around. Yi Tiangu could only smile wryly, lost in thought for a long moment before turning back. Back at the Qin family's new residence, after comforting Lin Wan, Qin Yu returned to the hall, where the county magistrate was engaged in conversation with Lin Xuanquan and others. That Yuer, allow me to introduce you to Magistrate Liu. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Lin Xuanquan presented him to the highest authority of the town, Magistrate Liu. Magistrate Liu was astute. Upon learning that Qin Yu and his companions had driven off the invaders, he hastened to the north gate to assess the situation. This is my esteemed nephew Qin. Excellent. Truly a hero in his youth. I shall report tonight's events truthfully to the higher authorities. The court will surely commend you. Magistrate Liu approached Qin Yu warmly. Magistrate Liu, you flatter me. Panshui town is my hometown. It is our duty to take action. It is nothing extraordinary indeed. My nephew is a man of chivalry. In these chaotic times, if there were more like you, how could our Dechu not find peace? After a lengthy exchange of praises, Magistrate Liu took his leave. By midnight, the fires outside had been brought under control, and the bodies had been transported to the mortuary. The following day, news of the sword forging mountain's triumph over the invaders spread rapidly. The report reached the desk of the regional commander in Yangzhou, who was initially alarmed to learn of the invaders' assault on Panshui town, only to be filled with joy upon hearing that the sword forging mountain had vanquished them. He immediately reported the matter to the court and dispatched troops to thoroughly search for the remnants of the invaders within the Yangzhou territory. However, a far greater storm was poised to sweep through the 9 provinces of Dechu. Chapter 78. Enemies. Last night, Qin Yu refrained from consummating the marriage with Lin Wan, as she was still too young, and he was reluctant for her to bear a child at such an early age. After all, he was a man of the modern world. He explained to Lin Wan that the cultivation practice he followed required him to maintain a youthful state, and such matters would have to wait 2 years. Thus, they spent the night in an embrace, leaving Qin Yu, the virtuous gentleman, feeling quite distressed and unable to sleep. In the morning, the couple rose early to pay their respects to Yi Tiangu. With Qin Ming having departed the previous night, Yi Tiangu was now Qin Yu's only elder, and thus, it was customary to present him with tea, after which they would accompany Lin Wan back to her family. Upon arriving at Yi Tiangu's residence, they encountered Hu Tian and others. Why does our groom appear somewhat fatigued today? Could it be that last night's battle took a toll on you? Hu Tian teased with a mischievous grin. Darling, why don't you rest at home for a while? I could take Xiaolan and the others with me. I'll assure my father that everything is fine. Lin Wan, oblivious to Hu Tian's insinuation, thought Qin Yu merely looked tired from the previous night's skirmish. Junior brother Qin, are you injured? Lu Yun, also unaware of Hu Tian's innuendo, expressed concern at Qin Yu's dark circles. Senior brother, let Elder Yi take a look at you later. Lin Shui chimed in that I'm fine. Truly, that I just had a poor night's sleep. I assure you, I'm perfectly well. You young people must exercise restraint. Hu Tian noted, observing the naivety of the 3 young women, nearly fooled by Qin Yu's deflections. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shot a glare at Hu Tian, mentally cursing him. The situation was akin to a muddy mess in one's trousers. It was not merely excrement, but certainly akin to it. Indeed, as soon as Hu Tian finished speaking, all 3 women seemed to comprehend something simultaneously, their faces turning crimson. Ahem, sure, let us go practice our swordplay. Lu Yun declared, hastily exiting without looking back. Scoundrel! Lin Shui exclaimed before fleeing, leaving the ambiguity of her remark unclear as to whether it was directed at Qin Yu or Hu Tian. under the piercing gaze of Qin Yu. Hu Tian swiftly took his leave. Lin Wan, now blushing profusely, felt unjustly burdened with a reputation for impropriety, despite having done nothing the previous night. After the two composed themselves, they knocked on Yi Tiangu's door. "Come in." Upon entering, they followed the proper etiquette to present tea to Yi Tiangu. "Please rise and take a seat. Last night, I encountered your father outside the town." Yi Tiangu turned his gaze to Qin Yu. "What did father say to you?" Qin Yu sat upright, gazing intently at Yi Tiangu. "Initially, I intended to follow your father to see what he was up to, but unexpectedly, he discovered me that it appears that your father's martial prowess surpasses mine. Yet, why does he not impart his skills to you?" Observing the perplexity on Qin Yu's face, Yi Tiangu continued, "Your father spoke of seeking vengeance, avenging your mother. Who is the adversary?" Qin Yu inquired with urgency. "The Emperor of Dechu, Chu Hongqin." "What? Why him?" "Master, do you possess knowledge regarding my father?" "I know a bit, but not much. This event transpired over a decade ago. Your father was the sword master of that era, and everything stemmed from that sword. That year, the people of the Western Region's temple attacked the burial sword tomb, which subsequently fell into ruin after that incident. That I was only a few years older than you at the time. So, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. According to my elder brother, who is also your master uncle, both sides suffered heavy losses when the various sects of the martial world received the news. They mobilized to annihilate the Western Region's temple, ultimately eradicating them on Kunlun Mountain. After the battle on Kunlun Mountain concluded, when the sects ventured to the burial sword tomb, they discovered it had become a sea of flames. With not a single survivor, I had always believed that only one individual survived from the burial sword mountain. I never imagined your father, as the sword master, also endured." Upon hearing Yi Tiangu's account, Qin Yu was taken aback, but he swiftly grasped the crux of Yi Tiangu's words. "Was there another survivor?" "Who? Do you recall the scene from our first encounter 4 years ago?" "I do." "You mean the Elder Gu, who delivered the message?" "Clever. Indeed, it was he that he hails from the ancient family's external lineage, and by rights, he is considered a direct descendant of the Gu family. However, due to the grievances of the previous generation, he diverged from the burial sword tomb's branch of the Gu family. Our treasured Tianyin sword from the sword-casting mountain originated from their line. His name is Gu Anjuan. If you meet him, you must address him as Master Uncle, for he was the swordsmith honored by our sword-casting mountain." Qin Yu fell silent for a long while. Yuzhou lies to the north of Yangzhou and the northeast of Xingzhou. It is surrounded by mountains, lush forests, and crisscrossing rivers. Within Yuzhou, there is a quaint town named Luoyang, where the local customs are simple, primarily inhabited by farmers who have toiled in agriculture for generations. With the occasional skilled craftsman weaving baskets or selling mats, and beekeepers gathering honey, then on the western side of Luoyang, there stands Luoyang Mountain. Encircled by tranquil waters, an ancient bridge spans the shore. The mountain is adorned with towering purple bamboo, while the banks are vibrant with blooming crabapple flowers. Today, a traveler bearing a sword arrived in town, that he visited a tea shop for a bowl of cool tea, inquired about the way up the mountain, and left behind a couple of silver coins. This incident soon became a topic of conversation among the townsfolk, as it was rare for outsiders to visit, let alone one who headed straight for Luoyang Mountain. Chapter 79. The bamboo house. The swordsman traversed through the sea of crabapple blossoms, crossing the ancient bridge over the flowing waters, and arrived at the purple bamboo grove in the mountains. The breathtaking scenery along the way failed to detain the swordsman, indicating that his purpose was not leisure. "Brother, do you know the direction to that small house on the mountain?" The swordsman's deep voice resonated. A woodcutter descending the mountain paused for a moment before pointing in a direction. The woodcutter swiftly accepted the silver coins tossed by the swordsman. When the woodcutter finally regained his composure to express his gratitude, he found that the swordsman had vanished into the mountain path. Were it not for the gleaming silver in his hand, he would have thought he had been dreaming in the bamboo sea of the mountains. A narrow, secluded path branched off, leading to 3 bamboo houses at its end. As the swordsman stepped onto this pebble-paved path, the entire bamboo grove stirred to life. The purple bamboo swayed in the rising mountain wind, ruffling the swordsman's garments. Yet his strides remained steady, as if no calamity could deter his advance. The closer he approached the bamboo houses, the stronger the wind grew, causing the fabric of his attire to rustle, compelling him to press down his bamboo hat. When he was 50 steps away from the bamboo houses, the mountain wind suddenly seemed to hit a pause button that if the swordsman were to glance back, he would find the path behind him, previously ravaged by the gale, restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. The swordsman maintained his pace, resolutely continuing forward. However, a bamboo leaf drifted down from the purple bamboo above, landing fortuitously upon the swordsman's hat. The next moment, the swordsman, who had not faltered, came to an abrupt halt. His hat silently split in two. The swordsman's countenance was then revealed, a rugged middle-aged man, his beard obscuring much of his cheek, imparting an initial impression of a rough-and-tumble fellow. I am Jing Su, a disciple of the Sword-Casting Valley, and I humbly request the Elder Gu to come forth and assist us. As soon as Jing Su finished speaking, the door of the rightmost small house swung open. Out stepped a young maiden, her hair elegantly tied up. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her bright phoenix eyes sparkled with vitality. And beneath her finely sculpted nose rested a delicate, moist mouth. She approached the courtyard with light, buoyant steps, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance. Please leave. Master does not receive guests. Her melodious voice rang out in the forest, akin to the song of a golden oriole. Could the Elder Gu possibly step out for a moment? Jing Su clearly was not ready to give up. Just as the young maiden began to show displeasure, the door of the small house on the right was pushed open again. That a young lad emerged, of similar age to the maiden. However, his appearance was unremarkable, especially when compared to the maiden's stunning beauty, making him seem rather ordinary. Hey, did you not hear what my junior sister said? Master does not receive guests. Hurry and leave. Do not disturb our master's tranquility. Before Jing Su could respond, the maiden's sweet voice rang out once more. I am the senior sister. Little Dingzi, are you seeking a beating? I refuse to acknowledge it. I clearly entered the sect before you. Why should I call you senior sister? That makes no sense, the boy, addressed as Little Dingzi, immediately retorted. Nonsense. Master hasn't taken you as a disciple yet, and you still have the nerve to claim you entered first? What sect did you enter? The maiden immediately mocked him. You lie. I have been following Master since childhood. It has long been assumed I am his disciple. Just because you say I haven't entered doesn't mean I have it. You are not Master. Hurry and call me senior brother if you want. However, you must first defeat me. Let me, your senior sister, verify your progress over the years. As the maiden prepared to teach the boy a lesson, he quickly interjected. Wait, if we are to spar, it is not out of the question. But there are outsiders present. We cannot allow them to witness our folly. We must first send this person away. Umph. You two are indeed beloved disciples of the Elder Gu. It is an honor to meet you. May I inquire if the Elder Gu is at home? Jing Su quickly seized upon their exchange. Not here. The maiden replied first. Here. The boy followed suit, both speaking in unison yet contradicting each other. Jing Su was momentarily taken aback. So, is the Elder Gu here or not? Here. This time, the boy spoke first. Not here. The maiden retorted a moment later. Sister, why are you lying? Master is clearly present. Little Dingzi, you are infuriatingly foolish. This person clearly wishes to see Master, yet Master has not emerged. It is evident he does not want to meet him, that if you claim Master is here, won't it only annoy him further? The green-clad maiden expressed her exasperation. Here is here, and not here is not here. Master has always taught us to be straightforward individuals. Even knowing that the truth may bring trouble, we must face the consequences with integrity. A calm mind leads to smooth affairs, and a steady heart brings peace to all. That I ask this not the wisdom imparted to us by Master. The maiden's words rendered the green-clad girl speechless, leaving her to huff in frustration to alleviate her agitation. At that moment, the door to the central house in the courtyard gradually opened. Chapter 80. Guanjuan. As the door of the bamboo house swung open, everyone turned their gaze in unison. Before them stood a middle-aged man with white hair and a flowing beard, exuding an ethereal presence. Clad in a pale blue tunic, he stood tall and walked lightly to the entrance of the courtyard. Elder Gu, greetings. That I am Jing Su, the blade-bearer of the Sword-Casting Valley. Despite the youthful appearance of the man before him, Jing Su knew he was of the same generation as his master. Likely in his 70s or even older. Ditto. The Jing clan, you say? What relation do you have to Jing Wujie? Guanjun inquired, his tone even and unperturbed. In response to your question, he is my master. Jing Su replied, somewhat flustered. Has Wu Jie's disciple aged so much? How is he faring? My master passed away 2 years ago. Jing Su responded with a hint of melancholy that another old friend has departed. As the sigh of Gu Anjuan echoed, the surrounding air seemed to come to a standstill for a brief moment. Master, are you all right? Inquired the young woman in green. Stepping forward with concern, the Ji Yuanjuan remained silent. Tenderly stroking the head of the girl in green. Elder Gu, I have come here because the Forging Valley is in peril. That my master instructed me before his passing that in times of great crisis, I should seek your assistance. Thus, I have brought this token from my master. Jing Su reverently presented a ring from his bosom with both hands. The Ji Yuanjuan accepted the ring, gently caressing it between his palms. The atmosphere fell into a momentary stillness. Come inside first, then tell me what has transpired. Gu Anjuan spoke again after a long pause. Jing Su was led into a bamboo cottage by Gu Anjuan, followed closely by 2 companions. The interior of the cottage was simply adorned, with a bamboo table and several bamboo chairs greeting them upon entry. Once seated, Jing Su slowly recounted the recent events at the Forging Valley. 2 months prior, the valley received an order for 100,000 military standard weapons. Initially, we believed the individual to be a representative sent by the Great Shu Court, and we treated him with utmost courtesy. Given the enormity of the order, the entire valley placed great importance on it. However, we were taken aback when the representative, after indulging in drink, revealed that the one requesting the weapons was none other than the king of Yongzhou. Upon learning this, we attempted to decline the transaction, as it was evident that the king of Yongzhou was raising his own private army and plotting rebellion. Naturally, to avoid provoking the king, we politely refused. Mindful of our presence within Yongzhou, though we dared not report the king's treachery to the court, for should the matter come to light, the Forging Valley would be plunged into crisis. However, since that day, our disciples venturing outside have been met with misfortune. After several disciples went missing in succession, we realized the gravity of the situation and hastily formed a patrol team to search for the missing members. It was only the following day that one disciple returned, gravely injured. From him, we learned that the Forging Valley was surrounded by the forces of Yongzhou, and all external communication points had been seized by the king's army. From that day onward, we sealed off the valley's entrance and refrained from venturing out. We initially thought the king was merely concerned about us alerting the court, believing that as long as we remained within the valley, we would be safe. To our surprise, the representative reemerged, this time revealing his true intentions as an emissary of the king, demanding that we forge weapons, lest the valley be rendered barren. Reluctantly, we acquiesced to the request. Not long after, the troops from Yongzhou established their garrison within the valley. In the ensuing days, the Forging Valley transformed into the king's personal armory, had it not been for the unrest among the tribes at the Yongzhou border half a month ago, which led to the majority of our forces being dispatched there. I would not have had the opportunity to escape. My purpose here is to seek your assistance, esteemed elder, to devise a means to rescue the Forging Valley. Are you not placing an undue burden on him? Do you expect my master to vanquish the entire army of Yongzhou? My master is but a man, not a deity, the girl in green interjected, her voice laced with indignation. Sister is correct. This is not a predicament that can be resolved by a single individual. And no matter how formidable my master is, he cannot contend against a multitude of forces. The youth chimed in agreement. Enough, let us not prolong this discussion. What do you wish for me to do? Shall I eradicate the troops within the valley or confront the king of Yongzhou? The three were left in a state of disbelief at Gu Anjuan's calm articulation of such audacious words. Jing Su had originally intended to seek aid from the court directly, had it not been for his master Jing Wuji's final instructions to consult the person before him in times of great need. He would not have traveled such a distance to Yuzhou. Elder Gu, the number of troops within the valley exceeds 10,000. Jing Su could not help but remind him, no matter, simply indicate where you wish me to commence my assistance. Then, let us return to the valley. There are over 3,000 disciples within. On that day, the master and disciple, having secluded themselves in Luoyang Mountain for 4 years, finally descended the mountain once more. Chapter 81. Turmoil in the court. Master, I wish to go to Xingdu to assist my father, Qin Yu declared earnestly. You are not permitted to go. Do not forget that you represent the sword-casting mountain. Your father deliberately chose to embark on this journey alone to avoid entangling you and the mountain in his affairs. Moreover, Do not underestimate your father. As the former swordmaster, his martial prowess is formidable. I do not believe he is heading to his demise. His lightness of foot is among the finest in the martial world today. Even if he faces defeat, I doubt anyone in the Great Chu imperial capital could impede him. Our presence would only serve to complicate matters. Yi Tiangu spoke with heartfelt persuasion. Really? What reason would I have to deceive you? Your primary task now is to break through to the Grand Master level as soon as possible. Any other thoughts are futile. You are still too weak and lack the qualifications to engage in negotiations. After an in-depth conversation with Yi Tiangu, Qin Yu's previously anxious heart began to settle. Upon exiting Yi Tiangu's room, servants prepared a sedan chair, carrying Qin Yu and Lin Wan to the entrance of the Lin residence. After observing the customary return, Lin Wan's mother, Zhuang Liusu, pulled her into the inner room for a private conversation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu enjoyed tea and casual chatter with Lin Xuanquan in the sitting room. After a hearty meal and some time spent at the Lin residence, Qin Yu and Lin Wan took their leave. As they departed, Qin Yu casually mentioned that his father had already left Panshui town, fabricating a reason about visiting his hometown for a family reunion to gloss over the matter. In the court of the Great Chu, Marquis Yongchong stood tall and solemn in the center of the Grand Hall, reporting on the recent campaign against the pirates. Although a detailed report had already reached the emperor 2 days prior, Emperor Hongqing still granted the Marquis an opportunity to shine in front of the civil and military officials. His motives were straightforward: to inspire more generals to strive for achievements in battle and to establish a representative for a new generation of military leaders. General Huang Chao had aged, necessitating a successor, and the successful campaign against the pirates provided the perfect opportunity to elevate Marquis Yongchong to prominence. Your Majesty, in this campaign against the pirates, our soldiers of the Great Chu displayed unparalleled valor. 10 captains acted decisively and commanded effectively, defeating the pirates county by county in Dongzhou, capturing hundreds of them, and rescuing nearly 10,000 citizens of Dongzhou. Simultaneously, we purged a number of corrupt county officials and minor bureaucrats, exceeding 100 in total, who obstructed our campaign and exploited the people. Excellent. Marquis Yongchong has rendered meritorious service in this campaign. Issue a decree to reward him with 100 taels of gold and ensure his marquisate is hereditary. The 10 captains will be promoted to 1,000-man commanders, receiving 100 taels of silver, and all soldiers of the Great Chu involved in this anti-pirate campaign shall receive 3 months' worth of salary. We thank your Majesty for your grace. Long live the Emperor. At that moment, Marquis Yongchong's heart swelled with excitement. He understood that his time was drawing near, and once General Huang retired, he would ascend to his position. However, the previously jubilant expression on Emperor Hongqing's face darkened instantly. Moreover, draft another decree instructing the Imperial City Office to proceed to Dongzhou and confiscate the assets of those corrupt officials who disrupted the war and were executed. A 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant's nest. The foundation of our Great Chu is being undermined by these vermin. Is this how the Ministry of Personnel evaluates our officials? As soon as Emperor Hongqing's words fell, Minister of Personnel Ho Yaming immediately stepped forward, kneeling to, "I am utterly guilty. Please punish me. Your Majesty." Minister Ho shall be fined half a year's salary as a warning. By the end of the month, I will reassess the officials across the 9 provinces, and I will have the Imperial City Office oversee the entire process. Those found guilty will be executed, and those in need of investigation shall be investigated. After venting his emotions, Emperor Hongqing returned to his dragon throne. Right Minister Ouyang Jing stepped forward to speak that I received a memorial yesterday from the governor of Yangzhou, who impeached the king of Dongping. Saying this, he respectfully presented the memorial. Emperor Hongqing quickly skimmed through it, and his previously calmed emotions surged once again. Well. Emperor Hongqing hurled the memorial into the hall. Look at this. This is the esteemed prince of the Great Chu, a fine subject of the realm. Even a mere warrior possesses more courage and responsibility than you. The right minister swiftly picked up the memorial and circulated it. He had evidently read its contents, and it was no surprise that Emperor Hongqing was infuriated. The rot of class corruption within the Great Chu had reached a critical point. He could only leverage today's occasion to stoke the flames further. In chaotic times, leniency would not suffice, and the Great Chu was not far from ruin, as evidenced by the fall of the Qin dynasty a century ago. Moreover, the Great Chu had only been established for just over 120 years, with Emperor Hongqing being the third emperor. The majority of the current afflictions stemmed from these royal parasites, who amassed wealth in their fiefs, evaded taxes, and plundered the national treasury. The king of Dongping was relatively mild in comparison. It was not that he was restrained, but rather that he had only recently received his title. Proclaim my edict. The king of Dongping in times of war acted cowardly and delayed crucial opportunities, resulting in countless casualties among the people of Dongping. Relying on his royal status, he seized the properties of the common folk, that he is hereby demoted to commoner status, his assets confiscated, and he is to be exiled to Qingzhou for military service. In fact, the memorial submitted by the governor of Yangzhou detailed how the 6 men of Zhujin Mountain repelled the marauding forces of the Japanese pirates at Panshui Town. However, it concluded with a questioning of Prince Dongping. Suggesting his appearance in Yuqing, Yangzhou during the Eastern State War raised suspicions about the court's intentions towards the royal family. Beyond this, no additional commentary was provided. Nonetheless, Emperor Hongqing's intelligence network was far from ineffectual. During the Eastern State conflict, he had already received reports of Prince Dongping's family fleeing to At that time. Emperor Hongqing had chosen to turn a blind eye, mindful of the royal family's reputation, and did not pursue the matter further. However, with the current atmosphere in the court intensifying, having just dealt sternly with officials, it would be inconceivable for him to treat royal relatives with leniency. Thus, a storm of political turmoil was about to unfold. Chapter 82. The Uprising in Yongzhou. Master, I plan to take my wife on a trip to Hangzhou for a few days. Would you care to join us? Qin Yu inquired as he dined. As long as you don't mind us intruding on your romantic getaway. Yi Tiangu teased, that of course not. The more, the merrier to Wanner, and I don't mind at all. Do we? Qin Yu smiled at Lin Wan beside him. I don't mind. A lively crowd is always fun. Lin Wan replied with a sweet smile, that I want to go too. Hu Tian immediately raised his hand. Sister Lu and I will join at Wanner once we arrive in Hangzhou. I'll take you to a wonderful place with plenty to explore. Lin Shui promptly pulled Lin Wan aside to whisper excitedly. Brother Yu, I think I'll stay behind to spend time with my parents. Yu Hu said somewhat bashfully that that's fine. You can stay to be the way. Keep an eye on Zhang Hua and his gang for me, that I'll leave matters here in your capable hands. Understood, Brother Yu. You all can enjoy yourselves without worry. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Qin Yu accompanied Lin Wan back to his quarters. Once inside, he retrieved a sword box from the cabinet. Lin Wan, curious about what his master had left him, watched intently as Qin Yu opened the box. Inside lay a sword, and Lin Wan felt a chilling aura envelop the room. Why did it suddenly turn cold, Brother Yu? Lin Wan asked, inching closer to him. A hint of fear in her voice. It's just the presence of this sword. Qin Yu reassured her. The feeling it gives me is rather unsettling. It is indeed eerie, but since my father entrusted this sword to me, I must uphold our family's legacy and protect it well. That he then began recounting the story of the Qin family, including the entanglements with his mother's family, the Gu clan. Lin Wan listened intently, her eyes becoming misty. Brother Yu, does this mean that my mother was killed by the Emperor of Dechu? So, your master's target for revenge is the current Emperor of Dechu. Lin Wan immediately connected Qin Yu's tale with what Yi Tiangu had mentioned earlier. Sigh, I only regret my current weakness. I wish I could assist my father. Qin Yu was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Don't blame yourself, Brother Yu, that you're still young, and I believe that once you reach your master's age, you will surpass them, Lin Wan said, embracing him gently, her heart aching for him. The atmosphere, once filled with sorrow, swiftly spiraled into a whirlpool of intimacy. The unspoken feelings blossomed like flowers, exuding an enchanting fragrance that as their gazes met. A spark of electricity seemed to pass between them, causing their hearts to race in unison. An indescribable air of intimacy enveloped them, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only the tender threads of their feelings to intertwine. They spent the long night entwined in a passionate kiss, while the sword lay neglected, serving as a cold reminder of their struggles. The following day, Qin Yu awoke shivering, sensing that the temperature of the sword had grown increasingly frigid. Reluctantly, he rose early to close the sword box. Today was their day of departure for Hangzhou, and he intended to enjoy a honeymoon trip with Lin Wan, albeit with a group of companions, ensuring their safety. Qin Yu did not believe himself invincible. He felt weak and vulnerable, as evidenced by the battle against the forces of Prince Dongping. Even against a formidable opponent, he had failed to penetrate their defenses, and he feared that against a master of Qi, he would be unable to even approach. The day was clear and pleasant, uplifting everyone's spirits. All arose early, enjoying a hearty breakfast, when the imperial decree arrived that it was a commendation from the court for their efforts against the Japanese pirates. However, Qin Yu and the others from Zhujian Mountain stood resolutely without kneeling to hear the decree, opting instead for a respectful salute, listening attentively to the accolades. Each of the 6 received a reward of 100 taels of silver and the honorary title of Wanderer of Chivalry. Upon hearing of the rewards, they again saluted to express their gratitude to the court that in the past, such accolades would have delighted Qin Yu, but upon learning that the murderer of his mother was none other than the Emperor of Dechu, he felt no thrill of triumph. Confronted with his family's vendetta, he began to reassess the entirety of Dechu, wishing to see the plight of the common folk under its rule, that if they were indeed suffering, he would rise against Dechu and bring about a change for the people. Currently, he was not only weak but also isolated. Even if he sought to overthrow Dechu, he could not rally the forces of Zhujian Mountain alone. He needed to build his own influence, for his adversary was not just Emperor Hongqing, but the entire Dechu dynasty. Before their departure, the group received a substantial sum of money, a positive turn of events. Hu Tian enthusiastically proclaimed that they would enjoy themselves in Hangzhou. The day after their departure for Hangzhou, shocking news spread throughout the realm of Dechu. A rebellion had erupted in Yongzhou, coinciding with the court's handling of Prince Dongping. The king of Yongzhou, already harboring discontent, perceived the court's actions as a move to curtail his power, prompting him to accelerate his plans. Within a day and night, the king had seized control of the entire Yongzhou region. By the time Qin Yu arrived in Hangzhou, the forces of the king of Yongzhou were already mobilizing toward Xingzhou. Geographically, Yongzhou bordered the southwestern tribes, Qingzhou, Xingzhou, and Yangzhou. Having preemptively forged an alliance with the southern tribes, the Yongzhou army focused its might on Xingzhou and Yangzhou. The king aimed to replicate the audacity of the Chu people from a century past, intending to capture the imperial capital of the Chu and declare himself emperor, thus easily reclaiming the territories of the 9 provinces. Just as the Chu had finished 4 years of external warfare, a new internal conflict began to unfold. Chapter 83. Qin Yu's ambitions. It was Lin Wan's first visit to the bustling city of Hangzhou. She was quickly captivated by its vibrant beauty and otherworldly charm. "It's so beautiful," Lin Wan marveled, gazing through the carriage window at the sights within the city. "Do you like it here?" Qin Yu asked from inside the carriage. "That I do," Lin Wan answered without hesitation. "Shall we settle down and acquire a residence here?" Qin Yu continued to inquire. "Here, what about Quanjude?" Lin Wan asked, surprised. "Why not open a branch here?" Qin Yu suggested. "Or do you miss your parents?" "Well, a little. But as long as I'm with Brother Yu, I'm fine that I'll support whatever you want to do." Lin Wan smiled sweetly at Qin Yu. "Wouldn't it be appropriate to move everything here? After all, this place is more suitable for living, that I've already considered it. Quanjude must have a presence in this city, and not just that, I want to establish a security agency as well," Qin Yu stated earnestly. "A security agency?" Lin Wan asked, puzzled. "Yes, a security agency serves as a logistics and protection company that I needed to pave the way for my future endeavors. That I aim to create the largest security agency in Dechu." Lin Wan listened, slightly bewildered, but she resolved to support whatever Qin Yu wished to pursue, gently squeezing his hands in encouragement. "That I will always support you." Meanwhile, in the imperial court of Dechu, Emperor Hongqing seethed with fury as he read the urgent dispatch in his hands. "This insolent fool! How dare Chu Hongyuan display such audacity? Is this the demeanor of royal kin? Very well. Do they think me a pushover?" He glared at his ministers. "Who among you will go quell this rebellion?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the Marquis of Yongchang, Yang Yong. Understanding the unspoken command, Yang Yong immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am willing to go." Seeing the Marquis's eagerness calmed some of the emperor's agitation. "Excellent. I grant you an army of 100,000 from Xingzhou and appoint you as the general for suppressing rebellions. Depart at once. Victory is the only option. Your servant will not fail in this mission," Yang Yong declared as he promptly exited the court. "Dispatch orders for the Yangzhou army to march and assist the Marquis in quelling the unrest." With the issuance of imperial decrees, the machinery of the Dechu dynasty began to operate at full throttle once more. This time, Emperor Hongqing refrained from issuing any hero-esque proclamations, as this was a civil war, and he sought a swift and decisive victory to deter any treacherous elements that might arise. At this moment, the king of Yongzhou was eager to conclude matters swiftly, fully aware that he could not afford any delays. Under the banner of purging the court of corrupt officials, he personally led an army of 200,000 to launch a direct assault on the border city of Cangjie and Xingzhou. Upon learning of the impending attack, the governor of Cangjie initially presumed it was a raid by barbarian forces, but he rapidly mobilized the city defense troops, hastily deploying various defensive contraptions onto the city walls. However, upon discovering that the besieging forces were those of the king of Yongzhou, he first sighed in relief, then ordered the messengers to swiftly relay the news. The siege lasted merely one night, as the spies planted by the king of Yongzhou seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to open the city gates, leading to Cangjie falling into his hands. The governor, Wang Hao, was executed, and the city guard surrendered entirely. The king of Yongzhou did not pause to rest. He began to divide his forces into 3 routes, preparing to secure the towns in the southern part of Xingzhou before confronting the main army. In contrast to the turmoil in Xingzhou and Yongzhou, the situation in Yangzhou, although military forces had also been mobilized, did not affect the daily lives of the citizens in Hangqing in the slightest, merely providing additional fodder for conversation. Qin Yu, along with his companions, explored the scenic beauty of Hangqing while keeping an eye out for ideal commercial locations that in the evening at Taihu Tower. They savored the local delicacies. Master, I wish to establish a transport agency and require the support of the sect, Qin Yu stated after a few bites of fish. What need have you for a transport agency? Yi Tiangu glanced at Qin Yu, putting down his chopsticks. With chaos looming, I require my own sphere of influence. Had it not been for old Kong's sacrifice of that sword for years ago on the mountain, I fear we would all be destined for the grave of heroes. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Continue, Yi Tiangu urged. Although our sword-forging mountain is renowned, it pales in comparison when faced with thousands of troops. Master, having been on the battlefield, you should understand that feeling best. Right. No matter how formidable one has personal abilities, there comes a time when one is utterly exhausted that I believe you are more acutely aware of that sense of helplessness than we are. Indeed, after I broke through to the extraordinary realm 2 years ago, I returned to the battlefield, and even then, amidst the throngs of soldiers, I felt a profound sense of impotence. How do you require the sect's support? I need the sect's reputation to lend credibility to the transport agency and a certain number of disciples to oversee it. What benefits would the sect gain? Although I founded the agency, it is not merely my own. You may consider it a branch of the sect. Moreover, my plan is to establish transport agencies across major cities in Yangzhou, and concurrently, Quanjity will extend its reach, gathering wealth and people alike. This matter requires discussion with the elders to it is too significant. Even if Yi Tiangu agrees, it will not suffice. Indeed, this matter must undergo deliberation to you, as my disciple. Speak frankly. What is your ultimate objective? Self-preservation. Once matters in Hangqing are settled, I shall embark on a journey across the 9 provinces to witness the realm under Dechu's governance, but if I find the populace in despair, then let the heavens of Dechu be altered. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The group fell into a profound silence that do not overthink it. I merely seek to provide myself with an explanation that my father has made his choice. And I am simply passing that choice into the hands of the people. Just as the others grew increasingly bewildered, Lin Wan recounted part of Qin Yu's story to clarify matters, allowing everyone to grasp the situation. I support you, senior brother. Lin Shui was the first to voice her support. Count me in. Hu Tian followed suit. Whatever you require, just say the word. Lu Yin also expressed her stance. Even if the elders do not approve, your master and your uncle will stand by you. Yi Tiangu declared his support directly. Chapter 84. The sword-forging valley. 2 days after the rebellion of the king of Yongzhou, 100,000 troops from Xingdu had already set forth towards the southern regions of Xingzhou. With various military reports reaching the hands of the Marquis of Yongchang, Yangyong, the battle reports indicated that the king of Yongzhou had captured 2 cities and 10 towns, and had dispatched 10,000 troops to intercept the forces from Yangzhou. Report, General, at our current marching pace, we shall encounter the main forces of the Yongzhou army in 2 days, a soldier reported. Good, scatter the scouts in the southeast and southwest directions, paying particular attention to the flanks. And keep a close watch on the movements of that 10,000-strong detachment. Yes, Yang Huai, at your service, replied a young man with a bronze complexion, exuding a resolute demeanor, despite the weighty armor he wore. It could not conceal his striking appearance, making him a paragon of masculinity. I shall provide you with 5,000 cavalry to disrupt the Yongzhou supply lines. Remember, do not engage their forces. Merely delay them for 7 days. Yes, Yang Huai, being the nephew of Yang Yong, was known for his valiant prowess and cunning, often entrusted with important missions. That he was also one of the 10 centurions in the Battle of East Zhou, having directly led the charge that routed the main force of the enemy. Yang Kuei, at your service, responded a burly man with a black face and a beard, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Li Kuei. Gather 2,000 men and proceed cautiously eastward. Only engage when the Yongzhou troops are in direct conflict with Yangzhou forces. Under no circumstances should you act independently, regardless of the Yongzhou army's movements or numbers. Do not reveal your position. Anyone who disobeys will face military law. General, what if they do not engage in battle? If they refrain from confrontation, you shall remain hidden. That if they advance towards our troops, do not obstruct them. Merely send word back. Once they engage, we will strike from the rear. Understood, General. Following the issuance of these commands, Yang Yong's forces continued their organized advance southward, halting to set up camp only half a day's journey from the city of Jiang, currently occupied by the Yongzhou army. Report. The Xingzhou army has set up camp 10 miles from Jiang City. Oh, this Yang Yong is quite cautious. He has not rashly attacked the city, indicating he possesses some cleverness, commented the king of Yongzhou, Chu Hongtian, with a faint smile. That my lord, since they wish to rest, we shall not permit it. We can send troops to harass them. By nightfall, we will withdraw, leaving them anxious for another night. Come dawn, we shall launch a full-scale assault, and the sheer pressure of our numbers will surely cause them to crumble, proposed a scholarly man with a long beard. Excellent. This plan is indeed clever. Let it be as the strategist suggests. Dispatch troops immediately to harass them. The Sword-Forging Valley. A weary group of 4 arrived at the small path leading to the valley. Ancient Elder, the Sword-Forging Valley lies ahead. Please rest here while I scout the situation. Jing Su suggested. That no need. Proceed without delay, Ancient and Jun replied, continuing toward the valley. Elder, there are Yongzhou troops ahead. We may suffer if we proceed, Jing Su urged anxiously from behind. Stay close behind me. I shall handle the rest, the elder assured. Surely, this ancient elder is being rather presumptuous. After all, they are still a military force. Nevertheless, let us proceed cautiously, Jing Su thought, and the group soon reached the entrance of the valley, which appeared as if a celestial being had cleaved the mountain with a sword. Towering cliffs flanked both sides, and while the path could accommodate 2 carts, it still felt narrow and insignificant beneath the towering walls. Halt! No entry ahead. The soldiers at the valley's mouth called out upon seeing the 4, that just as Jing Su was about to speak, Ancient and Jun gestured for silence. Wait here for a moment. With that, he strode forward alone toward the valley. The soldiers, seeing the white-haired elder ignoring their warning, drew their weapons, and archers readied their bows, aiming at Ancient and Jun. Advance at your peril. We will shoot to kill. Ancient and Jun continued undeterred toward the valley entrance. Loose, commanded the officer, and dozens of arrows shot toward Ancient and Jun just as the onlookers thought the elder would be turned into a pincushion. They witnessed the arrows halting midair. Slowly, Ancient and Jun extended his right hand from behind, forming a sword-like gesture before casually waving it forward. The arrows, accompanied by a flash of sword light, shot toward the guards at the valley entrance. In an instant, the guards were decimated by the arrows and that deadly sword light. Let us go, Ancient and Jun quietly instructed, continuing deeper into the valley. The 3 companions stood in stunned silence. Astonished, Jing Su, being an outsider, found it natural to be shocked, but even the 2 disciples who had trained under Ancient and Jun were equally taken aback. They knew their master was formidable, yet they had no concrete concept of the extent of his power. Now, witnessing him dispatch dozens of foes with a mere flick of his fingers, they were left in a WW by the time the 3 reached the valley entrance. Ancient and Jun's figure had already vanished down the path. Master walks too swiftly. Why doesn't he wait for us? The green-clad woman murmured in mild discontent. With no choice, the trio continued to pursue the figure of their master, but as they ventured deeper, the weight of their steps grew heavier. For the bodies of Yongzhou soldiers became increasingly numerous, all resembling those at the valley's entrance, lifeless yet without visible wounds. "Stay close behind me." Jing Shu unsheathed his blade and led the way forward. Aware that the deeper they ventured, the more perilous the path became, he was determined to prevent any misfortune from befalling the two beloved disciples of his esteemed predecessor, Gu. The trio tread cautiously through the valley until they finally arrived at its heart. "Look, Master is over there," the youth exclaimed first. Before them stood Gu Anjuan, arms crossed behind his back, resolutely poised. Opposite him gathered the entirety of the Yongzhou army, fully armed and brimming with hostility, as if facing a formidable foe. "Young friend, what do you say? Should we kill them or capture them?" Gu inquired, his demeanor calm. "Gu, do you truly comprehend what you are suggesting? That is nearly 10,000 troops of the Yongzhou army before us. How could we possibly overpower them?" Jing Shu silently lamented, though he meekly replied, "Our ultimate goal is to drive them away. Don't you think? Very well. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for me to slay so many." Gu Anjuan replied nonchalantly, "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the territory of the Yongzhou army? Leave at once if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, swords will show no mercy," shouted the leading officer, his voice booming. "3 breaths to depart, or death awaits." Gu Anjuan's deep voice reverberated throughout the valley. Arrogant. The commander of the Yongzhou army had scarcely finished speaking when a flash of sword light pierced through his body. In an instant, the commander fell lifeless to the ground. 2 breaths. What is there to fear when we have but one man? Brothers, charge with me and avenge our commander. One of the commander's loyal subordinates cried out in fury. Leading the charge, in unison, the multitude of over 10,000 Yongzhou soldiers surged towards Gu Anjuan. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cries of battle echoed through the valley, faced with the overwhelming intent to slaughter from the enemy forces. Jing Shu and his companions turned pale, their footing faltering. "Seize!" Gu Anjuan commanded, his left hand pointing to the space between his brows, and his right hand raised toward the heavens at his command. Every weapon in the valley began to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, the arms of the 10,000 Yongzhou soldiers rose skyward. All eyes were wide with astonishment, gazing at the spectacle above, where thousands of weapons circled ominously above Gu Anjuan's head. The valley was filled only with the clinking of metal and the sound of swallowed breaths. The once thunderous cries of battle from the Yongzhou army ceased abruptly, each soldier trembling uncontrollably. Is this even possible for a mere mortal? Is he even human? I surrender. No, please don't kill me. I too surrender. In an instant, pleas for mercy echoed through the valley. Seeing this, Gu Anjuan did not unleash his wrath. With a single word, disperse, the multitude of weapons plummeted to the ground, forming a formidable chasm before him and the 10,000 Yongzhou soldiers. The kneeling soldiers of Yongzhou were swiftly subdued by the denizens of Duandao Valley, their spirits crushed in the presence of Gu Anjuan. Years later, to commemorate this battle, the people of the valley erected a stone tablet inscribed with the word "Seize 10,000 enemies for future generations to admire." One man stands against 1,000,000 foes, sword energy reverberating through heaven and earth. A finger points to the heavens, and a myriad of blades arise, scattering the souls of countless enemies. In Hang City, Qin Yu had spent 3 days exploring, ultimately identifying the locations of a tavern and a courier agency. That he decisively purchased a poorly managed tavern by the West Lake and absorbed a small agency named Changfeng into his operations. The former Changfeng agency was officially renamed Yue Courier Agency, symbolizing the fierce resolve of preferring jade to be shattered rather than tiles remain whole. Upon seeing the new name of the agency, many felt it perfectly encapsulated Qin Yu's character and the impression he left on others. Let us part ways today in Hang City, that I will return to the mountain gate to discuss your matters with the elders. Yi Tiangu spoke. Very well, I wish you a safe journey, master. Qin Yu embraced Yi Tiangu warmly. Now, without me by your side, be cautious in all matters that do not act recklessly. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, await my return to resolve them. Yi Tiangu affectionately ruffled Qin Yu's hair before departing Hang City alone. This time, Yi Tiangu returned to the mountain gate alone, while Hu Tian and the others remained in Hang City to assist. After bidding farewell to Yi Tiangu, Qin Yu and Lin Wan set off to return to Panshui Town, intending to allocate some capable personnel to Quan Jud and Hang City, while also arranging for Lin Wan to take charge of the operations there. Hu Tian and the others had their own assignments. They would first take command at Yua Courier Agency, familiarizing themselves with its processes while aligning with Qin Yu's plan for development that I end the southern battlefield of Xingzhou. The Yongzhou troops had just concluded an entire day of harassment that as anticipated by the strategist beside the king of Yongzhou. Yang Xingzhou army indeed appeared fatigued at this moment. The Xingzhou soldiers were urgently reinforcing the defensive works surrounding their camp. As darkness fell, they began to focus on internal fortifications. General, why have we ceased constructing external defenses? Who are we preparing for? The inspector of the Xingzhou army questioned in confusion. Inspector Li, there is a purpose to my actions. You need not concern yourself. Return and rest early. Yang Yong replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate further. Rest? How can I sleep? The Yongzhou troops will surely assault our camp at night, that if we do not expedite the construction of the external defenses, we will find ourselves as beleaguered as we were during the day, wasting our energy and morale. Inspector Li questioned Yang Yong with growing ire. Inspector, while you have a duty to supervise, all military maneuvers on the battlefield must adhere to my command. You may impeach me later, but for now, do not question my orders. Yang Yong, you someone take the inspector away to rest. Yang Yong commanded, and Inspector Li was promptly escorted out by Yang Yong's subordinates. Song Ji, keep a close watch on this matter. Once the internal fortifications are complete, allow the entire army to rest, rotating sentry duty every 2 hours. Understood, General. This individual spoke with a clear voice, and though clad in military attire, her alluring eyes could not be concealed. She was Yang Yong's only female confidant, his adopted daughter, bearing the surname of Yang Yong's legal wife. General, do you think the enemy will continue to harass our troops tonight or launch an all-out assault? She inquired. Neither if I were that fool of a king of Yongzhou, I would wait for the first light of dawn to launch a full-scale attack. If the king of Yongzhou heard Yang Yong's words, he would likely gasp in shock at the similarity of their thoughts, aligning closely with his chief strategist, Wang Ming. Time passed slowly, and just as Yang Yong had predicted, the Yongzhou army ceased its harassment. However, the soldiers of Xingzhou remained armored, sleeping in their clothes, weapons at the ready. As the sky began to lighten, Yang Yong quietly opened his eyes in the central tent. The Yongzhou soldiers in Jiangcheng had already assembled, poised to spring a surprise attack on the Xingzhou main camp at a moment's notice. That on the city wall, Wang Ming nodded at the king of Yongzhou, and in the next instant, the king ordered the entire army to advance. Since it was a surprise attack, the vanguard consisted entirely of cavalry, totaling 20,000 horsemen, charging forth from the eastern, western, and northern city gates. Once the cavalry formed their ranks, they initiated their charge, targeting the central tent of the Xingzhou army. If they could capture or behead Yang Yong, victory in this battle would be assured. The 20,000 cavalry advanced in silence. Without the sounds of battle cries, as the Yongzhou cavalry swiftly approached, the layout of the Xingzhou camp became apparent. Within the inner camp of Xingzhou, a circle of defensive works was visible, appearing even more intricate than those on the outer perimeter. Yet, as an ambush force, if they could not achieve a beheading, disrupting the front lines of Xingzhou would still be a significant accomplishment. However, as the cavalry effortlessly breached the various tents, they found the interior completely vacant. Just as everyone realized they had fallen into a trap, countless flaming arrows shot forth from the direction of the inner camp, catching many Yongzhou cavalry off guard and knocking them from their steeds. Yet that was not the most fatal blow. The most devastating aspect was that the flaming arrows ignited the haystacks within the outer camp, quickly trapping the Yongzhou cavalry in a sea of flames. Chapter 86. Clash of Two Armies Kill. In the next moment, a group of Xingzhou soldiers erupted from the inner camp. They did not charge directly into the sea of flames where the Yongzhou troops were trapped, but swiftly maneuvered to encircle them from both flanks. Yang Yong aimed to annihilate this vanguard of the Yongzhou army. Meanwhile, from the direction of the king of Yongzhou, all he could see was the Xingzhou camp engulfed in flames. Haha, it seems the cavalry has succeeded. Prepare the horses. Follow me to slay the enemy. The king of Yongzhou was in high spirits, preparing to personally lead his forces in a battle. Meanwhile, the cavalry of Yongzhou, surrounded by flames, was thrown into disarray, frantically attempting to break free. Heedless of their commander's orders that I end the inferno, Not only the soldiers succumbed to panic, but the steeds too ran amok, uncontrollable, resulting in the loss of hundreds of lives, coupled with the relentless rain of arrows from the inner camp. Nearly 5,000 of the original 20,000 cavalry had already perished. Those who managed to escape the fire were mercilessly encircled and slaughtered by the troops of Xingzhou a quarter of an hour later. The main force of the Yongzhou army finally arrived. The Xingzhou troops, previously engaged in the outer encirclement, retreated back to their inner camp upon receiving intelligence from scouts that by now, the cavalry trapped within the flames had dwindled to a mere fraction. After 15 minutes of concentrated arrow fire, both men and horses had been reduced to mere husks. The raging inferno temporarily impeded the ferocious advance of the Yongzhou army. Yet through the smoke, the hellish scene within was faintly discernible. The soldiers of Yongzhou gasped in horror as they beheld the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades. The heart of the king of Yongzhou plummeted. Those were his elite cavalry. At this moment, his heart bled. In a fit of rage, the king commanded his forces to split into two flanks to encircle the central camp of Xingzhou, that he intended to crush the cunning Yang Yong head-on. For in the face of absolute strength, any schemes would be rendered pointless. The troops on both wings quickly engaged in combat, the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. The clash of cold steel was as brutal as it was fervent. The soldiers of Yongzhou, hardened by the rigors of border warfare, swiftly gained the upper hand, proving the king's expectation correct. Xingzhou's troops were no match for them. Just as signs of collapse began to surface among the Xingzhou army, several thousand cavalry suddenly burst forth from the rear of the Yongzhou troops. This was Yang Yong's elite force, numbering 10,000, of which 5,000 had been dispatched by Yang Huai to disrupt Yongzhou's supply lines. The remaining 5,000, led by Song Ji and Yang Yun, had laid an ambush and charged directly into the ranks of Yongzhou. The formation of the Yongzhou soldiers faltered under the onslaught of these cavalry, and the previously subdued morale of the Xingzhou troops surged as they rallied behind the cavalry, subtly suppressing the valiant Yongzhou soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yong personally led 3,000 heavily armored soldiers across the main camp's threshold, charging headlong into the inferno engulfing the front lines. Each soldier, their faces obscured by wet cloths, glinted in the morning light as the moisture reflected off their heavy armor. Under Yang Yong's command, they fearlessly plunged into the flames. Upon witnessing the enemy cavalry emerge, the king of Yongzhou no longer hesitated. He immediately mobilized reserve troops, vowing to annihilate the contingent of cavalry that he wanted Yang Yong to experience the sting of anguish. Clang, clang, clang! The synchronized sound of armor striking resonated from within the inferno. The king turned his gaze toward the flames, astonished to see the formidable 3,000 heavily armored soldiers brazenly emerging before him, right at his command post. This was unexpected. The king had never anticipated that Yang Yong would personally lead his troops through the flames to confront him. Faced with the menacing force before him, he felt a flicker of unease. Kill! Yang Yong shouted fiercely, kill, kill, kill! The 3,000 heavily armored soldiers echoed back immediately. They clashed with the guards of the command post. Yang Yong, wielding a dark golden spear, swiftly dispatched the Yongzhou soldiers before him. Capture the king of Yongzhou alive! As his words fell, an immense surge of energy erupted from Yang Yong, causing the spear in his hand to glow a fiery red, reminiscent of a heated iron rod. The Xinlong spear unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, breaking through the obstructing Yongzhou soldiers with terrifying force, the gale so fierce it made the king squint. Oof! If you wish to die so eagerly, I shall oblige. In the next moment, the king of Yongzhou drew his sword and leaped toward Yang Yong. Yang Yong met him head-on, and within mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows, both exhibiting the prowess of grandmasters. Is this the confidence you possess for rebelling against the great Chu? Yang Yong taunted between breaths. Boy, once I capture you, I hope you remain as sharp-tongued. The king retorted, let me show you the difference between a peak grandmaster and a mere late-stage one. With that, he unleashed a terrifying slash aimed at Yang Yong. Yang Yong did not retreat. All 170 of his acupoints ignited, unleashing a formidable surge of vitality that soared skyward. He then thrust the dark golden spear directly at the shadow of the black blade in the air. In an instant, the blade's silhouette shattered. How is this possible? How can a body-refining grandmaster like you shatter my full-force strike as a chi-refining grandmaster? Blood spilled from the king's mouth, his face etched with disbelief. That is your ignorance of body refinement, that I am no ordinary peak chi refining grandmaster. I am not to be trifled with. Prepare to meet your end. In but 2 breaths, Yang Yong closed the distance to the king of Yongzhou. Thrusting his spear and piercing through the king's right shoulder where he grasped his sword, before anyone could react, the king was already hoisted aloft by Yang Yong. Your Majesty. The king's loyalists rushed toward Yang Yong. Their eyes filled with fury, but behind Yang Yong, the 3,000 armored soldiers had coalesced their overwhelming bloodlust and murderous intent, forming a terrifying blade shadow in the air. The crimson blade descended, reducing the king's loyalists to mere mist. The terrifying might of this strike matched that of a nascent supreme being. They were merely second-rate martial artists. It turned out that Yang Yong's strength did not solely derive from himself, but rather from the 3,000 heavily armored soldiers behind him. The combined might of this formation was truly formidable. The king of Yongzhou is captured. You all shall kneel and surrender. Yang Yong's voice rang out, reverberating throughout the battlefield. Both factions momentarily halted upon hearing his command, but soon resumed their deadly clashes, for in warfare, deception is paramount. At least the soldiers of Yongzhou would not simply surrender due to the enemy's proclamation. However, it was only after Yang Yong paraded the unconscious king of Yongzhou around that the Yongzhou soldiers realized their commander had indeed been captured, prompting them to surrender en masse. This battle proved far easier than Yang Yong had anticipated. He had not expected the king of Yongzhou to be so arrogant as to confront him directly. He triumphed due to the widespread misconception regarding the prowess of body-refining grandmasters before reaching the supreme realm. The primary reason body refiners were deemed inferior to chi refiners before attaining the supreme realm was their lack of battlefield experience, which deprived them of the nourishing essence of blood and battle, preventing them from achieving the unity of vitality. Hence, they possessed an inherent disadvantage against chi refiners. But Yang Yong was different. His status as the Marquis of Yongchang was forged in the crucible of war. Emerging from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, vastly different from the body refiners who relied on potions to enhance their physiques. This battle saw the Xingzhou army slay over 40,000 enemies and capture 30,000 Yongzhou soldiers. Marking a resounding victory, Chapter 87. The assassination of the Chu emperor in the town of Panshui. Qin Yu convened a meeting with all employees of Quanjude upon his return. He succinctly proposed to mobilize some employees to work at the Quanjude branch in Hangzhou. At the same time, he painted an enticing picture, limiting the number of positions available. Those selected would become supervisors or team leaders. After a spirited self-nomination process and Qin Yu's careful selection, around a dozen individuals were chosen to head to the Hangzhou branch. Qin Yu also brought along Zhang Hua and 13 others, who were now considered officially employed by Quanjude. Naturally, the position of team leader fell to Zhang Hua. Qin Yu spent only one night in Panshui before departing for Hangzhou with around 20 personnel, including Yu Hu, who was also brought along. News of the Xingzhou victory soon spread throughout the realm, and the capture of the king of Yongzhou by the Marquis of Yongchang shocked the entire Great Chu. However, another piece of news emerged. The king's legitimate son, Chu Yangfei, had rallied the remaining Yongzhou soldiers to defend the entirety of Yongzhou, recalling even the 100,000 Yongzhou soldiers previously stationed against the Yangzhou army. Although Yang Yong had captured the king of Yongzhou, he was unable to directly subdue the entire region, indicating the war against Yongzhou was far from over. Emperor Hongqing issued another decree to Yang Yong, urging him to swiftly reclaim the entirety of Yongzhou, as the southern barbarians had begun mobilizing to invade. The Marquis of Yongchang is truly the war god of Great Chu. Indeed, it is a great fortune for Great Chu. The Marquis of Yongchang is incredibly impressive to have single-handedly captured the king of Yongzhou. I have heard that the king of Yongzhou is a ruthless killer. I cannot believe the Marquis of Yongchang managed to capture such a man alive. I must bear a child for the Marquis of Yongchang. In a fleeting moment, the prestige of the Yongchang Marquis in the realm was at its zenith. Upon Qin Yu's return to Hang City, he found the streets and alleys abuzz with tales of the Yongchang Marquis' exploits. It seemed that the Grand Chu dynasty would not perish anytime soon. Throughout the annals of history, whenever an empire's fortunes had yet to wane, heroic figures invariably emerged to prop up the crumbling edifice, single-handedly extending the dynasty's lifespan by a century. Qin Yu began to take note of the extraordinary generals within the Great Chu. However, his current focus remained on the Quanjude branch in Hang City. Firstly, he could not allow his unique secret recipe to leak. In the small town of Panshui, he could command thunder and lightning at will. Yet now, in the largest city of Yangzhou, he was merely a fledgling master, unable to summon the winds and rains. Thus, he devoted considerable effort to indoctrinating his employees. The kitchen staff comprised solely individuals from Panshui, with none from Hang City permitted entry. Although the scale of Quanjude in Hang City was not as grand as that in Panshui, Qin Yu had arranged for ample personnel, preparing for future expansion. After 3 bustling days at Quanjude in Hang City, he awaited the grand opening. During this time, he also visited the Yue escort agency that he refrained from intervening excessively in the agency's initial development, merely instructing Hu Tian, Yu Hu, and Lu Yun to each follow a convoy, while Lin Shui remained at the agency's headquarters for logistical support. During this period, he successfully recruited several capable second-rate martial artists, intending to indoctrinate them before formal employment. Time flew by, and it had been a week since Yi Tiangu had departed. Finally, Qin Yu received a letter from him. The essence of the letter conveyed that the Elder Council had approved the external cooperation model, and dedicated personnel would arrive to discuss detailed profit sharing, as well as later supervision and management of dispatched disciples. Just as Qin Yu rejoiced at this news, an even more significant announcement arrived from the imperial city. The emperor of the Great Shu had been assassinated and gravely injured. The assassin had been captured and would be executed in 5 days. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He hastily left a letter behind and set off for Xingdu. When Hu Tian, Yu Hu, and the others learned of Qin Yu's departure, they immediately followed suit upon reading his letter. Galloping along the official road, a swift steed raced like the wind, stirring up clouds of dust. On the horse was a young man clad in blue, bearing a black box on his back and a dark green long sword at his waist. His expression was solemn, and the dust of the journey could not conceal the anxiety etched upon his face. At the sword-casting mountain, Old Fort, do not be hasty. This matter requires the Elder Council's approval for a decision. There is no time. That foolish disciple of mine has surely already rushed to Xingdu. If I delay any longer, I may have to go retrieve his body. I understand. But alas, I will accompany you, eldest brother. Do not go. You are the sect leader that if this matter escalates, there will be no turning back for the sword-casting mountain. I can handle this alone. He is my disciple, and there is no need to involve the sect. Foolishness, fourth brother. What difference does it make whether you go or I go? Will the court spare the sect because one of us did not attend? I cannot trust you to go alone. Listen to eldest brother. Eldest brother, fourth brother, I will go too. Yi Tian spoke up. Second brother, do not go. The sect needs someone to guard it. Third brother has already left. We 4 brothers are now reduced to 3 as long as one of us remains at sword-casting mountain. The heavens will not collapse. Eldest brother. In the Xingdu imperial palace, Emperor Hanqing lay in a state of unconsciousness upon his dragon bed. Beside him, Empress Jin Shu anxiously inquired of the imperial physician. What is the emperor's condition? When will he awaken? I am powerless. Although the emperor's fatal wound has ceased to bleed, the injury is far too severe. It really depends on the emperor's own fortune. I am simply unable to do anything more. Worthless. If anything happens to the emperor, you shall all accompany him in death. The empress was nearly beside herself with rage, disregarding court etiquette in her distress. Your Majesty, please do not be agitated. The emperor, as the son of heaven, is naturally under divine protection that I have already administered the life-sustaining pill to the emperor, preserving his last breath. Give him some time, and he will surely recover. The old eunuch offered his consolation. Gradually calming down after hearing the old eunuch's words, the empress asked, Has the assassin been found? I am inept. I could not catch up to that person. However, I have dispatched the Royal City Division to pursue him with all their might. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we have already spread the word and imposed martial law throughout the city. This individual, possessing such high martial skills, cannot possibly lack an affiliation. Once the assassin's accomplices receive word, they will surely reveal themselves, and we will be able to trace the assassin's identity. The old eunuch bowed respectfully as he replied. We must capture this group of individuals without fail. The situation is tumultuous, and with the emperor unconscious, we must urgently summon all the princes back to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty, but regarding the matter of the heir. We will need your majesty's careful consideration. Understood. You may all withdraw. The empress gazed sorrowfully at Emperor Hanqing, who lay upon the dragon bed. 3 days later, all the princes of the Great Chu outside the capital arrived at the imperial city. Empress Jean did not permit these princes to enter the emperor's chamber, leaving only herself and a few close aides to tend to him. Although the princes harbored discontent, they did not dare to act out. The reason Emperor Hanqing had yet to appoint an heir was due to the empress's lack of offspring. Now, with the emperor in a state of unconsciousness, the empress held the greatest authority in determining who would inherit the throne. In the garden of Chongning Palace, 6 princes awaited their summons. Eldest brother, you arrived earliest. Do you know the emperor's condition? The third prince, Chu Xingqing, spoke up that I merely arrived at Chongning Palace before you. I do not know more than you do. The first prince, Chu Xingqian, replied with a wry smile that I heard that they did not even capture the assassin. The court truly harbors too many useless individuals. Not only did they allow the assassin to succeed, but they also let him escape. The fifth prince, Chu Xingtai, exclaimed indignantly, "Fifth brother, that cannot be right. If what you say is true, then who is to be executed in 2 days?" The sixth prince, Chu Xingping, inquired, "Sixth brother, you are unaware. Although those within the court may be somewhat incompetent, they are quite adept at scheming. They are fishing for information." After Chu Xingtai finished speaking, he displayed a hint of disdain. Indeed, these individuals are solely concerned with intrigue. They possess no real abilities. Brothers, regardless of who ascends to that position in the future, we must cleanse the court of these good-for-nothings. The fourth prince, Chu Xingming, added his voice. Following this, the princes began to voice their opinions, pointing out various shortcomings in the court and local governance. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie, as if no matter who ultimately occupied the throne, they would willingly support the rightful heir. However, only the second prince, Chu Xingquan, remained silent throughout. The others paid him no mind, as he had always been reclusive and taciturn. That a significant reason for this was that his birth mother was a palace maid who had risen to the rank of a talented individual. Ideally, she would have enjoyed the privileges of being a mother to a prince, but unfortunately, she passed away when Chu Xingquan was merely 5 years old. Since then, he had become withdrawn, raised by the empress, and could be considered the most formidable rival among the 5 princes at this moment. In Xingdu, Qin Yu had transformed into a traveling merchant, blending into the city. The security in Xingdu was far more stringent than during the previous martial arts conference. It appeared that this endeavor would not be easy. If mishandled, he too might meet his demise. Nevertheless, there was still time to create chaos within the imperial city. That as he walked, Qin Yu pondered, following Qinyun Street. He arrived at the Tianyang Tavern, where he ordered an extravagant spread and inquired with the waiter about places in the city where information could be bought and sold. Qin Yu devoured his meal swiftly, not out of haste, but due to genuine hunger. For the past 3 days, he had scarcely enjoyed a warm meal, subsisting on dry rations and water. He dared not openly inquire about the location of the high-profile prisoners, as doing so would easily lead the Royal City Division to him, resulting in dire consequences for both father and son. After finishing his meal, Qin Yu went to the market to purchase clothing, cosmetics, and other items. Before sunset, he found an inn to stay in. Inside the room, he donned the attire he had just acquired and disguised himself, as he could not part with his sword box. He hunched his back to alter his appearance. After donning a wide-brimmed hat, he leaped from the window and swiftly merged into the crowd. His destination was an establishment called Qinjian, located on Luzhui Street, which he had learned about from the waiter as a potential source for information. The waiter had not described it in detail, and judging by the name, Qin Yu had imagined it to be a tea house or a place for music. However, upon arrival, he was nearly left speechless. Goodness, when did brothels acquire such a refreshing and elegant name? "Ah, sir, you look unfamiliar. Would you like to come in and have some fun? How could you see my face with this hat and mask on? With such a talent for lying, you should be selling rather than entertaining." Qin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he stepped inside, feeling a mix of shyness and curiosity, for it was his first time visiting such an establishment. "What kind of girl are you looking for, dear guest? In this place, we have an abundance of young ladies of all types. Some are as gentle and graceful as the flowers of spring. Others are lively and playful like spirited little birds. And yet others possess talents as remarkable as the proud and resilient plum blossoms that brave the cold. They are well versed in poetry, literature, and the arts, and engaging in discussions about history or worldly affairs with you would pose no challenge at all. Please, let me know your requirements, and I shall personally arrange everything for you. Do not hold back. Here it feels just like home, ensuring that you arrive with enthusiasm and depart with satisfaction. Goodness, are even the matrons so talented? This company certainly boasts a commendable culture. I must make time to observe this corporate ethos. It is a promise for my next visit. Ahem, I am here to procure information. Qin Yu employed his true energy to alter the sound of his vocal cords, thus producing a hoarse voice that reached the ears of the matron. Ah, very well. This way, please, Daddy Ernyo. Come over here and escort this esteemed elder to the back hall. The matron immediately lost interest and called for someone to replace her as the guide. Ernyo silently led Qin Yu through a maze of corridors until they arrived at the back hall, but he opened a door, gesturing for Qin Yu to enter. Although it was referred to as a back hall, it was merely a room. Before Qin Yu could thoroughly examine his surroundings, a voice emerged. Are you seeking to inquire about information, or perhaps sell some? The voice, emanating from behind a screen, was a melodious female tone that felt like a breath of spring air. I wish to purchase information. Do you have the latest intel from the imperial capital? Are you inquiring about the assassination of the Chu Emperor? Do you have it? Of course, but it comes at a steep price. How much? 2,000 taels of silver. What's so exorbitant? Qin Yu had rushed out without bringing such a sum of silver with him. Is it detailed? I can assure you, this information is exceptionally accurate. Very well. Do you have any news about wealthy households in the capital, valued at under 300 taels? The woman behind the screen fell silent for a moment. Preferably those who are unkind to the less fortunate. Qin Yu added to this person perhaps contemplating a robbery due to insufficient funds. The woman mused inwardly. There are indeed several. However, this won't require much money, as this information is not particularly valuable. Then just mention a couple. Qin Yu was resolute in his intent to rob the rich to aid the poor, and he only requested two, because more would overwhelm him. 100 taels. 1 is Master Huang from the eastern part of the city. He is the brother-in-law of the current Minister of Revenue. The other is the Tong family of Tianqing Street. They are relatives of the current Minister of Personnel. All right. Qin Yu casually placed 100 taels on the table. And soon after, Ernyo entered, taking the silver to the woman behind the screen. After a quarter of an hour, he returned with a note in hand. Qin Yu swiftly glanced at the contents of the note, and, in front of Ernyo, set it ablaze. Let us depart. Chapter 89. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. After leaving Qingya Garden through a side door, Qin Yu made no further delays and headed directly toward the eastern part of the city. Time was of the essence. He needed to quickly gather 2,000 taels of silver to acquire the precise information. Upon arriving at Master Huang's residence, his previously hunched figure had transformed into a tall, imposing silhouette clad in black. With a graceful, gliding motion, he effortlessly infiltrated Master Huang's estate, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards and arriving quietly outside Master Huang's bedroom. It must be said that the information acquired from Qingya Garden was indeed detailed, as the layout of the Huang residence had been accurately mapped out, saving Qin Yu much unnecessary time. After a brief wait, he silently entered Master Huang's bedroom. My lovely beauty, I have arrived. I have longed for you, and you cannot imagine the effort I have expended to win your affection. Let us enjoy this night together. I assure you, I will cherish you, he leered, moving towards a bound woman on the bed. Qin Yu's brows furrowed in disbelief at the scene before him. The sight of Master Huang, fully unclothed, approaching the restrained woman was quite jarring. However, he had to admit, Master Huang's physique was rather pale, resembling that of a white pig. Robbery. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and positioned his sword against Master Huang's neck. The man, initially exhilarated by the encounter, suddenly wilted in fear, nearly losing control, feeling the cold steel at his throat. He was engulfed by panic. And Master, let us speak properly, shall we? Money, I have it. How much do you desire? If what's in this room isn't enough, I can offer you my fingers as a substitute. Qin Yu deliberately lowered his voice. No, I have it. It's in my bed. I will retrieve it for you right now. Trembling, Master Huang pushed the woman aside, lifted the bedding, and opened a hidden compartment beneath the bed, revealing property deeds, land contracts, and some precious jewels. Qin Yu frowned at the sight before him. What use are these to me? I want silver. Gold will suffice. Esteemed hero, the silver is stored in the treasury. Not in this room did I ask for gold. Would jewelry suffice? Master Huang's voice dwindled. Bring it. Qin Yu snapped. Master Huang, still unclothed, rummaged through every drawer in the room, finally producing 5 pieces of gold jewelry, trembling as he presented them to Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu ceased speaking and swiftly ended Master Huang's life, that he needed the imperial capital to descend into chaos. And thus, this ungrateful lecher would be his first victim. Just as Qin Yu prepared to leave, he cast a glance at the bound woman behind him. Sighing, he thought, after all, he was a man who aspired to fulfill the dreams of countless maidens that he quickly freed her from her bonds and, setting fire to Master Huang's bedroom, sparked a commotion before swiftly exiting the eastern city. Once at a safe distance, he released the woman and untied her ropes. Quickly, we must leave this imperial city. If anyone finds you, just tell the truth. Thank you, kind benefactor. The young woman's words trailed off as Qin Yu vanished from her sight. Kill, burn, and seize golden belts. Who knows how much these jewels are worth? Regardless, on to the next target. The next. Qin Yu swiftly leaped through various alleyways, fortunate to have previously studied the map of Xingdu. Otherwise, he would have been lost in the vast imperial capital that in stark contrast to the bustling eastern city. The southwestern Tianqing Street was eerily quiet. After discreetly observing and confirming the location of the Tong residence, he easily scaled the walls under the cover of night. Once inside, Qin Yu sensed something was amiss. The Tong residence was frighteningly silent, as if it were uninhabited. Could the intelligence from Qingya Garden be flawed? Why was there not even a single patrolling guard? Qin Yu proceeded with utmost caution, exploring the unusually quiet Tong residence. Before long, he arrived outside Tong Jun's bedroom, relying on his mental map of the Tong family estate, but he listened intently for any sounds from within, and he was certain there was no one inside, as not even the sound of breathing could be heard. After hesitating for a moment, he gently pushed the door open. The room was enveloped in darkness, but thanks to his trained eyesight, Qin Yu could discern shapes amid the shadows. Aided by the moonlight streaming through the window, his immediate focus was on the bed, and to his astonishment, the bed curtains were drawn shut. Curiosity piqued, he used his sword to part the curtains. At that moment, Qin Yu nearly gasped in horror. What the hell? There are corpses! His heart raced. Furrowing his brow, he carefully examined the 2 bodies on the bed. They bore no visible wounds or bloodstains, appearing as though their throats had been crushed. However, in the darkness, determining the time of death was impossible. How unfortunate. My priority is to find money. Qin Yu turned and began searching the room for valuables. After what felt like an eternity, he discovered only jewelry and 2 banknotes of 500 taels each. He wondered if Qingya Garden would accept such items, but decided it wise to search elsewhere. Silently, he made his way out of the main house and headed toward Tong Jun's study. As he moved, he couldn't help but criticize the Tong family's lack of security. Not a single patrolling figure was in sight, which explained how Tong Jun had met his demise so quietly. Upon entering the study, Qin Yu launched into another thorough search to these people not even keep hidden savings in their own study. In a fit of exasperation, Qin Yu stormed out of the study and made his way towards the storeroom. Upon discovering it locked, he effortlessly shattered the copper lock with a surge of energy. Once inside the storeroom, he found an array of locked wooden chests. Applying the same method, he broke the locks with ease. As he opened the chests, his eyes widened in astonishment. They were filled to the brim with silver. Yet he refrained from taking any, instead methodically opening other chests in search of gold. 2,000 taels of silver, while not particularly cumbersome in weight, were far too voluminous for Qin Yu to carry. Ultimately, he managed to pilfer nearly 200 taels of gold ingots, a truly bountiful haul. Just as he was about to exit the storeroom, a commotion erupted outside. Qin Yu swiftly leapt to the beams above. He watched as the storeroom door swung open, revealing a figure clad in red, their face obscured by a black cloth. After closing the door behind them, the figure approached the chest with haste. A fellow practitioner. How foolish, why bother with silver when there's gold over there? Truly an amateur. Qin Yu observed the red-clad figure with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 90. Fate. Oh no. Someone's dead. Assassins! Assassins! A shout rang out from outside. Qin Yu's head throbbed with frustration. How careless. Even after engaging, they failed to clean up properly. Soon, the Tong estate was illuminated with countless flames, dispelling the earlier gloom in an instant. Run! What are you doing grabbing silver? Can you even carry it? Are you prioritizing riches over your life? Look, the storeroom door has been opened. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the advancing flames brightened the room. Through the flickering light, Chinyu finally discerned the figure in red beneath him, that it was a woman. Why did she seem somewhat familiar? As he pondered, the woman sprang up to the rafters. Their eyes met. And Chinyu quickly covered her mouth to stifle an impending cry to "Don't scream." He hissed in a barely audible whisper. The woman, regaining her composure, shrugged off his hand. "Who are you?" she whispered back to a fellow practitioner. Upon hearing this, the woman scrutinized the masked figure before her. "A cowardly rat, unworthy of my company. But you, ancestor, are also masked, aren't you? We're all here for wealth. None should look down on the other." Chinyu nearly choked on his words, instinctively retorting. Bang! The door below was suddenly kicked open, and a group of torch-bearing individuals surged in. "Oh no! The thief has been here, search. We cannot let them escape." One of the officers barked. Chinyu found it amusing. It was evident that fools never learn. Just as the searchers were about to leave empty-handed, the officer caught sight of a long shadow cast upon the opposite wall. Following the direction of the shadow, he looked up. "Good grief. Can't you be a bit more professional in your thievery? Does wearing a long skirt impede your awareness?" What a pig-headed teammate. It turned out that the red-clad woman's skirt had fluttered down, casting a shadow in the firelight, thus revealing their position. There, Chinyu wondered if he was mistaken, for he could have sworn the woman appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Go," the red-clad woman commanded in a low voice. Leaping down, Chinyu followed suit, and together they darted out like a gust of wind, vanishing into the night before anyone could react. "It's you," they exclaimed in unison, recognizing each other. The reason was simple. Their movements were strikingly similar, both graceful and ethereal. Chinyu had already felt a sense of familiarity with the woman in red. Similarly, Yuriko had sensed something amiss when Chinyu covered her mouth. Otherwise, she would have retaliated immediately. "Let us get out of here," Chinyu suggested promptly. "All right, lead the way," she replied. Knowing Yuriko's poor sense of direction, Chinyu, the living map, guided them swiftly back to his lodging. "How did you end up here?" they both inquired simultaneously. "You go first," they echoed once more, the air thick with tension. "I'll go first then." Chinyu broke the silence. "I came here to rescue someone very important." "What about you? Why are you at the Tong estate?" "Well, not quite. I was passing through Xingdu while delivering invitations and thought I'd stop by that a few days ago. I stumbled upon Tong Jun secretly abducting women and children, torturing many innocent souls to death. I thought I'd act on behalf of justice and, in the process, rob the rich to aid the poor." Yuriko, lacking Chinyu's boldness, muttered her intentions with uncertainty. "Oh, a commendable act of robbing the rich to help the poor. Truly worthy of the heroic you," Chinyu teased, eliciting a blush from Yuriko. Before she could retort, he swiftly changed into a disguise right in front of her. "I must take my leave." With that, he leapt from the room. This young man, who had changed so much in just a few years, appeared remarkably more handsome. At that moment, the eastern city had descended into chaos. The death of Huang Yuanwei was but a minor issue, overshadowed by the raging flames that had engulfed half of his estate. Simultaneously, news of Tong Jun's demise spread, stirring unrest in the west side of the city. For the Tong family carried far greater weight than Huang Yuanwei. Soon, officials from the imperial city and patrolling soldiers arrived at the Tong estate. Even the governor of Xingdu was roused from his sleep to personally assess the situation. In no time, wanted posters featuring Chinyu and Yuriko emerged. Yet in this moment, Chinyu remained unconcerned. The more chaos in Xingdu, the more advantageous it was for him that he returned to Qingya Garden. This time entering through the back door, rather than the front. "Mr. Qin, I never expected to see you again so soon." The melodious voice from behind the screen chimed, tinged with curiosity. Chinyu wasted no time and placed 200 taels of gold on the table. "Here are 200 taels of gold." His hoarse voice echoed in the room. This time, it was not the previous Niojin, but a young woman dressed as a maid who came to collect the gold. Shortly thereafter, a note was presented to Chinyu. "Mr. Qin, you truly possess remarkable abilities. In less than a night, you've stirred the eastern and western parts of the city into turmoil. As a courtesy, I offer you this intelligence at no charge. The imperial city has already put out wanted posters for you and your companion." Initially, Chinyu paid little heed to her words, but upon hearing the mention of the wanted posters, He couldn't help but chuckle. He had disguised himself so thoroughly that even his father wouldn't recognize him, let alone the officials. However, Yurio's striking red attire was too conspicuous. She would need to change her clothes. Thank you that I wish to cultivate a good relationship with you, Mr. Qin. Qingya Garden offers more than just intelligence services. We also undertake commissions and publish tasks that if you're interested, I can elaborate. Not interested. Qin Yu's blunt reply left the woman momentarily speechless. According to reliable internal sources, the assassin in this incident is an extraordinary master of the highest realm, possessing a remarkably elusive technique. Even 3 high-ranking eunuchs from the palace were only able to injure him without capturing him, which reportedly alarmed the emperor. However, it appears that he is currently in a unique situation and has not yet taken action. Emperor Hongqing has been stabbed through the chest by the assassin, and his fate remains unknown. Some speculate that the perpetrator may be remnants of the previous dynasty. Chapter 91. The court scheme. Upon reading this intelligence, Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. Is this information truly reliable? He instinctively queried. This intelligence is worth 2,000 taels of silver, and thus, it is undoubtedly accurate. Are you concerned about the discrepancy between the court's announcement and the intelligence? It is evident that this is a scheme orchestrated by the court, aimed at drawing out the individuals behind the assassin to uncover their whereabouts. Qin Yu fell silent, as this aligned precisely with his earlier thoughts. Sending shivers down his spine, that oh no, there is only one day left, that I must find my father and the others, Hu Tian, and the rest will surely come, and even my master might have already arrived in Xingdu. My father will also have realized the gravity of the situation, that if the 3 parties fail to meet, we will undoubtedly fall into the court scheme after tomorrow. With that, Qin Yu crumpled the note in his hand and departed hastily. Sister, Xingdu is so vast. How are we supposed to find Brother Yu? Yu Hu inquired with concern. Today, let us find a place to rest. We still have a day left, so everyone should conserve their energy. Lu Yun replied calmly. Fourth brother, it seems that the imperial city is quite unsettled today. Could it be the doing of Yu? It is quite possible. By creating chaos in the imperial city, he could then attempt to rescue Qinming, which is perhaps his only viable path to success. Eldest brother, shall we pay a visit to the imperial city prison? Very well. The 2 disguised themselves and swiftly made their way towards the headquarters of the imperial city guards. The defenses of the imperial city that night were particularly stringent, yet when Yi Tiangu and his companion arrived at the location of the guards, they sensed something amiss. Eldest brother, something feels off here. Indeed, while there are numerous guards present, their vigilance appears notably lax, indicating that something is undoubtedly awry. Do you think it is possible that the court is deliberately setting a trap? Given the circumstances, that possibility seems highly likely. However, since we are already here, we shall find out if it is indeed a trap. Agreed. In the next moment, the 2 leaped into the Imperial City Guards compound, that as they entered, the compound was suddenly illuminated, and hidden guards swiftly surrounded them, sealing off all possible escape routes. Interesting. Fourth brother, you go investigate inside. I will handle the situation outside. With that, Yi Tianren casually slashed his sword around him, unleashing a wave of terrifying sword energy that radiated outward from his center. Form a defensive formation. Tianyuan formation. The guards swiftly organized into groups of 10, forming a star formation with 5 on the outside and 5 within, generating a faint blue barrier around them. When Yi Tiangu's sword energy collided with it, a fierce gust of wind erupted, shattering the wooden weapons within the compound into splinters. The inner teams remained unscathed, while the scattered guards on the periphery were sent flying, in a mere moment. Yi Tiangu had instigated a tremendous commotion within the Imperial City Guards compound. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tiangu dashed into the prison cells. However, 3 breaths later, he was forcibly thrown back out. Retreat. Yi Tiangu spat out a mouthful of blood as he shouted. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianren thrust his sword towards the cell. This strike was far mightier than his previous casual attacks. Boom! A violet claw mark clashed with the sword light within the cell. The cell door was instantly shredded into fragments, and a significant portion of the wall collapsed at Yi Tianren caught Yi Tiangu in the ensuing chaos. And with a leap and a powerful push, they escaped over the walls of the Imperial City Guards compound. Pursue! A sinister voice echoed. Just as the guards received their orders to chase, another wave of terrifying sword energy hurtled towards the Imperial City Guards. In the next moment, those who had just been commanded to pursue instinctively formed a defensive formation. However, this time, the sword energy did not target them. Instead, it split the outer walls of the Imperial City Guards in two. Impudence, a figure clad in a purple-gold python robe, burst forth from the prison, followed closely by two figures in blue python robes. "How are you?" Yi Tianren asked anxiously. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. I just need to catch my breath." "I was ambushed unexpectedly," Yi Tiangu replied, suppressing the chaotic energy within him. "It seems this Imperial City prison is indeed a trap set by the court." Yi Tianren spoke in a deep tone. However, before he could finish, a sinister energy surged towards them. Yi Tianren swiftly leaped into an alley with Yi Tiangu, narrowly evading the attack. "Humph, if you want to run, let us see if you have the capability." The purple-robed eunuch sneered. The five continued to chase for several kilometers. And just as Yi Tianren and his brother approached the southern city, they encountered a patrol of hundreds. Yi Tianren's brow furrowed. He could not afford to be delayed by these guards, or else both he and his brother would truly be trapped. Just as he was about to unleash his full strength without reservation, a faint blue sword light suddenly opened a gap in the encirclement ahead. A black-clad masked figure appeared beside them. When did this person get so close? Before Yi Tianren could process his surprise, the figure spoke. "You two go. I will hold them off. Return the way you came. I'm fine." The black-clad figure immediately turned and charged towards the three eunuchs. "Eldest brother, let me down. I can walk on my own. Hurry and help him. Let us meet at the old place." Yi Tianren, upon hearing this, released his grip and turned towards the direction of the black-clad figure. "Why do I feel like such a burden?" Yi Tiangu grew increasingly frustrated, his sword ruthlessly cutting down the remaining patrolling guards. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure had already engaged the three python-robed eunuchs. Amidst the clash of sword light and punches, several buildings collapsed. The black-clad figure was clearly at a disadvantage, being pressed hard by the three eunuchs. However, soon after, Yi Tianren joined the fray, and the tide of battle swiftly turned. The five fought fiercely, causing devastation to the surrounding structures as if they were a demolition squad. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the city guards. At this moment, the head of the Imperial City Guards, Yuan Tian, was leading a contingent of elite guards towards their location. Yi Tianren exchanged a glance with the black-clad figure, and they both darted off in different directions. "You pursue the black-clad figure. I will handle this one." The purple-robed eunuch called out urgently, and the three split up, seeing that no one was pursuing him. Yi Tiangu vented his frustrations on the patrolling guards before leaping away. Qin Yu took considerable effort to return to her residence from Qinjian. The patrol guards in the city had suddenly doubled. Has the reaction from Xingdu been excessively dramatic? I merely caused a couple of disturbances. That night, turmoil erupted in the eastern, western, and southern parts of Xingdu, leaving half the city as populace sleepless. Chapter 92. City Lockdown. How did you create such a commotion? Yu Ruyo inquired upon Qin Yu's return. I swear, it was not me this time. Qin Yu immediately shed her disguise. Then what was that noise just now? I saw many city guards and Imperial City Guards heading south. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have gone looking for you. Are you concerned for me? Qin Yu looked at Yu Ruyo in surprise. What? Is it wrong to care? Yu Ruyo puffed out her chest. Of course not, but you must change out of that outfit. Our ruckus at Tongfu has already been depicted. Qin Yu swiftly changed the topic. You care about me. Yu Ruyo retorted playfully. Childish. I want to eat the fried rice you make. Qin Yu left in exasperation, as the inn had no leftover rice, so she simply prepared some oil-splashed noodles. Wow, this is delicious. How did you manage this? Such simple noodles transformed into something so exquisite. Yu Ruyo looked at Qin Yu with shining eyes. This is just the beginning. As long as there are ingredients, I can make something different every day. Qin Yu relished Yu Ruyo's naive admiration. Really? Yu Ruyo's eyes sparkled. Why would I lie to you? So, will you follow me? Promise to make me delicious food every day. Seeing the innocent yet foolish look in Yu Ruyo's eyes, Qin Yu felt speechless. Stop it. I have no time to follow you. I have a mountain of tasks to tackle. Then once I finish this matter, I'll come find you, okay? I will follow you, and then you can cook for me. You follow me. Qin Yu pointed at Yu Ruyo, then at herself. Yes, what? Is your sect no longer concerned for you? I was meant to undergo training anyway, as long as I report my whereabouts to the sect. It is fine, no need to worry. That's so. What do you think? What do you think? Yurio looked at Chinyu expectantly. Did I think not? I fear my wife might misunderstand. Chinyu flatly rejected the idea of having this little tail follow her. When did you get married? Yurio frowned slightly. Unfortunately, I just got married at the beginning of the month. Yurio was left stunned for quite a while. What if you saw me naked? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Yurio exclaimed dramatically. Never mind. If you want to follow, then follow. Once I wrap up here, I'll return to Hangsheng. You can find me at Quanjude in Hangsheng. Chinyu surrendered, feeling exasperated. Now that's more like it. Yurio happily resumed eating her oil-splashed noodles. That night, Chinyu once again found herself sleeping on the ground. The following day, Xingdu was entirely locked down. Upon stepping outside to gather information, Chinyu learned that last night's assassins had tried to storm the prison but failed, prompting a city-wide manhunt. Storming the prison? Could it be my master? No way, he has come too. I must find him quickly to inform him that my father has not been captured. Chinyu contemplated first purchasing a set of women's clothing, believing that an extra person would provide more strength. When Yurio received the clothes Chinyu had bought, she promptly shoved Chinyu out the door. Such a beautiful lady, yet she has the audacity to speak. What a pity. Chinyu marveled at Yurio, who had changed into a yellow dress. What? Sister, do I look beautiful? Are you captivated by my beauty? The moon, like a specter, twirled in front of Chinyu. That if only you were mute, it would be perfect. Chinyu muttered. How bold. Little Yuzi, do you dare to believe I could transform you into a eunuch? I fear you. Come and test me. The two engaged in playful scuffles within the room for a while. Stop, stop, stop. I have something serious to discuss with you. Today, you must assist me in locating my master. Do we need to search separately and regroup at the inn later? Who are you trying to save? When will you rescue them? He has managed to escape himself, so our priority now is to find my master. After a brief exchange, they parted ways to search for their respective targets. Today's Xingdu was markedly more fortified than yesterday, with patrols on nearly every street and 3 additional wanted posters displayed. Chinyu curiously approached the 5 wanted posters. Can this drawing really help find anyone? If Rio saw this, she might explode with rage. Ha ha ha, it's truly grotesque. This person somewhat resembles my master, and this one looks a bit like the sect leader's uncle. Could it be that the sect leader has also arrived? Might this person be my father? By heavens, they do bear a striking resemblance. The court's artist has some talent. It seems they have all escaped unharmed. Why you go? Just as Chinyu was lost in thought, a familiar voice called from behind. It truly is Yugo. We finally found you. The speaker was the sharp-eyed Yuhu. What brings you here? We were worried you might be in trouble, so we all came, replied Hu Tian, who stood behind Yuhu. We're here to assist. The more hands, the better. Lin Shui jumped in front of Qin. Why you did Dio, you have a plan? Lu Yin also approached. This matter cannot be discussed in detail here. Let us find a quieter place. The group was then led by Qin back to their room at the inn. So that is the situation. Does this mean Uncle Qin managed to escape on his own? Was the news of his capture a ruse by the court? Lu Yun inquired. Indeed, and last night, my master and the sect leader also arrived in Xingdu, forcefully breaching the dungeons of the Imperial City Division. Fortunately, they too managed to escape safely, so our immediate task is to find my master and relay this information. Otherwise, tomorrow could be perilous. Then there's no time to lose. Let us split up and search, Lu Yun suggested. All right, I'll organize the teams. You two pair off and head to the east and west cities, while I will venture alone to the south city. Let us reconvene at the inn before nightfall. Chinyu instinctively took charge of the division of labor. For the past 4 years, he had been the one directing the team on their missions. So no one found it amiss. How are you, fourth brother? Yi Tian asked. I'm fine. Thankfully, they were chasing after you last night. Otherwise, I might have sustained serious injuries. Yi Tiangu sighed wryly. What do you make of that man in black from last night? He must be Qin Ming. That I never expected his skills to be so formidable. Yi Tiangu remarked, somewhat contemplatively. His movements and swordsmanship are unlike anything I've encountered in the martial world. Do you know anything about him? Yi Tianren was curious. He is the last sword master from the sword burial mound over a decade ago. It's him. No wonder his martial arts felt so unfamiliar. He is a figure long thought to be dormant. Eldest brother, it's best not to disclose this matter further. The more who know, the greater the danger to you, I understand. Today is the final day. We must locate Yuer swiftly and prevent him from doing anything foolish tomorrow. Let us split up and act, Yi Tianren affirmed, agreed. With that, the two emerged from a modest dwelling, disappearing into the alley. Chapter 93. The turmoil of the 9 provinces within the court of the Great Shu. Today the Empress personally presided over the affairs of state. Alas, Emperor Hongqing remained in a deep slumber, leaving the court in utter disarray, necessitating her intervention. Long live the Empress! Long live her! All ministers rise! State your business or withdraw. Your Majesty, I have urgent news. The northern Tuhun tribe has begun amassing an army of 100,000 at the Yin province border, intending to invade our Great Shu once more. I implore you to send troops for defense. The Empress, Jin Shu, had not anticipated such explosive news upon her arrival. Just as she hesitated, another minister reported, Your Majesty, we have also discovered that the Ji province border has seen tens of thousands of troops from the western regions gathering. We request the court to reinforce our defenses. Your Majesty, in the Eastern Sea, the pirates have gathered over 100 ships approaching the eastern continent. Your Majesty, the southwestern tribes have commenced their assault on the Yong province border. A barrage of alarming reports scrambled Jin Shu's thoughts. What madness is this? The emperor has only been unconscious for a few days, and foreign forces already dare to invade the dignity of our Great Shu. What strategies do the ministers propose? After much contemplation, Jin Shu posed this perplexing question. However, as soon as her words fell, the previously murmuring officials fell into an unusual silence. Jin Shu remained quiet, observing the officials below, aware that her voice held little weight and could not command their respect. With this realization, she gritted her teeth and declared, Summon all the princes into the hall. Upon hearing this, the ministers began to whisper amongst themselves once more. Jin Shu cast a cold gaze upon them. Great Shu stood at a critical juncture, yet these individuals continued their scheming, all for their own interests, jeopardizing the stability of the realm. It was indeed a heavy burden for the emperor. After a brief interval, all 6 princes arrived at the Jinluan Hall, that we pay our respects to Mother. Long live Mother! They chorused, no need for formalities. Thank you, Mother. Jin Shu regarded the 6 princes with a myriad of emotions. The emperor currently lies in unconsciousness, yet the state cannot endure a day without a ruler. I, a mere woman, am ill-equipped to manage state affairs. Thus I shall heed the request of the ministers and establish an heir today. Her proclamation sent shockwaves through the court. The 6 princes below were filled with both anxiety and excitement. Under the empress's direction, the princes were informed of the reports from the borders, and solemn expressions soon adorned their faces. You have all heard, correct? Foreign forces, seizing the opportunity while our emperor lies wounded and the court is leaderless, are poised to divide our Great Shu among themselves. This is indeed a perilous moment for our kingdom, requiring a true sovereign to guide us through this crisis that I shall grant you one night. Tomorrow, upon convening in court, you 6 must devise a strategy. The one who garners the highest approval from the ministers shall be recognized as the heir to our Great Shu, the future successor to the throne. We shall obey. The 6 princes replied in unison. You may leave. Remember, when we convene tomorrow, you must present your strategies. Those who fail to do so will automatically withdraw from the contest for the crown. After the 6 princes departed, the ministers began their own calculations. The empress's challenge appeared ostensibly fair, yet the true measure lay in the number of officials each prince could rally behind them. State your business. If there is nothing further, we shall adjourn. The empress interrupted, disrupting the minister's scheming. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the Imperial City Division. Oh, for what reason? Last night, the Imperial City Division allowed the assassin to escape. Furthermore, they permitted the assassin to wreak havoc right beneath the Imperial City, creating an extremely adverse impact. Following the chaos, apart from the northern Imperial City, the other 3 directions of Xingdu descended into turmoil. Particularly concerning was Qin Ming, who not only drew away 2 exceptional masters, but also destroyed numerous buildings without causing any civilian casualties, as he specifically targeted the residences of court officials. Consequently, the second topic of discussion among the court was the impeachment of the Imperial City Division. Their incompetence had allowed the assassin to behave so brazenly beneath the Imperial City. This issue directly affected the interests of the officials, uniting the civil and military officials in rare accord. The most vehement voices belonged to those officials who had suffered from the incident. Their anger and anxiety over this situation surpassed even that of the emperor's assassination. Observing the expressions of the officials below, the Empress Jin Shu could not help but chuckle coldly within. Ruan Guang, do you acknowledge your crimes? Jin Shu directed her gaze at the head of the Imperial City Division. I willingly accept my punishment, but I implore your majesty to grant me a few more days. The city is currently sealed, and the Imperial City Division is doing everything possible to capture the assassin. Ruan Guang's forehead beaded with cold sweat, overwhelmed by the pressure from the ministers. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. After 3 days, if you have not captured the assassin, you must resign from your position. Court dismissed. Long live the Empress. Within the residence of the first prince, Chu Xingqian, his advisors gathered, each expressing their opinions, while Chu Xingqian listened attentively to their suggestions. Gentlemen, our immediate priority is not to devise strategies for repelling the enemy, but rather to gather sufficient support among the ministers. Mu Xing spoke up, and his words brought an unusual calm to the previously chaotic room. He was Chu Xingqian's most capable strategist, holding a position above all present. Indeed, Mu Xing's thoughts align with mine. Please continue. Indeed, the assembly tomorrow appears to be a mere pretext for the great prince to garner strategies. Yet in reality, it serves as a means to ascertain the allegiances of the court officials. Therefore, our primary objective is to ensure that the great prince secures ample support from the ministers. Subsequently, we must act with utmost urgency to rally sufficient officials before the remaining princes can react and attempt to win them over. For those ministers who have traditionally aligned with our prince, we can extend invitations to summon them to the royal residence. However, they are not our main focus. Our immediate priority lies in courting the neutral officials. For every additional supporter we gather for the great prince, it diminishes the backing for the other 5 princes. Thus, Your Highness, it is imperative that you personally engage in this endeavor, and we must each make our rounds to solicit their support, bringing them all to the royal residence. This way, we can achieve success in the grand undertaking tomorrow. Very well. Let us heed Mu Sheng's counsel and mobilize forthwith. Yes, Your Highness, the third prince, there has been activity at the great prince's residence. His advisors are visiting various ministers' households, seemingly intent on securing their allegiance in advance, that we must also spring into action lest the great prince gains the upper hand. My elder brother remains fond of such underhanded tactics. Dispatch orders to scatter our people. We shall thwart his attempts to gather supporters. Following the movements of the great and third princes, the other princes received word and promptly dispatched their own personnel to court the various ministers. Chapter 94. A reunion of father and son. Selling candied hawthorns. Although the city of Xingdu has been sealed off today, it has not disrupted the daily lives of the common folk. At this moment, Anjing Street remains bustling with activity, merchants vociferously peddling their wares, creating a scene of harmonious vibrancy. However, this tranquility was shattered upon the arrival of a contingent of guards. Have you seen the individuals depicted in the portraits? They accost every passerby, apprehending anyone whose behavior appears suspicious. As Qin Yu emerged from an alley, he quietly retreated back into the shadows. Good heavens, have these people lost their minds? They have begun to seize anyone they encounter. The entire city is enacting a scene akin to that on Anjing Street. Within mere hours, the jails of the magistrate and the patrolling guards are nearly overflowing, most of whom are from the underworld. Some of these individuals attempted to resist, but were swiftly dealt with. Qin Yu dared not tread the streets any longer, for the sword case on his back was rather conspicuous that he leaped onto a rooftop, silently observing the throngs below. Goodness, they are not even sparing the elderly. What crime have they committed? And they show no mercy to young girls either. It appears that the officials under the Great Chu are truly corrupt beyond measure. Meanwhile, on Xingyin Street, Qin Ming blended seamlessly into the crowd, also searching for Qin Yu and his companions. Just as he was about to turn into the tavern alley, a familiar voice caused him to halt in his tracks. Uncle Qin? Yu Hu once again showcased his remarkable keen sight. Even Hu Tian cast a peculiar glance toward Yu Hu. Indeed, the nickname Eagle given to him by Yu Zi holds merit. From such a distance and amidst such a crowd, he can still see clearly what a formidable talent. Little you all, Uncle Qin, hurry and return to the inn with us. Brother, you will be overjoyed to see you. Today, Ruanxi has apprehended over 1,000 suspects, but has yet to uncover any leads related to the wanted individuals. Then we shall search every inn. I refuse to believe they can sprout wings and fly away. Yes, The second round of inspections has officially commenced, and at this moment, the citizens of Xingdu have begun to feel anxious, with various rumors circulating among the populace. Master, Master! Yi Tiangu was suddenly startled, not hesitating to look in the direction of the voice. Did I just hear Little Hu's voice? Is it an illusion? Master, I'm here. Yu Hu shouted excitedly. From across the street, Yu Hu joyfully called out, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. The Hu Tian widened his eyes, straining to see in the direction Yu Hu was waving. Where is Elder Yi? Has Eagle mistaken something? Why can't I see him? Just as Hu Tian remained perplexed, Yu Hu dashed toward Yi Tiangu. Soon, Yi Tiangu also spotted Yu Hu rushing toward him. This truly is the boy. When did his perceptive abilities become so acute? To see me from such a distance is simply unbelievable. Upon reuniting, the group exchanged no pleasantries, instinctively making their way toward Qin Yu's stronghold along the way. Yi Tiangu took a moment to visit the stronghold he shared with Yi Tianren, leaving a letter to inform Yi Tianren of the new location. After an entire day of fruitless surveillance, Qin Yu reluctantly decided to withdraw, stealthily avoiding the crowd as he returned to the inn. Upon entering his room, he was taken aback to see Qin father, Yi Tiangu, and the others present. Hu Tian, upon observing Qin Yu's astonished expression, felt a sense of balance restored within himself. Had he not witnessed Yu Hu's remarkable display with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a terrifying talent existed in the world. After hearing Hu Tian's account, Qin Yu was left speechless. Good heavens! What a turn of events! What was I doing during the day? He resolved to leave the task of finding people to Yu Hu from now on. We must depart the inn swiftly. I have heard that the Royal City Office has begun to inspect all the inns in the city to avoid any unnecessary incidents. We need to find a new place to stay as soon as possible. Luyan stated that in that case, please wait here for a moment. I shall procure a residence. Qin Yu replied to Yuz, are you aware of the property prices in Xingdu? You intend to buy a residence right away. Qin Yu offered no response, instead moving to the bedside and extracting a bag from beneath it, that he opened the bag before the astonished gazes of the others. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, everyone inhaled sharply. That it contained gleaming gold and silver ingots. This was the result of Qin Yu's endeavors alongside Yu Ruyo the previous night. Within the bag, there was approximately 1,000 taels of silver, along with 4,000 taels in silver notes, which should suffice for purchasing a residence. With admiration in the eyes of Yu Hu and Hu Tian, Qin Yu exited the room. In the span of a single incense stick's time, Qin Yu had secured a modest residence. Having spent less than 4,000 taels of silver, after informing the others of the address, he departed with Yu Ruyo, while the rest exited through the windows, as a large group could easily attract the attention of the Royal City Office. Once they weathered this period of the city's closure, they would be able to leave Xingdu with ease. That night, Xingdu was anything but tranquil, as numerous patrolling guards and members of the Royal City Office systematically searched the city's inns and entertainment venues. Although they found no assassins or their accomplices, many wanted criminals were uncovered. They were either arrested or dealt with on the spot. Following this night, the living conditions in Xingdu would undoubtedly improve. I heard from your master that you have established a security agency? Qin Ming inquired while alone with Qin Yu. Yes, that I wish to build my own influence. Qin Yu did not conceal the truth. The sword-forging mountain is already sufficient for your ambitions. Why must you establish your own power? Qin Ming continued, surprised. What other reason could there be? We are remnants of the former dynasty. You even attempted to assassinate Emperor Qing. I carry this sword daily, and it won't be long before someone recognizes me, so I must prepare for the worst. Do you believe I fear retribution from the court? I left no evidence. Why would the court come after us? Qin Ming questioned, looking skeptically at Qin Yu. Qin Yu remained silent, merely gesturing toward the sword case on his back. You mean the Shang sword? Seeing Qin father lost in thought. Qin Yu continued. Thus, we must develop our own influence. Otherwise, we will lack the strength to resist when the time comes. Even if you and I are unafraid, what of Wanner and her family? Qin Yu revealed the true intention behind establishing the security agency. He was genuinely worried that Lin Wan would suffer the same fate as his mother and endure the same sorrow as his father for the better part of his life. This was an experience he wished to neither undergo nor witness. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, felt a jolt in his heart. Had he been even slightly stronger back then, or if the forces of the sword-burying tomb had been more formidable, Then Zhao Rou would not have met with misfortune. The two remained silent for a long while, the room enveloped in a heavy stillness. Suddenly, the sword case on Qin Yu's back trembled slightly. Though imperceptible, in the hushed room, it sounded like thunder. "Father, the sword seems to have moved." Qin Yu's face was filled with astonishment. "That HMIT has a spirit. I don't know, that aren't you the sword master? Now you are. Does that mean you don't know either? Upon my return this time, I shall retreat into seclusion and leave the child rearing to you." Qin Yu, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Chapter 95, The Controversy of Establishing an Heir the Next day. The civil and military officials of the Great Chu rose early to don their formal attire. The events of the previous night could only be described as frantic. Each official was aligning themselves with various factions, as the emperor lay in a stupor and the empress neglected her duties. Consequently, the officials felt no restraint, openly supporting the different princes that are in stark contrast to the bustling residences of the other 5 princes. The second prince's abode was eerily quiet. Not only did he refrain from inviting the officials, but he also barred all visitors, leading those who had initially sided with him to swiftly shift their loyalties to other princes. The second prince, Chu Xingquan, sat in solitude in his study throughout the night, his desk cluttered with strategies for repelling enemies and plans for future governance. With the first crow of the rooster, he pushed open the door to his study. The steward was already diligently waiting at the threshold. The steward's demeanor and the dew on his garments indicated he had not closed his eyes all night. Having remained vigilant outside the study, "Your Highness, it is time to freshen up. There are still 2 hours until the morning court, so we have ample time," said the young steward, Shi Ming, who was in his 20s and had previously served as the second prince's companion in studies. Since the second prince had moved out of the palace upon reaching adulthood, Shi Ming had taken charge of the household's affairs. Having grown up alongside the second prince, he was well acquainted with his temperament. Naturally, he had learned of the tumult among the princes the night before and had conveyed every detail to Chu Xingquan, who merely acknowledged his awareness. Understanding his master's intentions, Shi Ming had opted to close the doors of the residence. As dawn broke, Qin Yu had already risen early to practice swordsmanship in the small courtyard. His swordplay had not only advanced but matured significantly since 4 years prior, now subtly revealing a sense of authority. When Qin Ming awoke, he did not disturb Qin Yu's training, but quietly observed from behind. "His swordsmanship is beginning to forge its own identity. That I never anticipated this lad possessed such extraordinary talent. He surely has the potential to reach the realm of the immortal. I wonder if I shall live to witness it." "Good morning, Brother Qin." "Good morning, Master Yi." Qin Ming nodded towards him. "I am rather curious. Might Brother Qin enlighten me?" Yi Tian inquired. "Pray ask. Brother Qin, your martial prowess is evidently formidable. Why not impart your skills to Yuer instead of allowing him to study under the forges of Sword Mountain? If there are matters you cannot speak of, I shall understand. I am merely curious." That why Yi Tianren posed his question forthrightly. "There is no hidden agenda. That I had no intention for Yuer to pursue the martial path. Alas, he has his own fate and has chosen this course. One must first cultivate the heart before the body. Under your guidance at Sword Mountain, he will be safe. As for my skills, they would benefit him not at this stage and could invite unnecessary trouble." Qin Ming's words were partly true. As he withheld the matter of the Shuangjian sword manual, that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. "Masters, it is this place. This is the residence they purchased last night." "Who are they?" "A young couple." Jia Shi exchanged knowing glances with the leading officer. "Let us enter and investigate." Soon, the sound of banging on the door echoed from outside the courtyard. "Open the door. The city guards are conducting an investigation." By now, Qin Yu had sheathed his sword and turned to face Qin Ming and the others. The commotion had awakened everyone in the house, who began to emerge from their rooms. Qin Yu's father and the others exchanged glances before nodding at him. Qin Yu tossed the Bai Luo sword to Yuruyu, signaling her to retreat to the main house and wait. "They have arrived," Qin Yu responded, and the others quickly returned to their rooms to tidy up, ensuring no signs of their presence remained. "Why the delay?" the leading city guard questioned. "Sir, I apologize. It took me longer to rise and dress than anticipated," Qin Yu said, placing a handful of silver into the hands of the guard leader. Upon seeing Qin Yu's compliance, the guard leader refrained from pressing him further. "Is there anyone else in the house?" "Reporting to you, sir. My wife is still inside." With a wave of his right hand, the leading officer signaled for his men to rush in. "Hey, sir, my wife is still inside." Your abrupt intrusion lacks propriety. Qin Yu feigned urgency. Behave yourself, or we shall treat you as accomplices to the assassins. The leading guard shot Qin Yu a menacing glare, a fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes. Let go of me. What are you doing? Husband, save me. What is happening? Let go of my wife. Qin Yu and Yu Ruyu began their ACT. As Qin Yu approached Yu Ruyu, the guards obstructed him with their weapons. This woman is suspicious. Take her away, the leading city guard commanded. Indeed, Jia Shi had not deceived me. This young lady is undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Soon, she shall be mine. Once I have had my fill, I shall present her to Commander He. My position as an official will then be secure. Haha, sir, I have savings. How much silver will it take to redeem my wife? 3 days hence, bring 100 taels of silver to the city guard prison for her release. Wang Tong regarded Qin Yu with a knowing glance, signaling that there was no room for negotiation. Suddenly, Qin Yu's demeanor shifted. He coldly inquired, "Is that so?" Wang Tong, taken aback by the chill in Qin Yu's gaze, felt a surge of anger welling up within him. "What did you say, boy? Do you wish to visit the prison as well? It was supposed to be a straightforward transaction, so why complicate matters?" From Qin Yu's words, he sensed a hint of regret, and he felt as though his face had been slapped. "Seize him as well," Wang Tong bellowed, then leaned in to whisper to Qin Yu. "I will make sure to torment your wife thoroughly. She shall spend her nights as a bride, huh?" In the next instant, he found himself unable to utter a sound, as if his throat were collapsing. Instinctively, he clutched his throat, blood gushing from his hands, that he stared in disbelief at the dagger in Qin Yu's grasp. How could he dare? This was the last thought that crossed Wang Tong's mind. Seeing Qin Yu take action, Yu Ruyu shed her pretense. She had long wished to eliminate the 2 guards restraining her, for their hands were far too familiar. With a swift motion, she freed herself from their grasp. And in a moment of astonishment, she dispatched both guards with lethal precision. This entire sequence transpired in mere moments. The onlookers quickly regained their composure, but it was already too late. Qin Yu and Yu Ruyu, employing their uncanny agility, wreaked havoc upon the city guards, who had no opportunity to retaliate before being slain on the spot. Even Jia Shi, the guiding figure, met his end that day. Chapter 96. The Empress's fury gazing upon the carnage strewn across the ground. Qin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Words of reason fall upon the deaf. What need is there for this? At this moment, the concealed individuals began to reveal themselves, that we must dispose of these bodies swiftly. Yi Tianren spoke up that I know of a charity burial ground to the south of the city. Let us take them there, Qin Yu suggested. The others had no objections. It was merely a matter of finding a location for the remains. In the court, the voice of the chief eunuch resonated throughout the grand hall, echoing among the gathered officials. The civil and military officials, led by the 6 princes, entered the Golden Dragon Hall in an orderly manner, each holding a silk scroll containing their proposals for the day. Long live the Empress! Long live! Your Majesty, we thank you. The news of last night's commotion reached me. I hear that the first prince's residence hosted 65 officials. The third prince is 60, the fourth prince is 43, the fifth prince is 38, and the sixth prince is 66, that I trust all of you dined well last night. At her words, the faces of the officials turned ashen. The 5 princes mentioned felt a tightening in their chests. They had not anticipated that the 6th prince had concealed his maneuvers so well. The 6th is indeed cunning, the first prince thought in alarm. This 6th prince is truly adept at subterfuge. The 3rd prince echoed, equally astonished. Observing the expressions of the officials, Jin Shu remained impassive. "Do any of you wish to voice your thoughts?" she inquired, with a rustle. The officials knelt, yet one stood tall amidst the throng, that he was none other than the 2nd prince, Chu Xingquan, whose presence exuded a commanding aura. Gather the proposals from the princes and take them to the rear hall for transcription. Yes, your Majesty. Do not think that just because the emperor lies in slumber, you may act with impunity. I am still here. This is my final reminder. Fulfill your duties as loyal subjects of the great Chu. At this moment, the assembly in the hall was prostrated upon the ground, not daring to even breathe. After the passage of an incense stick, Gao Xiong approached the throne with numerous handwritten strategies. He subsequently distributed these strategies, and the ministers began to gather around to observe. Before the Empress Jin Shu lay 6 original drafts of these strategies. Time slipped by, and soon, Copies of the manuscripts were passed into the Grand Hall from the rear chamber. The Empress Jin Shu furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the 6 strategies before her. Each draft articulated its own perspective, most advocating for a resolution to the tense situation at the borders through negotiation and the exchange of benefits. There were also more radical proposals suggesting the simultaneous opening of 5 battlefronts, considering the rebellious forces of Yongzhou as part of this equation. However, one particular strategy caught the Empress's attention, that of the second prince, Chu Xingqian. His proposal was notably innovative, encompassing not only distant alliances and offensive strategies but also detailed plans for coordination. Essentially, it called for an alliance with the 2 Han tribe of the northern border to jointly dispatch troops to the western regions to reclaim territories lost 4 years prior, establishing a defensive alliance against the formidable Western Celestial dynasty. Next, it suggested negotiating with the current king of Yongzhou, Chu Tianyong, using Chu Hanyuan as leverage. The plan was to first address external threats before engaging in internal negotiations, allowing the Chu to dispatch troops to occupy land seized by the barbarian tribes of Qingzhou, thereby enabling the forces of Yongzhou to concentrate on repelling the incursions from the southern barbarians. To demonstrate sincerity, the war god, Marquis Yongchang, would be reassigned from the Yongzhou border to confront the invasion from the Eastern Sea. The document explicitly stated for Marquis Yongchang to lead his troops to the eastern province to decisively defeat the Japanese forces before assembling a fleet to strike at their homeland. Clearly, Chu Xingqian deemed the threat from the Eastern Sea to be far greater than that posed by the western regions on land. Thus, his strategy focused primarily on countering the Japanese. It must be said that upon reviewing the second prince's strategy, Empress Jin Shu was visibly impressed. It was evidently a well-ordered plan with a balance of offense and defense, such that even a layperson like her could discern that it could effectively resolve the precarious situation facing the Chu. Whether from emotional or strategic considerations for the future of the Chu, it was clear that Chu Xingqian was the most suitable candidate for the future ruler. Thus, she had already arrived at her conclusion, now awaiting the opinions of the officials below. Following the Empress's initial inquiries, the ministers looked on with trepidation at the strategies presented by the princes. Some had reviewed them in advance, while others were entirely unaware. But due to the Empress's remarks, these cunning court officials ultimately chose to follow their hearts. When the assembly concluded their examination of the strategies, it was already noon, marking the longest morning court session in many years. However, there was no dissatisfaction among them, for they were deliberating on the pivotal matter of the future heir to the Chu. Soon, the Empress instructed Gao Xiong to distribute writing materials, ensuring that the strategies were shuffled and numbered randomly for fairness. Thus, the ministers were only permitted to select the number of the strategy they found most agreeable. After a thorough tally, the final votes were presented to the Empress's table. Empress Jin Shu breathed a sigh of relief as she observed the voting results. Although these individuals were as cunning as rats, they could discern priorities at critical moments. Ultimately, with the Empress's nod of approval, Gao Xiong began to announce the final outcome. The victor of this round of strategies was the second prince, Chu Xingqian. Upon Gao Xiong's loud declaration, while some were taken aback, they ultimately felt relief. This was the best outcome, for the second prince had no supporters around him, and the royal residence had been closed to visitors the previous day, rendering this a conclusion acceptable to all. A fitting resolution. Naturally, the most delighted were those officials who had maintained neutrality throughout. Though few in number, they were among the rare virtuous officials in the court. When the announcement was made, the expressions of the various princes were varied. The second prince, Chu Xingqian, remained consistent in demeanor, only expressing gratitude upon hearing his name announced. However, the other princes exhibited a range of emotions: envy, jealousy, resentment, and ultimately, acceptance. Yet their expressions did not linger long, as they swiftly turned to congratulate the second prince. From this moment onward, Chu Xingqian would act as regent in place of Emperor Qing. After the Empress Jin Shu uttered these words, she gestured for him to approach the dragon throne. Chu Xingqian, feeling a surge of dignity, stepped forward and, at the Empress's behest, took his place upon the coveted throne. Before long, he embraced his role, issuing decrees with remarkable composure. Despite the lockdown in Xingdu, the orders from the current regent and heir were dispatched with rapid urgency across the 9 provinces. Observing the state of the air, the Empress felt a sense of relief in her heart. She could finally shed the heavy burden, knowing that an outstanding prince was capable of shouldering such responsibilities. Even if His Majesty were never to awaken again, she could hold her head high before the ancestors of the Chu, for Kun's character and abilities were indeed the finest among the princes. Chapter 97. Departure from Chengdu. Today's court assembly did not conclude until after the hour of the evening meal, with lunch also served within the palace. Following this court session, the heavens of the Chu were poised to change. The usually unassuming second prince began to emerge prominently after being appointed regent. The seasoned officials were now fully alert, sensing that this prince could prove to be even more formidable than Emperor Qing. In the residence recently purchased by Qin Yu along Xingyun Street, the remnants of the gruesome scene had been meticulously cleared, the bodies attended to by 3 unparalleled masters. The noon gate was thronged with citizens of Chengdu, and the court's undercover agents had spread throughout the square. However, their plans were thwarted today, as the accomplices of the assassins were enjoying hot pot in the courtyard. Yet, this gathering was markedly quieter than usual. The habitual chatterboxes were now as silent as quails, that of course, with the sect leader present, Hu Tian and his companions dared not be overly boisterous. Meanwhile, Yu Ruyo sat demurely, her dining mannerisms transformed into those befitting a refined lady. Even her private exchanges with Qin Yu had turned into soft whispers, a result she attributed to Yi Tianren, the figure renowned alongside the leader of Qinglian sect, that in truth, it was due to the presence of Qin Yu's father. Ever since their introductions last night, she had become noticeably anxious, her conflicting emotions evident. This is so delicious. How could there be such exquisite food in the world? Little Yuzi is truly remarkable. No, I mustn't lose my composure. I represent Qinglian sect. At this moment, Lin Shui observed Yu Ruyo with a furrowed brow. What on earth is going on with senior brother Qin? Why are all the girls around him so captivating? Why? Lin Shui raged internally. This Yu Ruyo clearly isn't a decent person. Just look at that seductive gaze. I must keep an eye on her for Lin Mei Lu, Yin muttered to herself. Goodness, little Qin is too impressive. Another beauty. I heard she's from Qinglian sect. I really want to get to know her. Little Qin, why are you so oblivious? If it weren't for the leader being present, heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Tian, nor did it provide me with the fine maidens of the Chu. Why is there no wine? I long to drink. Yu Hu transformed his indignation into vigor, wolfing down the hot pot. What is happening? Why is everyone silent? Is the food not good? Surely not. Have their mouths gone dry? Thus, the days passed in silence. Finally, the day arrived when the lockdown of Chengdu was lifted before departing the city. Qin Yu and his companions received several explosive pieces of news. Firstly, the head of the Imperial City Division, Ruan Guang, was demoted. Secondly, the Tu Han tribe of the northern border reached an alliance agreement with the Chu, and they would jointly attack the Western Celestial Dynasty. The third piece of news was that King Chu Honyuan of Yongzhou had come to the capital to negotiate an agreement with the court to jointly assault the southern barbarians of the western regions. The court consented to his request for self-appointment as king and promised to grant him the land seized from the barbarians. The fourth piece of news was that Yang Yong had led his troops to the eastern province to repel the Japanese invasion. In just 3 short days, the Chu had turned the tide, a feat attributed to the newly appointed regent, Chu Xingqun. In an instant, Chu Xingqun's prestige surpassed even that of Marquis Yongchang. Yang Yong, master, shall we visit Yangzhou? I wish to take a boat. Very well, that Ji Yuanjuan gently ruffled the young girl's hair. Senior Gu, just ahead lies Canggu Pass. Once we pass it, we shall enter the territory of Yangzhou. If Miss Yao Yao wishes to take a boat, we can row on West Lake in Hangzhou, brewing tea while enjoying the scenery. If we happen to catch a misty rain day, it will feel as though we are walking through the clouds, transporting us to a realm of ethereal beauty. A.S. Jing Su spoke. He guided the way. Brother Su, isn't it true that the Forging Valley seldom ventures out? How do you know so much? The young girl, Yin Yao, inquired curiously. Over the course of their time together, they had grown familiar with one another. Jingsu had taken on the role of guide and free laborer to repay Gu Anjuan's assistance. Miss Yao Yao, you might not be aware that the wielders of blades from the Forging Valley must traverse the outside world, that we gather intelligence from all corners and seek out quality materials for forging within our valley. Thus, we essentially roam the martial world, albeit without publicly carrying the banner of the Forging Valley to avoid trouble. Jingsu patiently elucidated that I see. Then, master, shall we proceed directly to Hangzhou for a boat ride? Yin Yao looked at Gu Anjuan with eager anticipation. Upon seeing Gu Anju nod, she joyfully danced in her saddle. 2 days later, Qin Yu and his companions arrived in Hangzhou, and Wei Yuhu and the others headed straight for the escort agency, while Qin Yu took Qin Ming and Yi Tiangu to Quan Judef. When Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of Quan Judef, he was somewhat astonished. He had assumed that his sudden departure would leave this branch stagnant. However, he was taken aback to find the establishment bustling with activity. What is going on here? The manager hasn't even been chosen yet, and yet they have commenced operations. Boss, you've finally returned, Zhang Hua exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Qin Yu. Xiao Zhang, how has this restaurant opened? Qin Yu questioned it. Oh, this is all thanks to the madam. She ordered it. The madam is currently inside the restaurant. She will be overjoyed to see you back. The madam? What on earth? Are they referring to Wana? What are these people talking about? You certainly have an eye for location. The scenery by Westlake is splendid, though this restaurant is somewhat smaller than the one in Panshui Town. Do you know how much this restaurant cost to open? How much? 80,000 taels of silver. And that was after I haggled it down by 30,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's mouth twitched slightly. As the group chatted, they entered the restaurant. Chapter 98. The strength of Hangzhou's people. Upon entering the restaurant, they were greeted by Quan Judef's signature welcome. Welcome to Quan Judef. Ah, this is precisely the kind of corporate culture I was hoping for. Hangzhou indeed boasts beautiful women. These receptionists are quite pleasing to the eye. Qin Yu thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Brother Yu, you've finally returned. Lin Wan rushed forward, grabbing Qin Yu's hand. Given the crowd, she would have otherwise thrown herself into his embrace. However, this action drew the attention of many diners that in truth, Quan Judef had only been open for 3 days, and its rapid rise in popularity in Hangzhou was largely attributed to the beautiful young manager. Lin Wan, curious about this suddenly emerging young manager, many inquired about her, yet information was scarce. They only knew she was married. Initially, patrons flocked to see manager Lin, but after experiencing the warm hospitality and savoring the exquisite dishes, many returned customers were captivated by the service and culinary delights. When diners observed manager Lin excitedly grasping a man's hand, speculation ran rampant, for she had previously politely declined all invitations and had never engaged in physical contact with other men. What brings you to Hangzhou? Just as Lin Wan was about to respond, she caught sight of Qin Ming and Yi Tinggu behind Qin Yu. Ah, teacher, you're back. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't come harm. I am so relieved, Lin Wan exclaimed, her eyes glistening as she tightly grasped both of Qin Ming's arms. That I'm sorry for causing you worry. I promise I won't leave again, Qin Ming said apologetically, gently ruffling Lin Wan's hair. Master Yi, I apologize. Wana was a bit overwhelmed just now. Thank you for bringing my teacher back safely. Lin Wan bowed respectfully to Yi Tiangu. We are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Indeed. Lin Wan smiled as she welcomed everyone into the private VIP room designated as Tian. Though this room was not as spacious as those in Panshui Town, its exquisite decor was unparalleled. The furnishings were crafted from fragrant Nanmu wood, and the porcelain on the table was delicate and translucent, clearly of imperial kiln quality. Even the chopsticks were 2 pairs, one set in small leaf rosewood with gold edges, and the other carved from jade. The room was infused with sandalwood fragrance, calming the restless spirit and dispelling fatigue. Opening the window revealed the stunning vistas of Westlake, with the gentle breeze refreshing one's spirit. Wei Tiangu and Qin Ming, both of whom had seen their fair share of the world, were equally astonished by the sights and experiences before them. Waner, how did you procure such items? Qin Yu asked, equally surprised that this was arranged through a patron of ours. Don't forget, we are in Hangzhou, one of the most prosperous cities in the realm. With sufficient funds, acquiring such items is a breeze. That I've even ordered a batch of high-end tableware and decorations, though they will take time to produce. Lin Wan cheerfully explained to Qin why you did we truly have such wealth. I recall that after purchasing the house, our funds were insufficient for these expenses. Qin Yu asked, unsure. I brought 50,000 taels from home, and my father was more than willing to part with it. Brother Yu, can you guess our revenue for the past 3 days? Lin Wan asked playfully. 5,000 taels? Qin Yu guessed, basing it on the average income of Quan Judef in Panshui Town with a slight increase. Lin Wan shook her head. More? Qin Yu continued. Guess higher. 10,000 taels? Keep going up. It can't possibly be 20,000? Lin Wan shook her head and extended 3 fingers. 30,000 taels. Qin Yu said, struggling to believe to be precise. It's 33,000 taels, Lin Wan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, both of the older gentlemen by the window were taken aback. Qin Yu immediately urged Lin Wan to sit down, eager to learn the details. Following the VIP system you implemented in Panshui Town, I applied the same here, that we have only 3 Tian private rooms. While there are 3 each of Diren rooms, that I retain the tiered system from Panshui Town, with varying opulence levels, knowing that Hangzhou has many wealthy patrons. I raised the threshold for the Platinum membership cards to 1,000 taels for in rooms, 2,000 for D, and 3,000 for Tian. I only released 3 cards for each tier, and they sold out on the same day. According to what you taught me, only those holding the corresponding Platinum cards can reserve the respective rooms. Since this news broke, diners have been urging us to increase the sale of Platinum cards. Currently, the cards are being resold for 30,000 each, yet no one is willing to let go of theirs. As Lin Wan elaborated, Qin Yu and his companions were filled with awe. Indeed, Hangzhou is a city of wealth. After the 4 finished their meal, Qin Yu decided to introduce Cantonese cuisine. While Quan Judef and Hangzhou would primarily feature Cantonese and Huayang dishes for hot pot and Sichuan cuisine, he planned to acquire and renovate adjacent shops, aspiring to transform this Quan Judef into the largest restaurant in the realm.